Chun, and there are 1,000 yuan crystals in this pouch. Young master Bai is rewarding you. From now on, stay away from Miss Shin, understand? A money pouch about the size of a palm bulging, as if stuffed full, landed on the ground before Chunin. Immediately after, a mocking, domineering voice rang out abruptly. A youth in a black brocade robe stood to the side, tall of stature and handsome in appearance, yet an unyielding arrogance and disdain were etched between his brows. Behind him followed 3 or 4 senior students of the county academy, their auras frivolous and their faces filled with ridicule. Each crossed his arms before his chest, their unfriendly gazes closing and blocking the path ahead completely. The brocade-robed youth lifted his chin, his gaze high and aloof, looking down as though he were overlooking it. Staring at this youth who had suddenly appeared before him with such overbearing, bullying arrogance, a surge of intense disgust welled up in the depths of Chun-An's heart. Who the hell are you? No, where the hell is this? Just as Chun-An was about to snap back at this youth who had suddenly shown up to posture before him, he abruptly realized that something about the scene before his eyes was strangely off. Wait, wasn't he working overtime at the company? How had he suddenly appeared here? Boom. While Chun-An was still gripped by doubt and shock, a torrent of images and memories suddenly surged into his mind, swiftly fusing with his own memories. In the space of a single dazed heartbeat, Chun-An had already merged with all of those memories. He had the place he now stood in was no longer Earth, but a vast world known as the Tsungyuan continent. In this realm, under the Deluo imperial dynasty, martial might reign supreme. The strong could cleave mountains and split stones, stride through the air, while the weak could only muddle through their lives, trampled and bullied by others. The Deluo imperial dynasty was the undisputed human sovereign of the Tsungyuan continent, dominating more than half its territories. Its realm stretched for countless millions of li, its subjects numbered in the hundreds of billions, and sects, prefectural institutes, and martial academies dotted every province and county. The fervor for martial cultivation flourished throughout the world. According to the imperial chronicles, in ancient times the Tsungyuan continent had not been unified. Human kingdoms stood side by side, great and small, numbering in the hundreds, yet unending disputes and wars ravaged the land. Then, in ages long past, the ancient demon race traversed the outer void, tearing through the barriers of heaven and earth as they launched a massive invasion of the Tsungyuan continent. Demonic flames swept like wildfire, blood drowned the mountains and rivers. The brutal, bloodthirsty ancient demons slaughtered all living beings, wherever they passed, not even a blade of grass remained. Cities collapsed, and all life was plunged into misery and ruin. Hundreds of billions of humans were massacred, their flesh and blood offered up and sacrificed, their souls devoured. Human civilization teetered on the brink of extinction, and countless ancient legacies were severed forever. At that critical juncture between survival and annihilation, the mightiest human experts across all paths rose shoulder to shoulder. Sect patriarchs, imperial ancestors, and reclusive powerhouses joined forces against the demons, using endless blood and bones to build a defensive line that forcibly stemmed the demonic catastrophe. The war raged on for thousands upon thousands of years. Mountains and rivers were shattered, the sun and moon were veiled in dust, bones piled up like mountains, and rivers ran red with blood. In the end, only by paying an unimaginably tragic price did humanity barely manage to stabilize the situation, using the Tianyin mountain range, stretching from east to west across the Tsungyuan continent, as an eternal natural barrier, carving out a dividing line. South of the range lay the fertile lands where humanity multiplied and thrived, all under the rule of the Deluo imperial dynasty. North of the range was the boundless demonic domain, choked with miasma and shrouded in demonic mist. The ancient demon race entrenched themselves there, eyeing humanity like a predator. The two realms faced one another from afar, their slaughter and clashes never truly ceasing. After that cataclysm, innumerable human martial experts, sect patriarchs, and surviving human giants formed an alliance. Together, they pacified the chaos, consolidated the territories, and ultimately founded the unified Deluo imperial dynasty. To forever eliminate hidden dangers, guard against the demonic threat of the northern frontier, and eradicate the risk of extinction, the Deluo imperial dynasty fully implemented a policy of universal martial cultivation. Provincial academies were established in every province, martial institutes erected in every prefecture, and county academies founded in every county. In places where the veins of the land and spiritual currents converged, ancient sacred grounds were opened to pass down top-tier martial arts and bloodline secret techniques. From imperial clans and noble houses down to rural commoners and humble families, any human youth could step into the gate of martial cultivation, temper their bodies, refine their blood and qi, and hone their path of martial arts. In this life, he too was called Chunin. He was born in a remote village outside Wurong County of Chengjian Prefecture in Qingzhou under the Deluo imperial dynasty. His mother had died early. His father, once a herb gatherer, disappeared 3 years ago while entering the mountains. Now he was the only one left at home. In this world where martial might was supreme, cultivation realms were divided into the body-tempering realm, the chi condensation realm, the postnatal realm, the innate realm, the grandmaster realm, the great grandmaster realm, and so on. In addition, natural aptitude was categorized as lower-grade martial bone, middle-grade martial bone, upper-grade martial bone, earth-grade martial bone, and heaven-grade martial bone. The grade of one's martial bone directly determined cultivation speed, compatibility with techniques, and the ultimate height of one's martial path. It was fixed from birth and extremely difficult to alter. Yet Chun An's martial bone was far from ideal, merely an utterly ordinary middle-grade martial bone. A middle-grade martial bone, set aside the whole Song Yuan continent and the Deluo imperial dynasty. Even within this small Wurong county, it was still considered a mediocre aptitude. According to common understanding in this world, those with lower-grade martial bones were mostly ordinary folk confined to the body-tempering realm all their lives, unable to truly enter the proper path of cultivation. Though middle-grade martial bones were somewhat better than lower-grade, they generally could only reach the chi condensation realm at best. Because of this, even though his original body had trained bitterly since childhood, spending at least 10 hours a day on martial practice persisting for over a decade, he had only barely managed to break through to the chi condensation realm. The chi condensation realm was divided into 12 stages. Only by opening all 12 primary meridians could one achieve perfection. Yet after more than 10 years of effort and 5 years of hard cultivation in the county academy, the original him had only just opened a single primary meridian, becoming merely a second-stage chi condensation martial artist. Such martial artists were commonplace in the county academy. For example, Bai Yifan before him had already opened all 12 primary meridians. His cultivation had reached the perfection of chi condensation, and he was only a single step away from breaking through to the postnatal realm, a formidable martial artist indeed. As for the Miss Shun, they spoke of her real name, was Shen Qinglan. At merely 18 or 19 years of age, she had already surpassed the chi condensation realm to become a postnatal realm martial expert. Her cultivation was on par with some instructors at the county academy. Not to mention Wurong County. Even in Chengtian Prefecture, she was a famed heaven-blessed prodigy. The reason Bai Yifan wanted him to stay away from Shen Qinglan was that he and Shen Qinglan had grown up together as childhood companions. Back when Shen Qinglan's father Shenzong entered the mountains in his youth to slay a demonic beast, he suffered grievous wounds. At that time, Chun An's father Chun Yen happened to enter the mountains to gather herbs and saved his life. The two thus forged a deep friendship. It was precisely because of this debt between their fathers that Chun An and Shen Qinglan came to know each other from childhood, often accompanying one another and cultivating together. Especially after Chun Yen disappeared while gathering herbs in the mountains, Shenzong not only risked his own life by entering the mountains for a full month to search for Chun Yan's whereabouts, but when he could not find him, he even wished to bring Chun An into the Shun family to raise him. However, by then, Chun An was no longer a small child. Mature beyond his years, he refused to live under another's roof and politely declined Shenzong kindness. Even so, Shenzong did not abandon him. On the contrary, he frequently sent him pills, medicinal herbs, and even cultivation methods and martial techniques. It was precisely because of this that with only the aptitude of a middle-grade martial bone, he was able to break through the body-tempering realm and reach the chi condensation realm. Ding! Intense fluctuation in host's mind detected. Activating the strongest pseudo-wind system. A cold voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Having just finished merging memories and barely regained his composure, Chun An's expression froze once more. What? A system? My cheat has arrived. Ding. Activation successful. Initiating binding. Binding complete. The strongest pseudo-wind system is at the host's full service. With just 1 yuan crystal, the host may exchange for the cultivation results of 1 full year without sleep or rest. With 1 yuan crystal, the host will suffer no loss and be fooled by no bargain. Please recharge quickly, host, and experience the joy of paying to win. What is it too little for you? Seeing Chen Ning lower his head in silence, staring at the pouch of yuan crystals on the ground, a hint of disdainful cold laughter flashed across Bai Yifan's face. He had investigated Chun An and understood this pauper better than anyone. Orphaned from a poor family with mediocre martial bones. If not for the resources Shen Qinglan provided, then given his aptitude, he would never have broken through to the chi condensation realm and would have long since been expelled from the county academy. In Bai Yifan's eyes, these lower-class youths struggling at the very bottom all harbored greed for money to their very bones. Their vision was narrow, their desires insatiable, and their appetites always immense. However, Bai Yifan did not care in the slightest. A mere handful of yuan crystals was nothing to him, no more than a drop in the bucket, scarcely worth mentioning. If he could use such trifling external goods to completely buy off the ties between Chun An and Shen Qinglan, severing all contact between them, then this transaction would be exceedingly worthwhile. After hearing the system's functions, Chunin glanced at the pouch of 1,000 yuan crystals on the ground, and a glint of sharp light could not help but flash through his eyes. Chunin, young master Bai is giving you an opportunity. Do not fail to appreciate his kindness. Hell, 1,000 yuan jing is enough to exchange for 10 condensing chi pills. With your mediocre aptitude, that is sufficient for you to cultivate in peace for half a year. Chunin, Miss Shun is a heaven-favored daughter with peerless talent, while you possess nothing more than a mid-grade martial bone. Do you truly believe you are worthy of Miss Shun? Some people simply cannot see reality clearly, like a toad lusting after swan meat. In a secluded corner of the county academy, several followers who clung to Bai Yifan surrounded him on either side, their faces full of ridicule and their words biting every sentence, pressing aggressively. Their expressions were frivolous and their gazes full of disdain, treating Chun entirely as an ant they could trample at, while echoing Bai Yifan's stance and pushing their mockery to the extreme. Yet there were also some whose eyes were filled with naked envy and jealousy as they stared at the pouch holding 1,000 yuan jing, wishing desperately that they could take his place. For 1,000 yuan jing already counted as a fortune for ordinary folk. In the Deluo imperial dynasty, where martial might reigned supreme, yuan jing was the common currency for cultivation and the very foundation upon which martial artists relied to survive. Yuan jing could be used to purchase pills, temper the fleshly body, exchange for martial manuals, and acquire protective weapons. It could also be directly absorbed and refined to nourish one's qi and blood and advance one's cultivation. Ordinary hunters from rural villages and people at the very bottom of society might toil for an entire year and still fail to save even 100 yuan jing. Even ordinary disciples of the county academy received only a scant few dozen to 100 yuan jing each month. Only by scrimping and saving could they barely sustain the expenditure of cultivation. 100 condensing chi pills were enough to allow a cultivator at the condensing chi realm to train in seclusion for several years, so one could well imagine how astonishing the value of 1,000 yuan jing truly was. Such a windfall was sufficient to change the fate of a poor martial artist, enough to move hearts and make people bow their heads. Because of this, the gazes cast at Chun and were filled not only with the amusement of watching a play, but also with suppressed envy. In their eyes, faced with such an enormous temptation, poor-born Chun and had no right to refuse. Chunin slowly raised his head, his expression indifferent as his gaze swept over the snickering followers around him, finally settling steadily upon Bai Yifan's proud and scornful face. Just as Chunin was about to speak, Bai Yifan arched his brow impatiently and cut in coldly. I'll add another. He casually produced another small money pouch and tossed it onto the ground. The two pouches rolled together and collided with a crisp clink. That makes a total of 2,000 yuan jing. Bai Yifan lifted his chin, slightly opened disdain in his eyes, his tone carrying the air of condescending almsgiving. Take this money, cut off that foolish attachment completely, and stay far away from Xin Qinglan. Don't force me to act. If I do, you won't get a single coin. As everyone stared at the two bulging pouches on the ground, faint spiritual energy seeping from within the weight of 2,000 yuan jing plunged the surroundings into a brief, stunned silence. This time, even all the followers at Bai Yifan's side changed expression completely, their earlier domineering mockery vanishing without a trace. Someone unconsciously swallowed, their gaze glued to the pouches, greed almost overflowing from their eyes. Their fingers clenched of their own accord, atoms apple bobbing as undisguised envy filled their expression. 2,000 yuan jing. For these followers who depended on Bai Yifan, let alone them, even disciples of the county academy from decent families might not be able to save such a sum. It was enough to purchase high-grade cultivation arts and vast quantities of pills, more than sufficient to assault the peak of the condensing chi realm. The ridicule faded from some faces, replaced instead by a hint of awe. Their gazes toward Bai Yifan grew increasingly fawning as they whispered among themselves in low voices full of flattery. Young Master Bai is truly magnanimous. To casually take out 2,000 yuan jing. Only young Master Bai could display such extravagance. Exactly. That brat Chun and has really stepped in luck. If he still refuses to appreciate such generosity, he truly must be mad. Bai Yifan took in his followers' loss of composure with satisfaction, the curve at the corner of his lips growing even more arrogant as he gazed down at Chun Ning from on high. Looking at the bulging money pouches, Chun Ning's eyes flickered repeatedly. Then he raised his head to look at Bai Yifan as though gazing at a foolish landlord's son, the corner of his mouth lifting into a wicked curve as he said, "Many thanks for thinking so highly of me, young Master Bai, but Qinglan is my childhood companion, my dearest and most beloved. And you think that with this paltry amount of yuan jing you can make me stay away from her? Young Master Bai, you truly underestimate the bond that Qinglan and I have built over more than 10 years. Hearing Chun En's words, Bai Yifan's expression finally turned cold. He stared at Chun En with an icy gaze and said, Chun En, a man must know his own limits. Do you truly think I am negotiating with you? Chunin, do not refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Chunin, young master Bai has already given you face. Are you seeking death? Chunin, you should know contentment. Outside this academy, 2,000 yuan jing is enough to buy a man's life. The followers behind Bai Yifan yapped one after another. Young master Bai, you misunderstand. Feeling the faintly chilling aura emanating from Bai Yifan, Chun and merely smiled lightly. Looking at him with a playful glint, he said, what I mean is, young master Bai, you need to add more money. Young master Bai Qinglan is a postnatarial martial expert with outstanding beauty and extraordinary talent, one of the foremost heaven-favored daughters not only of Wurong County, but even of Chengtian Prefecture. You wish to win such a beauty, yet with a mere 2,000 yuanjing you hope to buy out the bond between us. Young master Bai, in your heart, is Qinglan worth only 2,000 yuan jing? At Chun An's words, a contemplative look flashed across Bai Yifan's face. His brows knitted slightly as he regarded Chun An with a deep gaze, as though weighing the truth of his words. Was this sheer greed without limit or deliberate provocation? After a moment, he actually withdrew the chill from his aura, nodding slightly. His tone carried impatience, yet there was a faint sense of being cornered as he said in a low voice. Fine, I will add more. 5,000 yuan jing. This is my final bottom line. Take this money and vanish from my sight. Never appear beside Shin Qinglan again, and never mention this so-called bond between you even in half a word. If you dare push your luck again, do not blame me. Bai Yifan, what are you doing? Before Bai Yifan could finish, a clear voice rang out from the distance, slicing through the air cold and sharp as it abruptly interrupted his words. In the next instant, a graceful figure stepped upon the wind and soared over robes, snapping in the air, her movements as light as a swan. In the blink of an eye, she landed firmly in front of Chun and placing herself protectively between him and the others. The young woman wore a close-fitting martial outfit of water blue, its clean lines hugging her form and outlining a tall, slender figure. Her skin was fairer than snow, her brows and eyes exquisite as a painting, with a delicate nose and cherry lips, of beauty pure and otherworldly. Her ink-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, simply bound with a plain ribbon, while a few loose strands framed her shoulders, lifting lightly in the breeze. A condensed aura unique to postnatarial martial artists coiled around her, her bearing cold and aloof. A faint anger clouded her brows, and her clear eyes locked icily onto Bai Yifan. Her presence erupted outward instantly, turning the surrounding atmosphere heavy and still. Qinglan, why are you here? Seeing the girl who had suddenly appeared, and feeling the biting chill surging from all around her, he sensed the innate pressure that only a postnatarial martial artist possessed. Bai Yifan's entire body stiffened, the arrogance and ferocity he had displayed moments before instantly dissipated without a trace. Even his tone became stammering, and his straightened back unconsciously bent a few degrees. He hastily restrained the baleful aura that still lingered around him, forcing a stiff and ingratiating smile onto his face. His gaze kept dodging, not daring to meet Shin Qinglan's icy eyes as he flusteredly tried to explain, Qinglan, I was just chatting with Chun and I didn't mean anything else at all. As he spoke, he subconsciously took half a step back. His gaze darted quickly over the two money pouches on the ground, a flash of panic flickering in his eyes. He hurriedly lifted his foot, intending to kick the pouches aside, yet feared that too large a movement would displease Shin Qinglan and could only freeze there stiffly. The lackeys around them were even more terrified, struck dumb like cicadas in winter. The domineering arrogance they had flaunted just moments ago vanished completely. Each of them lowered their heads and retracted their gazes, not daring to utter even a breath louder than necessary, as if afraid of being caught by Shin Qinglan's wrath. Shin Qinglan did not spare Bai Yifan a single glance. Her gaze passed over him and fell upon Chun An behind him. Though her tone remained cool, it carried less hostility as she gently asked, Chun An, he didn't make things difficult for you, did he? A light breeze drifted by, carrying the faint, pure fragrance unique to the girl's body, lingering delicately at the tip of the nose. Looking at the slender figure in front of him who was deliberately shielding him, then glancing at the two eye-catching money pouches on the ground, a trace of helplessness flickered in Chun An's eyes. I'm fine. He shook his head lightly, giving Bai Yifan, who looked rather ill at ease, a half-smile as he shrugged and said, Young Master Bai was simply being far too generous, insisting on giving me money. It was the kind where I couldn't refuse even if I wanted to. Bai Yifan. Shin Qinglan had naturally also seen the two money pouches on the ground. Hearing Chun An's words, she immediately understood what had transpired. Her willow brows shot up, the chill in the aura around her intensified. The postnatarial pressure she exuded surged toward Bai Yifan like a tidal wave, pressing down on him so hard that his breath hitched and his body involuntarily retreated 2 steps. You are truly bold. Shin Qinglan's voice was as cold as ice, each word laden with fury. Her gaze sharp as a blade of frost stabbed toward Bai Yifan, and the blood and qi within her surged faintly with anger. Qinglan, listen to me explain. Facing Shun Qinglan's towering wrath, Bai Yifan had long since lost even a shred of his former arrogance and swagger. Under the pressure of her postnatarium aura, his face turned deathly pale in an instant. Bai Yifan, am I so familiar with you? Who gave you permission to address me like that? Shun Qinglan mercilessly cut off his words. At her words, an awkward flush flickered across Bai Yifan's face. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his palms, forcibly suppressing the shame and unwillingness churning within his heart. Taking a deep breath, he barely managed to steady his panic and forced himself to appear calm. Looking at Shun and who stood behind Shun Qinglan, a trace of jealousy and hatred flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Classmate Shun is not worthy of you. He is nothing more than a mere middle-grade martial bone, an orphan with neither father nor mother, while you are a postnatarium prodigy with a boundless future. Your statuses are as far apart as clouds and mud. How could I possibly stand by and watch you willingly debase yourself and keep company with someone like him? Whether he is worthy or not, do you think it is your place to pass judgment?" At his words, Shun Qinglan let out a cold laugh. An icy chill seeped between her brows, and her blood and qi stirred faintly as the pressure of her postnatarium cultivation pressed down on Bai Yifan once more. She shifted her body slightly to shield Shun, and behind her, her gaze meeting Bai Yifan's hidden as she said coolly, "On the martial path, what matters is one's heart and perseverance, never family background or the grade of one's martial bones. If I find out in the future that you are making things difficult for him again, don't blame this young lady for disregarding the bond of classmates. Get out." Hearing such an unceremonious rebuke, Bai Yifan felt as if someone had slapped him across the face in public. His cheeks burned with pain as humiliation, jealousy, and shame intertwined within him, and he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. After that, he shot Shun in a venomous glare, then turned to leave. "Wait." Before he could take more than a few steps, Shun Qinglan's voice sounded behind him, and the 2 money pouches were kicked flying toward him. "Take your filthy money with you before you go." Bai Yifan lowered his head to look at the pouches that had been kicked to the ground before him, a flash of cold light crossing his eyes. Yet he did not bend down to pick them up. After a brief pause in his stride, he turned and strode away. It was one of the lackeys at his side who, trembling with fear, hurriedly scooped up the 2 money pouches and stuffed them into his arms, then ran after Bai Yifan in a flustered, stumbling trot. Watching the 2 money pouches being stuffed away by the lackey, a hint of regret unintentionally flashed across Chunan's face. That was 5,000 yuan jing. If that money were used to recharge for himself according to the system, it would be equivalent to cultivating tirelessly for 5,000 years. "What is it you seem rather regretful about not being able to accept those yuan jing?" Shun Qinglan turned her delicate head, observing his expression. Her elegant brows lifted slightly, and a hint of a half-smile, half-teasing look surfaced upon her pretty face. "Ahem." Shunan cleared his throat lightly, putting on an utterly serious expression as he said, "How could that be? In your heart, do you see me as the kind of person who would sell out friendship for a few yuan jing?" At his words, Shun Qinglan could not help but let out a soft, delighted laugh. She raised her jade-like hand, curled her slender fingers, and lightly flicked his forehead. A sharp sting shot through Chunan's head, making the corner of his mouth twitch involuntarily. "That little scheme of yours is written all over your face, and you still want to pretend to be serious in front of this young—" Her brows arched in a graceful curve, her smile pure and sweet. She then casually extended her hand and naturally rested it on his shoulder. Her manner was relaxed and familiar, entirely unconcerned with the usual distance between men and women, like that of a close confidant or sworn brother. Tilting her head, she asked softly, "What is it? Are you that short on yuan jing?" No. As her hand suddenly settled upon his shoulder, the warmth and softness of her touch seeped through the fabric. Chunan's body stiffened abruptly, his entire frame tensing by several degrees. He subconsciously shrank his shoulders slightly, his whole posture radiating a helpless discomfort. A faint blush quickly spread over the tips of his ears. Although he had merged with his predecessor's memories and knew that Shun Qinglan was usually casual and unrestrained in her dealings with him, his soul was now his own. Faced with such natural and intimate physical contact, he truly was not yet accustomed to it. Her clean, gentle fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. The distance between them was overly close, and his heartbeat involuntarily fell out of rhythm. You. Shun Qinglan keenly noticed the stiffness in his body and the faint redness of his ears. Her hand paused slightly on his shoulder as she blinked, her clear eyes immediately catching this subtle change. She tilted her head a little closer, her gaze curiously taking in the redness at his ear tips. Her tone was full of surprise with a hint of mischievous amusement. "Are you shy? No way, I treat you as a brother, and you actually want to sleep with me?" Shunan pushed her away, forcibly suppressing the strange feelings in his heart as he retorted stiffly, What nonsense are you spouting? Move aside, I just suddenly felt a bit hot, that's all. Alright, I'm heading back first. Chunin said, no more, waving his hand as he prepared to leave. Wait. Suddenly Shin Qinglan called out to him and swiftly stepped in front of him. She then pressed an exquisite money pouch and a white jade bottle into his hand, saying, take these. This bottle of condensing qi pills was specifically entrusted to me by old you for you. He wants you to make good use of these next few days to cultivate, see if you can open another meridian and achieve a good result in the exam. This one is from this young lady. There are just over 100 yuan jing inside. You are not allowed to refuse, she added, looking at him with an overbearingly insistent expression. Looking at the two items in his palms, Chun and was momentarily stunned. He subconsciously wanted to decline, but when his gaze met Shin Qinglan's eyes, it wavered slightly. Then he nodded heavily and said, all right, thank you. Seeing that Chunin had accepted them, Shin Qinglan's brows and eyes instantly relaxed, and a bright, breathtaking smile bloomed across her face. The golden crow sank in the west. The last rays of the setting sun withdrew, dusk spreading across the heavens as night slowly descended over the entire Reborn County. Chunin walked alone back to the secluded little courtyard tucked in a corner of the county city. He raised his hand, reversed his grip to hook the wooden door shut, dropped the bolt into place, and closed the gate, cutting off the clamor and lights of the outside world. Then he stepped into the courtyard and entered his dwelling, simple, yet steady and secure. This modest little yard was the only keepsake and inheritance his father Chun Yin had left him after his death. The courtyard walls were modeled the house's austere. Only a few plants grew in the yard. It could not be called elegant or luxurious, yet it was more than enough in its purity and peace. In this area of land where every inch was precious beside the Reborn County Academy, where cultivator disciples gathered, it was precisely this small courtyard that allowed the rootless Chun to possess a place of stable shelter where he could calm his heart and cultivate in peace. Entering the house, he lit the oil lamp. The dim, wavering flame instantly spread, slowly illuminating the narrow, pitch-black room. The faint halo of light drove away the heavy night, revealing the crude wooden table and the old wooden bed one by one. In the cramped room, a trace of warmth and mundane life suddenly appeared. The evening breeze slipped softly through the gaps in the window lattice, causing the lamplight to tremble and cast shifting shadows on the walls. Sitting on the bed inside the room, Chunin drew in a deep breath, then moved his mind. System. In the next instant, an interface like a virtual panel appeared before him. Host Chun and U age 17 I aptitude mid-grade martial bone, cultivation, qi condensation realm, second layer, current balance 0. Looking at the panel before him, Chun and could not help but feel his heartbeat quicken slightly. After all, this was a golden finger that could alter his fate. In his memory, in past years' major examinations, only martial practitioners at the 7th layer of the qi condensation realm and above ever had a chance to enter the prefectural academy. Without this golden finger, with his current cultivation at the Reborn County Grand Examination 3 days from now, he would likely rank at the very bottom, be miserably eliminated, and have his martial path completely severed. He drew in a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Then Chun and Rose reached into a hidden compartment under the bed and took out his savings along with the money pouch Shin Qinglan had slipped him earlier. 227 pieces. After counting all of his savings, the corner of Chun An's mouth could not help but twitch. If he did not include the 165 yuan crystals Shin Qinglan had just forced into his hands, his entire net worth would not even amount to a fraction of the loose change Shin Qinglan carried on her person. I am a pauper. Thinking of those 2,000 yuan crystals Bai Yifan had casually thrown out and his bold manner of opening his mouth with an offer of 5,000, Chun and felt nothing but envy and regret. If Shin Qinglan had not appeared, perhaps he would already have tricked those 5,000 yuan crystals into his own. When it came to deceiving a foppish wastrel like Bai Yifan, who flaunted his family background to act domineeringly, like some local fool of a young master, he felt not the slightest psychological burden. The other party had deliberately used money to humiliate him and make things difficult. A fleecing him of a chunk of resources would have been entirely justified. It was only a pity that the beautiful dream shattered and the heaven-sent opportunity that had almost fallen into his hands simply flew away. He shook his head, suppressing stray thoughts, and let his gaze fall back onto the panel before him. Let's recharge a little first and test the waters. His eyes flickered. Without further hesitation, Chunin moved his mind and separated out 5 yuan crystals, each the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint white glow. In this world, yuan crystals differed in color. Those emitting white light represented 1 unit green light, 10 units blue light, 100 units, and finally, those shining with purple light represented 1,000 units. System recharge 5 yuan crystals. In the next moment, Chun and saw the 5 crystals in his hand suddenly vanish from his palm, while the system balance on the panel changed from 0 to 5. System convert all remaining balance into cultivation. Boom. The instant the command was issued, a vast, searing true qi surged out of the void, sweeping through his 4 limbs and 100 bones in a single breath. That immensely thick true qi rushed along his meridians, scouring away the blockages along their walls. A tingling, yet full swelling ache rose from every part of his body. The acupoints along the hand Yangming large intestine meridian were blasted open one by this warm current, like a wild horse breaking free of its reins. Next came the foot Yangming stomach meridian, the foot Taiyin spleen meridian, the hand Shaoyin heart meridian. No one knew how long had passed. When Shunan finally regained consciousness, he found that not only had the true qi in his body increased by at least more than double, but the 3 orthodox meridians of foot Yangming stomach, foot Taiyin spleen, and hand Shaoyin had all been fully opened. One must know that after breaking through to the qi condensation realm, his original self had spent nearly 3 full years just to open 17 acupoints on the hand Shaoyin lung meridian and break through to the second layer of qi condensation. Yet now, with a mere 5 yuan crystals, he had used the system to transform them into incomparably pure true qi and opened 3 orthodox meridians in one stroke. This speed was simply beyond belief. Haha, worthy of being a system. This is truly outstanding. Feeling the unprecedented abundance of true qi within his body, an uncontrollable ecstasy surfaced on Chun An's face as he burst into loud laughter. With this system, he no longer needed to fear his martial path being cut off. System recharge all the remaining yuan crystals. Ding. Recharge successful. Current balance 222. This time Chun An did not hesitate any further. He intended to go all in. A balance of 222 meant that if he converted it all into cultivation, he could instantly exchange it for the equivalent of 222 years of bitter cultivation. No, that's not right. However, Chun An did not immediately pour it all into cultivation. He suddenly recalled that in the description of the system's functions, there had been no mention that it could only be used to exchange for cultivation levels. System consumed 10 units to exchange for cultivation time in the technique. Na Yuan Ju Qi Ju. Chen Ning tried tentatively. Boom. The next instant Chun An felt his head roar, and at once he seemed to arrive in a certain space where he began to comprehend the Na Yuan Ju Qi Ju. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Time seemed to race past in his perception, flashing by in an instant. A few brief moments of insight equaled several years of arduous cultivation for an ordinary cultivator. In the span of 2 years, he cultivated the basic technique, Na Yuan Ju Qi Ju, from a crude entry-level grasp to a steady minor completion. After another 8 years of tempering and polishing, the bottleneck of the technique shattered with a roar, and he directly broke free of his shackles, stepping into the realm of major completion. Unfortunately, when the 10-year period of comprehension ended, his Na Yuan Ju Qi Ju remained at major completion and could not touch perfection. It really works. Chun An slowly exhaled a long breath of turbid air. A sharp light burst forth in his eyes, unable to conceal the wild joy in his heart. At major completion, Na Yuan Ju Qi Ju not only renders my control over the true qi within my body ever more exquisite, but the efficiency of qi circulation and of drawing in and transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has nearly doubled. He focused inward, clearly sensing the smoothness and refinement of the qi coursing through his meridians, circulating freely without the slightest obstruction. In other words, from this day forward, my cultivation speed is twice what it used to be. Personally experiencing the all-encompassing amplification and qualitative transformation brought by the technique's major completion, the corners of Chun An's lips lifted as a look of relief and renewed confidence slowly emerged. What thrilled him even more was that after this first-hand test, he was completely certain that the system's capabilities extended far beyond merely exchanging for cultivation levels. Whether it was deepening one's understanding of techniques, honing martial skills, solidifying foundations, or nurturing meridians, so long as it was required along the path of cultivation, the system could accelerate deduction, sudden enlightenment, and breakthroughs, all at the price of yuan crystals. It did not merely pile up cultivation realms. Even bottlenecks and techniques like Na Yuan Ju Qi Ju could be leapt over in an instant with the aid of the system, saving countless years of prolonged bitter cultivation. Chun An's gaze burned, his heart suddenly clear. This was the true terror of the golden finger. So long as there were sufficient yuan crystals, techniques, martial skills, physique meridians, every obstacle on the cultivation path could be bulldozed straight through, leading to rapid transformation. Glancing at the remaining balance of 212 yuan on the system panel, Chun An's eyes flickered once, then he spoke resolutely. System consumed 200 units and convert all of them into cultivation. System consumed 200 yuan jing and convert all of them into cultivation. Boom. At the moment the thought fell, 200 yuan jing vanished into thin air, transforming into a surge of true qi several times more majestic than before, roaring as it poured into his body. If the true qi that appeared earlier was but a trickling stream, then this time it was akin to a world-shaking tidal wave. That violent yet incomparably condensed true qi instantly flooded every meridian in his body, surging like a great river, sweeping away all blockages in his acupoints with irresistible force. The previously stagnant meridian barriers shattered one after another, obstructed acupoints were successively opened. His entire qi and blood boiled, and his physical body was simultaneously tempered and strengthened by the true qi. The shackles of the sixth layer of the condensation realm crumbled layer by layer, the barrier of his realm breaking apart inch by inch. Sixth layer of condensation. Seventh layer of condensation. Eighth layer of condensation. The reservoir of true qi within his body surged madly, its circulation growing ever more dense and unending. In concert with the now perfected Na Yuan Ju Qi Ju, the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy and transforming it into true essence soared, and his aura skyrocketed, climbing step after step. The true qi within his body became ever more condensed and weighty, his meridians were continuously widened and reinforced, while his muscles and bones grew increasingly tough under the repeated tempering of the qi. Ninth layer of condensation. 10th layer of condensation. 11th layer of condensation. The air currents around him faintly surged. Within the small room, spiritual energy twisted and coiled, all converging into Chun'en's body. He kept his eyes tightly shut, his spiritual sense turned inward, watching helplessly as his cultivation barreled forward unstoppable. 12th layer. In the span of just a few breaths, he had firmly stepped onto the peak of the 12th layer of the condensation realm, standing at the very summit of that realm. True qi filled his entire body in perfect completeness. Every meridian and acupoint was fully opened and unobstructed, leaving not the slightest room for further advancement on the path of condensation. Yet the impact did not cease. The ultimate barrier of the 12th layer of condensation stood firmly before him, a chasm separating condensation from the Hotian realm. Ordinary martial artists might toil in bitter cultivation for a lifetime and still never cross this step. This is bad. Just as Chun'en was joyfully watching himself open the 12 principal meridians and achieve perfection in the condensation realm, he suddenly discovered a fatal problem. Namely that Na Yuan Ju Qi Ju was merely a lower-grade Xian-rank cultivation art dealing only with the condensation realm. It did not cover the locations of the 8 extraordinary meridians within the body, nor their circulation methods. Without knowing the locations of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the distribution of acupoints along them, and without a corresponding method to circulate his cultivation art, how could he possibly break through the shackles of the condensation realm? Most terrifying of all, he could feel that the vast true qi surging within him had not halted just because he had reached great perfection of the condensation realm. Instead, it was gathering ever more densely, causing his qi and blood to churn violently and his meridians to throb with dull pain. Chun'en knew that if this continued, the excess true qi, unable to be circulated, refined, and stored, would only keep stretching his extraordinary meridians, eventually rupturing them and causing his body to explode. Yet just as terror gripped him, memories suddenly surfaced in his mind about attempts to locate the 8 extraordinary meridians. In the first year he failed, his meridians ruptured, and he became a cripple. In the second year he failed again and died as his body exploded. In the 5th year he failed. In the 7th year he finally found the first of the 8 extraordinary meridians. In the 12th year he confirmed the second, and so on. By the 53rd year he had confirmed the 8th of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Immediately after, he saw the surging true qi within him suddenly find an outlet, rushing toward the soles of his feet. Boom! A dull, resounding impact erupted from the small hollow just inside his foot at the apex of the inner ankle. The raging true qi poured into a broad meridian near the Zhaohai acupoint, then advanced unhindered along his lower leg, thigh, and lower abdomen. The Yin Xiao meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Suddenly information about this meridian surged into his mind. What? This is actually one of the 8 meridians that must be opened for the Hotian realm, the Yin Xiao meridian. Does that mean I have already broken through the shackles of the condensation realm and reached the Hotian realm? After receiving the prompt from the system, extreme shock flooded Chun'en's face. His pupils contracted sharply and his mind trembled violently. Moments ago he had fallen into despair because he lacked a Hotian cultivation art and did not understand the circulation methods of the 8 extraordinary meridians. His chaotic, rampaging true qi had been crashing through his meridians, stabbing them with pain, and he had been certain his qi would spiral out of control and his cultivation backlash, leaving his meridians shattered, his cultivation abolished, and even his body exploding. Never could he have imagined that at the very brink of death the situation would reverse like a sudden turning of the tide, and that he would by sheer accident shatter the shackles and forcibly step into the Hotian realm that countless condensation cultivators dreamed of but could never attain. In the Hotian realm, one must open the 8 extraordinary meridians of the human body, linking all meridians into a single hole so that the circulation within the body forms a closed loop. Only then can true qi cycle unceasingly within the martial artist, never running dry. Ordinary martial artists spend over a dozen years, even several decades, exhausting resources and braving countless dangers merely to gain the slightest chance of comprehending the mysteries of the 8 meridians and knocking upon the gate of the Hotian realm. Yet with the power of the system, he had leaped across this chasm in just a brief instant, completing a realm transition that countless others could only long for in vain. Yin Xiao Meridian, Yang Xiao Meridian, Yin Wei Meridian, Yang Wei Meridian, Dai Meridian. By the time the 200 years of cultivation time he had exchanged were fully consumed, his true qi had finally reached the location of the Dai Meridian. The Hotian realm was divided into 4 minor stages: early, middle, late, and perfection. Opening 2 extraordinary meridians signified breaking through 1 minor stage. This time, Chun had opened 5 extraordinary meridians in one breath. In other words, his cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Hotian realm. The air in the small room suddenly shuddered as a low, vibrating hum of qi rippled out from nowhere. In the next instant, a vast and weighty, invisible force of qi erupted from Chun and as its center rapidly spreading outward. The wooden window quivered slightly. The fire of the oil lamp on the table flickered violently, its halo warping and swaying. Dust in the room all rose into the air, suspended and slowly spiraling along the invisible currents. The vast foundation brought by opening all 8 extraordinary meridians and entering the late stage of the Hotian realm could no longer be suppressed, naturally leaking outward. The true qi of the Hotian realm was dense and condensed 10 times purer and deeper than that of the condensation realm. As it flowed, it was steady and domineering, carrying the aura of a physical body that had undergone a complete transformation. Chunin slowly exhaled a long breath of turbid air. As his eyes gradually opened, it seemed as though 2 streaks of lightning flashed through the room. Though he sat upright without moving, an innate sense of steady oppression radiated from him, making him a completely different person from the frail condensation realm martial artist he had been before. So this is a martial artist of the Hotian realm. Excellent and immensely powerful. Chunin could clearly sense that he was now stronger than he had ever been. If he were to face his former self, who had been trapped at the second layer of the condensation realm and unbearably weak now, he could with a mere lift of his hand crush and obliterate that self as easily as swatting a fly. Martial artists of the Hotian realm possessed a completely different foundation. Across the vast Wuron County, the total number of Hotian experts definitely did not exceed 100, and each was a notable figure within the county. Most ordinary martial halls, clan guards, and martial officers tasked with bandit suppression outside the city lingered merely at the condensation realm. Only the instructors of the county academy, the core disciples of major clans, and veteran martial artists who had devoted years to cultivation had a chance to step into the Hotian realm. Once one entered the Hotian realm, one was considered to have joined the ranks of the top-tier combat strength in Wuron County, worthy of respect and fear, with resources, status, and influence all rising accordingly. In particular, with the system within him, as long as he had sufficient yuanjing, he could grow stronger without end. At that thought, the confusion, unease, and aimlessness brought about by the awakening of his past life memories instantly dissipated. Smack! Smack! Deep within the spacious, imposing estate of a great clan, a shrill shattering rang out again and again, as fine celadone teacups and precious ornaments were hurled hard against the bluestone floor, breaking into pieces and sending shards flying in all directions. All the servants passing through the courtyard and corridors held their breath like frightened cicadas, heads lowered as they hurried away, not daring to exhale too loudly. Inside the main hall, by Yifun's face twisted into a ferocious snarl, eyes bloodshot, chest heaving violently, as the fury surging within him nearly burned away the last of his reason. Shen Qinglan, wretched maid, for the sake of one Shen, and you dare humiliate me like this. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, the scene of Shen Qinglan berating him by day and humiliating him in front of everyone replaying again and again in his mind, stirring up boundless hatred. At last he ground his teeth, squeezing out an icy, killing intent between them. Chunin, this is all because of you. I will kill you. A mere piece of trash at the second level of the condensing qi realm from the very bottom of the ladder, yet he is worthy of Shen Qinglan's protection and has ruined my plans again and again. Do they truly think that just because Shen Qinglan shelters him, just because we are in the county, I can do nothing to him? Since he refuses to keep his dignity, I shall help him lose it. A glint of bone-deep cold light flashed across by Yifun's face, cruelty laid bare, without disguise, before he suddenly called out, "Attend me." Hurried footsteps rushed closer, and the door was flung open. An elderly man in dark tight-fitting clothes, his aura steady and condensed, entered with a respectful bow. He stood with a straight-back expression, solemn, a faintly intimidating current of chi emanating from him, clearly marking him as a cultivator of no small attainment. With his head lowered, he awaited orders, his voice respectful and deep. Second young master. Bai Yifan walked slowly to the window, gazing out at the streets, shrouded in night, the corner of his mouth curving into a cold arc. He enunciated each word, murderous, intent chilling. The Chuan and of the county academy. Send someone to take care of him. Second young master, the great examination is to be held in 3 days. To deal with a registered county scholar of the academy at such a time. At this command, the elder's brows knit slightly. He then lifted his head to look at Bai Yifan, a note of cautious persuasion in his tone. With the county examination imminent, the yamen and the county academy are patrolled with strict vigilance. Constables guard every quarter. To act rashly against a registered student, if anything were exposed, our Bai family could not escape accountability, and it would also affect your own county examination. Second young master. The loss would outweigh the gain. Though the Bai clan was an established family of Wu-Rong County with considerable heritage, they still dared not openly flout the rules of the academy or treat the laws of the yamen with contempt. To slay a student on the eve of a major examination was a grave taboo, likely to trigger a thorough investigation with endless repercussions. At these words, Bai Yifan's face darkened at once, the baleful glint in his eyes growing even sharper as he let out a cold, derisive laugh. I have no intention of acting in broad daylight. He turned around, his gaze gloomy and vicious as he sneered. Find men from outside. No need to take his life directly. Just cripple his meridians, break his arms and legs, leave him gravely injured and bedridden, unable to attend the county examination. He is but an orphan with no one to rely on. As long as nothing appears to happen, even if something does at such a critical juncture for the county examination, who would step forward for him? Those above, for the sake of their political achievements, will even help cover it up for us. Moreover, so long as the deed is done cleanly without leaving the slightest trace, who could possibly link it back to our Bai family? Hearing this, the elder finally inclined his head slightly, his expression contemplative as he slowly nodded. Second young master has considered all angles. It is this old servant who is overcautious. After a brief pause, the elder spoke again with cautious deference. However, should this old servant inform the master of this matter? At this, Bai Yifan's brows furrowed, at once murderous hostility surging in his eyes as he barked. There is no need. He stepped forward, gaze sharp and vicious, his tone brooking no dissent. To merely deal with a low-born county academy student from a poor family, why should we disturb my father? The elder weighed matters in his heart for a moment. Well aware that this young master was petty, vindictive, and fiercely protective of his pride, he knew that to contradict him would invite harsh reprimand. He bent slightly at the waist and said in a deep voice, "This old servant understands. I shall make the arrangements. Go. Before the county examination, I do not wish to see Chun and appear within the academy again." A cold smile curled at the corner of Bai Yifan's lips. Host Chunin, age 17. Aptitude mid-grade, martial bone. Cultivation postnatal realm late stage. Current balance 12. As expected, spending money is easy, earning it is hard. In just this short while, more than 200 yuan jing are gone. Gazing at the system panel, where only a lonely 12 yuan jing remained, Chun and could not help but tilt his head back with a long sigh, heart aching. He knew that without this top-up system, with that many yuan jing, so long as he lived frugally, he would not have lacked money for 10 years. Still, though his heart ached, he did not regret it. If not for the system, with his mid-grade martial bone aptitude, he would likely have been trapped in the condensing chi realm for life, let alone attaining his current cultivation as a latest-stage postnatal realm martial artist. With his present strength, whether he went beyond the city walls to slay ferocious beasts or served as a bodyguard for local clans and wealthy merchants in the city, he could easily earn hundreds or even thousands of yuan jing a year. A mere 300 yuan jing in exchange for latest-stage postnatal realm strength. This transaction was a resounding profit. Forget it. If I am to go all in, then I may as well go all in thoroughly. System, use all remaining balance to increase Crushing Mountain Force for me. Crushing Mountain Force was a mid-grade, Xian-level martial technique said to be capable at perfection of shattering a small mountain with a single punch. It was a Xian-level martial art that Shun Zongyue had gifted him upon learning that he had broken through the condensing chi realm. Within the Great Luo Empire, martial cultivation methods and techniques were classified from lowest to highest into 4 ranks: Huang, Xian-Di, and Tian. Huang-level methods and techniques corresponded to the body refining realm Xian level, to the condensing chi and postnatal realms De level, to the innate and grandmaster realms, while Tian level corresponded to realms beyond the grandmaster, far stronger and more enigmatic. Ordinary Xian level techniques, if one wished to purchase them on the open market, cost at least 5,000 yuan jing. As for the mid-grade, Xian-level crushing mountain force in his hands, its value was no less than 10,000 yuan, perhaps even more. Moreover, within the Great Luo Empire, the proficiency of cultivation methods and techniques was divided into 4 stages: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Generally speaking, for an ordinary condensing Qi realm martial artist, even for a low-tier Xian-level technique, it would take at least a year to reach entry. As for minor accomplishment, it would require at least 3 to 5 years. Those with poorer comprehension might even need 10 years. He, however, had already possessed this crushing mountain force for more than a year and had yet to truly reach entry. As his remaining balance was completely deducted, Chun and suddenly felt his mind quake. In the next instant, it was as if he had entered a boundless void, empty in all directions, where he began to cultivate crushing mountain force. Once 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Entry. 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times. Minor accomplishment. It seemed as though more than 10 years had passed, and yet in truth only an instant had gone by. Inside the room, the flickering lights danced. Chun abruptly rose from the bed, his figure standing tall like a spear. No, no. As her hand suddenly settled upon his shoulder, the warmth and softness of her touch seeped through the fabric. Chun's body stiffened abruptly, his entire frame tensing by several degrees. And arms. In the next moment, his right arm sank heavily as he exerted force, twisting his waist. Blood and chi surged, and his entire body moved in unison as he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The muffled and piercing sound of the air exploded suddenly, the fierce wind sweeping through the entire room, creating a chaotic swirl of air on the ground. The punch tore through the air, producing a barely visible ripple. The fierce and domineering fist force pressed down heavily. The full power of the small success of Bengshan Jin erupted. The fist's strength was solid and heavy, with restrained yet explosive ferocity. It was no longer the previous rough and chaotic force. Every ounce of exertion was perfectly matched with the techniques of martial arts. As the punch landed, the wooden table ahead trembled violently, the oil lamp on it swayed fiercely, and the flame flickered wildly. The overwhelming and formless fist force did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a fierce and heavy invisible energy, howling like an arrow released from a bow, crashing violently into the earthen wall 10 feet away. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly exploded, causing the surface of the earthen wall to cave in instantly. Numerous spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading, while the wall's surface peeled away and debris and dust rained down. The immense residual force surged within the small room, causing the doors and windows to tremble lightly and the surrounding air to swirl continuously. Chun slowly retracted his fist, watching the swirling dust in the room with a hint of shock in his eyes. Is this the true power of a middle-grade martial technique at small success? Chun murmured softly, looking down at his hands, somewhat incredulous that this punch had come from his own fists. To be clear, he hadn't used any of the true chi within him for that punch. It was purely the power of his physical. Generally speaking, a perfected physical body could indeed unleash a punch with a massive force of 5,000 pounds, but he felt that the strength of his punch, just now, was likely several times beyond that of an ordinary perfected physical body. At the very least, he felt that even the version of himself who was at the second stage of chi condensation wouldn't have been able to withstand that punch he had just thrown. No, it wasn't that he couldn't withstand it, rather he feared that he would be directly obliterated by that punch. If he were to fully unleash the true chi within him, now the power. He didn't dare to imagine how terrifying such a punch would be. Surely one punch could obliterate Bai Yifan, right? If the small success of Bengshan Jin is this powerful, what about its great success and perfection? Chun took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in his heart, and looked at the system panel, his eyes shimmering slightly. The feeling of rapidly increasing strength through spending money made him somewhat addicted. Why are those games from his past life so captivating, leading so many people to spend thousands on skins and equipment to boost their combat power? The principle is the same. Investing resources yields immediate and tangible improvements. Spend money and you can instantly gain overwhelming power. There is no long and tedious cultivation, no endless waiting. All feedback comes quickly and directly. If you are weak, spend money to strengthen. If you are lacking, spend to upgrade, instantly leveling the playing field and reversing the gap. This immediate sense of becoming stronger is the most enticing, easily drawing people into its depths. He used to think it was just others being impulsive and extravagant, but now experiencing it for himself, he fully understands that compared to the slow grind of daily cultivation, this shortcut of spending money to become stronger is simply too tempting. However, now he found that he had no money to spend. Glancing at the zero balance on the panel, Chun began to consider where to get some money. Borrow from someone. Shen An's mind suddenly recalled Shen Qinglan and Shen Zongyue. Shen Qinglan was his childhood sweetheart, and Shen Zongyue had often gifted him martial arts technique skills and even expensive pills over the years. If he asked, he should be able to borrow a considerable sum of spirit crystals from them. However, after some thought, Chun and shook his head, dismissing this idea. Although he knew that the Shun family would definitely lend him money if he asked, he had just received over 100 spirit crystals from Shin Qinglan and a bottle of qi condensation pills from Shinzonyue. Going to borrow money from the Shun family again at this time would surely raise their suspicions, right? The qi condensation pills. A flash of inspiration suddenly arose in Chun N's mind, and he turned around to look at the white jade bottle he had just placed on the bed. As far as he knew, in the market of Reborn County, a single qi condensation pill was worth 100 spirit crystals. This entire bottle contained 10 pills, which meant it was worth a staggering 1,000 spirit crystals. 1,000 spirit crystals. If he used it all to invest in the system, enhancing his cultivation and refining his martial skills, it would be equivalent to nearly 1,000 years of sitting and cultivating. Upon realizing this, a burning desire surged within him. Should he keep them for gradual refinement and step-by-step enhancement? Too slow. Having already tasted the pleasure of rapid growth through the system, he could not endure the slow pace of ordinary warriors' wasted years. Sell it. Once this thought arose, it grew like wild grass, impossible to suppress. Chun An's eyes flickered intensely, and his expression rapidly turned resolute and fierce. Although qi condensation pills are precious cultivation medicines to him, now they are far less substantial than actual spirit crystals. Pills can only slowly nourish qi and blood and assist in cultivation, but spirit crystals can make him instantly stronger, bringing about a direct qualitative change. Having decided to sell the qi condensation pills, Chun began to ponder. For him, there are two ways to sell this entire bottle of qi condensation pills. The first is to wait until tomorrow morning to go to the legitimate market in the city to sell it. The second is that today happens to be the day the black market opens, and he can take this bottle to the black market to sell. The biggest advantage of selling in the legitimate market is the stability and safety. During the day, there are regulations set by various powers ensuring the safety of his life. However, the corresponding drawbacks are also very apparent. The legitimate market strictly controls purchases of pills requiring the registration of personal identity information with layers of scrutiny, and pills of unknown origin are directly refused. Even if he somehow managed to sell them, the purchase price would be intentionally lowered far below the fair market price. For 1,000 spirit crystals worth of pills, he might end up with less than half, which is extremely unprofitable. On the other hand, the black market is the complete opposite of the legitimate market. The biggest advantage of the black market is that it does not inquire about the origin or check identities, and no registration is needed. As long as the items are fine regardless of where the pills come from or whose hands they are from, they can be directly negotiated for purchase. The entire transaction is discreet, leaving no records and not involving Shinzonyue, avoiding countless future troubles. Moreover, the black market offers quicker transactions. Desperate warriors and underground forces have a huge demand. The pills circulate quickly, and the prices won't be too outrageous, allowing him to retain most of the value with profits far exceeding those from the legitimate market. In addition, transactions in the black market are flexible. Goods and money are exchanged simultaneously, and the transaction is completed immediately with a strong sense of secrecy. Moving at night does not attract attention, allowing for a smooth realization of cash. However, the dangers of the black market are also evident. The black market is a mix of both good and bad, filled with desperate people, and incidents of murder and theft occur frequently. Without sufficient strength, one risks being victimized and losing their life. Fortune favors the bold. Chun considered for a moment and decided to take the risk. Though it was called a risk, given his current latest acquired realm and the fully developed Bongshan gene, unless a congenital realm expert targeted him, it would be hard to say who would rob whom. And congenital realm experts are all of high status. In the entire Reborn County, there are only 3 congenital realm experts publicly known. Such experts have no need to degrade their status for a mere spirit crystal. Taking a deep breath, Chun did not hesitate. He took out a black hooded cloak from the wardrobe, then channeled his martial arts, altering his facial features to resemble a stranger's visage. Only then did he tuck the bottle of qi condensation pills into his cloak and find the few remaining spirit crystals before quickly opening the door and slipping into the night. The night was heavy, enveloping the entire Reborn County. A figure glided through the darkness of the alleyways like a ghost, moving with a ghostly lightness. Whenever a patrolling city guard passed by, it seemed as though he could anticipate their presence, easily avoiding them. Heading west, this figure quickly arrived at a deserted old alley situated in the crevice of the city wall at the northwestern corner of Reborn County. Had he not previously come here out of curiosity, Chun would never have imagined that this seemingly deserted alley with crumbling houses and an air of abandonment during the day would actually be the location of a black market. After walking forward for over 100 steps, his vision suddenly opened up, revealing a dilapidated courtyard right before him. The courtyard walls were mottled and decaying, the wooden doors weathered and cracked. Beneath the eaves outside, a row of dark black lanterns hung their dim yellow light, flickering weakly, barely illuminating a circle of hazy darkness, leaving most of the surrounding area in deep shadow. On either side of the courtyard gate stood several robust men in black, each with a cold expression, their brows furrowed, exuding a fierce and menacing aura. These individuals were all at least warriors of the chi condensation stage. Chunin walked forward steadily, his steps calm and composed. He lifted his hand and reached into his bosom, pulling out a cold spirit crystal, which he casually tossed, landing precisely in the palm of one of the guarding men. The man caught it, weighing it in his hand before casting a glance at Chunin. Seeing him clad in a black cloak with only half of his face visible from beneath the hood, he did not delve into further questioning. The black market only recognized benefits, not the origins of its patrons. As long as you paid the entry fee and did not cause trouble, no matter your identity or where you came from, you could enter safely. The lead cold-eyed man withdrew his gaze, raised a hand slightly, and spoke indifferently in a rough, hoarse voice. You all understand the rules. Inside transactions rely on one's own abilities. No fighting is allowed. If you break the rules, you die. This simple warning was the only bottom line of the black market. The other thugs continued to stand guard, their vigilant eyes scanning the alley for newcomers, ignoring Chunin. Chunin nodded slightly, said nothing more, and stepped over the courtyard gate, calmly entering this black market hidden deep within the dilapidated alley, a place filled with a mix of various characters. Once inside the courtyard, the space opened up, bustling with people. A series of stalls appeared before him, resembling a night market square from a past life. Most of the stall owners were masked and wrapped in clothing, either covering their faces with black cloth or wearing conical hats to shield their eyes, their expressions dark and cold. Many were wrapped in tattered, heavy cloaks, concealing their appearances, an aura unwilling to reveal even a hint. No one called out loudly to sell their goods. All interactions were kept to a low murmur, involving whispers and secretive negotiations. The stalls displayed an array of weapons, the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts rarely seen elsewhere, as well as various types of mysterious pills, martial art manuals, and even some strictly prohibited items that circulated quietly. The passers-by moved hurriedly, each with a wary expression, avoiding eye contact as they brushed past one another, only glancing furtively. The air was thick with the bitterness of medicinal herbs, the stench of ferocious beasts, the rust of iron, and a faint, indistinct aura of violence, casting a heavy shadow over the entire black market. After scanning the entire black market, Chunin did not rush to sell the spirit pills he held, but instead began to examine the stalls. His eyes passed over stall after stall, containing sharp weapons, materials from demon beasts, martial arts techniques, and various medicinal pills. The stall owners were all taciturn, only speaking in low voices when a customer lingered, all exuding an air of secrecy and caution. Suddenly Chunin stopped in front of one stall. The owner of this stall was somewhat unusual, an elderly man with a long beard. Unlike others who concealed themselves, he wore a plain long gown, showing no disguise on his face. Sitting there, the old man sat lazily with his eyes slightly closed, not actively trying to attract customers, nor did he scrutinize the passers-by, as if the surrounding chaos, schemes, and killing intent had nothing to do with him. Chunin's gaze sharpened slightly, feeling an instinctive wariness. Abnormal occurrences indicate the presence of the extraordinary. To dare to appear without any disguise in the black market, one must either be an ignorant fool or an extraordinary expert with absolute strength, completely unafraid of others' covetousness. He suppressed his surprise and pretended to casually linger, letting his gaze fall slowly onto the items placed before the old man. A pile of books. To be precise, it was a heap of ancient texts and hand-copied scrolls, all of which were various martial arts, and the pages were old and yellowed, the ink faded. Some of the covers were damaged, while others were simply wrapped in coarse burlap, appearing unremarkable, yet standing out starkly in this chaotic black market. Seeing this, Chunin felt increasingly cautious. Martial arts and techniques were exceedingly precious, and ordinary forces would strictly control them, never allowing them to circulate freely. Yet this person dared to openly set up a stall in the black market, selling, without concealing his identity, clearly not an ordinary individual. He calmly glanced over the titles of those scrolls. Most were yellow-tier martial arts and techniques, with only a few of the mysterious tier, yet they varied widely, encompassing sword techniques, palm techniques, body techniques, and body refinement arts. Chunin flipped through one briefly, then picked up a martial art technique marked as low-grade mysterious tier, titled Mystic Tortoise Breathing Technique, glanced at the stall owner, and upon seeing no objection, began to examine it. The contents of the scroll were sparse, with only a few pages of brief introductions accompanied by a few lines of simple incantations, incomplete, and far from a complete martial art. Chunin felt no surprise at this. If it were a truly complete mysterious tier martial art, it would be invaluable and exceedingly rare, so how could it be carelessly displayed on a black market stall for anyone to browse? What was openly presented were mostly incomplete chapters, discarded scrolls, and flawed copies passed down appearing enticing in grade, but lacking in completeness, either prone to causing one to go astray or possessing only a fraction of their potential, serving merely as a reference. He ran his fingers over the yellowed rough paper, understanding in his heart. After flipping through a few more martial arts and techniques, and discovering they were all incomplete, Chen and lost interest set them down and turned to leave. As he turned to leave, the seemingly sleeping old man slowly raised his head, casting a murky glance at him, before continuing to close his eyes in feigned slumber. After circling around and gaining some understanding of the black market, Chen and finally found an empty spot in a corner. He took out a piece of paper he had prepared earlier and placed the spirit pills down, then sat cross-legged. In the bustling black market, it wasn't long before someone noticed the only exquisite white jade bottle lay. While ordinary pill bottles were crude and plain, this delicately crafted white jade vessel clearly contained superior pills, instantly drawing the attention of many. Before long, a figure with steady steps slowly approached. The newcomer wore a wide-brimmed hat, its brim pulled low over his face. His fitted attire accentuated a muscular physique, and he carried an ancient long knife slung diagonally across his back, its scabbard dark and heavy. Most of his face was hidden in shadow, revealing only the sharply defined lower half surrounded by a chilling aura born from years of bloodshed. He stepped closer, his gaze first falling upon the white paper on the ground, where the writing was concise and clear: spirit gathering pills, 1,200 yuan crystals. His attention paused slightly before he lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the white jade medicine vial. His fingers curled slightly at his side, and after a moment of silence he suppressed his hoarse voice and looked at Chun and asking, "Is this bottle full of 10 spirit-gathering pills? May I verify their quality?" Chun raised his eyes and glanced at the man, but said nothing, merely gesturing with his hand to indicate he could proceed. The man in the hat glanced at Chun and then crouched down, carefully picking up the white jade vial before slowly unscrewing the cap. A rich and fragrant medicinal aroma instantly wafted out, warm and lingering, pure and gentle, far superior to the inferior spirit-gathering pills found on the market. He leaned closer to the vial, sniffing lightly. He then poured out a round, plump pill with a pearly sheen, examining it closely under the dim light. The pill was perfectly shaped with clear patterns, and its medicinal potency was pure, indicating it was a top-quality spirit-gathering pill refined by a legitimate sect. Each one was of excellent quality, without any trace of impurities or flaws. Confirming its quality, he cautiously placed the pill back into the vial, securely screwed the cap on, and gently set the white jade vial back on the coarse paper in front of Chun. The man in the hat straightened up, his gaze locking onto Chun and with a heavy intensity as he said in a hoarse, cold tone, "The spirit-gathering pills are good, but the price is too high. How about 1,000 yuan crystals?" 1,001. Chun similarly lowered his voice, glancing at the man in the hat, shaking his head, his voice slightly hoarse. The man in the hat stared deeply at Chun, his eyes flickering slightly, then nodded, saying fine. After that, he pulled out a money bag from his pocket and handed it over. "Count it." Chun reached out to take the money bag, opened it, and saw that it contained a total of 11 blue crystallized yuan crystals. "Deal." After a quick glance at the yuan crystals in the bag, Chun's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure, calmly placing the bag into his pocket and giving a faint nod. The man in the hat said nothing more, took the vial of spirit-gathering pills, looked deeply at Chun again, then turned to leave. Seeing him go, Chun finally let out a slight sigh of relief, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He hadn't expected such a smooth transaction. It had taken less than 10 minutes to sell the vial of spirit gas. Moreover, he had sold it for 100 yuan crystals, more than the market price. With the goods sold, Chun had no intention of lingering, so he picked up the paper from the ground and walked toward the exit of the black market. However, after taking a few steps, Chun paused slightly, then walked back towards the stall where he had seen the martial arts techniques displayed. Arriving at the stall, it remained as it was, the old man still gazing down, seemingly indifferent to the state of business. Stopping in front of the stall, Chun carefully examined the martial arts techniques and skills displayed, his eyes flickering as he picked up the scroll. He had previously looked at how much for this incomplete scroll of the Xian turtle breathing technique. The old man slowly opened his murky eyes, his gaze lazily falling on the scroll in Chun's hand, then scanning Chun's body, before speaking in a slow, measured tone, "A low-grade, Xian-level breathing technique." After a pause, the old man extended 3 bony fingers, stating 300 yuan crystals. Hearing the old man's price, Chun's mouth twitched. This scroll, which was at least 70 to 80% incomplete, dared to be priced at 300 yuan crystals. Though this technique is low-grade Zuan level, it is at least 80 to 90% incomplete and cannot be cultivated. It is worth at most 50 yuan crystals. Chun thought for a moment and calmly countered. The old man looked at him with murky eyes and then smiled faintly, saying fine. Hearing the old man's straightforward agreement, Chun's mouth twitched again. This was it, the price had been set too high. However, Chun and didn't dwell on it. He took a deep breath, pulled out 100 yuan crystals, and handed them over, receiving 5 green yuan crystals in return. With the transaction complete, Chun and continued to look over the stall, his gaze landing on 3 scrolls of martial arts techniques. The 3 scrolls were titled Song Xian Merging True Technique, Xian Iron Body Technique, and Introduction. Song Xian Merging True Technique is a top-grade, Xian-level technique reputed to compress the true energy within the body and purify it. When perfected, it can increase the chance of breaking through to the innate level by 20%. Xian Iron Body Technique is a top-grade, Xian-level body refining technique claiming that when perfected, one can achieve a body of refined iron, making it impervious to blades and poison, and can enhance the chance of breaking through to the innate level by 30%. Like the Xian Turtle Breathing Technique, both Song Xian Merging True Technique and Xian Iron Body Technique are also incomplete scrolls with only about 20 to 30% of the techniques remaining, making them impossible to cultivate. As for Introduction to Alchemy, it is merely a compilation of basic knowledge, not a formal cultivation technique detailing only the most rudimentary notes on alchemy. It contains no methods for cultivating or condensing true energy, only simple descriptions of the most basic medicinal herb identification, properties of plants, knowledge of simple alchemical tools, and control of fire, both gentle and fierce, along with a few elementary recipes. The content is simplistic and rudimentary, lacking a system, making it unsuitable for cultivation or assisting martial breakthroughs. It is only appropriate for ordinary people or low-level martial artists to familiarize themselves with alchemy and learn the basics. After some bargaining, Chun and acquired the 2 incomplete scrolls Song Xian Merging True Technique and Xian Iron Body Technique, along with Introduction to Alchemy, for 80 yuan crystals. Safely tucking the scrolls away, Chun and lowered his head to minimize his presence, adjusting his black cloak, and walked directly toward the exit of the black market. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of the guards at the black market entrance, Chun and successfully walked out through the gate and hurriedly made his way outside. However, just after walking 100 steps, Chun and suddenly felt a chilling gaze fixed on him from behind. Had he been targeted? With a slight shudder, Chun and didn't turn around. He took a deep breath and then accelerated, putting his body into motion as he dashed forward. But as he sped up, the footsteps and wind behind him followed closely, the distance between them closing rapidly. Not just one person. With his latest stage postnatal cultivation, Chun and sensed that at least 2 martial artists were after him. "Want to run?" A chilling voice suddenly rang out from behind, and Chun and felt a fierce gust of wind strike at his back, making his entire body feel like it was being pricked by needles. Danger! Chun An's eyes chilled, but he remained calm. His body, which had been rushing forward, abruptly halted, his footwork shifting as he used the alley wall for leverage, suddenly darting sideways. Swish! A short dagger brushed past the edge of his cloak, embedding itself fiercely into the side wall, sending debris flying. Taking advantage of this moment, Chun and quickly glanced back. 2 martial artists clad in black masks covering their faces were quickly pursuing him. They worked in perfect unison, one wielding a short blade, and the other grasping an iron claw, their murderous aura palpable, clearly well-prepared assassins. "Be sensible and hand over all your yuan crystals, and we might let you go. Otherwise, haha." In the dark alley, a chilling, eerie laughter echoed through the narrow passage. 2 figures slowly approached, blocking Chun N's path, their murderous intent palpable. As he watched the 2 figures closing in, a flicker of light flashed in Chun N's eyes beneath his cloak, a cold glimmer that vanished as quickly as it appeared. The 2 were clearly ruthless individuals. Even if he were to surrender, he feared he could not escape their deadly grasp. Moreover, judging by the aura emanating from the 2, they were at most merely warriors at the chi condensation. Though he had struggled to keep up with his skills due to relying on the system for improvement with his strength at the late stage of postnatal realm, he should be more than capable of crushing the 2. The short-bladed man, seeing him unmoving, immediately lunged forward with his blade, aiming for Chun N's chest and abdomen with a deadly malicious strike. The Iron Claw warrior followed closely behind, sweeping his claws to block any escape routes, aiming to suppress him in an instant. However, just as the icy claws were about to make contact, Chun and suddenly shifted his steps light and ethereal. Utilizing the perfected footwork he had just mastered, he sidestepped gracefully, evading the 2 lethal attacks like flowing water. In the moment of evasion, he did not retreat. Instead, he propelled his fists forward, infused with a fierce energy that erupted explosively. Postnatal. One of the black-clad warrior's pupils constricted, his tone filled with disbelief and terror. "No, spare me." In that brief instant, the 2 clearly sensed the terrifying pressure radiating from Chun in, a true manifestation of postnatal realm power. What appeared to be a harmless prey concealed the strength of a postnatal expert, completely overturning their expectations. The 2 desperate assailants were instantly struck with fear, their previous ferocity dissipating, leaving only pure terror and despair. Mountain-crushing fist. A fearsome punch exploded through the air, crashing mercilessly into both of them amidst their horrified gazes. Bang! Bang! The dull explosive sounds of impact rang out consecutively as the unmatched force of the punch shredded through their flimsy, chi condensation defenses unstoppable. The two bodies trembled violently as if struck by a giant mountain becoming rigid, and then like tattered sacks they flew backward into the air. In midair a sweetness filled his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood burst forth like a rain of crimson. They crashed heavily onto the cold ground, their bones shattered, their breath instantly fading. After a few spasms they gasped more in than out, completely losing their ability to resist, lying there on the brink of death. Chunin exhaled a long breath, glancing at the two, barely alive, on the ground. With an indifferent expression, he stepped forward and kicked each of them in the head. With two muffled thuds, their bodies stiffened, their pupils dilated, and their breath ceased entirely. After this, Chun finally bent down to search their bodies. A moment later, having collected everything he found, he took one last look at the dark alley behind him before turning. Half a stick of incense later, three figures suddenly appeared in the alley. I never expected the infamous Blackshaw brothers to fall tonight. So powerful. With just one punch, the Blackshaw brothers at the later stage of chi condensation were defeated in a single blow. At least a postnatal expert. When did such a person appear in the black market of Warong County? The three figures carefully examined the corpses, sensing the lingering remnants of overwhelming fist power in the surroundings, their eyes filled with shock. They understood the methods of the Blackshaw brothers, who had long partnered in crime seasoned in bloodshed and who typically posed no threat to others of the same level. Yet now they had been instantaneously killed. The disparity was extreme. The group scanned the dark corners warily, their minds tense with apprehension, fearing that the mysterious expert who had slain the Blackshaw brothers might still be lurking nearby. They dared not linger nor pursue the traces of the opponent. After hastily glancing over the scene, they quickly concealed their expressions, lowered their bodies, and silently slipped away, disappearing into the depths of the night. Finally stepping into his own courtyard, Chun felt the tension in his mind completely relax. I'm finally home. What an exhilarating day. He shut the wooden door behind him, locking it tightly to shut out the cold, dark night and the noise of the streets. Only then did Chun discard his guard, lazily collapsing onto a wooden chair, pouring himself a glass of cold water and downing it in one gulp. The icy water slid down his throat, dispelling the chill of the night and the residual hostility from the earlier skirmish. He finally exhaled a long breath, feeling completely at ease. Entering the black market to trade for pills, selecting incomplete techniques, encountering ambushes, and retaliating. It had been a continuous series of tense moments, leaving him no time to relax. Especially the final counterattack against those two who attempted to cheat him. Although his victory was swift and decisive, only he knew how nervous and fortunate he had been at that moment. Though he had integrated memories, this was his first time taking a life. Had it not been for the system elevating his cultivation to the late stage of postnatal realm, far surpassing those two by a significant margin, it could very well have been that he ended up in dire straits tonight. Yet despite having killed those two, Chun felt not a shred of guilt. Let alone that this world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest, where strength reigns supreme. In his past life, was it not the same? Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Chun then lit the oil lamp, fetching some water to the bathroom inside to begin washing up. In the bathroom, a rugged, perfectly masculine physique emerged into the air. Cold, piercing well water poured over him, washing down his skin and muscles slowly. The chill penetrated his flesh, simultaneously washing away the remnants of sweat and blood. After drying off, Chun walked out of the bathroom and sat down at the table, beginning to tally the gains from tonight. 5 techniques. Apart from the incomplete techniques he had purchased from the old man at the black market, namely the Xian Gui breathing technique, Song Xian melding technique, Xian Tai golden body technique, and introduction to alchemy. The last technique was one he had retrieved from one of the two would-be muggers, specifically a complete technique called Fei Xing chasing shadow steps, a middle-grade martial skill. Unlike the 3 incomplete techniques he had bought, this Fei Xing chasing shadow steps was actually a complete martial technique. A complete middle-grade technique would be worth at least 10,000 crystals on the market. I really didn't expect that someone would come out to ambush with a martial technique manual on them. Chun couldn't help but show a strange expression as he looked at the Fei Xing chasing shadow steps in his hands. In his past life, while watching movies and reading novels, he always found such plot developments unreasonable. Those who robbed and committed crimes would carry martial manuals and cultivation techniques with them, which seemed overly contrived and appeared stiff and fake. He never thought he would encounter such a situation himself. However, Chun didn't dwell on it too much, flipping through the complete martial technique with a smile on his face. As the saying goes, fortune doesn't come without risk. Although tonight had been perilous at every turn, with multiple brushes with danger, securing this complete martial technique made it all worthwhile. As long as he sells this complete middle-grade martial technique, he could exchange it for at least 10,000 crystals. With 10,000 crystals aided by the system's functions, he would be able to elevate his cultivation to a realm he had once never dared to imagine. Inside the room, the flickering flames cast dim yellow shadows on the walls. Chunin took a slow, deep breath, forcibly suppressing the impulse to rush back to the black market overnight, his gaze once again falling on the gains before him. Yuan crystals. Previously, he had sold the condensing chi pills for a total of 110 yuan crystals, spent 130 yuan crystals on incomplete techniques, leaving him with 970 yuan crystals. In addition, he had also searched the 2 slain martial artists and found a total of 1623 yuan crystals. In other words, he now possessed over 2593 yuan crystals. Gazing at the pile of yuan crystals quietly spread out before him, shimmering with various spiritual lights, Chen-N's breath involuntarily quickened. Yuan crystals in the hands of others are merely circulating currency, but for him, they are the core resource used to break through and become stronger. 2593 yuan crystals equate to a full 2593 years of arduous cultivation time. Thinking of this, Chun and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. A foundation of over 2,000 years of cultivation, such a terrifying accumulation, even a pig with day and night cultivation for so long, could become enlightened and transcend into the extraordinary. Calm down. Calm down. Chunin took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the heat and ecstasy surging in his heart, slowly calming his restless emotions. He understood the reasoning. Over 2,000 years of cultivation time sounded incredibly tempting, but things would not be that simple. He clearly remembered that previously, due to the lack of corresponding techniques to balance, recklessly using the system for arduous cultivation caused his realm to wildly increase, overwhelming his body and meridians, nearly leading to his own explosion and demise. Had it not been for the system's inherent technique deduction function, which helped him deduce the positions of the 8 extraordinary meridians, he might have already perished. Moreover, he was well aware that from his last experience, the cost of the system's technique deduction was enormous, consuming a significant amount of accumulated cultivation time. Now, with the system in hand, and over 2,000 yuan crystals available to exchange for over 2,000 years of cultivation time, he was no longer fearful of the cultivation progress. Thus, his biggest shortcoming remained the insufficiency of corresponding techniques. This was the fundamental reason he had not hesitated to spend yuan crystals in the black market to purchase those incomplete techniques that were utterly useless to ordinary martial artists. Ordinary martial artists require a complete technique to cultivate, otherwise reckless cultivation can easily lead to demonic deviation. The incomplete techniques on the black market stall were fraught with flaws, offering no benefit to ordinary martial artists. But for him who possessed the system, these incomplete techniques were far from worthless. They were the most precious. His plan was to utilize the system's deduction ability, using these incomplete techniques as a foundation to gradually mend their flaws, perfect their pathways, and thoroughly restore several techniques, thus filling in his shortcomings. In addition, once the system completely perfected and repaired these incomplete techniques, he could sell the surplus complete techniques in the black market, continuously exchanging them for a large amount of yuan crystals. In this way, it would create a perfect virtuous cycle. I'm simply a genius. Chunin couldn't help but emit a strange laugh. His eyebrows raised, a proud expression blooming on his face. While others found it nearly impossible to obtain a complete technique, spending several years of fortune may not yield results. But he with the system could transform incomplete scrolls into complete techniques, turn waste into treasure. Exchanging incomplete scrolls for complete techniques for yuan crystals, and yuan crystals for cultivation time, thus revitalizing his entire path of cultivation. Suppressing the smile at the corner of his mouth, Chun and continued to look at the items on the table. Besides techniques and yuan crystals, he also found a few bottles of pills and their weapons from the 2 slain martial artists. A dagger that appeared to be of mid-level Xian grade, and a pair of low-level Xian grade iron claws. The classification of weapons in the Deluo dynasty is similar to that of techniques, also divided into 4 levels: Huang, Xian Di, and Tian, with each level further divided into lower, middle, upper, and extreme grades. Xian grade weapons correspond to those used by condensing Qi realm and postnatally realm martial artists. Generally, a low-level Xian grade weapon is worth over 5 or 6,000 yuan crystals, while mid-level Xian grade weapons usually exceed 10,000 yuan crystals. Whoosh! Chunin reached out and gripped the icy dagger, swinging it a few times in the air before slashing it sharply against the corner of the wooden table. The sharp blade sliced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. With a crack, the thick table corner broke apart, the cut smooth, and even with no ragged edges, demonstrating the sharpness and hardness of this mid-level Xian grade dagger. Not bad. After glancing at the smooth surface of the table corner, Chun nodded in satisfaction. It truly was a sharp weapon of mid-level Xian grade. Chun An's eyes flickered, and he decided to keep this dagger for his own defense. As for the pair of iron claws, he tried them out, and found them uncomfortable, casually tossing them aside, planning to take them to the black market next time to see if he could sell them. Looking at the remaining pile of porcelain bottles filled with powder, they were all the most common low-grade Huang-level pills, such as hemostasis powder, detoxification pill, and blood-activating pill. Chun glanced over them, instantly losing all interest. Firstly, the grade was too low and the efficacy was weak, offering no help to his current cultivation. Secondly, these pills were obtained from the two desperate martial artists. Human hearts are treacherous, and the martial world is unpredictable. No one could guarantee that these had not been secretly mixed with poison. It was unnecessary to risk his life for these trivial low-grade pills. With that thought, he directly gathered all the bottles to the side, intending to either sell them at a low price later or simply discard them, never to touch or consume them lightly. After finishing these tasks, Chun picked up the yuan crystals on the table and said, "System recharge." Ding. Recharge successful. Current balance 2583. He did not recharge all the yuan crystals, but left 10 yuan crystals for living expenses. This was something he had only thought of while in the black market. Had he not left a few yuan crystals in other places at home, he wouldn't even have been able to enter the black market. Looking at the balance on the panel, the corners of Chun's mouth involuntarily lifted, and then his gaze flickered slightly. After his recent visit to the black market, he recognized many of his shortcomings. Firstly, the lack of techniques. Without corresponding cultivation techniques for the postnatally realm, he didn't even know where the 8 extraordinary meridians were. Had it not been for the system forcibly helping him deduce them, he could have been in danger. Thus, it would be best for him to deduce the techniques first. This way, his cultivation would be twice as effective with half the effort. Secondly, his practical experience was shallow. Even after merging memories and raising his realm to the late postnatally stage with the system, he had very little real experience with life and death battles. Had his opponents been slightly stronger that night, it would have been him who faced defeat and death. Thirdly, his movement techniques. As a powerful practitioner in the late postnatally stage, his movement techniques were surprisingly inferior to those of 2 condensing Qi realm martial artists, which was quite embarrassing. Had he not relied on sheer strength to resolve matters swiftly, if those 2 had seen through the flaws in his movement techniques, he would have been in danger. After realizing his needs, a resolute glimmer flashed in Chun's eyes, and then he shouted in his heart, "System, consume 200 yuan crystals to help me deduce the Tsang Xian Rongzhen Gong." Ding. Beginning the simulation of the Tsang Xian Rongzhen Gong, consuming 200 years of training time. As the command was issued, Chun suddenly felt a jolt in his mind, and his consciousness fell once again into that void space. In his mind, the previously purchased, incomplete Tsang Xian Rongzhen Gong cultivation method began to manifest, its fragmented qi circulation routes swirling before him like shards of a starry river, rapidly revolving, reorganizing, and evolving. The system's simulation slowly activated, dissecting and testing countless flawed qi nodes, chaotic meridian pathways, and incomplete core principles one by one. In the first year, the simulation failed, the qi pathways conflicted, and the true qi flowed backward. In the 10th year, the simulation failed, the energy in the dantian stagnated, unable to close the loop. In the 20th year, the simulation failed, the meridians could not bear the load, and the flow was sluggish and difficult. Failure. Failure. Continuous failures. Countless erroneous cultivation routes were continually rejected, erased, and restarted, the tedious and obscure simulation endlessly repeating. Until the 37th year passed, after countless trials and errors, the system finally discovered the first complete and smooth foundational qi circulation route, completely breaking the first shackle of the incomplete technique. In the 100th year, in the void space, more broken meridian nodes were continuously repaired, the profound principles of the technique were systematically organized, and the originally chaotic qi methods gradually formed a coherent cycle. The core framework of the incomplete Tsang Xian Rongzhen Gong was gradually constructed and reinforced by the system, with numerous hidden dangers, risks of true qi flowing backward, and cultivation blockages completely eliminated. In the 200th year, the entire technique, from the upper, middle, and lower layers of the core principles to the circulation of true qi through the 8 extraordinary meridians and the methods of storing energy, was fully simulated and completed. The shattered shards of the starry river completely came together, the incomplete ancient scrolls patterns shimmered, and a complete, flawless, smoothly operating and devoid of hidden dangers supreme technique was finally perfected. Shoo! In the dim room, Chun suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if 2 golden rays flashed and vanished in his gaze. It's complete. The technique, over 80% incomplete, which had been placed on a black market stall and deemed worthless by many warriors, was completed by him. He had bought this Tsang Xian Rongzhen Gong for only 50 yuan crystals. However, the completed Song Xian Rong Gong was worth at least 100,000 yuan crystals on the market. A staggering 2,000 times difference, 2,000 times profit. This time he truly struck it rich. Taking a deep breath, Chun and suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to rise, and instead of immediately cultivating the perfected Song Xian Rong Gong, he continued to issue commands to the system. Consume 200 yuan crystals, help me simulate the Xian Tai Jin Gong. Consume 200 yuan crystals, help me simulate the Xian Gui Lian Shi Shu. Ding. Starting the simulation of Xian Tai Jin Gong, consuming 200 years of training time. Starting the simulation of Xian Gui Lian Shi Shu, consuming 200 years of training time. Rumbling. In the next moment, Chen An's mind was once again bombarded by countless simulation fragments. Shattered scriptures, incomplete body refining diagrams, broken qi and blood circulation methods, and scattered qi gathering techniques collided, intertwined, and dismantled within the void of consciousness like meteoric shards. Time and again routes collapsed, methods conflicted, and potential cultivation hazards surfaced only to be instantaneously erased. 200 years of day and night, sleepless and tireless, with countless cycles of deathless and indestructible trials and transformations. The two originally severely incomplete techniques and secret arts were undergoing a visible metamorphosis. Buzz. Finally, after a total of 400 years of simulation time, the supreme body refining technique, Xian Tai Jin Gong, was completed. The low-grade secret art Xian Gui Lian Shi Shu was completed. Two vast and complete streams of technique information surged into his mind like a tide, instantly merging and imprinting deep within his soul. The secrets of refining flesh and bone, the pathways of true qi circulation, the techniques of gathering qi, and the profound insights of concealing cultivation were all thoroughly understood. Good. Chunin suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze shining with excitement. Unable to contain his joy, he burst into loud laughter. Two supreme techniques and one low-grade secret art, their combined market value exceeded at least 250,000 yuan crystals. Yet he had relied on the system's miraculous simulation abilities, consuming less than a single night's worth of training time and only using 730 yuan crystals. With a mere expenditure of 730 yuan crystals, he acquired techniques worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. The profits were simply astounding. Most importantly, completing these three techniques and secret arts also indirectly filled some of his shortcomings. Let's first try cultivating the Xian Gui Lian Shi Shu system. Consume 100 yuan crystals, exchange for 100 years of Xian Gui Lian Shi Shu training time. Buzz. A deep tremor resonated from within as vast amounts of years of cultivation power surged into his limbs and bones, flowing into his spiritual sea. 100 years in the void space passed in the blink of an eye. Yet in reality, not even a single breath of time had passed. When Shonen regained his senses, he had fully integrated the Xian Gui Lian Shi Shu, cultivated to perfection. Xian Gui Lian Shi Shu, perfected to completion, allowed him to fully and freely seal the true qi and energy within his body. Unless one was two major realms above, even a personal investigation would not reveal the true cultivation level of the practitioner. With a thought, Chun and activated the perfected Xian Gui Lian Shi Shu. In the next moment, the aura of a postnatal realm expert gradually converged around Chun, and the surging qi within him gradually calmed. The intense true qi of the late postnatal realm concealed itself within the dantian and meridians. Even his breathing became faint and subtle, as if he transformed into a motionless ancient tortoise blending into the surrounding air. Feeling the subtle effects of the perfected Xian Gui Lian Shi Shu, Chun and nodded slowly, quite satisfied. He then focused his mind, deliberately loosening part of the secret technique's power, no longer fully sealing his cultivation. In the next moment, a gentle and prolonged true qi slowly circulated through his meridians, gradually spreading out. The true qi was weak, the energy contained. Condensing qi realm, second level. This secret technique is excellent, truly a must-have for a cunning person. Feeling the weak, true qi flowing gently within him, Chun N's lips curled into a playful smile, nodding again in satisfaction. Previously, he had been concerned that his cultivation would surge too abruptly in a short time, and if his postnatal strength was detected by the old experts in the city or hidden masters, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted greed. After all, everyone loves opportunities and covets adventures. A young man with no background, yet possessing great strength, would be viewed as a walking feast in the eyes of others. Treasures, techniques, and adventures would tempt anyone to harbor greedy thoughts and secretly scheme. However, now with the perfected Xian Gui Lian Shi Shu, all worries could be easily resolved. If he wanted to display his condensing qi cultivation, he could conceal his aura and hide his postnatal foundation. If he wanted to showcase his strength, he could instantly unseal and unleash overwhelming power. Even if his strength were to be exposed with the Xian Gui Lian Shishu, others would only think of him as a deeply scheming, hidden genius warrior. They would only marvel at his deep foundation and meticulous thinking, understanding the wisdom of concealing his abilities and patiently waiting without suspecting that he had rapidly risen due to the system. Finally, I can cultivate without worry. System. Consume 100 yuan crystals, exchange for 100 years of Tsang, Xian, Rongzhen Gong training time. System. Consume 100 spirit crystals to exchange for 100 years of cultivation time for the Tsangshuan Rongzhen Gong. Pure and dense heavenly spiritual energy surged into the Dantian like a tidal wave as the perfected Tsangshuan Rongzhen Gong autonomously operated in a great circulation, flowing smoothly, without any stagnation. The true qi that had been stagnant in the meridians for a long time suddenly became agitated, violently rushing along the thoroughly unblocked meridian pathways. Various blocked acupoints were forcefully penetrated one after another with blood and qi surging throughout the body, merging the physical body with the true qi, resulting in a dramatic increase in foundation. Under the enhancement of the complete Tsangshuan Rongzhen Gong, the true qi surged forward, and after unblocking the meridians, it resolutely charged towards the Chong meridian. After 10 years, the Chong meridian was completely unblocked. This meridian is the source of the blood qi. Once unblocked, the qi and blood within the body surged more vigorously, and the true qi became several times denser. The overwhelming qi spiraled up from the Huin acupoint, pouring into the deep Duyin meridian. The Duyin meridian is the sea of yang meridians, governing the pure yang strength of the entire body. As the true qi entered the meridian, every muscle and bone became numb and heated as strands of vigorous yang energy coursed through every limb and sinew, cleansing every inch of flesh. As the years flowed by, another 20 years of bitter cultivation passed, and the hard and blocked Duyin meridian was shattered layer by layer, completely unblocked. The overwhelming true qi ascended through the Duyin meridian, connecting all the acupoints along the spine, filling the body with yang energy, which flowed increasingly rapidly. After a brief pause, the roaring qi changed direction, flowing down from the chest cavity, violently crashing towards the Ren meridian in the center of the body. The Ren meridian is the sea of Yin meridians, governing all the Yin energy of the body, complementing the Duyin meridian. The vigorous true qi repeatedly washed, polished, and broke through the barriers as time slowly passed, and the bitter cultivation continued to consume. Another several decades of hard cultivation passed in the blink of an eye. Crack! An invisible barrier shattered with a loud noise, and the Ren meridian was completely unblocked. At this point, all 8 meridians were opened, connecting the front and back Yin and Yang meridians, linking all the major and minor meridians and acupoints throughout the body, allowing the true qi to circulate endlessly without any stagnation. With all the meridians thoroughly connected, the internal and external qi blended seamlessly, greatly loosening the bottleneck of cultivation, and his foundation became incredibly rich. The 100-year cultivation limit was almost exhausted, and the cultivation came to an end. A cold voice echoed in Chun N's mind. On the chair, Chen N's body trembled slightly. An invisible wave of energy erupted from him, causing the entire room to shake violently. The wooden beams swayed, the furniture moved as if blown by wind, and even the oil lamp on the table went out with a pop. After a long while, the commotion in the room gradually ceased. Who? In the darkness, Chun exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His eyes opened, and 2 golden glints flashed fleetingly from his gaze. Feeling the true qi within him had become at least 5 times denser, sensing it swirling freely through the major and minor meridians, a feeling of endless vitality surged, and Chun could hardly suppress a long howl. Perfected postnatal realm. After spending 100 years, he finally unblocked the remaining 4 meridians and reached the perfected state of the postnatal realm. Unfortunately, even after 100 years, even though he had perfected the Tsangshuan Rongzhen Gong, making his true qi nearly twice as dense as that of an ordinary postnatal realm warrior, he still could not break through the shackles of the postnatal realm, shatter the bridge to the innate realm, and advance to the innate realm. According to the descriptions in the Tsangshuan Rongzhen Gong, postnatal realm warriors need to find the elusive bridge between humanity and the heavens within their bodies to break through to the innate realm. Only by unblocking this mysterious bridge that connects the human body with the heavens can one break through their own barriers, drawing their body into harmony with the great forces of the universe, freely absorbing the vast spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. At that time, the stagnant and heavy postnatal true qi would undergo a fundamental transformation, becoming pure and elevated, transforming into the more profound and powerful innate true qi reborn, and greatly extending lifespan, truly entering the realm of extraordinary martial arts. Is it because of my aptitude? Chun frowned slightly, a hint of doubt and gloom flashed in his eyes. By the common knowledge of this world, martial bones represent a warrior's potential, and his aptitude was merely of ordinary middle-grade martial bones, which generally could only be trapped in the chi-gathering realm for a lifetime. Without great fortune, he might never even touch the threshold of the postnatal realm. Middle-grade martial bones can only be trapped in the chi-gathering realm for a lifetime. I am already perfected in the postnatal realm, having long shattered this so-called fate. How can mere martial bones restrict me? My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. System, give me a boost. He would not forget that perfecting the Xian Tai Jin Shingong could increase the chance of breaking through to the innate realm by 30%. Since martial bones are limited and the bridge to the heavens is hard to find, he would tackle it from the physical body, forcefully breaking through the constraints of his talent with supreme body refining methods. Boom. A heavy rumble erupted within him as an overwhelming and mysterious power surged throughout his body. The Xian Tai Jin Shingong heart technique autonomously operated as fierce and domineering body, refining energy, swept through his limbs and bones, subjecting every inch of flesh, muscle, and organ to repeated tempering, grinding, and polishing by the violent and heavy power. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 7 years the technique was mastered, the body initially forged into armor. 53 years the technique achieved minor success, flesh condensed like iron, significantly increasing resistance. 126 years the technique reached great success, muscles and bones merged, chi and blood solidified like mountains. 273 years the technique was perfected. Inside the small room, Chen N's skin gradually turned red and hot as a faint roaring sound echoed from deep within him, akin to a great river surging, a manifestation of his blood and chi boiling and flowing. His hardened bones emitted a low, deep hum as flesh continuously shattered, reorganized, and refined with the fascia, becoming as tough as leather, and the organs receiving layers of fortification from the true chi of the Xian Tai Jin Shun. Through a century of relentless cultivation without rest, his physical foundation surged dramatically, layer upon layer of rebirth. The physique that had already far surpassed that of ordinary postnatal warriors now completely transformed, becoming as solid as black iron, harder than steel. At the same time, the postnatal true chi within him, under the enhancement of the perfected Xian Tai Jin Shingong, became even denser and more refined, subtly undergoing a mysterious qualitative change, with points of dazzling golden light emerging above the originally heavy postnatal true chi, fierce and majestic. The initially transformed golden true chi surged through the meridians, washing over every inch of flesh and muscle throughout the body. The already connected and more resilient meridians carried the increasingly powerful force, allowing the golden true chi to freely traverse and circulate throughout. The rolling golden energy surged upward, breaking through layers of energy orifices, ultimately finding a long-sealed hidden checkpoint deep within the sea of consciousness. That barrier was hazy and indistinct, ethereal and elusive, separating mortals from the heavens, and was the checkpoint of the bridge to the heavens that countless postnatal warriors spent their lives trying to reach, but could never touch. Break for me. The bridge of heaven and man. It is said to be the primal passage connecting the human body to the heavens and earth, hidden deep within the spiritual platform of the head and the secret realm of the mud pellet, formless and intangible, without shadow or shape. Ordinary warriors are shackled by the limitations of their martial bones and mortal bodies, their souls shallow and their true chi chaotic, making it nearly impossible for them to glimpse its traces throughout their lives. Only those who achieve ultimate perfection in their physical form undergo a transformation and sublimation of their true chi and unify their essence, energy, and spirit, can awaken their primal source and sense the existence of this celestial bridge from afar. With the 12 main meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels interconnected, the meridians unobstructed, and the profound iron body perfected, the mortal body forged to the level of diamond, the acquired true chi refined to reveal a golden phenomenon, completing a qualitative transformation towards the Tao. It is this layered accumulation of profound foundation that forcefully tears through the mist, allowing Chun to glimpse the final celestial gate leading from the acquired to the innate. Breaking through the celestial gate allows one to return to the innate from the acquired, achieving the status of an innate realm warrior. What is an innate realm warrior? The innate is to be born in accordance with the heavens, sharing the same origin as the world. Upon stepping into the innate realm, the internal organs undergo transformation and purification. The flesh is reborn, the mortal body morphs into the embryonic form of the innate Tao body, and life expectancy surges by a decade. Moreover, innate warriors can draw the cosmic energy of heaven and earth into their bodies, manipulating the winds and clouds of the four corners with a single thought, their true chi breaking free from the constraints of the meridians, flowing outward as blades of energy and shields formed from chi. With every gesture their power surges explosively, splitting mountains and shattering earth, effortlessly achieving impossible feats. At this realm, one has taken the initial step into the true path of extraordinary martial arts. Not only in Wuron County, but even in the city of Qingtian, they would have the qualifications to establish a sect. Wuron County has a population of several million, yet on the surface, there are only 3 innate realm powerhouses. But no one could have imagined that tonight a mere 17-year-old, a student facing the county examination in 3 days, is about to challenge this. At this moment, right now, he is striking against the barrier that countless acquired realm warriors cannot break throughout their lives. The incredibly dense, true chi, almost liquefying, carrying flecks of golden hue, surged violently towards that ethereal barrier hidden deep within the mud pellet and spiritual platform. Break for me. A roar like thunder echoed in Chun In's heart. Boom. A deafening tremor erupted from the depths of his sea of consciousness, shaking the formless barrier, violently, ripples spreading in layers. The entire small room was engulfed in a tempest, waves of energy rolling and shaking, dust rising. In the ethereal depths of the spiritual platform, the formless barrier, separating the acquired from the innate, finally couldn't withstand the relentless assault of the golden true chi, cracking to reveal a fine fissure, then shattering with a roar. The bridge of heaven and man, sealed for countless ages, was forcibly opened. In that instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and the surrounding void surged violently. The endless primordial energy, originally scattered and thin in the heavens and earth, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, like rivers returning to the sea or moths to a flame, continuously flowing into Chun In's limbs and bones through the newly opened bridge of heaven and man. The pure and vast primordial energy surged in, rapidly merging, colliding, and refining with his thick and solid acquired true chi, tinged with flecks of gold. The polluted and heavy mortal essence was layered away, washed clean, and the shackles of the mortal body crumbled inch by inch. Under the guidance of the bridge of heaven and man, the two forces continuously blended and transformed, gradually giving rise to a pure, gentle, and boundless azure true chi infused with endless vitality. Clear and ethereal, resonating with the Tao, the innate true chi was worlds apart from the acquired true chi. At this moment, the acquired faded away and the mundane was sublimated. Innate realm accomplished. However, even after successfully breaking through into the innate Chun In's cultivation within his body had not ceased. The bridge of heaven and man was thoroughly opened with no barriers remaining. The vast primordial energy from all directions surged in like a flood, pouring into his meridians and dantian. The continuous influx of pure energy flooded his body, fully expanding the extraordinary meridians, accommodating this supernormal power to the fullest. The azure innate true chi, which had just undergone transformation and rebirth, rapidly grew, settled, and refined under the deluge of primordial energy. The physical body meridians and true chi advanced in unison. The foundation he had just stepped into, the innate realm, was being continuously polished and solidified, rapidly progressing steadily from the physical body meridians and true chi advanced in unison. The foundation he had just stepped into, the innate realm, was being continuously polished and solidified, rapidly progressing steadily from the entry level towards the perfection of the early innate realm. Buzz. Chun In's figure trembled violently, and a terrifying aura erupted around him, sweeping through the entire room. The tables and chairs were abruptly lifted, and wood chips and dust filled the air. At the same moment, within his dantian's energy sea, and a terrifying aura erupted around him, sweeping through the entire room. The tables and chairs were abruptly lifted, and wood chips and dust filled the air. Spelling. The innate power flowing through the meridians became increasingly robust, resonating powerfully with the heavens and earth. The barrier broke again, and the realm soared. Mid-innate realm. Ding. The 500 years of cultivation time has been exhausted. Cultivation terminated. At this moment, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. The continuous flow of primordial energy rushing into his body suddenly ceased, and the guiding power of the bridge of heaven and man gradually quieted. The azure innate true chi, which had been surging and wildly expanding within him, slowly receded, shedding its violent and overwhelming momentum, flowing in an orderly manner through his meridians, stabilizing back into his dantian's energy sea and limbs. The restless aura gradually calmed. The fierce winds that ravaged the room began to dissipate, and the once chaotic space returned to silence. Chun In slowly opened his eyes, a deep azure glow fleeting across his gaze. Mid-innate realm. Feeling the surge of power within him, Chun In had an inexplicable sensation of being able to shatter the heavens with a single punch. However, Chun In quickly regained his composure, understanding that this was merely an illusion brought on by the rapid surge of his power. The innate realm, while significant, did not grant him the ability to dominate in the small Wuron County, let alone the entire Deluo Empire or the vast Song Yuan continent. There was still a great distance to go before he could truly shatter the heavens. It seems the rapid increase in power is a bit overwhelming. Chunin slowly raised his hands, and with a thought of faint azure light emerged from his palms. With the backing of the system's years of hard work, he had mastered the control over his surging cultivation to perfection. His true chi flowed seamlessly, and his foundational realm was solid and unyielding, showing no signs of instability. Yet breaking through multiple realms in a single night, from the condensation realm to the acquired realm, then from the acquired realm to the early innate realm, and finally into the mid-innate realm, the leap in power was too rapid for his physical body and cultivation to keep pace with, leaving his mental state struggling to catch up. Chunin's gaze narrowed slightly as he gradually suppressed the surging restlessness in his heart, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, then stood up, feeling a sticky discomfort throughout his body, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Pores expelling. Wait, is it the washing of marrow? Glancing at the layer of black, oily filth that had appeared on his skin, Chun and raised an eyebrow, and after a moment's thought understood that this must be the impurities expelled from his body during the breakthrough to the innate realm. The foul odor from the impurities made him uncomfortable, so Chunin walked to the bathroom, stripped off his clothes, and began to wash up again. The golden sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window, and Chunin's eyelashes trembled slightly before he woke up, lazily yawning. After a long night of exertion, he had taken a bath and consumed 200 yuan crystals to exchange for 200 years of time to fully master the flying star pursuing shadow step, and then he climbed into bed for a good sleep. Although his innate cultivation level at this moment meant that not sleeping for a night, or even 10 days and nights, would have no impact, the habits from his previous life still made it hard for him to adapt immediately. Moreover, in his view, having profound cultivation was one thing, while living freely was another. There was no need to rely on cultivation to forcefully endure everything. Getting out of bed, Chun and first tidied up the room that had been thrown into disarray by his powerful aura during his breakthrough, aligning the crooked tables and chairs, sweeping away the dust, and making everything neat and tidy. He then went to the courtyard to wash his face, washing away the laziness of the night, shaking off his drowsiness, and changing into a clean, simple blue scholar's robe. After adjusting his collar, he circulated the mysterious turtle breath control technique to compress his cultivation to the second level of chi condensation, then opened the courtyard door and stepped out slowly. The morning light was warm on the street, and the morning mist gradually dissipated. Shops along the street began to open, smoke curled upwards, and voices rose as pedestrians hurried by, vendors called out, and carts moved slowly, the aroma of life enveloping him. The grass and trees on both sides of the street were wet with morning dew, and a gentle breeze brought a faint fragrance of vegetation, presenting a scene of peace and stability in the morning. Although he had merged with the original Buddhist memories and was already familiar with the streets and scenery of this city, being immersed in such an ancient and charming marketplace still stirred a sense of strangeness and novelty within him. With this tinge of curiosity, Chun mingled among the bustling pedestrians walking at a leisurely pace. The sounds of street vendors calling out, the jingling of cart bells, and neighbors chatting intertwined, creating a lively atmosphere. The cobblestones beneath his feet were mottled with dark tiles and white walls arranged in a staggered manner. Dew hung from the eaves, and the breeze carried the aroma of breakfast towards him. Gurgle. Not long after stepping out, an abrupt growl from his stomach suddenly echoed. Chunin raised an eyebrow, deciding not to stroll any longer. In this vast world, eating was the most important. He then glanced around and walked towards a nearby breakfast stall. The stall was enveloped in white steam with stacked steamers, and the rich aromas of wheat and meat mixed with the sweetness of hot porridge wafted towards him, full of warmth. Chunin stepped up to the steaming breakfast stall, which was set up beneath an old locust tree with several simple wooden tables and benches arranged neatly. White steam constantly rose from the layers of steamers, the aroma of meat buns and scallion pancakes mingling with the warm scent of rice porridge, making one's fingers itch with desire. The owners were a middle-aged couple, quick and efficient, busy serving the incoming customers. Boss, I'll have 10 meat buns, 5 scallion pancakes, and 3 bowls of lean meat porridge. All right, please have a seat, it will be ready shortly. The boss's wife replied, lifting the steaming lid of the steamer with steam billowing towards her, her movements exceptionally nimble. Before long, the piping hot breakfast was served on the table. The meat buns were thin-skinned and generously filled, the golden, crispy scallion pancakes were fragrant, and the warm lean meat porridge wafted steam. Chunin was not polite. He sat down casually and began to eat slowly. In the martial arts world, this was quite common. Postnatal martial artists had strong physiques and abundant vitality, and the stronger the cultivation, the greater the physical consumption, leading to a sharp increase in appetite. Ordinary postnatal martial artists often found that 3 meals a day with simple food were insufficient to sustain their physical needs. Some could even consume a several hundred and second-tier ferocious beast in one meal to replenish their lost vitality. However, entering the innate realm was a completely different level. Innate martial artists, while possessing far greater strength than postnatal, no longer needed to rely solely on meat and grains to fill their consumption. Having opened the bridge between heaven and man, they could constantly inhale and exhale the world's primal energy to nourish their flesh and temper their vital energy, achieving self-sufficiency and significantly reducing their appetite. However, after breaking through all night with his mental state taut, and with vigorous qi and blood circulation combined with being on an empty stomach for a long time, the instinctual feeling of hunger was hard to suppress. Thus, today's food intake far exceeding that of ordinary people was not surprising for the current shinin. In a short while, the entire table of food was completely consumed, and the hunger in his stomach was swept away. Warmth spread through his limbs, and the innate vital energy, circulating in his dantian, became even more gentle and stable. After settling the bill, Chun and patted the tiny crumbs off his clothes, then stepped away from the breakfast stall and continued to stroll along the bustling street. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Not long after, a magnificent building came into view, and Chun paused his steps, raising his gaze with a slight change in expression. The pavilion had blue bricks and dark tiles, a vermilion door, and a plaque with gilded edges written in bold strokes, standing out prominently on the entire long street. It is said that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is one of the top super merchant houses in the Luo dynasty, with influence spread across various states and prefectures of the dynasty, possessing profound heritage and mysterious depth. Inside the pavilion, the goods were numerous and varied, encompassing everything a martial artist needed for cultivation: sharp weapons, protective armor, healing elixirs, refining medicines, martial arts manuals, alchemical and refining materials, as well as rare items like ferocious beast blood and monster bones. This place was not only the first choice for martial artists in Warong County to procure cultivation materials, but also a core location for cultivators to exchange treasures, pawn collections, and trade for yuan crystals. There are even rumors circulating that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's background is far from simple. Among its branches, there are even earth-level and even heaven-level techniques, martial arts, and divine weapons available for sale. Such treasures are worth their weight in gold, and only large clans, top talents, or seasoned powerhouses are qualified to catch a glimpse of them and pay hefty sums to acquire them. Standing before the pavilion, Shun raised his eyes to look at the gilded Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, plaque, his gaze flickering. Previously, he was merely at the second level of qi condensation and naturally did not dare to step into such a money pit. But today was different. Now, he had the cultivation level of the mid-innate realm, which naturally bolstered his courage. He needed stronger techniques and martial arts. Currently, the highest technique he practiced was merely of the profound grade, which corresponded to the peak of the postnatal realm, and it could not match the cultivation level of the innate realm. Without a proper innate level technique to back him up, even with the system in hand, which allowed him to exchange for endless time, his cultivation progress would be slow and inefficient. Last night's arduous practice was the best proof. Initially relying on his existing foundation, he easily broke through the barrier of heaven and man in nearly 300 years of time and stepped into the early innate stage. However, the subsequent cultivation suddenly became stagnant, and he spent a full 200 years just to barely progress from the early innate stage to the mid-innate stage. Aside from his originally mediocre physical talent, the core issue was the lack of a legitimate innate level tech. The profound grade techniques were too limited, unable to circulate innate vital energy, draw upon the world's primal energy to refine meridians and dantian, and could not maximize the benefits of the long cultivation time granted by the system. If this continued, the higher his realm, the thicker the cultivation barriers would become, and even if he held the heaven-defying system that allowed him to exchange infinite cultivation time, he would only waste vast amounts of time achieving little while squandering his unique advantages. Martial arts followed the same principle. Incompatible martial techniques would ultimately be difficult to unleash the full potential of the innate realm. If he only encountered martial artists weaker than himself, it would be fine, but if he faced enemies of the same rank, or even those with a higher realm than his own, then he would be in danger. With a flicker of light in his eyes, Chun took a step into the entrance of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. As he stepped through the grand entrance of the Tianbao Pavilion, a serene and tranquil aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, starkly contrasting with the bustling noise of the outside market. The interior was vast and magnificent, with polished blue patterned stone tiles covering the floor and intricately carved pillars and beams adorning the surroundings, exuding an elegant and ancient charm. Rows of shelves and exquisite jade cabinets were meticulously arranged, displaying various cultivation treasures categorized into 4 distinct sections: the elixir area, the weapon area, the material area, and the martial arts section, making it easy to navigate. The guests milling about were all martial artists with composed auras or noble science, clad in luxurious attire, speaking in hushed tones and exhibiting restrained manners, with no one daring to make a ruckus. Dozens of attendants in uniform gray attire stood respectfully in various corners, their discerning eyes capable of identifying the status and cultivation level of the visitors at a glance. The air was infused with the fragrant aroma of elixirs, the metallic scent of divine weapons, and the fresh greenery of spiritual herbs, with a gentle spiritual energy lingering around him, refreshing and invigorating. Chen walked in slowly, his gaze calmly sweeping the surroundings. He did not immediately inquire about the prices of earth-tier techniques or martial arts, but instead casually followed the crowd to look around. As he reached the section for techniques and martial arts, observing the various yellow-tier and xian-tier techniques displayed on the counter, his expression subtly tightened when his eyes fell upon the prices. Yellow-tier middle-grade technique, iron bone technique, 666 yuan crystals. Yellow-tier upper-grade technique, flame forging body secret, 888 yuan crystals. Xian-tier lower-grade martial art, green element sword, art, 5,888 yuan crystals. Xian-tier upper-grade technique, fiery xian, art, 68,888 yuan crystals. Xian-tier top-grade martial art, thunderclap, explosive fist, 159,900 yuan crystals. Hiss! Chen gasped sharply. Taking his leave, upon seeing these prices, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Although he was now a congenital martial artist, he was still a pauper. Currently, the yuan crystals he possessed were not even enough to cover the cost of the yellow-tier techniques, let alone the earth-tier and heaven-tier techniques he desired. Forget it. With this amount of money, it would be better to try using it for the system's deductions. If it could derive an earth-tier technique, that would be a huge profit. Based on the prices of yellow-tier and xian-tier techniques in Tianbao Pavilion, an earth-tier technique or martial art would likely cost over 2 million yuan crystals. 2 million yuan crystals, according to the system's rules, equated to 200,000 years of cultivation time. He could hardly fathom what realm he could reach after cultivating for 200,000 years. Wouldn't he directly shatter the void and ascend? Shaking his head, Chen dismissed the thought of inquiring about earth-tier and heaven-tier techniques. These techniques were clearly not displayed in the hall and required a corresponding identity status or cultivation level. Though if he were to lower his cultivation level as a mid-stage congenital martial artist, he should be able to view those earth-tier and heaven-tier techniques. However, Chen did not intend to do so. In this day and age, being low-key is the way to go. But perhaps I could find a time to sell my techniques to Tianbao Pavilion. After abandoning the idea of probing for earth-tier and heaven-tier techniques, Chen turned his attention to the several xian-tier techniques and martial arts in his hands. Now that he had entered the congenital realm, ordinary xian-tier techniques could no longer keep pace with his cultivation rhythm and had become completely useless. Moreover, having honed those xian-tier techniques and martial arts over the long years with the system, he had already perfected them to their utmost limits, leaving no room for further improvement. Keeping them would only gather dust. Rather than letting them sit idle, it would be better to sell them all off, exchanging them for a substantial amount of yuan crystals to support the system's deductions in exchange for cultivation time, which would be the optimal choice. And Tianbao Pavilion was one of the top trading houses in the Daluo Empire, even rumored to sell earth-tier and heaven-tier techniques with an incredibly deep foundation. They would unlikely covet his few xian-tier techniques. Thus, choosing to sell to Tianbao Pavilion would be safer and more convenient. Resolute in his decision, Chen withdrew his thoughts and continued to browse in Tianbao Pavilion for a while longer before leaving empty-handed. Buns, freshly steamed buns. Candied hawthorn. Sir, come and play. As if he were a street urchin, he strolled around the streets for a day, personally experiencing the local customs and cuisine before heading towards home after dining at a small local restaurant. Arriving home, and just as he was about to unlock the door, Chen suddenly felt a stir in his instincts. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing as it swept toward the street corner behind him. There he caught sight of a sneaky figure disappearing around the corner. Gazing at the empty, silent street corner, Chen's eyes darkened slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his depths. He was utterly convinced that someone had been lurking in the shadows observing him. The gaze that had locked onto him was laden with undisguised chill and malice, far from that of an ordinary passerby. Who is it? Chen's eyes flickered as memories of various figures flashed through his mind. In his memory, the original owner had no deep-seated grudges with anyone, and as an orphan with no wealth or power, it seemed unlikely that he held anything worth others conspiring against him. Could it be him? A pair of resentful eyes appeared in his mind. By Yifan. He didn't know much about this person, only that the Bai family had a strong foothold in Wuron County, wielding considerable power, with many innate experts among them holding significant influence locally. Bai Yifan himself was also a well-known genius within the county school, with cultivation far exceeding that of his peers, possessing an arrogant and narrow-minded temperament, always looking down on others, and repaying grudges with vengeance. Once, after being defeated in a competition, the next day, that student was found in an alley with broken legs and expelled from school. His malicious deeds were already notorious in the county school. There was a student who by sheer luck had managed to surpass him in a martial competition, but within just a day that student was ambushed in a dark alley on the way home, had both legs brutally broken, and was ultimately forced to leave school, ruining his future. Relying on the Bai family's power and his own cultivation, he frequently bullied the weak and suppressed rivals, with countless such incidents reported. Remembering what had happened yesterday, it was likely, no, Bai Yifan definitely held a grudge against him. Given Bai Yifan's character, that person he just saw could very well be connected to him. A cold glint flashed in Chen An's eyes. No matter who it is, if they truly seek death, he won't hold back. Taking a deep breath, Chen An chose not to chase after that figure, but turned around to enter his home. System. Upon entering the house, Chen An focused his thoughts and opened the system. Host Chen An, age 17, talent medium grade, martial bone cultivation, congenital realm midstage, current balance 1083. Looking at the balance on the system, Chen An's eyes flickered as he pondered what to do next. Should he consume yuan crystals for cultivation or derive techniques? Although his current cultivation was sufficient to handle most troubles, he didn't know who had set their sights on him, so naturally the stronger he was the better. However, last time it took him a full 200 years just to barely advance from early stage to mid-stage congenital. This made him acutely aware that he must first derive a proper congenital technique. Only with techniques keeping pace with his realm could his future cultivation be twice as effective, avoiding the waste of long years and not squandering the extraordinary advantages bestowed by the system. After pondering for a moment, Chen An's eyes suddenly brightened, and he felt a sense of clarity in his heart. Children make choices. Adults want it all. He quickly made up his mind. He would neither solely focus on pushing his cultivation nor shut himself away to grind through technique derivation, but pursue both in parallel simultaneously. He would allocate 500 years for technique derivation, and if it wasn't successful, the remaining 500 years should guarantee that even without a congenital technique, he could still break through to latest stage congenital. Having made his choice, Chen An shifted his gaze back to the system panel in front of him, then silently recited in his heart. System. Consume 500 yuan crystals to fully derived song, Xian Rong Zhen Gong. System. Consume 500 spirit stones to exchange for 500 years of cultivation time, fully deducing the 9 heavens mystic art. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Chen An felt a jolt in his mind, and countless deducing experiences regarding the 9 heavens mystic art surged into his consciousness. In the first year, Chen An operated the 9 heavens mystic arts action route, repeatedly deducing the innate technique with his innate true qi. Failure. In the 5th year, he learned from previous lessons, dismantling the incomplete framework of the profound level technique, eliminating the outdated and cumbersome methods, and redrawing the qi gathering circuit in his dantian. However, the nature of innate true qi is special, and the old foundation is deeply rooted. The clash between new and old powers caused repeated injuries to his meridians. Failure. In the 10th year, he integrated the previous cultivation routes, attempting to reconstruct the technique, but due to insufficient foundation, he failed. In the 100th year, failure. In the 200th year, failure. Time swiftly passed under the system's accelerated flow, with repeated ideas rejections and reshaping. In the 500th year, after countless deductions, he finally vaguely deduced a type of innate level technique based on the 9 heavens mystic art. Just when the technique was about to be fully deduced, only a step away. Ding. The 500-year deduction time limit has been exhausted. Cultivation terminated. The system's cold prompt suddenly exploded in his mind, abruptly interrupting all deduction processes. The flowing power of deduction was instantly cut off, and the profound mysteries flooding his soul came to a halt. The nascent form of the innate technique that was about to take shape abruptly stagnated, and the incomplete qi flow patterns hung in the Danshan's sea of consciousness, stuck at the critical fusion point, neither rising nor falling. Just a little more, and he could succeed. Yet at this crucial moment, the years of cultivation converted from spirit stones were completely exhausted, forcibly halting all deductions. Chen An opened his eyes, a trace of regret and disappointment flashing across his face. 500 years of time, billions of trials and errors, forcibly elevating and transforming the profound level technique, had paved the way to the innate technique, yet he ultimately could not take the final step. Since that is the case, let's continue. Chen An's gaze deepened, and a decision was made in his heart. Originally, he only intended to consume 500 years of time to deduce the technique and then stop. But now with the new technique just a step away from completion, he could not possibly give up halfway. Moreover, the investment of 500 years and 500 spirit stones was a real sunk cost. If he were to stop now, all the billions of deductions, countless trials, and adjustments would be wasted. In his judgment, with just 100 more years of deduction, this innate technique, transformed from the nine heavens mystic art, could be completely perfected. A technique surpassing the profound level valued at over 200,000 spirit stones was worth his investment. System. Consume 200 spirit stones, continued deducing the nine heavens mystic art. Though he felt he would likely succeed in just 100 years to be safe, Chun and decided to invest an additional 100 years of deduction time. Boom. In Chun An's consciousness, the previously stalled flow of technique deduction instantly resumed. The incomplete framework of the technique that was stuck at the critical point began to circulate again, the broken chi flow patterns reconnected, and the halted billions of calculations resumed their frenzied operation. The nascent form of the technique, based on the nine heavens mystic art, was completely revived, merging the accumulated deduction experiences of 500 years, the shattered old technique framework, and the repeatedly adjusted chi flow trajectories. The incomplete circulation of the universe, the nodes for connecting the world's spiritual energy, and the methods for compressing innate true chi began to be supplemented, polished, and closed in the long process of deduction. 50 years, 80 years. In the 87th year, the new technique was finally perfected. However, even so, the deduction did not cease. Because the exchange deduction time was not yet exhausted, the system's power of deduction continued to operate. The technique continued to optimize, with the original technique's meridians being adjusted little by little, making the operation of the technique smoother, absorbing more of the world's spiritual energy and converting the innate true chi into purer forms. Ding. The 200-year deduction time limit has been exhausted. Cultivation terminated. Chunin sat quietly, silently receiving and integrating the new technique. After a long while, Chunin opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and a smile appeared on his face. Earth level. Moreover, it was not an ordinary earth level, but a mid-grade earth level technique. This time, the technique deduced from the nine heavens mystic art was not the low-grade earth level technique he had expected, but rather a mid-grade earth level technique. Mid-grade earth level, this touches upon the supreme techniques of the master realm. The new technique, based on the nine heavens mystic art, eliminated all the old and flawed shortcomings, reconstructing a complete chi flow system. Based on the method of multilayered compression, it emphasized extreme compression, step-by-step purification, and true essence condensation, perfectly aligning with the fundamentals of innate level cultivation. The range of drawing in the world's spiritual energy was broader, and the efficiency of refining and converting was doubled, with the meridians operating smoothly without obstruction. Every strand of innate true chi would continuously be extracted and refined, purging impurities in the cyclical process. It could rapidly expand the Danshan's chi, stabilize innate cultivation, and daily refine the essence of true chi, shortening the distance to innate transformation, laying a remarkably smooth path for future breakthroughs to the master realm. Let's give it a try. Chunin focused his mind, and the new technique automatically activated. Buzz. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within a few miles erupted violently. The previously scattered spiritual energy was no longer drifting aimlessly, but as if drawn by an invisible force, transformed into a howling gale, madly rushing towards him. The newly optimized chi flow was completely connected with the chi trajectory, being smooth and flawless without any obstruction. A massive amount of spiritual energy continuously poured into his body through every pore and acupoint, flowing through the intricately reshaped chi paths. The spiritual energy entering his body was immediately screened, filtered, and purified by the power of the technique, with the mixed impurities being instantly stripped away, leaving only the purest essence. Then it surged into the Dantian, following the specially designed compression methods, repeatedly layering, condensing, and settling quickly into an extraordinarily pure form of innate true chi, far denser than the previously refined. Chunin paused his cultivation, exhaled again, and a look of surprise crossed his face. The new technique, whether in terms of absorbing the world's spiritual energy or converting innate true chi, is at least 10 times more efficient than before. Moreover, importantly, this technique seems to operate automatically, without needing to be actively initiated, continuously refining spiritual energy and converting innate true chi on its own. This also means that even if he himself does not cultivate, this technique can still cultivate on its own, allowing him to grow stronger. It's like having a free cultivation cheat. However, Chun was not overly concerned about this feature of the new technique. After all, he didn't actually need to Since this technique was improved based on the nine heavens mystic art, let's call it the nine heavens true essence technique. After a moment's thought, Chun renamed the technique. Now let's test the effectiveness of the mid-grade, Earth-level technique. System: convert all remaining balance into cultivation time and invest in the Nine Heavens True Essence technique. System: convert all remaining balance into cultivation time and allocate every ounce to the Zhongshuan condensing qi art. A deep hum resonated. Across several li in every direction, the once calm and diffused ambient qi erupted, violently churning like a gale-racked tempest. An endless torrent of pristine spiritual energy coalesced into a boundless sea of white mist, rushing forth like 10,000 rivers converging upon the ocean, surging with unstoppable force, breaching all barriers as it flooded into Chun An's body through every acupoint, pore, and meridian, fierce, yet obedient, overwhelming yet seamless. The Zhongshuan condensing qi art surged autonomously at full capacity. The moment vast currents of ambient qi entered his body, the art instantly filtered and purified them, stripping away all impurities and turbid residue, then compressed, refined, and sublimated them repeatedly through a 1,000-layered forging process. Unceasingly, they transmuted into peerless primordial qi, filling his dantian sea of energy and coursing powerfully through limbs and viscera. 1 year, 2 years, 52 years. Crack. Suddenly, as if an innate seal deep within Chun An had shattered his dantian, sea trembled faintly. The supremely saturated primordial qi stirred, like a slumbering fetus awakening, first contracting inward with extreme intensity, gathering wholly into the core of his dantian, then detonating outward with supernova-like force. Boom! Brilliant starlight blazed. The primordial qi vortex, previously only 1 zhang in diameter, exploded outward to 10 zhang. Breakthrough, latest stage primordial realm. Yet even after attaining latest stage primordial realm, the Zhongshuan condensing qi art continued operating at full velocity. An inexhaustible tide of ambient qi poured ceaselessly into his body, refined by the art into boundless primordial qi that flooded his dantian, causing his internal vortex to swell at breathtaking speed. 187th year. Boom. Chun An's body shuddered faintly, his dantian sea expanded once more, and the primordial qi vortex swelled again, reaching 100 zhang in diameter. Primordial realm, perfected. Yet the system pressed onward, time flowed unbroken. Upon reaching perfected primordial realm, the Zhongshuan condensing qi art shifted its mode of operation entirely. The vast surging primordial qi was now repeatedly compressed, ground down, and refined, transforming from gaseous to misty, then to liquid, and finally condensing inward toward the deepest recesses of his dantian, until it coalesced into a single infinitesimal, utterly still and silent singularity of primordial qi. All power withdrew inward, appearing utterly ordinary on the surface, yet containing within it the totality of primordial perfection's suppressed might. 333rd year. Boom. After ultimate compression came ultimate detonation. That singularity, compressed beyond all limits, erupted violently, unleashing boundless, peerless primordial force that underwent instantaneous sublimation and qualitative transcendence within his dantian. Within that terrifying conflagration of transformation, a sliver of silver radiance appeared, dense as 10,000 jin, radiating infinite authority, as though capable of crushing the void itself. Primordial true vigor. This silvery light was none other than the hallmark of the Master Realm, the very essence wielded by sovereign martial masters. Gazing upon it, Chun An's spirit recoiled in profound shock, his inner world convulsing with storm-tossed waves. He had never imagined that this single extravagant investment in cultivation would shatter the absolute ceiling of the primordial realm, propelling him directly into the exalted, long-dreamed-of realm of the Master, the pinnacle sought by countless martial cultivators across the ages. What then defines a master? In one phrase, one who may found a sect or school is a master. Such authority transcends the reach of any primordial realm cultivator. Primordial cultivators possess finite strength, capable at most of carving out dominion over a single prefectural city, content to rule a secluded corner of the world. A master, however, commands true vigor, his aura dominating a radius of 1,000 li. Within the 108 provinces of the Dalo imperial dynasty, he may select any province to establish a mountain sect, found a lineage, and claim sovereign authority over martial doctrine throughout that entire territory. With a palm he commands mountains and rivers, armored in vigor, he walks upon empty air. Even a fallen leaf or petal becomes a lethal weapon. This is the master. Even the Dalo imperial dynasty, ruling over billions of martial cultivators and a domain spanning hundreds of millions of li, grants masters profound deference. The moment that sliver of primordial true vigor manifested, the countless reserves of primordial qi within Chun An's body began transforming en masse. 1 filament, 2, 3. Silver radiance bloomed ceaselessly within his dantian, while vast quantities of primordial qi underwent continuous fusion and sublimation. That once vast vortex, tens of zhang wide, boundless, and immense, underwent ultimate compression and metamorphosis, layer upon layer, refined and purified until it condensed into precisely 3,000 filaments of peerless primordial true vigor. Each silver filament was dense and substantial, bearing the weight of 10,000 jin, radiating an oppressive aura capable of collapsing the void itself, terrifying beyond measure. Time flowed serenely onward, cultivation uninterrupted, until the 383rd year. His 3,000 filaments of primordial true vigor steadily settled, deepened, and expanded, reaching 3,050 filaments, their foundation growing ever more profound and unshakable, his master realm cultivation now fully stabilized. At that very instant, a cold mechanical system prompt rang sharply within his mind. Ding. The 383-year simulation limit has been exhausted. Cultivation terminates. The surging ambient qi instantly dissipated, the Zhongshuan condensing qi art gradually stilled and receded. All silver, true vigor swirling about his body withdrew inward, concealed deep within his dantian si and meridians embedded in flesh and blood. Chunin slowly returned to awareness, his eyes opening, two fleeting streaks of silver flashing deep within their depths. Sensing that dormant yet unmistakable presence coiled within his dantian, a terrifying force that seemed poised to crush the void itself, sending subtle tremors through his very spirit. Chun An's lips curved upward in quiet satisfaction. Master. Among the Reborn County, the strongest known cultivators numbered only 3, all confined to the primordial realm. Thus newly ascended Master Chun An stood unchallenged as the county's supreme martial cultivator. With my current strength, may I now declare I no longer eat beef. He murmured softly, a wry smile playing upon his lips as he felt the explosive power thrumming within his veins. No, modesty. Absolute modesty. Yet almost immediately he quashed that dangerously reckless impulse. True, a master could dominate Reborn County, or even the entire Chengfu prefecture, but Chun An well knew the master realm was not the end of the path. Above the master realm stood the grandmaster realm, above that the martial kings, sovereign lords ruling entire territories. And above even the kings hovered the martial emperors, the peerless sovereigns of the Tao, towering over mortals and heaven alike. They were beings who had utterly transcended mortal boundaries, whose mere thought could summon gales, whose raised hand could shatter mountains, cleave seas, and reduce cities to dust, possessing the godlike power to erase nations and reshape realms. According to ancient chronicles preserved for millennia within the Dalo imperial dynasty during the primordial cataclysm, ancient demons emerged from oblivion, unleashing calamity upon the world. Tidal waves of demonic hordes slaughtering hundreds of millions of humanity, plunging all life into despair, fracturing mountains and rivers, threatening to annihilate the entirety of human martial civilization. When humanity stood upon the precipice of extinction and all hope had faded, 2 peerless martial emperors, standing at the absolute apex of the martial Tao, descended from the heavens. Those 2 emperors crushed the demonic tide beneath their sovereign might, confronting legions of ancient demons alone, slaying 10,000 with their true martial bodies, obliterating the cataclysm and anchoring the fractured world. They safeguarded the last ember of humanity's survival, thus birthing the Dalo imperial dynasty's millennia-long era of peace and prosperity. So, he was still far, far too early to declare he no longer ate beef. Still, this time the funds are truly shaking off the stray thought. He glanced at his interface, its balance utterly depleted, and sighed, lightly shaking his head with a faint wry smile. Fortunately, he felt no real concern over this. Even disregarding the Zhongshuan condensing qi art, a peerless mid-tier earth-rank cultivation technique, the several profound rank manuals and martial techniques in his possession, if sold at the Tianbao Pavilion, would fetch mountains of spirit stones, rendering resource scarcity a distant, irrelevant concern. Truly fearless souls dare approach. Just as Chun An contemplated visiting the Tianbao Pavilion later to sell a technique, his eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze seeming to pierce through the tightly shut door, his pupils glinting with a flash of chilling frost. Reborn County. Omping Square, a north corner. Although this place belongs to Reborn County, it is situated in a remote area. Most of the residents here are ordinary lower-class civilians, destitute martial artists, or idle individuals who prefer to avoid attracting attention. The streets here are old and worn, with houses scattered haphazardly. The dirt roads are bumpy and uneven, and the surroundings are often desolate throughout the year. Even during the day, there are rarely any pedestrians on the streets, exuding an atmosphere of bleakness and loneliness. Not to mention that at this moment the night is gradually deepening, twilight enveloping the land and darkness permeating the streets, with not a single shadow of a person in sight. At this time, not far from the secluded courtyard where Chunin resides, two shadowy figures are lurking in a dark corner of the street. Both individuals are clad in sleek black outfits tightly fitted with sleeves, their auras suppressed to the extreme, emanating an air of ferocity and ruthlessness. One of them has a sinister expression with a grotesque scar running from his left brow to his chin, crossing his entire cheek, making his already cold and shadowy gaze even more piercing. The other is short and stocky, broad-shouldered and thick-set, with a face full of bulging muscles, clearly not a good person. The two are crouching low, intently staring at the wooden door of the courtyard. The stocky figure whispers, "Brother Hung, it's dark now, shall we make our move? What are you so anxious about?" The scarred man coldly glances at him. "I'm anxious because I have an appointment with Ji Hua from Ichuan Tower tonight. If we're late, she might be intercepted by someone else. Isn't it just dealing with a guy at the second level of chi condensation? With our skills, it should be an easy task. Is there really a need to be this cautious? Oldson, I've told you before, the biggest taboo in doing this kind of work is being impulsive." The scarred man's expression darkened as he coldly shot a glance at Gao Laosan. "This job pays 500 spirit stones, but the target is a registered student at the county academy who will be taking the county exam in a few days. If things go wrong, we will both be in deep trouble. Then, Brother Hung, what do you suggest we do?" Upon hearing Hung's words, Gao Laosan's face flashed with a hint of retreat. "Look at your cowardice, are you scared?" Seeing Gao Laosan's fearful expression, Brother Hang's eyes flashed with disdain. If it weren't for being cautious and the fact that this guy is usually obedient, lacking intelligence, and only at the 6th level of chi condensation, he wouldn't have bothered bringing him along for this job. "Don't worry, I've already found out that the kid has no relatives and lives alone. As long as we are careful and don't expose our identities, there won't be any problems," Brother Hung added. Pausing for a moment, Brother Hang's tone suddenly became stern. "Also, after we finish this job, don't let your excitement lead you straight to Ichuan Tower. We need to leave the city and lay low for a few days until the county exam is over and the storm has passed. Understood?" Yes, Brother Hung, I understand." Gao Laosan nodded repeatedly. Brother Hung looked around the silent surroundings, his gaze flickering as he stood up, binding a piece of black cloth around his face, while coldly saying, "All right, let's get to work. Make sure to wear your masks. If we reveal our faces, it'll be a loss-making deal." Seeing this, Gao Laosan did not dare to delay, also taking out a piece of black cloth to tie around his face, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he looked at the courtyard ahead. "Let's go." Brother Hung said no more, raising his hand and swiftly approaching the small courtyard where this courtyard is surrounded by a dirt wall about a meter high, but in the Great Luo dynasty, where martial arts are prevalent and warriors are everywhere, such a low wall can only serve to deter gentlemen. For martial artists like them, it is utterly useless and cannot block them at all. The two figures needed no running start. With a slight ripple of their true energy underfoot, they gracefully leaped over the dirt wall and landed silently, making not a single sound. Once inside the courtyard, they immediately crouched down, suppressing their auras, their vigilant eyes scanning the entire small courtyard, and then cautiously made their way towards the tightly shut door. Arriving at the door, Brother Hung first raised his hand to gently push against it, but seeing that the door did not budge, he remained calm. He accurately placed his palm on the location of the door bolt, silently circulating his true energy, slowly channeling it into his fingertips. Crack! A barely audible crisp sound quietly echoed. The thick wooden bolt snapped cleanly in response. The originally tightly closed door shuddered slightly from the force, producing a hoarse, creaking sound, slowly opening a dark gap. Seeing the door open, a proud glint flashed in Brother Hung's eyes, and he gently pushed the door open. Just as Brother Hung and Gao Laosan were about to step into the room and search for their target, a figure was quietly seated at the wooden table in the dim room. In the heavy darkness, the figure raised his gaze, his eyes glimmering with a faint silver light, carrying a hint of indifferent mockery, as he coldly locked onto the two intruders. In an instant, an inexplicable chill surged up the spines of the two men, freezing their previous ferocity and pride in place. "So how is it?" "Surprise. Unexpected." Chunin sat at the table, his gaze casually sweeping over the two black shadows that broke in his silver eyes, flickering slightly, the corner of his mouth curving into a cold arc. With his current mastery at the Grandmaster level, he had long since witnessed everything while the two were lurking and conversing at the corner of the street. Moreover, he could see at a glance that both were merely at the chi condensation stage, like ants to him now. Thus, even though he had already discovered the two, he simply sat quietly, deliberately allowing them to breach the wall and break the bolt, wanting to see just how bold these desperate men truly were. Although there was no light in the room with Hang's latest stage chi condensation cultivation, he could barely see in the dark, quickly realizing that the person seated inside, seemingly waiting for him, was actually his target. Chunin? Not only was the other party not asleep, but he was also quietly sitting inside, as if he had known they were coming all along, just waiting for them to arrive. Was he simply bold due to his skills? Or had he discovered them and was putting on a show of bravado. In an instant, Heng's heart sank, cold sweat breaking out on his back, his mind filled with uncertainty. However, Heng, who has long been engaged in such shady dealings, was inherently bold and quickly steadied his mind. He focused intently, soon sensing that Chun An's aura was weak and frail, lacking any solid martial foundation, perfectly matching the information he had gathered about the chi condensation second level. With his tense heart suddenly at ease, all caution faded from his eyes, replaced by a vicious sneer. It turned out he was merely putting on an act, almost scaring himself. Thinking of how he almost got scared earlier, a fierce light flashed in Heng's eyes as he suppressed his hoarse voice and said, "You little brat, I didn't expect you to be quite alert. Since you've already seen us, there's no need to keep up pretenses." He stepped forward, slowly releasing his latest chi condensation aura, deliberately exuding an oppressive presence, and with a fierce look on his face, he said, "Originally, the employer only instructed to break your legs and cripple your cultivation, but because of your little act just now, I've changed my mind. Tonight, not only will I cripple your cultivation and break your legs, but I will also sever your hands and ruin your ability to fight, turning you into a worthless person who will struggle to survive for the rest of your life." Not bad, quite ruthless. In the darkness, Chunin sat upright in his chair, listening to the harsh words of the leading black-clad thug opposite him. Instead of showing a hint of fear, a cold and indifferent smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. About to die, yet still trying to act tough. Seeing Chun An's calm demeanor, Heng Gu, who believed he had the upper hand, thought he was merely a cornered beast desperately holding on. His eyes flashed with fierce light as he let out a cold snort. The true chi around him surged violently, and with the full force of his latest chi consolidation, he punched fiercely at Chunin. At the same time, Gao Lao San beside him also tensed his body, channeling his true chi, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes as he lunged towards Chunin. Looking at the two charging at him, Chun and let out a cold snort. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from within him, as if a towering divine mountain had suddenly toppled, instantly filling the entire courtyard, heavily pressing down on Heng Gu and Gao Lao San. Thud! Thud! The originally fierce Heng Gu and Gao Lao San suddenly froze, their blood and chi instantly stagnating, their limbs feeling as heavy as if they were filled with lead. The two had no time to react before being forcefully pinned to the ground by this terrifying pressure, their knees crashing onto the blue brick floor with a dull thud. Under their masks, their faces turned as pale as paper, their internal organs violently trembling, a metallic sweetness surging in their throats. The true chi circulating within them shattered and collapsed, and then with a puff they spat out a mouthful of blood which washed away their masks and stained the ground before them. "You!" Ding Heng and Gao Lao San's eyes bulged as they stared pale-faced at the figure still sitting motionless in the chair before them, filled with horror and disbelief. At that moment, in the hearts of Ding Heng and Gao Lao San, the figure sitting in the chair was no longer a weakling of the second stage of chi consolidation, but an existence akin to a deity or demon. This kind of suppressive and terrifying pressure was certainly not something in ordinary chi consolidation could compare to. Even a post-heaven realm expert would not possess such a commanding presence. Only the innate realm. The person before them was actually an innate realm powerhouse. At this thought, both felt a bone-chilling fear, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Just a moment ago, they had boasted about breaking limbs and shattering the Dantian, vowing to cripple an innate expert. How laughable, how suicidal. The Bai family. The damn Bai family. Is this really the inconsequential second stage chi consolidation student they claimed posed no threat? A wave of immense regret and despair flooded over Ding Heng, who gritted his teeth in rage, mentally cursing the Bai family that had hired them. If they could survive this time, they would make the Bai family pay the price. "Pardon, please, my lord." Ding Heng's heart shattered. While secretly cursing the Bai family's malice, he gritted his teeth and raised his head to plead, "It is we who are blind, we deserve to die 1,000 deaths, but we were acting under orders, momentarily bewitched. I beg you, my lord, to show mercy and spare our lives." Yes, please spare us, my lord." Gao Lao San, terrified and incoherent, was trembling like a leaf, bowing repeatedly on the ground, his voice thick with tears. "We were merely acting under orders. It was never our business. We were hired by someone else, just trying to make a living. I implore you, my lord, to let us go. Acting under orders." Facing their pleas, Chunin remained indifferent, his silver-tinged eyes seeming to regard them as mere ants. He said lightly, "Tell me who sent you to cripple me." "My lord, if I tell you, will you spare us?" Ding Heng, enduring the excruciating pain, looked at Chun and cautiously attempting to negotiate. Chunin let out a cold snort, and even more terrifying pressure descended from above. Bang! With two dull thuds, the two who were originally kneeling on the ground were smashed down like two frogs, their heads cracking and bleeding. "I'll give you one more chance, but if you don't speak, you die," Chunin said flatly. "Speak, I'll speak, my lord, spare me." Feeling the terrifying pressure that seemed ready to crush him at any moment, Ding Heng's face was filled with horror as he struggled to lift his bloodied head, voice trembling, and hurried. It was the Bai family. It was the Bai family that sent us. Oh. Chen, upon hearing this, looked calmly at the two before him, showing no anger, no doubt, as if he had already known this answer. Chen, in hearing this, maintained his indifferent demeanor as he looked at them, showing no anger, no surprise, not even a hint of astonishment, as if he had already known this answer. It's true, my lord, absolutely true. Ding Heng thought Chen and did not believe him, and hurriedly said, just last night someone came to find us and told us to cripple you, my lord. He specifically mentioned that your cultivation is only at the second stage of qi consolidation, so we could feel free to act. He even gave us 500 yuan crystals as a reward. Because I am always cautious in my work, I secretly followed that person after the fact, and discovered that he met with an old man whom I recognized as the steward of the Bai family. The Bai family. Chen and lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, his gaze flickering with cold light, as he asked, do you know the background of the Bai family? My lord, we are merely ordinary qi consolidation warriors without power or influence. We dare not pry into the secrets of a family like the Bai family. Hearing Chen An's words, a bitter smile flashed across Ding Heng's face, but he still said, however, we have heard that the Bai family is quite wealthy in the city, and it's said that the Bai family's brother-in-law is the county lieutenant. This is all hearsay. I don't know if it's true. The county lieutenant. Upon hearing this, Chen An's eyes flickered slightly. The county lieutenant of Reborn County is a martial officer second only to the county magistrate, overseeing law enforcement, theft prevention, prisons, and military affairs. His strength is formidable, at least a latest-stage post-heaven realm martial artist. If what this person said is true, it is no wonder the Bai family can stand in Reborn County, and it is no wonder Bai Yifan is so arrogant and domineering, acting with such impunity. My lord, we are merely doing jobs for money. We have no choice. While violently coughing up blood, Ding Heng desperately bowed his head, his voice filled with anguish and fear. I have an 80-year-old mother to support and a 3-year-old child to feed. If we die, our family will be finished. I implore you, my lord, to show mercy and spare us a way out. From now on, we will definitely turn over a new leaf and never dare again. Yes, my lord, we will never dare again. Gao Laosan repeatedly bowed his head, his face smeared with tears and blood, crying out, I have 3 children to support. My wife is pregnant, and my entire family depends on me for survival. The two prostrated themselves on the ground, exceedingly pitiful and wretched, begging for mercy. In their eyes, Chen was ultimately just a teenager. Although his cultivation was formidable, his temperament might be as merciless as some ruthless warriors. As long as they put on a pathetic act of being cornered and burdened by family, he would surely feel compassion and eventually spare them. It is not that you do not dare, you simply know you are about to die. You are not afraid, you simply know you are about to die. Chen N's gaze was icy, indifferently observing the two trembling figures on the ground with not a shred of compassion or softening in his heart. These two were clearly desperate criminals walking the gray line. Moreover, they willingly took on the task of breaking into private homes under the cover of night, striking viciously and ruthlessly, leaving their victims crippled and dismembered. They acted with murderous intent, yet in their moment of desperation, they used their own family as shields, deliberately playing the victim to garner sympathy, hypocritical and vile. How could Chen possibly believe that such people would repent simply because of a few words from him? Hearing Chen An's cold words, Ding Heng and Gao Laosan's expressions stiffened slightly. Before they could beg for mercy again, Chen snorted coldly once more, and then Ding Heng and Gao Laosan suddenly twisted their faces in agony, their eyes bulging out, followed by a muffled groan as their heads slumped, collapsing to the ground like two lifeless dogs with no further movement. If someone were to dissect their bodies at that moment, they would find that both men had already had their meridians severed, their internal organs completely shattered, dead beyond any chance of revival. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Chen N's gaze remained calm and unperturbed, as if he had merely crushed 2 ants. Standing up from his chair, he rummaged through the 2 bodies and found a total of 573 yuan crystals, several bottles of ordinary pills, and a red belly band embroidered with plum blossoms. 570 yuan crystals, not bad, just mediocre. After weighing the money pouch in his hand and glancing at the gradually cooling corpses, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he recalled the information he had just confirmed from the two. The Bai family. Bai Yifan. With Bai Yifan's arrogant and vindictive character, if he discovered that he was unharmed while these two had vanished, he would surely not let it go. Since that is the case, then he might as well go all out. If his cultivation were still at the postnatal stage, lacking in strength, he might have been able to endure tonight's events for a while, lying low and plotting his next move. But with his current strength, if he were to endure, what use would his cultivation be? Chen took a deep breath, slowly closing his eyes. In the next moment, his facial muscles twitched slightly, his bones subtly adjusted, and his physical outline gradually changed. In just a moment, the originally 17-year-old youth had completely transformed into a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, with a square face, sharp eyebrows, and a demeanor that exuded a cold and fierce aura. The physical realm, the first stage of martial arts, is divided into 5 small stages: refining flesh, refining skin, refining bones, refining organs, and refining marrow. Changing one's appearance is not difficult. It does not require a master-level cultivation, as even a martial artist at the physical realm can easily achieve this. Having completed these changes, Chun bent down, picked up the 2 corpses, and then in a flash transformed into a bolt of silver lightning flying into the void above. With protective chi enveloping him, he walked through the air. This is what it means to be a master. Chun did not immediately seek trouble with the Bai family. Instead, he quietly left Wuron County with the 2 corpses in one hand. He made his way out of the city towards the outskirts, arriving at a steep cliff where a pack of first-grade superior iron-tailed wolves was lurking in the valley below. His expression was indifferent as he raised his hand and tossed the 2 corpses down. Bang! Bang! The bodies fell heavily into the center of the wolf pack. The iron-tailed wolves, which had been poised to hunt wild boars, were suddenly startled, arching their backs and emitting low growls of warning. But in an instant, the rich scent of blood and the aura of the deceased spread from the corpses, instantly igniting the wild instincts of these fierce beasts. The overwhelming and fresh scent of blood quickly overwhelmed the surrounding smells of vegetation and wildlife. With their wild instincts fully ignited, the iron-tailed wolves' eyes turned blood red, their sharp fangs bared, and their taut limbs surged with power as they rushed forward. The low growls and the sounds of tearing flesh erupted violently in the valley. The sharp wolf teeth easily ripped through flesh, bones cracking under their assault, and crimson blood quickly soaked the ground. Several iron-tailed wolves fought over the remains, their claws trampling and teeth gnashing. In just a moment, the 2 corpses were completely surrounded by the pack and devoured. Scattered bones and flesh littered the ground, leaving no trace behind. A fierce wind swept through the desolate mountains, dispersing the lingering scent of blood and completely erasing any sign of the 2 in this world. In the void, the middle-aged Chun stood silently, coldly gazing down for a moment before flying back towards Wuron County. To the east of Wuron County, there stood a grand estate covering over 100 acres, the residence of the local aristocratic Bai family. High walls made of blue bricks rose more than 2 meters, undulating along the estate, with dark tiles laid atop the walls, their edges neatly trimmed. The grand vermilion gates exuded an air of majesty, flanked by 2 fierce stone lions that intimidated passersby. The courtyard was adorned with intricately carved beams and painted pillars, with pavilions and towers arranged in an aesthetic manner. Artificial hills and flowing water, along with vibrant flowers and greenery, filled the estate, making it even more luxurious than the usual official residences. Under the night sky, the Bai family estate was still brightly lit, with servants moving about, each performing their duties, exuding the lavishness of a noble family. In a separate hall, the lights shone brilliantly, with a sandalwood dining table laden with delicacies from the mountains and seas. Various types of second-grade fierce beast meat, hard to come by for ordinary martial artists, were plentiful on the table. Bai Yifan, dressed in exquisite silk robes, lounged by the dining table, absent-mindedly picking at the dishes, his brows furrowed with an unshakable restlessness and arrogance. On the other side of the table sat a middle-aged man with a plump face and a stable demeanor. He bore a striking resemblance to Bai Yifan, though his features were more rugged, his expression commanding respect, radiating a pressure that came from long-standing authority. This man was none other than Bai Huaxiong, the head of the Bai family and Bai Yifan's father. Bai Huaxiong held a jade cup, taking a sip of fine wine, his gaze casually sweeping over his anxious son as he spoke in a slow tone. "I heard from Qin Zhong that you had him send someone to cripple a scholar from the county." Hearing this, Bai Yifan's expression suddenly changed, instinctively casting a cold, sidelong glance at the old man standing in the corner of the hall, his head bowed and eyes downcast. The old man was none other than Qin Zhong, the Bai family's chief steward, his hair half-gray, with a respectful expression, remaining silent. Bai Yifan secretly resented this old man for being a busybody, but he dared not show any sign of it. He could only suppress his anger and replied, "Yes, father. That person has been bothering Shun Qinglan. I merely asked Uncle Zhong to teach him a lesson." A father knows his son best. Bai Huaxiong clearly did not believe his son's words. However, upon hearing Shun Qinglan's name, he chose not to say more. He understood that his son was quite concerned about Shun Qinglan, and he knew that her background was far more than just the proud daughter of Wuron County. "Father, you need not worry. I've already inquired thoroughly. That guy is just an orphan, a waste at the second stage of qi condensation. Even if he dies, no one will stand up for him." Bai Yifan replied disdainfully. "Father, you need not worry. I've already inquired thoroughly. That guy is just an orphan, a waste at the second stage of qi condensation. Even if he dies, no one will stand up for him." Bai Yifan replied disdainfully. "Let's eat." Upon hearing this, Bai Huaxiong nodded lightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. In his eyes, a lonely, powerless lowly scholar was simply not worth mentioning, let alone worthy of his concern. Buzz! Suddenly the entire hall trembled violently, the void subtly quaking as a cold, chilling, and vast terrifying pressure descended, like dark clouds domineeringly enveloping the entire Bai family estate. The lights flickered erratically, the cups and jade goblets on the table shook violently, spilling wine everywhere. Everyone in the hall instantly felt a chill run down their spines, their limbs stiffening, their breathing abruptly halted, and the color drained from their faces. In Wurong County, at the eastern side of the Bai family, an overwhelming and terrifying oppressive force heavy as the galaxy suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the entire estate of 100 acres. The world trembled, and the air instantly froze in place. Within the Grand Bai family residence, all servants and guards gasped simultaneously, their body hair standing on end, trembling like chaff, and one by one they fell to their knees. The lights in the hall flickered wildly, the candle flames swayed violently, almost extinguishing completely, while the table filled with delicacies and cups trembled violently, spilling wine onto the exquisite rosewood table. Bai Yifan, who had just been languid and disdainful, turned pale in an instant, as if a terrifying weight pressed down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. The arrogance and pride in his eyes vanished completely, leaving only utmost terror. Bai Huaxiong, seated in the main position, changed dramatically. His previous calm demeanor was gone, replaced by violent shivers, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpoints, and his once rosy and plump face turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. A powerful being, an unparalleled strongman. He felt a storm of fear rise within him. As a late-stage acquired martial artist, Bai Huaxiong had mingled in Wurong County for many years and had the fortune to encounter innate martial artists, personally experiencing their innate pressure. Yet the pressure he felt from the innate expert was nothing compared to the overwhelming force now enveloping him. Bai Huaxiong was certain that this unparalleled strongman was definitely a master-level expert, surpassing the innate realm. However, Bai Huaxiong's mind raced, unable to comprehend when his family had offended such an unparalleled master-level expert. Father, what? What on earth is happening? Beside him, Bai Yifan was already terrified, trembling all over, his lips pale, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. Looking at his father, he spoke in a trembling voice. The Bai family must be eradicated. Before Bai Huaxiong could say anything, a voice like thunder roared above the Bai family, shaking the void spreading throughout Wurong County. At that moment, the entire night sky shook violently, the air swirling and distorting frantically. A gigantic silver hand over 100 feet in size slowly materialized from the void, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying power, carrying boundless killing intent, crashing down toward the Bai family's main residence. Boom! The deafening roar erupted suddenly, the ground shook violently, the entire land of Wurong County trembled, as if a giant dragon was turning beneath it. As the silver hand crashed to the ground, a violent surge of true energy swept across, shattering bricks and stones, breaking beams and pillars, and the luxurious pavilions and towers collapsed in an instant. Dust filled the air, remnants of tiles and broken wood flew everywhere, and the Bai family's residence was instantly reduced to ruins. The powerful shockwave swept across the entire 100-acre courtyard. The guards and servants within were unable to even scream before being directly crushed by the violent energy. In an instant, the Bai family, which had relied on power to bully Wurong County, was utterly destroyed. Chun Anling stood in the air, his robes billowing in the wind, his eyes cold and indifferent, quietly looking down at the Bai family residence, now a pile of rubble. He slowly scanned the depths of the ruins, seeing Bai Huaxiong and Bai Yifan reduced to mush beneath the master's gigantic hand, no longer having any signs of life, and the killing intent in his eyes dissipated, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. In the next moment, the void rippled slightly, and Chun An's figure suddenly blurred, vanishing into the night sky, instantly arriving at a hidden courtyard behind the Bai family. With a flick of his right arm, innate true chi surged forth, transforming into a mighty wind and immense force, sweeping away layers of broken wood, stones, and collapsed bricks. The heavy ruins were forcibly pushed apart, revealing tightly locked redwood treasure chests and iron boxes beneath, stacked neatly, all containing rare treasures, vast amounts of spirit crystals, precious pills, divine weapons, and martial arts techniques accumulated by the Bai family over the years. Without looking at the rare treasures and precious pills, Chun An directly opened the boxes containing spirit crystals. Instantly, a burst of purple light surged forth, revealing 1,000 yuan purple spirit crystals before him. I've struck gold. Seeing 5 boxes of spirit crystals before him, Chun An's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he waved his right hand. System recharge. In the next moment, the 5 boxes of purple spirit crystals suddenly emanated a faint white glow, quickly dissolving into nothingness. Chun An did not check the system's balance at this moment, but turned his gaze to other rare treasures, martial arts techniques, precious pills, and divine weapons. He carelessly waved his hand, randomly stuffing these items into 3 wooden boxes, then glanced into the distance, and with one hand holding the 3 boxes, he leaped, transforming into a silver streak, flying away from Reborn County. A quarter of an hour later, 3 figures, each carrying overwhelming innate pressure, shot forth from the night and landed steadily on the rooftops of high buildings near the Bai family. The 3 people's expressions suddenly sank as they looked down at the completely ruined estate, especially at the gigantic handprint pit in the center of the main residence, 100 feet wide and 2 to 3 feet deep, blackened and cracked all over, their expressions changing dramatically as they gasped in shock. A master, one middle-aged man dressed in a sky-blue brocade robe, gazed at the wreckage of the Bai family, murmuring in horror. "I've seen the county magistrate. It must be right. This is at least the work of a master-level expert." At that moment, a man in a dark robe with 3 long strands of beard, appearing to be around 40 or 50 years old, first bowed to the middle-aged man, then slowly spoke, his brow furrowed, his serious gaze sweeping over the chaotic ruins, a faint, innate aura fluctuating around him, filled with shock. "The handprint solidifies the void, suppressing 100 miles. A single strike has obliterated the entire Bai family residence. Only a master-level expert could wield such heavenly might. I've seen the county magistrate." The third person, an old man in a water-blue brocade robe whose expression was cold, also bowed to the middle-aged man, then looked at the Bai family ruins, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, saying, "The head of the Bai family is merely a latest-stage acquired martial artist. I wonder what kind of colossal disaster he has provoked to attract a master-level expert to personally come and act in such an annihilating manner. By the way, it is said that the Bai family is related to the county magistrate by marriage, with a deep connection. Now that the Bai family has been obliterated by a master-level expert with a single hand, I wonder how the county magistrate will deal with this matter." The man in the sky-blue robe was none other than Zhang Xuanming, the magistrate of Reborn County. The other 2 were Fan Suiyun, the principal of the county school, and Zhou Tong, the elder of the Zhou family. The 3 of them were the 3 innate-level experts stationed in Reborn County, holding sway over both martial and secular authority in the county. "There is no need for Elder Zhou to worry about this matter. I will report it myself and inform the governor. I will not allow the murderer to go unpunished." Zhang Xianming cast a cold glance at Zhou Tong, his expression indifferent, his tone carrying a hint of official authority. "The county magistrate is wise." Zhou Tong smiled faintly at his words, a hint of mockery and understanding hidden in his eyes. He knew very well that this was a master-level expert with capabilities beyond the ordinary and an unpredictable presence. Let alone a mere county magistrate, even if the governor himself came, it was unlikely he would investigate deeply for a small Bai family. In Zhou Tong's view, Zhang Xuanming's words were merely formalities, self-deception. Killing and arson. Golden Belt. In a desolate mountain deep within dozens of miles from Reborn County. In the dim cave, flickering torches emitted a faint red tongue of flame, casting mottled and distorted shadows on the surrounding rock walls. Shunin gazed at the 3 chests filled with rare treasures, martial arts techniques, precious elixirs, and divine weapons before him, his lips curling into a smile as he let out a sigh of amazement. Before awakening his memories, he only possessed a mere few dozen yuan crystals, yet the items within these 3 wooden chests, if taken out one by one, would surpass his previous wealth by leaps and bounds. Right? Shunin slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling the yuan crystals he had just acquired. Instantly, he focused his thoughts and opened the system. Host Chen, an age 17 talent, medium grade, martial bone cultivation master, realm early stage, current balance 5,000,000 units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000. Holy crap, 500,000. Staring at the balance displayed on the system, Chen N's eyes widened, a flash of disbelief crossing his face. To confirm, he meticulously counted the zeros one by one. After confirming that the balance was indeed 500,000, Chen N's breath quickened, and he could no longer suppress the joy within him, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, I've struck it rich this time. I've really struck it rich." His intention in eradicating the Bai family was simply to cut down the roots, preventing future troubles and avoiding any potential revenge from Bai Yifan. He had never hoped for any substantial gain. He never expected that after all the calculations he would reap such a terrifying fortune. 500,000 yuan crystals were a sum he had never dared to imagine before. Recalling 2 days ago when he felt so troubled for not being able to swindle that 5,000 yuan crystals from Bai Yifan, he now compared the 2 situations and found himself somewhat petty. If the Bai family has such a vast wealth, what about the Zhou family and the Qi family? A thought flashed through his mind like a lightning strike, and a more intense ambition quietly took root, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. The prominent families in Reborn County all possessed considerable resources. If he were to calculate them one by one, what terrifying wealth would that be? But the next moment Chun and snapped back to reality, his heart tightening. No, calm down, calm down. He shook his head, repeatedly forcibly cutting off this impulsive and dangerous thought, raising his hand to slap his cheek, forcing his restless mind to calm down. Sigh, it seems I've advanced too quickly. My state of mind is lagging behind. I wonder if there are cultivation techniques for mental state in this world. After calming down, he shook his head at the wild thoughts that had just arisen and sighed softly. At that moment, Chun and couldn't help but recall countless cases from his past life, where impoverished individuals suddenly became wealthy only to become arrogant, reckless, and ultimately meet their downfall, losing everything. Sudden wealth disturbs the mind and power blinds the eyes. This has always been the case. Taking a deep breath, Chun and collected his thoughts, and then focused his gaze back on the 3 wooden chests filled with treasures. The treasures stored in the Bai family's treasury were certainly not ordinary items, including materials from third-tier ferocious beasts comparable to postnatal realm warriors, red-patterned copper and fire-black iron suitable for forging third-tier weapons, aged herbs of several hundred years, and second- and third-tier elixirs, like the solidifying origin pill and breaking realm pill, among others. After tallying everything, the overall value of this batch of rare materials, refining materials, precious elixirs, and protective equipment was also worth no less than several hundreds of thousands of yuan crystals. However, Chun merely glanced at these treasures and felt little interest, instead focusing on the martial arts. Yet after checking through them, he felt somewhat disappointed. This time he obtained a total of 13 martial arts techniques from the Bai family, but 8 of them were of the yellow grade, while there were only 5 in the profound grade with none in the earth grade. Nonetheless, after reflecting for a moment, Chun quickly felt relieved. Although the Bai family was considered a martial arts family in Reborn County, the strongest person he sensed last night in the Bai family, presumably Bai Yifun's father, only possessed the cultivation of the late postnatal realm. Moreover, earth-grade martial arts are incredibly precious. Looking at the surrounding counties, they are considered top-tier inheritances worth their weight in gold. If the Bai family were to actually hide any earth-grade techniques, they would certainly not carelessly place them in this outer treasury mixed in with ordinary elixirs and refining materials. They would most certainly be stored away secretly, either hidden in a secret chamber or managed solely by the family head to prevent any leaks, never easily shown to others. Forget it, I'll just put them away for now. After all, I have plenty of yuan crystals now, and later I can learn some techniques at my leisure. Having more skills doesn't hurt. Though somewhat disappointed, Chun ultimately decided to keep these martial techniques, planning to practice them when he had them. After storing away the techniques, Chun turned his gaze back to the 3 chests of treasures, his eyes flickering for a moment before he found a relatively flat spot in the cave and swung his palm forcefully. With a loud rumble, the ground exploded, creating a deep pit nearly a yard deep in the cave. Chun then placed the 3 chests of treasures into the pit and waved his hand to fill the pit back up. After thinking for a moment, he went outside to find a massive stone weighing over 10,000 genes to place on top, before clapping his hands in satisfaction and nodding. Although these treasures were quite valuable, he now had 50,000 yuan crystals from the system, and moreover this batch of treasures was obtained from the Bai family. Since the Bai family had just been annihilated, taking them out to sell or use would inevitably raise suspicions. If any flaws were revealed, attracting the scrutiny of the county officials or other families, it would certainly become a hassle. For now, burying them here until the dust settles, or when he needed money, would be the best course of action. Huff. Exhaling a long breath, Chun scanned his surroundings, ensuring nothing was overlooked before turning and walking out of the cave, stepping into the air and departing. Moments later, Chun returned to Reborn County. To keep a low profile, he deliberately restrained the protective chi around him to avoid drawing attention while flying in midair, resembling a glaring light bulb. Before going home, he made a point to fly near the Bai family to take a look. He found that the ruins of the Bai family were brightly lit, with people swarming about, appearing to be officials. Faintly, he could hear the sounds of crying. Perhaps they were the distant relatives of the Bai family or the families of the guards and servants who had perished. However, Chun felt no ripple of emotion at this. After living in Reborn County for these years, he had heard far too much. The guards and servants nurtured by the Bai family had often abused their power, oppressing the common folk and extorting merchants, acting arrogantly and committing numerous wrongs. Since these individuals relied on the Bai family, enjoying privilege and benefits from their power, they must bear the price of their downfall. When one flourishes, all flourish. When one suffers, all suffer. The world is inherently cruel. As vicious dogs, they perish with their master. It is only natural and not deserving of any sympathy. As for the remaining branches of the Bai family, after some thought, Chun set aside the idea of completely eradicating. He had eliminated the Bai family because Bai Yifun had first sent someone to eliminate him. Now that the Bai family was destroyed and both Bai Yifun and his father were dead, he had taken his revenge. There was no need to go to extremes. After all, he wasn't a born killer. With a flicker of his gaze, Chun's figure in the void swayed, and then dissipated like the wind in the night sky. Bang, bang, bang. Chen, it's already this time. Why are you still sleeping? Get up quickly, the sun is about to shine on your backside. In the early morning, a knocking sound echoed outside Chen An's room, followed by a crisp voice coming from outside. Chen opened his eyes looking at the vibrating door, and his lips twitched slightly. Without needing to look, the only person who could barge into his house like this was none other than Shen Qinglan. In fact, he had already known when Shen Qinglan climbed over the wall. However, upon sensing that it was Shen Qinglan, he was too lazy to get up. Bang, bang, bang. Chen, are you up yet? If you don't get up soon, don't blame me for coming in myself. Not hearing any movement inside, Shen Qinglan's voice came in again. All right, I got it, just wait a moment. Knowing that the flimsy door of his room wouldn't stop Shen Qinglan, and that she might really break in Chen and could only crawl out of bed. After returning last night, he realized that his rapid improvement was not beneficial to his mindset, so Chen simply tidied up the mess made by those two little thieves and went straight to bed. Anyway, with his current mastery at the Master Realm, he could walk through Wurong County and even the entire Qingtian Prefecture with confidence. After changing into a clean and loose white martial outfit, Chen finally pushed open the door and stepped outside. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a delicate figure leaning against the wooden table. The girl, oblivious to her surroundings, leisurely propped up one long slender leg, pinching a snow-white bun in her fingertips, and was happily eating with abandon, exuding a carefree charm. There was no need to say much. This was none other than his childhood friend, the acknowledged pride of Wurong County and the top scholar of the county academy, Shen Qinglan. Today she wore a sky-blue fitted martial outfit tailored sharply to perfectly outline her tall and proportionate figure, accentuating her curves. Her long black hair was tied high into a ponytail with a purple ribbon, neat and tidy, yet still retaining a youthful grace. Morning light streamed through the window, cascading like fragments of gold across the hall, highlighting her bright and picturesque features, her skin as white as jade, invoking a sense of admiration in those who looked upon her. Get up, wash up a bit. Oh, I brought you some buns. Shen Qinglan glanced at him, her gaze landing on his face and the plain white martial outfit, her eyes brightening slightly, but she feigned indifference and waved her hand. Okay. Chen nodded, showing no surprise at Shen Qinglan's attitude, and turned to wash up inside. Although he had awakened the memories of his past life and was primarily relying on those experiences, this body belonged to him, and he had already merged all the memories and emotions of his original self, making it feel as if he had known Shen Qinglan for over a decade. Moreover, who wouldn't want a genius beauty as their childhood friend? Soon Chen finished washing up and walked out casually, taking a seat opposite Shen Qinglan, grabbing a bun to eat. The county exam is tomorrow. How can you still be sleeping at this time? Shen Qinglan's cheeks were puffed out, resembling a little squirrel nibbling on a pine cone. She bit into the bun while casting a sideways glance at Chen and exasperatedly rolling her eyes and speaking with a hint of reproach and concern. Don't worry, I have confidence. Chen replied calmly while eating the bun. Confidence? What confidence do you have? Shen Qinglan rolled her eyes again, finding Chen's inexplicable confidence quite baffling. As someone who grew up with him, she was well aware of his progress in cultivation and even noted what pants he was wearing today. In her impression, Chen's innate talent was average, his understanding quite ordinary. Though he practiced diligently, his aptitude was just so-so, compared to her, he didn't even measure up to the students in the county academy. With a cultivation level of Qi condensation second layer, he was practically at the bottom of the county academy. And tomorrow was the crucial martial arts county exam, which was said to be different from previous years, with talents gathering from all sides and numerous dangers. Yet he appeared nonchalant and overly confident, which truly made Shen Qinglan feel a headache and helpless. I tell you, I heard news that this county exam is different from before. Shen Qinglan's beautiful eyes flickered, and then she looked at him seriously, saying, this time it's not just a martial arts exam for Wurong County alone, but a joint exam involving the entire Qingtian Prefecture, Qingyuan Prefecture, Huanan Prefecture, Changjiang Prefecture, and Xiaoming Prefecture. 5 prefectures collaborating. Hearing Shen Qinglan's words, Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. As far as he knew, previous county exams were always conducted separately in each county with fixed examination projects, including innate bone testing, realm testing, and practical combat, with scores being tallied up for enrollment in the prefectural academy. In previous years, the most it would be was a joint examination of the 36 counties under Qingyuan Prefecture. That scale had already been rare for 10 years or even several decades with fierce competition. But he never expected that this year's martial arts exam would be upgraded in scale, not only escaping from a single county, but evolving into a super exam involving 5 prefectures. Shen Qinglan's expression was serious as she continued, with the top talents from the 5 prefectures gathering, the number of geniuses is countless. Originally, the top talents from Wurong County could stand out within the county, but among the 5 prefectures they are hardly worth mentioning. Chen nodded slightly, knowing that Xin Qinglan was right. The Deluo dynasty was vast and rich, dominating over half of the Tsang Yuan continent, spanning trillions of miles with boundless mountains and rivers. The entire dynasty was divided into 9 major states, each state governing 18 prefectures, with each prefecture overseeing 36 counties with clear levels and a strict territorial structure. Each county has a permanent population exceeding 10 million, with vast territories and interwoven mountains and rivers. The area of a single county is no less than that of some large prefectural cities in Chen An's past life. The 9 states were vast, with countless prefectures and hundreds of counties scattered like stars where billions of people thrived. It was precisely because of the vast territory, the large number of humans, and the Deluo dynasty's promotion of martial arts among all its people that a prosperous era of martial arts and abundant talents arose. Countless martial artists spread across various states and counties, diligently practicing their techniques and honing their bodies, all to stand out in the layers of martial exams, enter the prefectural academy, and step by step ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. This time, the joint exam of the 5 prefectures was equivalent to 180 county academies, with hundreds of thousands of county students taking the exam together, making its difficulty compared to previous years off the charts. Wait a minute, a joint exam of 5 prefectures? I haven't heard of this in decades. Did something happen? Shunan looked up at Xin Qinglan, his gaze flickering, a hint of suspicion passing through his eyes, with a glimmer of silver light flashing in the depths of his pupils like stardust falling in the night, instantly vanishing. Upon hearing this, Xin Qinglan frowned slightly, a serious expression crossing her beautiful eyes. She instinctively looked around to confirm that no one was close before lowering her voice and speaking solemnly. You're not wrong. This matter is indeed unusual. I also heard from my old father-in-law that this seems to be related to the movements at the dynasty's border. Shunan narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes. Xin Qinglan nodded slightly, her voice even lower. It is said that the ancient demons in the northern regions of the Tianyin mountain range have been restless in recent years, with constant skirmishes, and the flames of war seem to be spreading. The Deluo dynasty urgently needs a large number of young talents to bolster the military and core martial arts. This joint exam of the 5 prefectures is the dynasty's directive to select talents, prioritizing reinforcements for the northern war zone. The battlefield of the ancient demon clan at the border. The Imperial Martial Arts Academy. The Holy Land of Martial Arts. Each of these 3 titles mentioned by Xin Qinglan carries a weighty significance, deeply imprinted in the bloodline of every warrior of the Deluo dynasty. The ancient demon clan has been the perennial enemy of the human race on the Tsangyuan continent, known for their brutality and bloodthirstiness. They occupy the northern region of the Tianyin mountain range and control a vast majority of the Tsangyuan continent. The battlefield of the ancient demon clan at the edge of the Tianyin mountain range is the front line for humanity against the invasion of the ancient demons. It is a place of countless corpses and blood, synonymous with iron blood and sacrifice, an infernal arena that embodies danger in the hearts of all martial artists. Only the top-tier powerhouses and fearless warriors are qualified to step into it, using martial arts to protect the mountains and rivers of humanity. The Imperial Martial Arts Academy is the highest martial arts institution officially governed by the Deluo dynasty, surpassing the academies of various states. It is said to have inexhaustible resources and martial arts techniques, even including the coveted earth-level and heaven-level techniques that ordinary warriors could only dream of borrowing for free. Even more exaggerated rumors suggest that the Imperial Martial Arts Academy houses supreme techniques stronger than heaven-level, capable of reaching the level of martial kings and even martial emperors. As for the Holy Land of Martial Arts, it does not refer to a single secret realm of cultivation, but collectively denotes the 4 top sects standing tall within the Deluo dynasty: Hantan sect, Liang sect, Batian sect, and Xinghe sword sect. The origin of the Deluo dynasty is particularly unique. It was established after the ancient calamity of the demons, when the remaining top powers of humanity allied with the ancestors of the 4 major sects to build it together. Though it possesses the title of the Orthodox dynasty and governs vast territories and millions of lives, it is by no means a dictatorial regime that rules with an iron fist. In everyday matters such as the livelihoods of the 9 provinces, local governance, appointments of officials, taxes, and laws, everything is managed by the emperor of the Deluo dynasty, who independently makes decisions, allowing each faction to operate without interfering with the sect's cultivation order. However, once it comes to critical matters concerning the survival of humanity, foreign invasions, natural calamities, or ancient disasters, it is no longer a decision that the emperor can make alone. Any major decision regarding the rise and fall of humanity or the safety of territories must be deliberated collectively by the imperial family and the ancestors of the 4 Holy Land sects, with the leaders of the sects joining forces to vote, balancing the imperial power and determining the fate of humanity. The imperial authority governs the world while the sects protect the martial realm. The court manages mundane order, and the holy lands uphold the martial heavens. This is the fundamental structure that has allowed the Daluo dynasty to endure for thousands of years, steadily resisting the ancient demons and deterring any treachery. The reason these four sects are referred to as the Holy Lands of Martial Arts is that each of them has a martial emperor reigning over them. According to historical records, a martial emperor is the pinnacle of martial prowess on the Yuan continent, overseeing all paths and suppressing all directions. They represent the utmost limit of martial arts attainable in this world. Martial artists cultivate from the physical body, condensing qi to the acquired innate master, great master, and finally, to the martial king, each step representing a profound transformation. Only by breaking through the shackles and achieving the imperial realm can one condense their true martial body. Once the martial true body is established, the physical form becomes indestructible, resonating with the heavens and earth. One could move mountains and fill seas, split rivers, and break cliffs, living for 1,000 years with a single thought capable of extinguishing millions of lives. It is precisely because of the martial emperor's suppression that these four sects are revered as the holy lands of martial arts in the Daluo dynasty, commanding the martial destiny of all humanity. Shannon had not anticipated that this county examination would hold so many secrets. What began as an ordinary county martial examination suddenly escalated to a joint examination among 5 prefectures, entangled not only with the Northern Ancient Demon Clans War, but also involving the Imperial Martial Arts Academy and the 4 holy lands that house martial powerhouses. Initially, he did not pay much attention to the county examination. After all, with his current cultivation level, should he truly make a move, he would easily overpower the entire younger generation of Warong County, making his advancement to the Prefectural Academy a walk in the park. In fact, he did not even regard the Prefectural Academy with much concern. However, now with the joint examination of the 5 prefectures, as long as he ranks within the top 10, he could directly enter the Imperial Martial Arts Academy or the Holy Lands, which even made him a little tempted. There was no denying that both the Imperial Martial Arts Academy and the 4 Holy Lands are the highest institutions of martial arts for humanity, undoubtedly housing countless Earth-level, Heaven-level, and even King-level techniques, martial skills, and secret arts. At this moment, he lacked spirit crystals, but what he truly needed were techniques, martial skills, and secret arts above the Earth level. If he could enter the Imperial Martial Arts Academy or the 4 Holy Lands with his efforts and the assistance of the system, it would be entirely possible for him to break through continuously in a short time, even reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Chunin, what are you thinking about? Are you even listening to me? Seeing Chunin remain silent for a long time, seemingly lost in thought, Shin Qinglan felt a bit annoyed and waved her delicate hand in front of him. What did you say? Chunin returned to his senses, looking at Shin Qinglan. You? Upon noticing that Chunin was distracted while speaking to her, Shin Qinglan's cheeks puffed slightly, her eyes flashing with a hint of playful annoyance. She glared at him with feigned displeasure and said, I mentioned that with your strength this joint examination might be a bit dangerous. However, my father has already arranged everything for you, securing a special admission quota for you in the Prefectural Academy. Tomorrow you can just take the exam casually, and you can directly enroll in the Prefectural Academy afterward. Hearing Shin Qinglan's words, an expression of surprise crossed Shin An's face. He had not expected that Shin Qinglan's father would actually secure a special admission quota for him in the Prefectural Academy. It is important to note that this is the Prefectural Academy, the highest hall of martial cultivation in a prefecture. Not to mention ordinary warriors, even the children of common martial families and martial geniuses must fight through layers of martial examinations to barely gain admission. A special admission quota is even more precious, allowing direct entry into the Prefectural Academy without undergoing the layers of county examinations, enabling one to enjoy the top-tier resources, techniques, and guidance from renowned masters of the Academy, an opportunity that countless warriors dream of. Reflecting on the past years since the passing of his father in this life, Shin Qinglan's father Shinzong Yue had always taken care of him. He would often personally or have Shin Qinglan deliver cultivation pills to him, and even the mid-grade martial skill worth over 10,000 spirit crystals that he had practiced before the mountain-crushing fist was a gift from Shinzong Yue. His daily concern and support had never ceased, and the kindness and importance he placed on him were even more than that of his biological daughter. Because of this, Shin Qinglan would often feel jealous, unable to help but grumble and tease, bluntly stating that she feared she might have been picked up from the roadside, while Chun was truly Shinzong Yue's biological son. My biological daughter has to fight and struggle, yet you get to sit comfortably and enjoy the benefits. Old Yu directly secured you a special admission quota. Shin, tell me honestly, you aren't truly Old Yu's biological son, are you? Shin Qinglan sighed, appearing to express a pitifully sour demeanor, her beautiful eyes blinking as she looked at Shunin. Knowing that Shen Qinglan was joking with him, Chun and curled the corners of his mouth into a charming smile, raising an eyebrow and deliberately adopting a teasing tone. Maybe I'm not the biological son, but rather a gift from the father-in-law to the son-in-law. As the old saying goes, a son-in-law is half a son, so if you say I'm Shun Ba's son, that wouldn't be wrong at all. As his words fell, the room fell into a momentary silence. Shen Qinglan was initially startled. Her beautiful eyes reflected Chun, and whose lips curled into a charmingly wicked smile, making him seem utterly ordinary, yet the tips of his ears were tinged with a faint subtle blush. You, a son-in-law is half a son. Shen Qinglan let out a cold snort, crossing her arms over her chest, which accentuated her already graceful and alluring figure. Her beautiful eyes glared at Chun and with a mix of shyness and annoyance, and she lifted her chin with a coquettish pride, saying, "How come I never noticed how thick-skinned you are? If you want to sleep with me, wait until you can beat me first." Chunin looked at her blushing ears and her proud yet stubborn demeanor, and the amusement in his eyes deepened. His gaze rested calmly on her, his tone laced with a lazy yet confident tease. "All right, you said it yourself." Holding a steamed bun in one hand, he leaned slightly forward, his eyes burning as he looked at her. "As long as I can defeat you, I'll take those words to heart, won't I? Fine, then I'll wait for you to come and beat me. How about now?" Shen Qinglan, naturally unwilling to back down, looked at him with a provocative expression. "Not now." Chunin shrugged, quickly finishing the bun in his hand as he said, "The county exam is tomorrow. If I couldn't hold back and accidentally hurt you, wouldn't that be a crime?" Hearing Chun-en's words, Shen Qinglan couldn't help but scoff. She naturally didn't believe he was serious, thinking he was just making excuses. She didn't mind and didn't press the issue further. Having known each other for years, they often joked around like this without taking it seriously. "Oh, by the way, the Bai family was wiped out last night," Shen Qinglan suddenly added. "Oh." Chun-en raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "The Bai family. The one belonging to Bai Yifan." "Yes, it's that Bai Yifan who caused you trouble a couple of days ago." Shen Qinglan nodded her head, then suddenly slapped her thigh in frustration. "Oh no, didn't you say Bai Yifan offered you 3,000 spirit crystals to sever ties with me? If you had agreed back, then wouldn't you have earned 3,000 spirit crystals for nothing? A loss, a huge loss. Forget it, 3,000 spirit crystals are nothing compared to our bond." Seeing Shen Qinglan's regretful expression, a smile tugged at the corner of Chun-en's mouth as he spoke with feigned nonchalance. "You smooth talker, always knowing how to sweet-talk people. I'm not falling for that." Shen Qinglan rolled her eyes at him, her tone dismissive, but the corners of her eyes secretly curved up, hiding an irrepressible smile and curiosity. She looked Chun-en up and down, pondering silently. Somehow she felt that Chun-en had been different lately. Had this kid finally wised up? Sensing Shen Qinglan's scrutinizing gaze, Chun-en's eyes flickered slightly. He smoothly changed the subject, feigning surprise. "By the way, the Bai family was a prominent clan in the county. Who would dare to wipe them out entirely within the city?" "I don't know." Shen Qinglan gently shook her head, a clear look of gravity passing through her eyes. She said seriously, "I went to the scene earlier. Overnight, the Bai family's 100-acre estate was reduced to rubble. And on the main grounds of the Bai residence, a massive palm print 100 zhang in diameter and 2 to 3 zhang deep was left behind." Pausing, her tone grew heavier. "To unleash such terrifying power, the one who did this must have a cultivation far beyond the innate realm, at least a grandmaster-level powerhouse. It's a pity. Relying on the county sheriff's influence all these years, the Bai family tyrannized Wurong County, oppressing the people. They must have amassed countless spirit crystals, techniques, and martial skills in secret. Now that they've been wiped out, their treasury has been looted. Who knows who ended up benefiting?" Shen Qinglan's pretty face was full of regret. Looking at Shen Qinglan, a smile involuntarily curled at the corner of Chun-en's mouth. He naturally wouldn't tell her that he was the one who destroyed the Bai family and seized their treasury. "Forget it, this has nothing to do with you. The Bai family lorded over Wurong County all these years, bullying the market and the people. They deserved this calamity." Shen Qinglan shook her head, then turned to Chun-en and warned him, "Just don't wander around at night. The authorities haven't found the culprit in the Bai case yet. Plus, the county exam is tomorrow. Over the next few days, the officials will patrol and conduct strict checks. Stay out of trouble and don't go out, got it?" Okay. Chun-en didn't argue and nodded with a smile. "You know me, I'm a coward. I never go out at night. That's all you're good for." Seeing Chun-en so contentedly admit to being a coward, Shen Qinglan was both amused and exasperated. She rolled her eyes at him in frustration, her pretty face tinged with a coquettish reproach. "You're all talk when bickering with me, but when it comes to serious matters, you turn into a coward. Well, it's good that you stay put. At least I won't have to worry about you. All right, I've delivered old you's message. I need to go back to cultivate and prepare for tomorrow's exam. I won't chat with you anymore. See you tomorrow." With that, Shen Qinglan stood up, patted Chun-en on the shoulder, and walked briskly toward the courtyard wall outside. With a light leap as graceful as a swallow, she lightly touched the wall with the tips of her toes, and in an instant was on top of it. With a flicker of her figure, she flipped over and disappeared beyond the wall. Watching Shun Qinglan vanish from the wall, a wry smile tugged at the corner of Chun An's mouth. This girl never used the front door when visiting him. Shaking his head, he withdrew his gaze from the wall, turned around, and walked back into the room. After a moment's thought, he pulled a bundle from under the bed. Opening the bundle, he found over a dozen manuals of techniques and martial skills he had taken from the buffet. His eyes flickered. He set aside 8 of the manuals, which were mortal-grade techniques and martial skills, before examining the remaining 5, which were mystic-grade. Among these 5 mystic-grade manuals, 2 were cultivation techniques, the low-grade mystic Xian Yuan True Art, and the mid-grade mystic Hui Yuan Mystic Art. The martial skills were the mid-grade mystic Song Hai Fan Lang Palm and Lu Yun Qian Dai Step, along with the high-grade mystic Ling Tian Zhan Shin Blade. With his current level of cultivation, he naturally had no use for these mystic-grade techniques and martial skills. However, his cultivation had advanced too quickly, leaving some gaps in his martial skills. Since he didn't have any earth-grade techniques, he planned to learn a few first, hoping to deduce earth-grade skills from them later. This was a method he had unexpectedly discovered while deducing the Tsang Xian Ning Gang art. When he had used the system to deduce this earth-grade technique, the essence and principles of all the techniques and martial skills he had practiced before naturally surfaced in his mind. The flow of moves, the methods of channeling true qi, and the rhythms of attack and defense all intertwined and merged, forming a foundational reference that helped him avoid countless detours in his deduction. Moreover, for this upcoming 5 prefectures joint exam, if he unleashed his true cultivation without reservation, he could easily dominate all his peers and sweep through every opponent. But being so sharp and conspicuous didn't align with his personality or the persona he had deliberately cultivated on the surface. Therefore, he planned to master several mid to high-grade mystic martial skills, using them to fight in the exam. This way, he could display considerable strength, stand out in the joint exam, and secure a good ranking without exposing too much of his true cultivation base and arousing suspicion. System: Host Chunin, age 17. Qualification: medium grade martial bone. Cultivation: Master Realm initial stage. Current balance: 500,000. After glancing at the balance of 500,000 displayed on the system, Chun An felt a surge of confidence and declared in his heart, "System consumed 200 years to help me cultivate the Tsang Hai Fan Lang Zhang. System consumed 200 years to help me cultivate the Lu Yun Qian Dai Bu. System consumed 200 years to help me cultivate the Ling Tian Zhan Xin Dao. System consumed 200 years to help me cultivate the Beng Shan Jing." In one breath, Chun An issued 4 commands in succession, cultivating 4 kinds of high-level martial arts. Ding. System activated. 200 years of Tsang Hai Fan Lang Zhang cultivation experience is being awarded. 200 years of Lu Yun Qian Dai Bu cultivation experience is being awarded. Boom. A soundless roar exploded from the depths of Chun An's sea of consciousness, like thunder cracking and his spirit trembling. For torrents of vast martial arts cultivation memories surged into his mind like a rushing river. Countless variations of techniques, routes of true qi operation, methods of exerting force, offensive and defensive tactics, and experiences in responding to enemies were all imprinted in his soul and meridians. The rhythms of the Tsang Hai Fan Lang Palm technique, the trajectories of the Lu Yun Qian Dai body technique, the domineering intent of the Ling Tian Zhan Tian blade, and the heavy dark power of the Beng Shan Jing. The essence of all 4 martial arts instantly merged and became instinctual. Chun An's aura slightly trembled, and the innate true qi involuntarily circulated according to the methods of the 4 martial arts. Entry level. Minor success. Major success. Perfection. In less than 30 seconds, the 4 high-level martial arts had been practiced to the peak of perfection. And this was not the end. This time, after all the martial arts reached perfection, the Beng Shan Jin, which he had already cultivated to minor success, continued to evolve even before the system's cultivation time had ended. In his mind, Chun An repeatedly practiced the perfected Beng Shan Jin. Once 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Buzz. Suddenly, after practicing 100,000 times, he swung out a punch. That punch seemed to shake the very void, as if the soul itself was trembling. That punch broke the shackles of the perfected Beng Shan Jin, unleashing the punch's overwhelming intent that could shatter mountains. So this is the realm of intent. Chun An opened his deep-set eyes, slowly rising to a standing position, his figure erect like a mountain. He sank his waist and stood firm, his aura returning to calm. Without exerting any innate true qi, relying solely on the strength of his body, his right fist suddenly gathered power and struck forward with a mighty roar. Beng Shan Jin, Beng Shan. Boom. A muffled and violent explosion erupted, as if the air had been brutally shattered. A visible ripple of white air waves suddenly erupted from the front of his fist, sweeping outward in layers. The turbulent air howled, and the overwhelming intent of the punch surged outward, coalescing in the air into an invisible giant fist that unleashed a tremendous pressure. The fierce wind raged, and all the furniture in the room was swept away by the violent airflow crashing against the walls. In the next moment, the invisible fist's intent, accompanied by the raging wind, struck heavily against the closed wooden door. Boom! A deafening roar exploded. An ordinary wooden door could not withstand the punch, imbued with the essence of martial arts, instantly shattering into countless pieces with splintered wood flying everywhere, and the surging airflow sweeping out from the broken door, causing the entire courtyard to tremble slightly. Dust and smoke slowly spread out. So powerful. Chunin stood in place, looking down at his hands, then glancing around at the furniture that had been swept away by that punch, and the shattered wooden door, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. The realm of intent was something he had seen sporadically recorded in ancient texts in the county's library. It was a power that transcended ordinary martial techniques, something that could only be comprehended, not described. A soul-giving ability to martial arts, mysterious and profound. Only by cultivating a martial art to perfection, or even surpassing the creator of that martial art, could one comprehend this realm. Moreover, only by stepping into the realm of intent could martial arts transcend the constraints of grade, enabling the weak to overcome the strong and fight beyond their level. At the same time, this was a supreme realm that could only be touched by those above the master realm. Chunin did not expect that what he thought would be a simple cultivation of high-level martial arts would actually lead him to comprehend the realm of the Bengshan Jin. Perhaps besides my cultivation of the Bengshan Jin to perfection, it also has to do with my current master realm. Chunin thought for a moment, speculating that this time he was able to comprehend the realm not because of his extraordinary insight, but because his cultivation had reached the master realm. Otherwise, he had previously cultivated the Fei Xing Jue Ing Bu to perfection, but did not comprehend the realm. Perhaps in this world there are truly prodigious talents who can comprehend the martial arts realm at lower levels. But Chunin was self-aware. He was not someone with extraordinary innate insight. The reason he had come this far, aside from his meager efforts, was largely due to the support of the system. Without the system, he would likely still be regarded as a waste with only the second level of qi condensation. Since the Bengshan Jin can cultivate the realm, then it stands to reason that the Cong Hai Fan Lang Zhang Lu Yun Qian Dai Bu Fei Xing Jueying Bu and Ling Tian Zhan Shen Dao, which I have also perfected, should also be able to cultivate the realm right. With a flicker of his gaze, Chunin once again turned his attention to the system. System consume 100 years to continue cultivating the Cong Hai Fan Lang Zhang and the Ling Tian Zhan Shen Dao Lu Yun Qian Dai Bu Fei Xing Jueying Bu. Ding. System activated. 100 years of Cong Hai Fan Lang Zhang Lu Yun Qian Dai Bu Ling Tian Zhan Shen Dao Fei Xing Jue Ing Bu cultivation experience is being awarded. Boom. Hundreds of years of cultivation experience poured into his mind once again. Boom. 5 seconds later. Buzz. The first to break through was the Cong Hai Fan Lang Zhang. The airflow around him surged violently, and the layered rhythm of the palm technique completely transcended the constraints of the technique. The Cong Hai Fan Lang Zhang reached perfection, successfully comprehending the realm. Palm intent ninefold waves. 12 seconds later. Lu Yun Qian Daibu breakthrough. Chun's feet shifted and moved, his figure becoming increasingly unpredictable, the rhythm of his steps resonating with his soul. Lu Yun Qian Daibu reached perfection, successfully comprehending the realm. Step intent phantom. 18 seconds later. Chun's figure suddenly flashed the afterimages, disappearing, his speed reaching an extreme that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. Fei Xing Jue Ingbu reached perfection, successfully comprehending the realm. Step intent pursue shadow. 26 seconds later. Hiss. A piercingly sharp aura suddenly erupted from Chun's body, shooting straight towards the roof, the domineering and fierce blade aura tearing through the surrounding air, exuding a terrifying might. Ling Tian Zhan Shun Dao reached perfection, successfully comprehending the realm. Blade intent break void. One after another, the high-level martial arts broke through their limits, and exclusive martial arts realms continuously emerged, merging completely into Chun's soul, flesh, meridians, and bones. For distinctly different martial arts realms. One heavy and oppressive, one ethereal and elusive, one swift and hunting, one fierce and piercing. The four realms intertwined, coexisting, slowly settling into his fundamental soul. In an instant, Chun felt his mind clear, his spiritual platform becoming transparent, and the speed of his thoughts multiplying several times. The once obscure principles of martial arts, flaws and techniques and details of exerting force, now vividly emerged in his mind. Not only that, but Chun felt that all the martial arts he had learned were no longer rigid techniques, but had completely transformed into his instinctive combat ability, devoid of any awkwardness. In the cluttered room, Chun and stood motionless as 5 distinct martial intents subtly manifested around him, causing even he, who had cultivated the Xian Gui Lianqi technique, to momentarily lose full control of the circulation of his qi. The domineering ponderous Jinyue fist intent of Bengshan Jin, the ceaseless surging ninefold wave palm intent of Songhai Famling palm, the evanescent, ever-shifting illusory step intent of Luyun Xiandai, but with the blinding swiftness of Feixing Jing Bu's chasing shadow footwork, and the razor-like sky-cleaving Pokong saber intent of Lingtian Zhan Shindao, 5 streams of intent intertwined, resonating with one another. A grand weighty momentum, both slow and swift, hard and soft with hidden lethality, slowly rose from his body and filled the entire cramped room. Splinters of wood and overturned chairs trembled in time with the cadence of the intents, while the air shimmered with ripples barely perceptible to the eye. Chunin frowned. Martial intent or I Ching arises from the soul's apprehension of technique. Through it the formless interferes with the formed. Although he had perfected the Xian Gui Lianqi technique, it was after all only a lower Xian tier martial art. It might seal the flow of his blood and true qi, but it could not bind the martial intents he had comprehended. In fact, he had already noticed this earlier. Once he had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, the Xian Gui Lianqi technique began to lag behind his advancement. Xiantian Zheng'ang is as weighty as a mountain, vast and overwhelming. A single strand of Xiantian Zheng'ang can equal hundreds of strands of Xiantian Jinqi. Though he had refined the Xian Gui Lianqi technique to perfection and could seal the innate Jinqi within his body, it still fell far short against Xiantian Zheng'ang, whose quality surpassed ordinary Xiantian Jinqi by hundreds of times. Wait, this is not right. Just as Chunin was about to spend credits to see if he could raise the grade of the Xian Gui Lianqi technique, an unprecedented stillness descended upon his mind, his spirit platform cleared and brightened, and every stray thought seemed to dissipate. Since ascending to the Grandmaster realm and witnessing the explosive growth of his power, he had been plagued by restlessness and a swarm of distracting thoughts. A typical example: when he learned Bai Yifan had sent men to cripple him, he first slew those 2, and then flew straight to the Bai household, extinguishing the entire family with a single palm. His killings had been fierce and decisive, his actions utterly devoid of scruple. After confiscating and dividing the Bai family's amassed fortune, an arrogant impatience had taken root within him. For a fleeting instant, he even entertained the thought of returning to the county to pillage every great house, seizing their reserves by sheer force. Yet now that turbulent, wanton state of mind had entirely evaporated. His spirit was quieter than ever, as if he had slipped into a sage-like calm. Could it be the martial intent? A single thought rose in Chen An's mind. Martial intent is an extraordinary ability born when a warrior's spirit transcends the shackles of technique. The soul's comprehension of a skill resonates with the way of arms and produces a transcendent power. It attaches to technique, yet stands beyond it. It is an alternative sublimation of the soul through martial art, elevating one's spirit and state of mind. He smiled. I never imagined my state of mind could be elevated through martial intent. Perfect time. He spoke to the system. System, expend 200 years to comprehend the Bengshan Jin I Ching. Bengshan. The system activated, and cultivation memories of Bengshan began to pour into him. In the next instant, countless memories of Bengshan intent flooded his mind. 10 seconds later, Chun and opened his eyes, but his face bore no smile. His brow was slightly drawn. No breakthrough. Indeed, after 200 years of cultivation, his ninefold, overlapping wave palm intent still lingered at the entry stage. Humph. If 200 years won't do, what about 500, 1,000? Chun An's eyes narrowed as he glanced at a remaining balance of over 490,000, then gave the order, System, expend 1,000 years to comprehend the Bengshan Jin I Ching. Bengshan. The system activated again and began channeling 1,000 years' worth of cultivation experience into his spirit. A thunderous resonance erupted within his sea of consciousness. An earth-shattering muffled boom split his mind as martial resonance, many times more majestic than before, inundated his soul. In the next heartbeat, a terrifying mountain-like pressure able to subdue all directions exploded from Chunin. His eyes opened wide, and within his pupils a vast, unparalleled mountain phantom materialized, lofty and awe-inspiring. He slowly raised his right hand, curling his fingers into a fist. Poised like a cliff, his posture steady and unhurried, he extended a single punch forward with quiet deliberation. A low sonorous vibration sounded, as if from nowhere. The surrounding air suddenly grew heavy and congealed, as though an invisible ancient mountain pressed down upon the heavens. The ground quivered as scattered sawdust and rubble within the room were sucked down and pinned, as if glued to the floor, not a speck of dust rising. Then the void shuddered. There was no ear-splitting roar, no wild gale. The seemingly unremarkable punch bent and folded the space several yards ahead, as if reality itself had been creased. The battered tables and chairs caught in the fiston tent's reach did not even have time to make a sound before being crushed into powder by the invisible force. The mountain-like fiston tent surged onward like a charging peak and struck the blue brick wall behind with raw, unstoppable force. The sturdy wall could not endure so meticulous a benction intent. Instead of shattering outward in a violent collapse, it seemed to weather inward like stone eroded for centuries, layer by layer dissolving. Fragments fell as the masonry was bored through. In an instant, a nearly half-meter-wide dark hole pierced the wall, and pale daylight leaked into the room. Rui Chunin lowered his gaze to his fist, his eyes glittering as he murmured. The second realm of intent, Rui, entering the subtle. That punch had employed no cultivation force at all. It was driven purely by the Rui level of martial intent. With that single blow, he had bent the void-shattered objects and torn through a wall. Were he to add his Grandmaster realm cultivation to it, the power would likely swell 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Then one strike could demolish anything. Chunin felt that with this Rui-infused intent, he could effortlessly crush the version of himself that had remained at the entry stage. Both stood at the Grandmaster realm, and yet the gap brought on by a single advancement in intent was like clouds versus mud. If Rui is already this formidable, what if it keeps improving? A sudden thud interrupted his thoughts. A knock came at the courtyard gate, and a loud voice called out, "Chunin, are you there? Chunin, are you there?" A loud shout suddenly came from outside the courtyard gate. Chunin raised an eyebrow, slightly concentrating and listening intently, yet for a moment he could not discern the owner of the voice. His gaze flickered as he pondered the visitor's identity in his heart. After a brief hesitation, he suppressed his urge to continue comprehending the artistic conception, retracted the mountain-crushing fist intent that enveloped his body like a massive peak, and rose to walk slowly toward the courtyard gate. Arriving at the gate, he opened the door and saw a young man standing outside dressed in the dark black scholar's robe of the county academy. He stood tall and straight with a hint of arrogance and impatience in his brow. "Chunin." The man's gaze fell on Chun, sizing him up, and then he spoke with a slightly condescending tone. "I am." Looking at the young scholar, a flicker of surprise also passed through Chun's eyes. He cupped his hands and nodded. "I am Lu Qingyun from the 5th year class Jia. Instructor Lu from your class Gung sent me to find you, telling you to return to the county academy immediately." Lu Qingyun nodded slightly at him as a formal greeting, his tone crisp and direct without any unnecessary pleasantries. The county academy was divided into 5 major grades and further subdivided into 12 classes using the 10 heavenly stems Jia, Yi Bing Ding, Wu Ji Gung, Xian Rin, and Gui. Among them, classes Jia and Yi were the top elite classes of the county academy with the best resources and the strongest instructors, their status comparable to advanced placement or honors classes in a modern high school. "I wonder what business instructor Lu has with me at this hour." Hearing that the head instructor responsible for teaching cultivation in class Gung, equivalent to a homeroom teacher, had specifically sent someone to summon him, Chun frowned slightly and asked. He had already recognized that this Lu Qingyun was the son of Lu Zhixing, the instructor of class Gung. Lu Qingyun waved his hand, his expression indifferent. "You'll know the reason once you return to the academy. I still have others to find, so I'll take my leave." With that, before Chun could speak again, Lu Qingyun turned and walked away directly. Watching Lu Qingyun's departing figure, Chun's gaze could not help but flicker. The county examination was tomorrow. Why would Lu Zhixing call him to the academy at this time? And judging by Lu Qingyun's manner, it seemed he wasn't only summoning him alone. Was it an emergency assembly of students before the county exam because the rules had been temporarily changed to a joint examination of 5 prefectures? Or perhaps, knowing about the rule change, Lu Zhixing wanted to arrange pre-exam training. However, recalling Lu Zhixing's character from his memory, Chun couldn't help but shake his head. Although Lu Zhixing was the head instructor of class Gung, he was devoid of any teaching ethics, perfunctory in his instruction, biased and snobbish, valuing only family background and talent. Towards students like him with ordinary family backgrounds and talents, he was essentially cold, dismissive, and neglectful. For such a selfish, cold, and incompetent person, Chun found it hard to believe that he would suddenly have a change of heart and worry about the county exam prospects of a group of poor students. "Oh well, let's go see what Lu Zhixing is up to." Sighing softly, Chun's gaze flickered. He then straightened his collar, casually closed the courtyard gate, and walked unhurriedly towards the county academy. Walking slowly, it took him nearly 2/4 of an hour to finally reach the Wurong County Academy. The Wurong County Academy was located in the northeast corner of the county town, covering an area of over a dozen hectares, enclosed by high walls with stretches of blue bricks and black tiles spreading out. The vermilion main gate was majestic and imposing, flanked by 2 stone lions nearly a zhang tall standing guard. Above the lintel hung a large gilded plaque inscribed with the 4 vigorous and elegant characters Wurong County Academy, exuding a solemn atmosphere of scholarly and martial arts spirit. Within the courtyard, pavilions were scattered in an orderly manner, study halls, martial arts training grounds, library pavilions, and so on arranged in sequence. Youths dressed in dark black scholars' robes could be seen coming and going everywhere, and the air was thick with a rich atmosphere of cultivation and learning. Chunin walked straight ahead along the bluestone paved path, passing through several courtyards, and soon arrived at the office courtyard for the 5th grade instructors of the county. Upon arriving, Chun noticed that several students from Class Gung were already standing in front of Lu Zixing's teacher's quarters. Moreover, Chun also observed that these people shared a common trait with him. They were all students in Class Gung with poorer aptitude, cultivation levels, and family backgrounds. At this moment, each of these students wore a different expression. Some were whispering to each other, their brows filled with anxiety. Others stood still, their expressions tense, a varied scene. Seeing Chun approach, these students showed no surprise. They merely glanced at him without any intention of conversing and then averted their gazes. Students in Class Gung had always been in competition with each other, their relationships distant. Coupled with Chun's past mediocre, even bottom-ranking cultivation level, he was unremarkable in the class, so naturally no one sought to befriend him. Seeing this, Chun paid it no mind. With a calm expression, he walked to the side, stood quietly, and waited. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a few more students from Class Gung arrived in a hurry, and the figures in front of the house grew more numerous. Just as the students were feeling uneasy and speculating why Lu Zixing had suddenly summoned them, they saw Lu Zixing walking in from outside with Lu Qingyun. "Greetings, teacher." Seeing Lu Zixing arrive, the students quickly stopped their murmuring, stood up straight, bowed with cupped hands, and saluted. Everyone's here then. All of you follow me inside." Lu Zixing swept his gaze over the crowd with an indifferent expression, nodded slightly, then walked to his teacher's quarters, opened the door, and entered first. The students exchanged glances but remained silently following behind and entering one by one. Chun's gaze flickered briefly, then he calmly followed behind the other students, quietly stepping into Lu Zixing's quarters. Lu Zixing's quarters were not particularly spacious or elegant, merely 2 ordinary interconnected side rooms. Now, with 10 students suddenly crowding in, it instantly felt cramped and oppressive, the air inside becoming stuffy. The furnishings inside were simple and plain. A pearwood desk was placed against the wall, piled with scrolls, documents, brushes, ink sticks, paper, and inkstones. Beside it stood a wooden rack holding several volumes of martial arts classics. Apart from these, there were only a few simple wooden chairs with no other decorations. "The reason I called you here is that there's a change in this county examination." Lu Zixing stood before the desk with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the crowd with an indifferent expression. Just yesterday, the Imperial Court suddenly issued a decree deciding that this county examination will be changed to a joint examination of 5 prefectures: Chengxian Prefecture, Qingyuan Prefecture, Huanan Prefecture, Chongqing Prefecture, and Xiaoming Prefecture. A wave of shock rippled through the students. All of them were stunned, unable to help but whisper among themselves, their faces filled with shock and fear. Everyone understood that an ordinary county exam was merely a competition within one county. Now, with the sudden upgrade to a joint examination of 5 prefectures, the scope expanded to 180 counties, gathering geniuses from all over. The difficulty and intensity of competition had increased by no less than 10-fold or even 100-fold. Silence. Seeing the students' flustered and panicked expressions, a faint hidden smile curled at the corner of Lu Zixing's mouth, and then he let out a low, stern shout. The clamor instantly ceased. The students immediately composed themselves, standing obediently, and Lu Zixing's gaze swept slowly over the crowd, and he began to speak unhurriedly. "Your instructor knows that you are all worried and afraid, fearing that with so many experts in the 5-prefecture joint exam, it will be difficult to stand out." Pausing for a moment, he adopted a tone of feigned consideration and said slowly, "Therefore, your instructor has specially thought of a safe way out for you." As he spoke, he picked up a stack of paper scrolls from the desk and shook them gently. "As long as you sign this agreement to voluntarily waive the county examination, your instructor can step in and recommend you to the Jubei Obo Trading Company in the county town. You can directly apply for the position of merchant guard there, secure a stable job, and receive a monthly salary, sparing you the humiliation of failing on the examination grounds. In the county academy within the residence of Master Lu Zixing." Upon hearing Lu Zixing's words, the entire house fell into silence. The students summoned here from the Gung class were left bewildered. They did not expect that this sudden summon from Lu Zixing was actually to encourage them to voluntarily give up on the county examination. It should be known that although they were not the most gifted, being able to enter the county academy indicated they possessed some degree of talent and cultivation. Many individuals, even those with mediocre talent, still immersed themselves in the arduous practice of martial arts day and night, seeking any chance to be admitted to the prefectural academy and change their fate. Yet Lu Zixing, as their instructor at this moment, not only did not encourage them to give their all for the examination, but instead urged them to abandon the opportunity and take on a mundane role as a guard in a trading company. Teacher, this matter. Teacher, the county examination is tomorrow. You are asking us to give up now. All our years of hard work will have been in vain. Teacher, I want to participate in the county examination. Several students turned pale, unable to contain their voices in protest, their eyes filled with disappointment and resentment. Foolish. At that moment, a cold and disdainful voice suddenly rang out. The students turned their heads to see that the speaker was Lu Qingyun, an older student from the Jia class, standing nearby. Everyone knew that Lu Qingyun was not only the top student in the county academy's Jia class, but also the biological son of Lu Zhixing, who, relying on his family background and his father's influence, had always been arrogant and domineering in the county academy. At this moment, he slightly tilted his head, his eyes filled with contempt, surveying the room's occupants from a high vantage point. He sneered disdainfully, speaking indifferently. Do you truly believe that this joint examination of the 5 prefectures is as simple as a typical county examination? In the past, the county examination was merely a competition among 1,000 candidates from Warong County with a high margin for error. But now the joint examination encompasses 180 counties, gathering tens of thousands of aspiring cultivators, with countless prodigies emerging. He scanned the Gung class students, his gaze finally resting on the unimpressive group. A surge of near-perfect true qi erupted from him, his scorn evident. With your meager cultivation at the early stage of qi condensation and your inferior martial bones, you would barely rank at the bottom within a county, let alone among the myriad geniuses of the 5 prefectures, where you'd be nothing but ants and dust. What can you gain by recklessly participating in the examination aside from becoming a laughingstock and bringing humiliation upon yourselves? My father kindly paved a way out for you, allowing you to secure a stable job at the Jubao Trading Company. That is already a great mercy. Yet some individuals are ungrateful, stubbornly resisting. After Lu Qingyun's mockery, the expressions of the students in the room shifted to one of both green and red. They understood clearly that while Lu Qingyun's words were harsh, they were not entirely incorrect. After all, with their cultivation at the early stage of qi condensation, it would be difficult for them to gain admission to the prefectural academy, even with previous year's examination results. Moreover, this time the difficulty of the 5 prefectures' joint examination would surely be greater and more brutal, leaving their hopes even more dim. Nevertheless, many students were unwilling to abandon years of hard work at such a critical moment, hesitating before the county examination, wanting to resist, but daunted by the power of the Lu father-son duo, daring only to lower their heads in indecision. Among the crowd, only Chun faced the performance of Lu Zhixing and his son with a calm expression. While others could not see it, how could he not discern the schemes of Lu Zhixing and his son? Lu Zhixing was not genuinely concerned for his students or seeking a path for them. He was clearly afraid that the standards for this 5 prefectures joint examination had suddenly risen. Once the examination commenced, the Gung class students with mediocre qualifications would likely all fail, and the poor performance of the class would directly impact his teaching evaluation, salary grade, and career advancement. That is why he deliberately selected these students with ordinary roots, low cultivation, and average backgrounds, forcing them to voluntarily give up on the examination to lower the failure rate and embellish his teaching results. As for Lu Zhixing's claim of personally recommending them to the Jubao Trading Company as guards, based on what he knew of Lu Zhixing's character and moral conduct, he dared to say that if there were no ulterior motives involved, he would eat that document and agreement right there. Seeing that the students were hesitating and no one was willing to step forward to give up on the county examination, Lu Zhixing's expression darkened slightly, a flicker of shadow passing through his eyes, which quickly faded into a hypocritical demeanor of earnest concern for his students. He spoke slowly. I know you are still young, your ambitions are high, and you are obsessed with the path of martial arts, unwilling to face reality. But I think you all understand yourselves what would be the outcome if you participated in the county examination with your cultivation. The Jubao Trading Company is one of the top trading houses in the county, with generous salaries, earning 20 yuan crystals a month, which amounts to 240 yuan crystals a year. Isn't that far better than forcing yourselves to take the examination and ultimately achieving nothing? You also know that ordinary folks struggle tirelessly for a whole year and still earn less than 100 yuan crystals, while you, stepping into the world without any struggle, merely need to sign a document, and you can secure this well-paying job, ensuring a life free from worries. This is a treatment that I, as your instructor, have worked hard to secure for you. Others cannot even hope for such an opportunity. Think carefully. Once you miss this chance, there will be no second. Suddenly, a scoff broke the silence and gloom of the instructor's residence. Everyone turned their heads sharply toward the source of the sound. Seeing the person who laughed, they couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Having been classmates for years, they naturally recognized Chunin. However, in their impression, this Chunin was said to have childhood ties with the county academy's top student Xin Qinglan, yet was reclusive, rarely interacting with classmates, and had a cultivation level of only the second stage of qi condensation, ranking at the bottom of the Gung class. No one expected that Shonen would dare to laugh at this moment, wasn't that openly defying Lu Zixing's effect. For a time, all eyes in the instructor's residence were on him, filled with surprise, curiosity, admiration, and the grim expressions of Lu Qingyun, who was waiting to see the spectacle. Facing the diverse gazes from all directions, Shonen remained calm, smiling nonchalantly, and said, "I'm sorry, everyone, I just suddenly thought of an interesting matter, which is why I couldn't help but laugh. Please continue." At the same time, Lu Zixing's face had turned ashen, his anger boiling beneath the surface from Chun N's nonchalant remark. He glared coldly at Chun and saying harshly, "Interesting matter. In the presence of your instructor in such a serious setting, you dare to speak carelessly and laugh. Do you not regard me as your instructor?" "Of course." Facing Lu Zixing's icy inquiry, Chun N remained calm and composed. He lifted his head, meeting Lu Zixing's sharp gaze with a hint of mockery in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile, saying, "No. Of course. No." The words crashed through the dormitory like thunder. A hiss ran through the air. The students of Class Gung all drew a sharp breath, stunned, every face fixed on Shonen. None had expected that Shonen, reserved, taciturn, and reclusive, would be so brazen and arrogantly blunt at this moment, openly implying he held the instructor in contempt. Lu Zixing at the desk froze, as though struck, pupils contracting, veins standing out on his face, fury churning in his chest as he struggled to contain his wrath. He had never imagined that Shonen, the quiet, lowly ranked youth he had long dismissed as weak, would dare to publicly affront and insolently defy him. Lu Qingyun, who had been ready to watch the spectacle, fell suddenly dark-faced when he heard Shonen speak so plainly and arrogantly against his father. Arrogant. Lu Qingyun glared coldly at Shonen in contempt laced with malice. "Shonen, do you take yourself above reproach because of your ties to Shen Qinglan, and so think you may openly defy and insult your elders? With nothing but the second layer of qi condensation and no standing in Class Gung, who gave you the gall to be disrespectful to my father? Do you truly believe there is no one in the county academy who can punish you?" As he finished, Lu Qingyun's true qi swelled, his aura burgeoning into the fearsome pressure of a latest-stage qi condensation cultivator nearing perfection, a terrifying force aimed to crush Chinen. Yet that very pressure, the sort that would unnerve an early-stage condensation practitioner, fell upon Chun, and like a spring breeze, it did not merit so much as a flicker of his eyelid. Chun cast a cold, mocking glance at Lu Qingyun, then looked to the ashen-faced Lu Zixing. "If you wish to be respected, you must possess conduct and a heart worthy of respect." He continued, "As the lead instructor of Class Gung at the county academy, you neglect teaching and instead seek private gain, exploiting the county examinations to manipulate students, forcing them to abandon the exams and become merchants' guards, all to preserve your assessment record and profit from it. A teacher so selfish who has forsaken all professional ethics. How can such a man command respect?" The students felt their pent-up grievance loosen and could not help but exult inwardly. Their eyes brightened and their hearts silently cheered, though cowed by the intimidating presence of Lu Zixing and his son. But without them, they would have shouted their approval and applauded long ago. Each look turned toward Chun and carried genuine admiration and a sense of being won over. No one had imagined the withdrawn, solitary Chun and possessed such courage and an unbending spine to speak aloud what none dared to say in public. 3 curt shouts landed, and the air seemed to buzz. A tremendous latest-stage postnatal aura suddenly erupted from Lu Zixing, sweeping the entire dormitory like tempestuous wind and tidal surge. The violent current battered about, hurling desks, stools, brushes, and scrolls into the air. A wooden table splintered, pages scattered, and the scattered implements whirled before crashing to the floor with resounding thuds. The dormitory's air grew turbulent, a crushing pressure descending like a mountain. Every student of Class Gung turned deathly pale, legs weakening, breaths growing constricted and labored. One by one, they were driven back, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of a postnatal master. At the storm's center, Chunin remained upright and composed, his expression tranquil, his gaze unmoved. Though the postnatal pressure battered about him, he stood as steady as a rock, his robes barely fluttering, not a hint of displacement in his posture. Lu Zixing's eyes were bloodshot as he fixed Chun and with a murderous stare. "Insufferable brat. To publicly humiliate me and defy your elders, today I will." "Instructor Lu, what are you doing?" At the brink of eruption, a calm, authoritative voice rang out beyond the dormitory door, cutting through the violent air and suppressing Lu Zixing's roar. A wizened figure then entered the dormitory with measured steps. The newcomer was an old man with hair and beard white as frost, clad in a plain gray academy robe. His countenance was solemn, he emitted no biting force, yet carried the weighty, composed presence of the school itself, inspiring instinctive reverence. He was the county academy's head elder, Wei Linyuan. As he crossed the threshold, the feral currents of qi abruptly stilled, and the dispersed postnatal pressure receded like the tide. The papers that had flown and the broken furniture halted mid-flight. Silence fell over the dormitory. The students who had been suffocating beneath the pressure raised their heads in surprised relief. Lu Zhixing stiffened, his rage freezing in place. He instinctively smothered his ire, turned to the elder with a flash of panic in his eyes, and forced himself into a deferential bow. "Elder Wei, what brings you here?" Wei Lin Yuan, as head elder of the county academy, not only possessed a consummate postnatal realm, but also held a rank second only to the chief instructor within the school. More importantly, even the academy's chief instructor, the innate realm master Fan Suyun, had once been among Wei Linyuan's disciples. It could be said that Wei Linyuan was the true first figure of the county academy. Wei Linyuan swept his slightly clouded gaze across those in the dormitory. When it settled on Chunin, calm, composed, neither obsequious nor arrogant. A flicker of unusual interest passed through his eyes before he turned to Lu Zhixing and asked evenly, "I happened to pass by and sensed an outburst of true qi. Instructor Lu, what has so provoked you?" At Wei Linyuan's words, Lu Zhixing's heart sank. The blaze of fury within him was instantly damped, and a ripple of unease surfaced in his chest. He knew Wei Linyuan's character all too well: iron-faced and impartial, a strict guardian of school rules, one who prized the teacher's virtue and the academy's decorum above all, and who loathed instructors who bent the rules for private gain or brutalized their students. If Wei were to learn that Lu Zhixing had schemed against his own pupils to bolster his assessment record, coercing them to abandon the 5 prefectures joint exam and go work for merchants for profit, his position as instructor might be in grave jeopardy. Lu Zhixing drew a breath and lied with practiced contrition, reporting to the elder, "This youth is called Chunin. He is willful and insolent, repeatedly defying his elders. I acted in haste to frighten him. I did not mean to trouble the elder. I beg your pardon." Wei Linyuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to look at Chunin. Seeing Chunin as composed as ever, Wei inclined his head and asked, "Chunin, do you have anything you wish to say?" Lu Qingyun quickly interjected, eager to speak first. "Elder Chunin leans on his ties to Shun Qinglan in class Jia and has frequently insulted my father, my fellow classmates, and I can attest to it. I asked the elder to punish him to uphold the academy's standards." Many students grew tense and hesitant at Wei's question, faces betraying uncertainty. They all knew the true circumstances, but feared the power of Lu Zhixing and his son. None dared to speak up before the elder, and so bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Wei Linyuan's gaze drifted coolly over the eager accuser, a trace of something unreadable passing his eyes before he returned his attention to Chunin and asked in a level voice, "Are their accusations true?" Chunin said nothing more. He simply reached out and handed over a sheet of paper. "Elder, the truth is written on this paper. Please examine it." At the instant Lu Zhixing and his son glimpsed the paper in Chunin's hand, both their bodies froze. The color drained from their faces until they were as pale as paper. The room was deathly silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Upon seeing the piece of paper in Chunin's hand, Lu Zhixing's pupils constricted violently, and a heavy dread surged within him, a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloping his entire body. How is this possible? Those withdrawal agreement documents were always in his hands before, right? How could they end up in Chunin's possession? How could a mere kid in the second stage of qi condensation deceive his senses as a perfected later stage cultivator to obtain that piece of paper? Beside him, Lu Qinjian's breath quickened, as well as fists clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh without him feeling it, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes. Both of them were all too clear about that piece of paper. It was precisely the document they had meticulously prepared to persuade the 10 students of the Gung class to voluntarily withdraw from the county examination and apply for positions as guards at the Zhubrushangyang. Neither of them had anticipated that at some point Chunin had managed to obtain a copy of the document and presented it to the senior elder in charge of the school. Wei Linyuan raised his hand to accept the thin document, his fingertips gliding over the neatly written characters, his gaze slowly sweeping over the withdrawal clauses and the business hiring details, his aged and murky eyes suddenly becoming completely solemn. As someone who had lived for nearly 100 years and had been the elder in charge of the county school for decades, how could he not see through the tricks in this agreement? The originally calm void suddenly trembled, an oppressive aura emanating from a perfected later stage cultivator, silently enveloping the entire teacher's residence, far more imposing than Lu Zhixing's previous fury. He raised his gaze, his expression indifferent, yet sharp as a blade, staring directly at Lu Zhixing, who had turned pale and was in a state of disarray, and said faintly, "Well done, Teacher Lu." Hearing Wei Linyuan's words coupled with the undeniable evidence before him, Lu Zhixing trembled all over, his face devoid of any color. Faced with the fury of Wei Linyan, the elder in charge, Lu Zhixing could no longer maintain the authority he had displayed towards the students, staggering forward, bowing repeatedly, his voice trembling, as he said, "Elder, please forgive me, I was wrong. It was I who was blinded by my own selfishness, tempted by some trivial material gains, afraid that the Gung class would perform too poorly in the county examination and drag down my own evaluation, that I foolishly drafted this document, intending to persuade a few mediocre students to give up the examination and seek a living at the business. I did not intend to oppress the students, nor did I wish to ruin the academic atmosphere. It was just a moment of confusion, Elder." Faced with unassailable evidence, and facing the usually stern and impartial Wei Linyan, Lu Zhixing dared not twist the truth any longer nor slander Chen, and he could only lower his stance, repeatedly admitting his mistakes and pleading for mercy, hoping that Wei Linyan would show leniency. Lu Qingyun, watching from the side, felt a chill in his heart. His father publicly admitting fault amounted to a complete confession of all charges. His complexion shifted between green and white, his arrogant demeanor entirely gone, and he could only cast a resentful glare at Chun and silently standing to the side. The surrounding students of the Gung class watched in shock, their hearts secretly cheering, cursing the deserved outcome. No one expected that the usually high and mighty teacher Lu, who often pressed down on others with a solemn teacher's demeanor, would be so humble and pleading before the elder in charge, devoid of any of the dignity and grace of a teacher. Seeing Lu Zhixing bowing his head and glancing at the mixed expressions of curiosity and disdain in the student's eyes, Wei Linyan furrowed his brow slightly. He turned to look at Chun and then swept his gaze over the crowd, his tone steady and authoritative. "I will handle this matter fairly, and will certainly give everyone a just explanation. Tomorrow is the county examination. You all may disperse for now and return to prepare." "Yes, Elder Wei," the students responded in unison. Although they were all curious and wanted to stay to see Lu Zhixing's embarrassment, since Wei Linyan had already spoken, no one dared to linger, and they could only suppress their thoughts and slowly exit the teacher's residence in small groups while discussing. "You are Chunin, right?" Just as Chunin was about to leave with the crowd, Wei Linyan suddenly called out. "Yes, Elder Wei, I am Chunin." Chunin stopped, turned around, and nodded calmly. "You did well. Make sure to perform well in the examination tomorrow." As he looked at Chunin, who remained calm and composed, a trace of appreciation flashed across Wei Linyan's face. "Thank you, Elder." Chunin nodded in response. "You may go now." Wei Linyan nodded slightly and waved his hand. Chunin slightly inclined his body before turning to leave. "Chunin, you were really bold just now." "Chunin, I didn't expect you to be so brave, even daring to stand up to Lu Zhixing." "Thank you just now, Chunin. Without you we might not even be able to participate in the county examination." As soon as he stepped outside, the students of the Gung class immediately surrounded him, each looking at Chun and with admiration and gratitude. "Well, I have something to attend to, him leaving." Facing their flattery, Chun and merely nodded faintly, and then parted the crowd, walking towards the entrance of the county school. These people had previously cowered like quails in the face of Lu Zhixing and his son's intimidation. Even when he stood up, they didn't utter a word of resistance. What he despised the most was how Lu Qingyun had twisted the truth in front of Wei Linyan, saying they could testify, yet these people still kept their heads down, all pretending it had nothing to do with them, fearing they would get into trouble. Now that he had overturned Lu Zhixing and his son's scheme, preserving their eligibility for the county examination, this group immediately surrounded him, showering him with praise and thanks. Such a hypocritical display of flattery and avoidance of danger truly made it impossible for him to muster any feelings of gratitude. What are you pretending for?" "Yeah, that's right. What kind of airs are you putting on when your cultivation is even lower than mine?" If it weren't for Elder Wei coincidentally being nearby with his level of cultivation, who knows how badly he would have been dealt with by Lu Zhixing. A small-minded person acting arrogant once they achieve a little success. Looking at Chun N's departing figure, a few of them exchanged glances and then began to whisper disdainfully, their faces full of contempt. As for the gratitude they felt just now, it had long been cast to the winds. Although they lowered their voices with Chun An's current martial arts cultivation, he caught every word of their sour remarks. Hearing their backbiting, Chun An felt no surprise at all. Instead, the corners of his lips curled into a cold smile. Who knows how badly they would have been dealt with by Lu Zhixing. What the Lu family should truly be grateful for was that he had coincidentally grasped the realm today, enhancing his spirit, and was no longer as restless as before. Otherwise, if the Lu family dared to act, had he not beaten them until they were utterly defeated, they would have had it coming. Within the county school, a familiar voice called out, causing Chun An to pause his steps and turn his head towards the sound. Not far away, Shin Qinglan was waving at him vigorously, her eyes bright with excitement. Meanwhile, Chun An noticed a stranger girl standing beside Shin Qinglan. The girl had an extraordinarily beautiful appearance, rivaling that of Shin Qinglan, and she was even taller, nearly matching Chun An's height. Dressed in a plain white robe, she exuded an elegant and aloof demeanor, standing quietly, like a pristine snow in a desolate mountain, particularly eye-catching. "Chenin, what are you doing here?" Shen Qinglan approached, eyeing Chenin up and down, a hint of surprise flashing across her pretty face. "Our class teacher Lu asked me to come here for a word." "What brings you to the county school?" Chenin casually explained before continuing. "I brought a friend here." Hearing Chen An's words, Shen Qinglan did not inquire further, assuming that Lu Zhixing had sent someone regarding the 5 factions joint examination. She then introduced, "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Pei Yunshu from the Chengtian Prefectural School's affiliated county school." "Yunshu, this is?" "No need for introduction. This is the childhood friend you've mentioned so often, Chenin, right?" Before Shen Qinglan could finish, the cool-tempered Pei Yunshu spoke first. "What childhood friend? We are brothers. Oh, Chun and I share a pure brotherly bond. And by the way, when have I mentioned you so often?" Hearing Pei Yunshu's words, Shen Qinglan's expression became slightly flustered, her ears turning faintly red as she feigned annoyance and glared at her. Pei Yunshu, however, did not dwell on the topic, ignoring Shen Qinglan's annoyance as she coolly scrutinized Chen. The young man stood tall with handsome features and a calm demeanor. Even in his simple white robe, he exuded an air of composure, as if unaffected by the world around him. A flicker of appreciation passed through Pei Yunshu's eyes, but it quickly turned into a hint of regret. After all, he was merely a student from an ordinary county school. Even if his demeanor was remarkable, what did that matter? Good looks won't enhance one's cultivation. She recalled that Shen Qinglan had mentioned that Chun An's innate talent was merely average, with his cultivation only at the 2nd level of qi condensation. Pei Yunshu nodded slightly towards Chenin. "Hello, I am Chenin. Welcome to Warong County." Chenin nodded slightly, noticing that although Pei Yunshu appeared aloof, her eyes held a hint of arrogance, and there was a subtle trace of disdain in her gaze. Thus Chenin decided not to seek trouble, glancing at Shen Qinglan and waving his hand, saying, "I won't disturb you any longer, I'll take my leave." With that, Chenin turned and walked towards the direction of the county school's library. Watching Chun An's retreating figure, Shen Qinglan couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. She turned to Pei Yunshu beside her, shook her head, and said helplessly, "Yunshu, your character really hasn't changed. He is your childhood friend, not mine. I am not like you. There are many handsome men in this world, but only martial arts are the foundation of one's existence. If you want me to see you in a different light, at least your innate talent and cultivation must surpass mine." "What do you mean by not being like me? Hey, do you think I am someone who is easily swayed by looks?" Shen Qinglan's face turned red, and she glared at Pei Yunshu in anger, her lips pouting slightly. "Chun An is different. Yes, I know. Isn't it just that you grew up together, and he even saved you when you were young?" Looking at Shen Qinglan's flustered and irritated expression, Pei Yunshu's cool demeanor suddenly revealed a hint of playful amusement, her tone tinged with mockery. Shen Qinglan was reminded of an old story. Her ears turned bright red and her cheeks felt hot, losing. With wide eyes, she stomped her feet in a playful huff and charged at Pei Yunshu, angrily exclaiming, "Pei Yunshu, you are going too far. You're dead. I must tear your mouth to shreds today." Pei Yunshu had long been prepared, gracefully sidestepping the attack, a faint smile playing on her lips as she teased, "Oh, have you turned angry out of embarrassment?" "I'm just speaking the truth. You still dare to say that? Stop right there." Pei Yunshu let out a light laugh, her figure nimbly dodging as her previously aloof demeanor now carried a hint of youthful playfulness. In an instant, 2 strikingly beautiful girls with different temperaments began to chase and play around at the entrance of the county school, their laughter echoing melodiously. Passing students paused, staring in astonishment. Chenin, walking further away, was completely unaware of the playful banter and teasing from the 2 girls behind him. The county school's library was divided into 5 levels. The first floor housed various ancient books, local chronicles, and miscellaneous studies for students to broaden their knowledge. The second floor contained foundational martial arts techniques from low to high grades, specifically for beginners to comprehend and establish their martial arts foundation. The third floor housed various supplementary techniques, such as medicine, alchemy, crafting formations, and talismans, encompassing a wide array of secret arts for students interested inside. Disciplines to study. As for the fourth and fifth floors, it was said they housed martial arts techniques from the low grade to the top grade, cultivation manuals of martial powerhouses, and even remnants of earth grade techniques. Chenin was not particularly interested in the martial arts techniques or the cultivation manuals of martial powerhouses. However, he had a great interest in the rumored earth grade techniques and remnants of martial arts. Unfortunately, access to the fourth and fifth floors was only granted to students who achieved significant merits and had the approval of the head elders or instructors of the county school. Given his current status, it was naturally impossible for him to go up. Although with his current strength, if he were determined to force his way in, the guards at the library would certainly not be able to stop him. With a flicker of thought, Chenin shook his head, suppressing his distractions, and then walked into the library, slowly heading towards a secluded corner on the first floor where the miscellaneous ancient books were stored. He had come to the library not to seek ordinary techniques, but because he vaguely recalled from his past memories that he had once browsed an obscure ancient book in this very section which described the realm of martial arts enlightenment. Now that he had touched upon the threshold of enlightenment, he was in need of relevant theories. This visit to the county school was just the right opportunity to search for this ancient book and understand the subsequent realms of martial arts enlightenment. In the corner of the county school's library, sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window frames, casting mottled shadows on the blue brick floor. A young man dressed in a white martial arts outfit stood quietly within his tall and slender figure, exuding an air of elegance, the fabric pure and clean, untouched by a speck of dust. His features were strikingly handsome, with sharp contours, and his black hair flowed smoothly over his shoulders. His demeanor was calm and serene, radiating an unworldly grace. In his hands he held an ancient yellowed tome, its pages worn and its ink exuding a sense of antiquity. He slightly lowered his eyelids, his gaze focused intently on the pages, his expression serious and absorbed, as if the surrounding clamor had nothing to do with him, and only he and the ancient text existed in this moment. This serene and handsome appearance drew the attention of several young women searching for books, their gazes drifting unconsciously in his direction, whispering softly, unable to hide their awe and curiosity. Entering the realm, delving into the intricate, transforming forms, domains, unity of the Tao, and returning to origin. So the realms of comprehension are indeed divided into 6 stages? Without noticing the glances of the distant girls, Chun carefully scrutinized the records in the ancient tome, a spark of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Currently, the deepest insight he possessed was merely the mountain-crumbling intent of the Bengshan technique, and even that was only at the micro-realm, with 4 more stages of transformation, domain, unity of Tao, and return to origin ahead. Yet even at the micro-realm, it made him feel that his battle power had surged at least tenfold. He sensed that had he possessed the micro-realm, while at the second stage of chi condensation, he would have been capable of rivaling the strength of a martial artist in the postnatal realm. It was hard to imagine what unfathomable abilities awaited him in the subsequent realms. Entering the realm consumed 100 yuan crystals, the micro-realm another 1,000 yuan crystals, while the subsequent stages of transformation, domain, unity of Tao, and return to origin each require a 10-fold expenditure. If that's truly the case, then, he gasped slightly at this thought. With 100 for entry, 1,000 for micro, if following a 10-fold increase, transformation would require 10,000 domain, 100,000 in unity of Tao, even more exorbitantly, at 1,000,000. As for the return to origin, it was unimaginable. This was not cultivation of realms, but clearly burning yuan crystals. Initially, he thought that with 500,000 yuan crystals, he would have enough resources to support his cultivation for a long time without worry. But now he realized he had been too naive. Shaking his head and taking a deep breath, Chun decided not to dwell on this matter any longer. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Oh, when the boat reaches the dock, it will naturally straighten. Once he used these 500,000 yuan crystals to enhance his cultivation, he would surely find ways to earn. He put away the ancient tome, returning it to its original place on the shelf, and without lingering, he turned and walked straight out of the library. Stepping out of the library's door, the evening breeze brushed against him, carrying the coolness of dusk. Chun looked up at the horizon, only then realizing he had quietly stayed in the library for most of the day. At this moment, the sun hung low in the west, and the sky was painted with vibrant hues, signaling the approach of twilight. An hour later, after having dinner, Chun finally returned home. System: Host Chun, age 17, aptitude medium-grade, martial bone, cultivation master, realm early stage, current balance 49600. Should I continue to enhance my comprehension of realms or my cultivation? Looking at the balance on the system, Chun fell into contemplation. Initially, he thought that having 500,000 yuan crystals would be enough for a short period of cultivation, so he hadn't planned carefully. However, upon learning that there were 6 stages of comprehension, each likely requiring 10-fold consumption to ascend a stage. In this case, even if he invested all his yuan crystals, he could at most elevate 4 realms to the domain. Though realms were powerful, enhancing one's spirit and mindset, compensating for the potential instability due to rapid advancement, the cultivation realm was the essence of a martial artist. Without the support of cultivation strength, no matter how profound one's comprehension of realms, it would be difficult to exert the true might and combat power. In that case, I'll enhance my cultivation first. Once my mindset stabilizes, I'll further enhance my realms. This will be perfect. After coming to this realization, Chun took a deep breath, then looked at the system and commanded, "System, consume 1,000 yuan crystals to exchange for 1,000 years of cultivation time, practicing the Tsang Xian condensing chi technique." Boom. The moment his words fell, the surrounding air suddenly trembled, and the vast majestic spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed towards Chun and like an unseen force. The surging spiritual energy transformed into a tangible white mist wrapping around him tightly. The Tsang Xian condensing qi technique began to operate on its own, rapidly converting the incoming spiritual energy into innate true qi. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Ding. 1,000 years of cultivation time has been exhausted. Cultivation has ceased. A cold mechanical voice echoed abruptly in his mind. The surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly dissipated, and the autonomously operating Tsang Xian condensing qi technique gradually quieted down. In the darkness, Chun opened his eyes, and instantly 2 streaks of silver light shot out from them, illuminating the room momentarily, as if a flash of lightning had passed through. 4,050 strands of innate true qi. Looking into his dantian, seeing that after a full 1,000 years of cultivation, he had only gained 1,000 strands of innate true qi, Chun couldn't help but frown slightly. 1,000 strands seemed considerable, but when calculated it amounted to just 1 strand of innate true qi per year. He had exchanged for solid closed-door cultivation time equivalent to day and night of relentless practice, yet the progress remained astonishingly slow. According to the records in the Tsang Xian condensing qi technique, to advance from the Master Realm's early stage to mid-stage required 10,000 strands of innate true qi, and to reach the late stage 40,000 strands. To attain the perfection of the Master Realm, a full 100,000 strands of innate true qi were necessary. This Master Realm is too difficult to cultivate. Thinking about needing 100,000 strands of innate true qi to achieve the perfection of the Master Realm, Chun couldn't help but twitch his lips. However, Chun speculated that his poor aptitude was the reason he could only condense 1 strand of innate true qi in a year. Otherwise, based on his current rate of condensing innate true qi, it would take nearly 100,000 years just to advance from the early stage to perfection of the Master Realm. What about the Grand Master Realm, Martial King, and even Martial Emperor realms that followed? It should be known that according to the records in books, the lifespan limit of a Master Realm expert was only around 240 years. A mere 200 years, if everyone cultivated like him, the path of martial arts would have long been severed. I wonder if there are methods in this world to enhance one's foundation and physique. Chun sighed inwardly. Despite having the system as an advantage, his poor foundation and aptitude dragged down his efficiency in cultivation. With the same amount of cultivation time, the results others achieved were several times, even dozens, or even hundreds or thousands of times better than his. Now he was still only at the Master Realm, condensing just 1 strand of innate true qi per year. System: expend 100,000 balance to exchange for 100,000 years of cultivation time, cultivating the Tsang Xian Gangju. An invisible aura suddenly expanded around Chun causing the air in the room to churn violently, while the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of several dozen miles rushed towards him like rivers converging into the sea. Dense spiritual energy transformed into a thick white mist enveloping him layer by layer. Time seemed to fly by rapidly. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Endless spiritual energy was absorbed, refined, and purified by his physical body with pure and refined breaths, continually settling into strands of heavy and condensed innate true gang, merging into his dantian gas sea. In reality, after about a quarter of an hour, ding, 100,000 years of cultivation time has been exhausted. The cultivation of Tsang Xian Gangju has ended. The surrounding spiritual energy suddenly halted, then retreated like a tide, restoring tranquility. Chun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze instantly becoming vast and profound, tranquil and deep, as if he had personally experienced the vicissitudes of countless years. In that very moment, 2 brilliant silver beams shot out from his eyes, solid and tangible, piercing. With a soft whoosh, the divine light, like an invisible arrow, directly tore through the void before him, smashing violently against the wall of the room. A faint sound of muffled thuds was heard as the hard wall was instantly pierced, revealing 2 neatly formed holes with smooth and even edges shining brightly like mirrors. Immediately, Chun's body trembled violently as an overwhelming and terrifying martial aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding air to suddenly stagnate, with visible ripples of distortion spreading throughout the entire space. In the next moment, a white wave of energy erupted like a thunderous explosion, sweeping outwards from him, sending furniture and objects in the room flying crashing into the walls and shattering. The powerful aftershock broke through the door, swept through the courtyard, causing the entire yard to violently tremble, the ground trembling slightly, and the plants bending low under the fierce winds as waves of energy surged into the sky like a cataclysm. Oh no! Coming back to his senses and feeling the changes around him, Chun quickly focused his thoughts to withdraw the dense, innate true gang within him. The tumultuous true qi flowed back rapidly like a tide returning to the sea, quickly retracting into his Dantian gas sea as the terrifying aura that had swept outwards retreated at a visible speed. The tremors in the courtyard gradually ceased. The plants that had been bent by the fierce winds slowly straightened up, and the scattered debris that had been lifted by the gusts fell to the ground. In an instant, the surroundings returned to tranquility, as if the earth-shattering force that had just occurred had never existed. Phew, that was close. Once he had reined in all the innate true gang back into his Dantian, Chen finally let out a long sigh of relief. If he hadn't contained the innate true gang, just now allowing his perfected martial master cultivation to explode, half the county would have likely turned to ruins like the Bai family. The situation earlier was not caused by a sudden breakthrough from the initial stage of martial master to perfection, leading to a loss of control over the surging innate true gang. After all, his innate true gang was cultivated through the system with a solid foundation, so there was no issue of unstable realms or loss of control. Rather, it was because he had suddenly broken through to the pinnacle of martial master, rendering the perfected Xiangui Lian Shishu unable to contain the vast innate true gang within him, leading to its failure and causing his cultivation to suddenly leak out. It seems that it's time to further develop the Xiangui Lian Shishu, Chen thought to himself. In fact, he had already sensed that the Xiangui Lian Shishu was insufficient before, and he had intended to continue its development, but the subsequent events had caused delays. The Lian Shishu was crucial for him now, otherwise if he went out with his current cultivation as a 17-year-old perfected martial master, it would definitely cause a stir and attract the attention of numerous powerful beings. System: expend 1,000 yuan crystals to develop the Xiangui Lian Shishu. Ding. System activated. 1,000 years of experience in developing Xiangui Lian Shishu has begun to distribute. Chen felt a jolt in his mind, followed by countless memories regarding the development of the Xiangui Lian Shishu flooding into his consciousness. 10 seconds later, Chen came back to his senses and reviewed the newly developed Xiangui Lian Shishu in his mind, frowning slightly. The development of the secret technique was unexpectedly much more difficult than he had anticipated. Even after using 1,000 years, he had only managed to develop a nearly perfect Xian-level Lian Shishu. Although the new Xiangui Lian Shishu could conceal his current aura, it would still be discernible to those who had surpassed the Grandmaster level. This won't do, this isn't safe. Chen gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he inwardly commanded system, expend 4,000 yuan crystals to continue developing the Xiangui Lian Shishu. Ding. System activated. For 1,000 years of experience in developing Xiangui Lian Shishu has begun to distribute. In his consciousness, the previously perfected Xiangui Lian Shishu was dismantled and then reconstructed and upgraded. About 20 seconds later, Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of silver light flashing through his pupils. Let's give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Chen activated the newly developed Lian Shi technique. In the next moment, he felt the heavy innate true gang within him, along with the terrifying vitality and physical strength that surpassed the post-heaven realm and reached the perfected martial master realm, all being sealed by a myriad of forces. In an instant, he transformed from a perfected martial master capable of dominating Wurong County into an ordinary person who appeared to have no strength at all, completely powerless. Even the essence he possessed was completely retracted deep within his mind. At this moment, even if a martial king stood before him, they would not be able to discern any of his secrets. Good. Feeling the changes in his body, a smile appeared on Chen-N's face as he was quite satisfied with the newly developed technique. The newly developed Lianxi technique, which took 5,000 years, had nearly reached the level of a top-tier Earth-grade technique. Besides concealing his aura, it even had the effect of suppressing fluctuations of consciousness and spirit. From now on, let's call it Lianxin Shu. Chen gave this newly developed secret technique a concise new name. In a magnificent 3-entry courtyard in the north of the city, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted, causing a hard blue stone table in the courtyard to shatter with debris flying everywhere, scattering across the ground. The passing servants turned pale with fear, their bodies trembling slightly, each one quaking in terror, not daring to breathe, keeping their heads down and avoiding approaching. In the courtyard, Lu Zhixing's face was as dark as water as he looked at Lu Qingyun before him, his tone laced with bone-chilling severity and murderous intent. Yuner, during tomorrow's county examination, if you encounter Chen, and do not hold back, cripple him for me. Father, don't worry, if I meet Chen, and I will definitely kill him. Lu Qingyun nodded, a flicker of resentment passing through his eyes. If it weren't for Chen, and his father wouldn't have been suspended from his teaching position at the county school, and he might have even lost his teaching role. Moreover, if those 10 students entered the Jubo Shanghang, both father and son would not only receive a benefit of 1,000 yuan crystals, but could also extract 300 yuan crystals as a benefit fee from those 10 students each month. With this amount of yuan crystals, he could buy a third-grade breakthrough pill, allowing him to break through to the post-heaven realm. Chen, and you deserve to die. Dawn. A sliver of morning light stole through the worn window frame, illuminating the entire room. On the bed, Chen's eyelashes trembled slightly, then his closed eyes opened a wisp of silver light, flashing and disappearing. Sitting up in bed, Chen's brow twitched involuntarily as he looked at the room, which despite being tidied still appeared cluttered and exuded an air of dilapidation. After the county exam, Il moved to a new place. Even though he controlled his cultivation carefully each time, there were always occasional lapses. With his level of cultivation, even a wisp of leaked energy would be a devastating blow to this room. Shaking his head, Chun and suddenly had a thought. System. Host Chunin. Age 17. Talent mid-grade martial bone. Cultivation Grandmaster Realm Perfection. Current balance 176000. Last night, after deducing the spirit concealment art, he had also spent 10,000 spirit crystals to deduce the Tsangxuan condensing force art. However, it only elevated the Tsangxuan condensing force art to Earth grade supreme, not reaching the heaven grade he had hoped for. Unwilling to accept this, he spent another 50,000 spirit crystals to continue the deduction, but still failed to raise the Tsangxuan condensing force art to heaven grade lower. Afterward, he spent another 50,000 spirit crystals cultivating the Tsangxuan condensing force art, yet felt no sign of breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Finally, he spent another 110,000 spirit crystals, but still could not elevate the Tsangxuan condensing force art to heaven grade lower. He dared not spend any more. He felt that to break through to the Grandmaster level, he might need to spend over 200,000 spirit crystals. He had that many spirit crystals, but he feared he might be wrong. What if it required more than 200,000? Thus, he decided to wait a little longer. After all, his current cultivation at the Grandmaster Realm Perfection was sufficient for now. Once the heat died down, he would sell off the buy family treasures, spend a few 100,000 spirit crystals on cultivation, and then break through. Afterwards, he spent another 4,000 spirit crystals to elevate 4 intense, ninefold overlapping waves phantom form shadow chase and void break to the insight level. Looking at the remaining 200,000 spirit crystals, he thought for a moment. To verify his hypothesis, he chose the mountain crush intent. He elevated it twice consecutively, pushing it from insight past manifestation to the domain level. As he had guessed, elevating intents consumed 10 times the resources. The 2 consecutive elevations of the mountain crush intent cost him a total of 110,000 spirit crystals. As a result, his original balance of 500,000 was reduced to merely 176,000. Domain. Chan's eyes first closed slightly, then suddenly snapped open, a brilliant silver light bursting forth from his gaze. In the next moment, an intangible wave of intent centered on him surged outwards in all directions. A resonating hum. The surrounding void seemed to freeze and solidify instantly, as an oppressive, invisible force like a mountain pressing down quietly spread. Within 10 li of where he stood, the ground sank slightly, the air grew still, and the plants drooped. All things were enveloped by the oppressive might of this mountain-crushed domain. Within the domain's range, it felt as if a colossal mountain had descended from nowhere, suppressing the physical body, blood vitality, and martial cultivation. Even the mind could not escape the binding power of this space. At that very moment, within the domain's coverage, whether on the streets, inside rooms, or in the most secluded corners, whether they were martial artists, common folk, or ants crawling on the ground, every living being felt a terrifying, majestic pressure enveloping their entire body, making it difficult to breathe. No matter how they urged their true energy or how terrified they were in their hearts, none could move an inch. Yet in an instant, before anyone could react, this feeling receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace, leading many to believe it was merely an illusion. Only those martial artists whose cultivation was above the chi condensation realm could clearly sense that the feeling was not a dream. But the more they realized this, the more horrified they became, utterly unable to comprehend what kind of existence could possess such a terrifying ability, covering such a vast number of living beings. Such terror was beyond imagination. Precisely because they understood the horror of this power, the martial artists became even more cautious, afraid to discuss it openly lest they inadvertently offend the powerful being capable of such terror, bringing imminent catastrophe upon themselves. What a domain! Withdrawing his intent and recalling the feeling of wielding domain-level intent, as if controlling heaven and earth, controlling everything, as if he had become an omnipotent god, a flicker of shock crossed Chen's face. After all, this was the result of him deliberately restraining and suppressing the domain intent. If he were to unleash it without reservation, coupled with the support of his Grandmaster Realm Perfection, innate true force, the domain's intensity and coverage would at least multiply several times, perhaps even tenfold. At that point, the mountain-crushed domain could extend to cover a radius of over 100 li. With such terrifying coverage combined with the domain's inherent sealing and suppressive, might once fully deployed it could instantly slay millions, even tens of millions of living beings, and destroy an entire city with a mere gesture. Such power might even surpass the legendary world-destroying nuclear bombs of his past life. What's more, a nuclear bomb could only be used once, but he could now use domain-level intent anytime, without limit. This was why even he was shocked after understanding the power of this level of intent. The martial arts of this world are truly terrifying. If even the fourth-level domain intent possessed such power, he couldn't imagine the divine might of the subsequent two realms of intent Tao Unity and Origin Return. Unfortunately, even with the system comprehending Tao Unity level intent would cost at least 1 million spirit crystals, and Origin Return might cost 10 million. Such a vast quantity of spirit crystals was something he couldn't afford even if he sold himself. Taking a deep breath, Chun and stopped dwelling on it. He got up, took a new set of dark black martial robes from the cabinet, changed, and then went out to wash up. After a moment, he finished washing. Chun and smoothed his lapels, picked up the examination ticket issued by the county school, pushed open the courtyard gate, and walked out slowly. Today was the annual Marshall County examination of the Daluo dynasty. Although Wurong County's Chengtian prefecture was located in the dynasty's remote southwest, the Daluo dynasty had long implemented a national policy of universal martial cultivation, a custom deeply ingrained in the people. Even ordinary townsfolk generally had their physical bodies cultivated to the first or second level, possessing strength of several hundred jin, giving everyone a foundation in martial arts. Thus, whenever the annual county examination arrived, the entire Wurong County was like a festival. The streets and alleys buzzed with noise, carriages and horses flowed endlessly, and the atmosphere was both lively and tense. Thus, whenever the annual county examination arrived, the entire Wurong County was like a festival. The streets and alleys buzzed with noise, carriages and horses flowed endlessly, and Chunin walked steadily along the bluestone paved street, slowly heading towards the examination venue of the county school. The morning light bathed the long street, and the sides were already bustling with activity. The usual market streets transformed completely today, filled with a rich and grand festive atmosphere. Shops along the road were adorned with colorful lights and festive red silk banners, while vendors had already set up food and tea stalls, calling out to passers-by. The streets and alleys were crowded with people, shoulder to shoulder with freshly dressed young martial artists seen everywhere, all looking spirited, armed with weapons, exuding youthful pride and tension. These young martial artists were generally accompanied by one or more elders who were mostly their family members. The elders walked alongside, quietly reminding the young ones of the examination rules and prohibitions, soothing their tense nerves, occasionally offering tips on martial skills for adaptability. As they neared the entrance of the county school, the crowd became increasingly dense, and the atmosphere grew even more. Young candidates from all directions gathered, wearing various martial arts outfits, with many carrying swords and daggers at their waists. The square in front of the county school was spacious, but had become utterly congested with young martial artists lining up to take the exam, their elders standing on either side, waiting, while citizens gathered along the street to watch. The air filled with discussions, reminders, and children's laughter. The air seemed to be permeated with tension, excitement, and anticipation. Chunin navigated through the crowd in his deep black martial arts attire, standing tall. Even though he had concealed his perfected grandmaster-level cultivation, using the spirit concealment technique, his handsome and imposing figure still attracted many glances from passers-by. "Chunin, over here." At that moment, a crisp voice called out to him from not far away. He looked up to see Shin Qinglan smiling and waving at him in front of the county school gate. Besides Shin Qinglan, Chun and also noticed a composed middle-aged man standing beside her, as well as a gentle and dignified middle-aged woman. The man wore a dark blue brocade robe, standing straight with an air of authority, his gaze calm as it fell on Chun and warm and attentive. The woman was dressed simply yet elegantly, her demeanor tranquil, a hint of a smile on her lips, her eyes filled with warmth and kindness as she looked tenderly at the approaching Chunin. These two were none other than Shin Qinglan's father Shin Zongyue and her mother Lin Shuyan. Chunin was not surprised to see them today. He walked over and respectfully cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Nephew pays respects to Uncle Shun and Annie Shun. Oh, Xiao and we are family, no need for so much formality. Get up. Annie hasn't seen you in a long time. You child refused to visit the capital. Let Annie have a good look at you." Seeing Chunin come and greet her, Lin Shuyan quickly reached out to pull him up, her eyes filled with warmth and affection, as if looking at her own younger generation. "Indeed, it's only been a short while, but you've grown taller and sturdier." Shun Zongyue looked at Chun and nodding with a look of approval and appreciation. "Thank you for your concern, uncle and auntie." Feeling Lin Zuyan's affectionate scrutiny and hearing Shin Zongyue's praise, Chunin couldn't help but smile slightly. He replied, "I have been focusing on preparing for the county exam, diligently practicing in seclusion, hence I haven't been able to visit." After this county exam concludes, I will personally visit the capital to pay my respects to uncle and auntie. Good. Auntie will personally cook your favorite Yuan cakes. Upon hearing Chin's words, Lin Ziyan's expression softened even more, smiling affectionately as she patted his arm and said, "It's good that you have this heart." Shun Zongyue also nodded slightly, his gaze filled with more approval as he slowly said, "Today's county exam, just do your best. I have already made proper arrangements at the academy." "Thank you, uncle." Shunin felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this, immediately bowing slightly in thanks. Although with his current cultivation he did not need the special admission quota from the academy, Shun Zongyu's thoughtful arrangements and care were genuine signs of regard and concern that moved him deeply. "Oh dear, you all seem so harmonious. If I didn't know better I would think you were family," said Shin Qinglan, who had been standing aside feeling a bit sour. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyan smiled and affectionately linked arms with Shin Qinglan, playfully ruffling her hair, saying, "You silly girl, are you jealous of Shaoan?" Shun Zongyue also revealed a gentle smile, shaking his head helplessly as he looked at his daughter with affectionate eyes. However, at this moment Shun suddenly felt two cold and malicious gazes directed at him. He frowned slightly and turned his gaze towards the source of the malevolent looks, locking eyes with Lu Zhixing and Lu Qingyun. The two stood at the edge of the crowd, not far away, their expressions dark as water, their eyes swirling with unmasked resentment and hostility, staring fixedly at Chun as if they wanted to devour him whole. Meeting Chin's gaze, Lu Qingjian's lips moved slightly, silently uttering a phrase across the crowd. Then he raised his hand and made a fierce throat-cutting motion across his neck, his expression fierce and filled with murderous intent and threats. Seeing this provocative gesture, Chin's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint chill flashing through his gaze. Though they were far apart with his cultivation, he instantly understood Lu Qingjian's unspoken message. "Chun and you are doomed." "Shaoan, who are they?" Shun Zongyue turned his head upon seeing Chun's reaction, just in time to catch sight of the unmasked hostility from the Lu father and son, along with Lu Qingjian's provocative gesture, causing him to furrow his brows and ask, "It's nothing, just a couple of clowns. Uncle need not concern yourself." Chunin replied lightly. Upon hearing his response, Shin Zongyue gave him a deep look, then nodded thoughtfully, saying no more. At the same time, Shin Qinglan also noticed the Lu father and son, seeing the hostility on their faces, though she did not know why a hint of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ding! Suddenly a deep and resonant bell tolled from outside the county school gate, the sound low and distant, resonating throughout the entire Warong County. As the echoes faded, the two large crimson-gilded doors of the county school slowly pushed open inward, emanating an ancient and solemn aura. Several county school instructors clad in standard martial robes and wearing solemn expressions stood on either side at the entrance, their authoritative gazes scanning the dense crowd of young candidates. "The examination has begun. All candidates take out your examination tickets and line up to enter." Upon hearing the loud announcement of the entrance regulations by the county school's instructor, all the aspiring students present immediately focused their minds, forming several orderly long lines to wait for verification. People hurriedly took out their floating tickets from their pockets, presenting them with both hands for the supervising instructor to check and register. Each floating ticket clearly stated the examinee's name, county school registration, place of origin, age, appearance, family background, and had the official red seal of the county office serving as the sole entry credential for the county examination. The students stepped forward in turn as the instructors meticulously compared their appearances and checked the floating tickets rigorously, preventing any substitution or cheating, creating an extremely solemn atmosphere. Seeing this, Chun did not hesitate, taking out his floating ticket together with Shun Qinglan, casually choosing a line and quietly waiting for verification at the back. All verified students may enter immediately and gather at the No. 1 martial arts arena in the school. No loitering or noise is allowed. Those who violate the rules will have their qualifications revoked. As the announcement concluded, the verified young warriors focused their minds and stepped through the red gates of the county school, heading towards the No. 1 martial arts arena deep within. Chunin and Shin Qinglan also walked towards the No. 1 martial arts arena after verification. "What's going on? Why do I feel like Lu Qingyun wants to eat you alive? Did you offend him?" As they walked together, Shin Qinglan recalled the expression of the Lu family father and son she had seen earlier and couldn't help but ask with a hint of worry. As fellow students in Class A, Shin Qinglan naturally knew Lu Qingyun and was aware that his father was the instructor Lu Zhixing from Class G. It was precisely for this reason that she felt a bit concerned. After all, not to mention Lu Zhixing, just Lu Qingyun, a martial artist who was at least in the late stage of the qi condensation realm and nearing perfection, was not someone Chunin could handle. "It's nothing. The father and son wanted me and the other 9 students from Class G to give up on the county examination and even planned to secretly sell us as laborers to the Jibo Shengyang. Fortunately, the matter was exposed and the supervising elder noticed in time to stop it. Chunin spoke nonchalantly, his tone calm and unperturbed, slowly recounting the sordid schemes of Lu Zhixing and his son from yesterday, as if he were merely narrating an inconsequential minor event. What? They actually dared to do such vile things. Upon hearing this revelation, Shen Qinglin's charming face suddenly changed, her delicate brows furrowing tightly, and her expression turned icy. She clenched her silver teeth, casting a cold glance at Lu Qingjian's figure not far away, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Don't worry, if I encounter Lu Qingyun in this martial examination arena, I will definitely help you break his leg and vent your anger. All right then, I thank you in advance. Seeing her indignant and gritted teeth expression, Chun and couldn't help but smile and nodded. By the way, if you meet Lu Qingyun in the arena, just admit defeat. Suddenly Shen Qinglan changed her tone, seriously warning, you must not be stubborn. Lu Qingyun is close to the perfection of the qi condensation realm. You are not his match. Better to keep your life than to risk it unnecessarily. I understand. Chen nodded slightly. Soon the two entered the No. 1 martial arts arena together. The No. 1 martial arts arena was the largest training ground in the county school, covering an area of more than 100 acres, with the ground paved entirely with black ironstone comparable to fine iron, hard and flat, able to withstand the hardest strikes of martial arts experts without leaving a single crack. At this moment, the martial arts arena was already bustling with noise. 3 platforms stood firmly in the central area, wide and stable, surrounded by stone steps for spectators, allowing the supervising instructors and waiting students to observe. On the right side of the martial arts arena, 5 ancient stone tablets stood neatly, each about a zhang tall. The stone tablets were deep black in color with a heavy and cold texture. In the middle of each tablet, about 1.5 meters high, there was an embedded area of pure luminescent silver white, with faint flowing light, the patterns faintly visible, exuding a mysterious wave. In addition, there seemed to be some markings faintly engraved on the surface of the stone tablets, the purpose of which was unclear. I didn't expect that this time for the county examination the county school would even bring out the Xianlight tablets. Seeing the 5 stone tablets, Shen Qinglan couldn't help but sigh. Xianlight tablets. Chunin raised his eyebrows. The Xianlight tablet is said to be a peculiar instrument crafted by a third-tier artificer used to test the strength of true qi. Noticing Chun and didn't understand, Shen Qinglan whispered, it seems this county examination is truly different. I've never heard of the use of Xianlight tablets in previous county exams. Testing the strength of true qi. Hearing Shen Qinglan's explanation, a hint of surprise flashed in Chen N's eyes. He hadn't expected that such an instrument existed in this world. Additionally, Chun noticed that a wide viewing platform had been specially constructed behind the No. 1 martial arts arena. The platform was made of solid wood with ancient eaves exuding a solemn aura, and at this moment several tall figures were seated upon it. Among them, 3 individuals emanated profound and heavy auras, their bodies subtly enveloped in thick innate true qi, clearly indicating they were martial arts experts of the innate realm. Before long, all the over 1,000 students participating in the martial examination had gathered, lined up neatly, and led by the supervising instructor to the area beneath the viewing platform. The entire venue instantly fell silent, and no one dared to make a sound. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark brocade robe with 3 long strands of beard beneath his chin slowly rose from the platform, his demeanor calm and his gaze sharp as an eagle sweeping over the crowd of young students below. He was the county school's instructor, a strong innate realm expert, Fan Suiyun. When the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, Fan Suiyun finally spoke in a deep voice, his words wrapped in a faint true qi, clearly resonating throughout the entire No. 1 martial arts arena. Students, I am the instructor of the Wurong County School, Fan Suiyun. He slowly scanned the entire arena, then spoke with an imposing expression. Today's county school martial examination prohibits favoritism, cheating, fighting, or intentional injury to others. Who offenders will be immediately expelled from the examination and banned from re-entering the county school or participating in future martial examinations. This martial examination will be conducted in 2 rounds. The first round is a cultivation assessment based on the Xianlight tablet in the arena. Those who do not exceed the 5th level of the qi condensation realm will be eliminated. The second round will be practical combat on the arena with pairings drawn by lots. The match ends when one party admits defeat or falls and loses their ability to resist. This examination's results will be comprehensively assessed based on cultivation level and arena performance. The top 30 will be recorded in the provincial school roster and may participate in the joint examination of the 36 counties of Changtian Prefecture and even the 5 prefectures stepping onto a higher martial path. Wow. When Fan Suiyun announced the county examination rules, especially when it was revealed that the first round of cultivation assessment required at least reaching the 5th level of qi condensation to advance, the crowd of over 1,000 students erupted in an uproar. Many students whose cultivation was stuck at the third or fourth level of qi condensation turned pale, revealing expressions of despair. Those who had previously harbored hopes of luck and a chance to advance suddenly turned ashen, their faces filled with shock and unwillingness. It's over. This year we actually have to start at the fifth level of qi condensation. In previous years, wasn't it enough to just be at the qi condensation realm to participate? Why has the threshold suddenly been raised so high this year? This is too harsh. On the first martial arts arena, under the announcement of instructor Fan Sui-yun, a wave of exclamations and sighs rose and fell among the crowd. Many students appeared flustered, as if they had lost their chance. Shen Qinglan frowned slightly and said softly to Chun En, "This year's admission threshold is significantly higher than in previous years. It seems the capital intends to select the elite, aiming to eliminate a large number of students with mediocre qualifications. However, this might be a good thing. After all, old Yu has already secured a special admission quota for you at the academy, so being eliminated is not a big deal. You won't even have to go on the stage." Following that, Shen Qinglan smiled again. Hearing her words, Chun En couldn't help but smile faintly, nodding slightly, without saying much. Not far away, Lu Qingyun, upon hearing the rules, was momentarily dumbfounded. He never expected that this year's county examination would have such rules, and his father, the chief instructor of the Gung class, didn't even know about this. Was it ignorance, or was he deliberately hiding it from him? Moreover, did Elder Wei Linyuan really just happen to walk by and intervene in this matter? Thinking of this, Lu Qingyun couldn't help but shiver. Immediately after, his gaze involuntarily turned towards Chun, and not far away, a flicker of resentment and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Damn it, he's gotten lucky. Originally, Lu Qingyun had planned to pretend to lose and kill Chun En if they met, but now that the county examination had changed to testing cultivation in the first round with Chun En at the second level of qi condensation, he wouldn't even pass the first round and would be eliminated. Thus his plan had backfired. Let you live a little longer. Once the county examination ends and I get into the academy, it will be your demise. Lu Qingyun coldly snorted in his heart. All right, silence. Instructor Fan Sui-yun shouted from the high platform, an imposing pressure suddenly emanating from him, instantly enveloping all the students present. The overwhelming pressure made everyone's hearts tremble, and the venue fell into complete silence. A pin drop could be heard, and no one dared to make any noise. Everyone immediately line up and proceed to the Xianguang steel for cultivation, testing in order. Anyone who dares to provoke trouble or disrupt the examination will be expelled on the spot and never admitted again. Begin. As soon as Fan Sui-yun's voice fell, all the students lined up silently under the guidance of their instructors and divided into 5 groups to approach the Xianguang steel. Channel your true qi and slap your palm against the silver-white area of the Xianguang steel. Standing beside the steel were instructors patiently instructing the approaching students on how to harness their true qi to activate the stone tablet. Zhao Wenyuan. One of the instructors called out the name of the first student. The boy named Zhao Wenyuan was nervous and timidly walked forward, slowly circulating his true qi as instructed and injecting it into the Xianguang steel. Buzz! A deep humming sound suddenly rang out, and the surface of the Xianguang steel instantly shimmered with a faint blue light. Following that, 3 marks on the lowest level of the steel lit up. The instructor glanced at the steel and solemnly announced, "Zhao Wenyuan, 3rd level of qi condensation, not qualified." He then continued calling out names. Cheng Lishan, 5th level of qi condensation, qualified. Yuan Zoming, 4th level of qi condensation, not qualified. So that's how it is. The blue light corresponds to qi condensation, and the marks on the steel indicate the standards for distinguishing the small realms of cultivation. Isn't it too harsh that the first round of this county examination eliminates students below the 5th level of qi condensation? On the high platform, County Lord Zhang Xianming looked at the students below who were eliminated and crying bitterly, his gaze shifting as he said, "The path of martial arts has never been solely based on cultivation level. Some students have extraordinary roots and can progress by leaps and bounds. Yet there are also many students who are naturally inclined towards comprehension, gaining deep insights into martial techniques, and possibly possessing the ability to fight beyond their level. To judge strictly by cultivation level would inevitably overlook many talents." You are absolutely right. Hearing Zhang Zuanming's words, Fan Sui-yun first clasped his hands slightly, then looking down at the students taking the examination, he slowly said, "Indeed, there are those with ordinary roots, but extraordinary comprehension, who can fight beyond their level. However, no matter how high the comprehension, no matter how profound the martial skills, without the support of a cultivation level, one may fend off opponents of the same level, but when facing a suppression in realm, it is fundamentally difficult to turn the tide. Moreover, this martial examination is unlike any other. The selected students will not only compete with students from 36 counties of Chang'an Prefecture, but also with the geniuses from Qingyuan Prefecture, Wannan Prefecture, Changgung Prefecture, and Xiaoming Prefecture. The 4 prefectures are filled with talents and geniuses abound. If we lower the standards and admit a batch of students with low cultivation levels, it may seem like we are cherishing talent, but in reality it will lead them to be easily defeated in future competitions with other counties and prefectures, tarnishing the reputation of our Wurong County and wasting their own martial arts future. County Lord, I support Instructor Fan's approach. At this moment, the elder from the Zhou family, Zhou Tong, who was wearing a gray robe, interjected, cultivation level is the foundation of martial arts. Without cultivation, what good is martial skill, no matter how strong? For example, as a postnatal realm martial artist, even if I master martial skills to perfection, I can still kill him with a single palm. Hearing Zhou Tong's somewhat crude analogy, Zhang Zuanming's eyes flashed with displeasure, but he said nothing more and nodded slightly, turning his gaze back to the ongoing tests. Kai Din's 7th level of Qi condensation qualified. Deng Mingyuan 5th level of Qi condensation qualified. The testing continued. Lu Qingyun. Soon it was Lu Qingjian's turn in the second group. Shin Qinglan. Coincidentally, it was also Shin Qinglan's turn in the third group. Lu Qingyun glanced at Shun and confidently stepping forward to the Xianguang stele, then took a deep breath and slapped his palm against the stele. Bang! With a dull sound, Lu Qingjian's palm struck the Xianguang stele firmly. In the next moment, the entire stele erupted with a blue light and 9 marks lit up instantly. Impressive, he has reached the 9th level of Qi condensation, almost reaching perfection. Isn't this the highest cultivation level in the entire venue so far? I know him, he is Lu Qingyun from Class A, and his father seems to be the chief instructor of Class G. Impressive, another spot has been taken in the academy. Upon seeing the cultivation displayed on Lu Qingjian's mystic light stele, a series of gasps echoed through the venue as everyone looked at him with shock and envy. Even the instructor standing nearby couldn't help but turn his head to take a glance, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. At such a young age, possessing the 9th level of Qi condensation, he is undoubtedly a seed of the academy, and it is almost certain that he will break through the postnatal realm, with even the possibility of becoming a prenatal powerhouse. Lu Qingyun let out a long sigh of turbid air, gazing at the 9 glowing marks on the mystic light stele, surrounded by the astonished and envious voices of his peers. A proud smile crept onto his face, radiating extreme arrogance. Boom! Just as he was basking in his achievements, the adjacent mystic light stele suddenly shook violently, erupting with a dazzling water blue light, far more brilliant than the green light of Qi condensation. The blue light soared into the sky, enveloping the entire venue, while the radiant flow danced upon the stele, exuding a powerful aura that far surpassed that of Qi condensation. All the students present had their pupils constrict, staring dumbfounded at the glowing mystic light stele. Even the murmurs ceased instantly. And Lu Qingyun, who had just moments ago been filled with pride and arrogance, suddenly froze, his expression locking in disbelief and shock. This is the blue light, it's the postnatal realm. Oh my, it's Shin Qinglan, she's our Class A's chief. I can't believe she's a postnatal powerhouse. Unbelievable. An 18-year-old postnatal powerhouse. It's rare to see. Shin Qinglan has long been a postnatal powerhouse. Gazing at the flowing water blue light emanating from the mystic light stele, the students of the county academy were utterly dumbfounded, and the venue erupted in an uproar. Even County Lord Zhang Xianming and Zhou Tong, seated on the high platform, were moved, their gazes firmly locked on the graceful figure of the girl before the stele. At 18 years old, to achieve the postnatal realm, such extraordinary talent, as long as she continues her practice and steadily accumulates, stepping into the prenatal realm in the future is almost a certainty. County Lord Zhang Xianming stared at Shun Qinglan, a hint of profound unusualness flashing in his eyes, then turned to Fan Xiyun, quietly asking, "Fan, who is this?" Zhou Tong also straightened his posture, filled with awe and disbelief, looking at Fan Xiyun, his tone carrying a hint of probing. "Brother Fan, could she be the Shun Qinglan from your county academy?" "Indeed, she is the universally acknowledged top prodigy of Wurong County." "Ha, I didn't expect Brother Zhou to know of Qinglan's name." Fan Suiyun laughed heartily, stroking his long beard with pride gleaming in his brows. He then bowed slightly to Zhang Xianming and said, "County Lord, this girl is indeed our academy's top prodigy, Shin Qinglan." As early as a month ago, Qinglan opened the second of the 8 extraordinary meridians, steadily entering the second level of the postnatal realm. Well, with such age and talent, she should be among the top in the entire Qingtian prefecture. Zhang Zuanming's face revealed a look of appreciation, nodding slightly. "I didn't expect the county academy to have such a prodigy. Brother Fan truly teaches well." "You flatter me, County Lord." Zhang Xianming couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth, humbly saying, "This is mainly due to Qinglan's extraordinary talent. I merely provided a bit of guidance." Brother Fan, I heard that Shun Qinglan possesses Earth-grade roots. Is that true? Zhou Tong interjected from the side. Indeed, Qinglan truly possesses Earth-grade roots. Fan Suiyun nodded, a hint of gratification gleaming in his eyes. Moreover, she not only has great comprehension, but also has always been diligent and hardworking, which is why she could break through to the postnatal realm at such a young age. Has Brother Fan already taken her as a disciple, personally teaching her? Zhang Xianming suddenly asked. Zhou Tong beside him was also slightly moved, his gaze turning eager. Possessing Earth-grade roots, extraordinary comprehension, having achieved the postnatal realm at such a young age, destined to step into the prenatal realm in the future, which Master Present wouldn't want to take her as a disciple and nurture her carefully. Hearing this, Fan Suiyun flashed a bitter smile on his face, shaking his head. I would love to, but Qinglan comes from an extraordinary background. I fear I don't have that fortune and wouldn't dare to reach for it. Both Zhang Xianming and Zhou Tong were taken aback by Fan Suiyun's words, their pupils slightly contracting, a look of shock crossing their faces. What does that mean? Even Fan Suiyun, a mid-stage prenatal warrior and a teacher at the county academy, claims he doesn't have that fortune and wouldn't dare to take Shun Qinglan as a disciple. Could it be? Brother Fan, does Shun Qinglan have some tremendous background? Zhou Tong's heart trembled, glancing at Shun Qinglan, who had just stepped down from the mystic light, steely, a curious and shocked tone in his voice. Fan Suiyun merely smiled, faintly waving his hand, looking at Zhou Tong with a bit of annoyance. Shun? Could it be from the Shun family of the prefectural city? Seeing Fan Suiyun's ambiguous demeanor, County Lord Zhang Xianming suddenly interjected. Fan Suiyun looked at County Lord Zhang with surprise, not expecting him to guess Shun Qinglan's background, but upon considering Zhang Xuanming's own background, he felt enlightened. However, Fan Suiyun also did not elaborate, merely nodding lightly, tacitly confirming Zhang Xuanming. Upon seeing Fan Suiyun's gesture, Zhang Xuanming's pupils slightly contracted again, looking at Shun Qinglan's figure, now not with admiration, but with a hint of reverence and astonishment. The Shun family of Chengtian Prefecture, that is. How was that? Amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the surrounding students and instructors, Shun Qinglan gracefully descended from the mystic light, stealily approaching Chun, and her cold and proud demeanor instantly melting like ice and snow, sporting a hint of arrogance and playfulness as she raised an eyebrow at Chunin. The second level of the postnatal realm, very impressive. Seeing Shun Qinglan's proud and smug expression, a smile flickered in Chun N's eyes as he said with a grin. As long as you know. Hearing Chun N's praise, Shun Qinglan's eyes instantly lit up, smiling so wide her eyes turned crescent-shaped, resembling a little girl who had just received an award, then said, "Don't be nervous. After all, you've already secured a special admission spot in the academy." "Yes, I know." Chunin nodded slightly, his expression calm. In the martial arts arena, witnessing the postnatal powerhouse, Shun Qinglan, the proud daughter of heaven, getting so close to the ordinary Chun, in their gestures appearing so intimate, made everyone feel as if they had bitten into a lemon. Chunin. Just then it was finally Chun An's turn for the test. Chunin. A teacher called out Chun An's name on the martial arts arena. Finally, it was Chun An's turn to take the test. Instantly, countless gazes fell upon him. Some who knew Chun N's background couldn't help but smirk inwardly, their eyes revealing a sense of glee. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyun watched Chun N slowly approach the Xianguang, steely, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her mouth. What use was it to be the childhood friend of Shun Qinglan? What good was it to win the favor of the talented Shun Qinglan? Ultimately, he was still a waste at the second level of qi condensation. If he couldn't even pass the first hurdle of the county examination, the gap in martial arts between him and Shun Qinglan would only widen like a chasm between clouds and mud. At that time, with their differing statuses and realms, the friendship between them would naturally fade. He could only watch from afar as Shun Qinglan ascended to greatness, while he remained stuck at the bottom, regretting his inferior talent and background for life. No, he no longer had the chance to regret for a lifetime. After this county examination, once he entered the academy, it would be his end. However, Chunin paid no heed to these gazes. With an indifferent expression, he walked up to the Xianguang, steely raised his right palm and casually slapped it, as if swatting a fly. Bang! A soft sound echoed, and the surface of the Xianguang steel rippled with a faint blue glow, followed by the scales at the very bottom of the steel lighting up one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 scales shone brilliantly on the Xianguang steely, their blue glow particularly striking. How could this be? Isn't his cultivation only at the second level of qi condensation? Originally, a group of students who had come to watch the show and expected to see Chun and embarrass himself suddenly froze, their faces filled with disbelief as they widened their eyes, staring at the Xianguang steel. The students who had previously smirked with glee and anticipated a spectacle were now completely dumbfounded, their expressions shifting from schadenfreude to shock and confusion. Impossible. Just then a somewhat sharp voice rang out in the martial arts arena. Everyone turned to see Lu Qingyun staring intently at the 6 shining blue scales on the Xianguang stele, her face twisted with resentment. She shouted, "Instructor, he is just a waste at the 2nd level of qi condensation. How could he possibly be at the 6th level? Cheating. Chunin must have used some underhanded method to fake it. I urge the instructor to investigate thoroughly and punish him severely." As soon as her words fell, the entire arena erupted in an uproar. Many of the originally doubtful students also showed hesitation, glancing at the Xianguang stele and Chun in their discussions, rising and falling. "I know this person, he's from class G. I heard he has always been at the bottom in class." "Yeah, I heard he has always been at the bottom. Did he really cheat?" "I'm from class G too. Chin An's cultivation was indeed at the 2nd level of qi condensation before. Could he really have cheated?" "I'm also from class G. Just a month ago, I sparred with Chunin, and at that time his cultivation was indeed at the..." Rumors began to swirl, and many were swayed by Lu Qingyun's words. Most unexpectedly, some students from class G stepped forward to testify. This quickly cast a shadow of doubt over the matter, and all the students, including the instructors, looked at Chun and with suspicion. Chun turned around and stood silently beside the Xianguang stele, feeling the scrutinizing and questioning gazes surrounding him. His gaze swept indifferently over the few class G classmates who had come forward to testify, individuals he had encountered just days ago at the teacher's residence, now publicly speaking against him and deliberately inciting suspicion among the crowd. Seeing this, a cold smirk involuntarily appeared at the corner of Chun N's mouth. "Everyone shut up." At that moment, a clear voice rang out, followed by a powerful aura from the late stage of the acquired realm, crashing down instantly, silencing the chaotic discussions in the arena. Everyone turned towards the sound, and the one who had reprimanded them was none other than Xin Qinglan. Her delicate face was slightly cold, and her eyes carried a hint of anger as she swept a frosty gaze over the crowd, speaking sharply, "Do you really think you know Chunin well? What basis do you have to assert what his current cultivation is? Each of you, being negligent and unambitious, can only measure others with a petty mindset, slandering others without reason. And you, Lu Qingyun..." Xin Qinglan turned her head, her icy gaze fixed on Lu Qingyun. "You and your father have done so many wicked deeds, yet you still dare to coerce your classmates into giving up the martial examination before the county test, not to mention secretly planning to sell them to the treasure merchants as laborers. With such despicable behavior, how dare you stand here and spout nonsense, wantonly slandering Chun, and who even deserves to be called that?" After hearing Xin Qinglan's furious rebuke, the students felt a flush of embarrassment cross their faces. Upon hearing of Lu Zhixing and his father's actions, their expressions changed further, each of them looking at Lu Qingyun in shock and disdain. No one expected that Lu Zhixing and his father would be so brazen as to coerce their fellow students to give up the martial examination just before the county test, and even plan to sell these students to the merchants as laborers. Such underhanded and malicious acts were simply shocking and completely overturned the students' perceptions. Even those instructors who had vaguely known some of the details looked at Lu Qingyun with eyes filled with cold disdain and contempt. "You." Seeing Xin Qinglan expose their sordid dealings so blatantly in public, feeling the gazes of those around them, Lu Qingyun's face turned pale, and she glared at Xin Qinglan with resentment. "All right, silence." At that moment, a powerful presence of a congenital realm expert swept down from the high platform, pressing down like a mountain, instantly freezing everyone in the martial arts arena, rendering them immobile. Fortunately, this intimidating pressure only lasted for a moment. After a brief pause, it slowly dissipated, allowing everyone to calm down as they looked at Fan Suiyun on the high platform, their eyes still filled with deep reverence. Just with a hint of his aura, he could suppress thousands of people from a distance of over 100 meters. An expert in the congenital realm truly was terrifying. Fan Suiyun scanned the entire arena with an indifferent gaze before speaking in a calm tone that carried an authoritative weight. "The Xianguang stele has not made an error. Chin N's cultivation test is genuine and valid." After a brief pause, Fan Suiyun's gaze swept over Lu Qingyun. That glance seemed calm, yet it carried the unique, imposing authority of a congenital realm expert, an invisible pressure instantly enveloping Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun instinctively stiffened, her mind shaken, a chill running down her spine, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead and back, not daring to breathe a word. Then Fan Suiyun spoke with a solemn tone, each word carrying undeniable authority, warning. "Anyone who causes trouble, creates a ruckus, or disrupts the order of the martial examination will be expelled from the school and never readmitted." Upon finishing, he raised his hand and waved lightly, saying, "Continue." "Chunin." As she watched Chun and who walked down from the Xianguang stele with a calm demeanor, Xin Qinglan's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of brilliance. Immediately, a bright smile blossomed on her pretty face as she playfully punched his chest, saying, "Not bad. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the 6th level of qi condensation. You haven't embarrassed me. Of course. Chunin shrugged and said you are already a practitioner of the postnatal realm. If I can't even pass the first test, wouldn't I be too ashamed to stand beside you in the future? Hearing Chun In's words, Shen Qinglan seemed to think of something, and her ears quietly turned a shade of crimson. She glared at him and said, don't get too proud. The 6th level of qi condensation is just a small achievement, and you are still far from being worthy of this young lady. Yes. I will keep working hard to cultivate and strive to catch up with you. Chunin smirked, his eyes filled with a hint of teasing. You are just good at sweet-talking. Shen Qinglan shot him a glance, suppressing the smile at the corner of her mouth, and said with a hint of playful reproach. At the same time, not far away, Lu Qingyan stood with his arms crossed, his expression as dark as water, watching the two with deep resentment and murderous intent in his gaze. The first round of tests has ended. After a short while, an instructor stepped forward and announced loudly that the first round of the cultivation test had officially concluded. As the words fell, all the students who failed to reach the 6th level of qi condensation looked gloomy, their faces filled with dejection as they hung their heads and stood aside, filled with regret and unwillingness. They knew they had failed to cross the first hurdle of the county examination and had been eliminated, thus losing the chance to participate in the upcoming martial arts competition. The remaining students who met the standards quietly breathed a sigh of relief, their faces revealing a hint of smiles. Standing among the crowd, Chun scanned the entire venue with a calm expression. This single round of cultivation testing had eliminated more than 70% of the county students. This meant that more than 700 county students had failed this round, and only about 300 students had passed. Moreover, these 300 successful students still had to undergo the subsequent practical assessments and layers of scrutiny. Only those who stood out and made it into the top 30 could be recorded in the prefectural school roster and earn the qualification to participate in a higher-level martial arts competition in the Chengtian prefecture. At this moment, the instructor spoke again loudly. Students who have been eliminated should immediately retreat to outside the martial arts arena. You may leave on your own or stay to watch the next round of practical tests. Students who passed the first round should line up to draw lots for the second round of matches. Upon hearing this, the eliminated students appeared even more despondent as they walked out of the martial arts arena with their heads down. Some left dejectedly, while others, filled with unwillingness and curiosity, lingered at the edge of the arena to watch the upcoming second round of arena battles. The 300 students who successfully passed remained in the arena, their expressions serious as they collected their thoughts and lined up neatly. Under the guidance of several instructors, they slowly walked to the front of the 3 arenas, arriving at the wooden boxes prepared for drawing lots, taking turns to draw their competition numbers. Before long, it was Chun-en and Shen Qinglan's turn. Chun-en stepped forward first and drew a wooden plaque that read, at 26. Chun-en first handed the plaque to the instructor beside him for registration, then walked to the side with the plaque in hand. Chun-en, which arena did you draw? When Shen Qinglan came over after finishing her registration, she eagerly asked Chun in A26. Oh, Chun casually flipped the plaque to show Shen Qinglan and asked, I got A26. What about you? I got B31. It seems we are not in the same arena. Shen Qinglan shook the plaque in her hand with a smile. This second round of the Wurong County examination adopted arena battles divided into arenas A, B, and C, with each arena having over 100 students competing in successive matches. Ultimately, each arena would select 10 winners totaling 30. These 30 individuals would jointly enter the prefectural school roster and gain the qualification to head to Chengtian Prefecture to participate in an even grander martial arts competition. When you go up to the arena later, if you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, just raise your hand and admit defeat, understood? Shen Qinglan looked at Chun and a hint of worry flashing in her eyes as she reminded him, although you have already reached the 6th level of qi condensation, the remaining participants are at least at the 5th level of qi condensation starting point, and most of their cultivation is higher than yours. During the battles, you must not let your guard down. And don't be stubborn. If you need to admit defeat, just do it. After all, you are not short of this one slot. Looking at the worried expression in Shen Qinglan's eyes, warmth surged in Shen N's heart, and he smiled as he nodded, saying, don't worry, I won't be stubborn. If I really can't win, I will definitely admit defeat. That's the right attitude. Seeing Chun and so obedient, Shen Qinglan finally let out a slight sigh of relief, a reassuring smile appearing on her pretty face. As soon as her words fell, the instructor's voice rang out, instructing the students who drew lots for arenas A, B, and C to wait at their respective arenas. Chun nodded at Shen Qinglan, then walked towards Arena A. Coincidentally, upon arriving at Arena A, Chun unexpectedly saw Lu Qingyun. Seeing Chun also at Arena A, Lu Qingyun's face immediately broke into a sinister sneer. He never expected that Chun would be in the same arena as him. With a flicker of his eyes, Lu Qingyun walked over to Chun. Chun, you're finished. Standing in front of Chun, Lu Qingyun looked at him with a cold sneer and whispered, "You'd better pray that you don't encounter me in the arena, otherwise I will definitely make you understand what cruelty is." In Liu Qingjian's view, even if Chun and truly had the cultivation of the 6th level of qi condensation, it was nothing to be concerned about. After all, he had opened up 9 meridians and had the cultivation of the 9th level of qi condensation. Even just in terms of cultivation, he could crush Chun. Moreover, in martial artist duels, it wasn't just about the realm of cultivation. The level of martial arts mastered, the refinement of techniques, and the experience in actual combat were all critical factors that determined victory. Not only was he proficient in 7 or 8 types of yellow-grade martial arts, but he also possessed 2 low-grade and 1 mid-grade profound martial arts, all of which he had practiced to at least the entry level or even small success. More importantly, he had grown up under the direct guidance of a postnatal realm expert father with at least 10 real combat experiences against postnatal realm masters each month. With such foundations, martial arts, and experience all to his advantage, how could Chun and a bottom-tier student from the gun class compete with him? Facing Liu Qingjian's provocation, Chun merely glanced at him indifferently, akin to observing a jumping ant, then continued walking past Liu Qingyun without pausing. In front of the class arena, seeing Chun merely glance at him before walking past without a care in the world, Liu Qingyun froze on the spot. In the next moment, his face turned an ominous shade of pale, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his fists tightly, making a cracking sound. Watching Chun walk calmly towards the waiting area of the class arena, a surge of malice swirled in Liu Qingjian's eyes, a chilling, killing intent mixing with the fire of anger and humiliation in his heart, nearly overwhelming him. However, upon seeing the 3 figures on the high platform not far away, Liu Qingyun, who had been filled with rage and wanted nothing more than to kill Chun on the spot, momentarily froze. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. His eyes instantly cleared. He had not forgotten the glance from County Academy instructor Yufan Suiyuan when he had looked at him during the first round of testing. That glance was not one of scrutiny or reprimand, but a blatant warning. If he dared to attack Chun under the arena, Fan Suiyuan might truly crush him on the spot. A congenital realm expert could easily annihilate a qi condensation realm martial artist without lifting a finger. Perhaps just a hint of pressure would be enough to shock his soul, shatter his meridians, leaving him with no means of resistance. At that thought, a chill crept down Liu Qingjian's back, and the previously surging malice was instantly forced back into his body. He dared not show the slightest hint of killing intent, gripping his fists tightly, his face dark as he cast a glance at Chin's back before lowering his head and stepping forward to line up. First of all, congratulations to all the students for passing the first round of testing. On the high platform, instructor Yufan Suiyuan glanced at the more than 300 students below, his gaze indifferent. However, this county examination will only admit 30 names into the academy records, so we will now commence the second round of arena battles. This battle has no extra rules. The strong win, the weak lose, except that no weapons, hidden weapons, or poisons may be used until one side voluntarily concedes or falls. Also on the arena, life and death are of no concern. As he finished speaking, the air in the martial arts arena seemed to grow cold, and all the students' expressions changed drastically. Life and death are of no concern. This meant that if one was not careful, they could potentially die in this martial examination. However, all students had already mentally prepared for this. The path of martial arts is inherently brutal. Martial arts is not a social gathering. It is not delicate embroidery or genteel manners. It is a path of combat, risking one's life for the Tao, where the strong are respected. Not to mention the ancient demon clan in the northern borders of the human race. Even within the De Luo dynasty, martial artists often face ferocious beasts and even malicious fellow martial artists. On the high platform, Fan Suiyuan quietly watched the serious expressions of the students below, his face devoid of any sympathy. Martial arts is a process of survival of the fittest. Only those who can withstand the slaughter and pass the trials of life and death are qualified to enter the academy and embark on a higher path of cultivation. Of course, while this is what he said, if any student were to truly be in life-threatening danger during the arena, neither he nor the instructor overseeing the arena would simply stand by and watch these students lose their lives in the martial examination. Begin. The roar echoed throughout the martial arts arena. A1 Wu Lihing, A2 Lin Shan step onto the stage. B1 Gao Yunqing, B2 Wu Qingyun step onto the stage. C1 Zheng Qiuan, C2 Han Shouqing step onto the stage. With each name called, the second round of arena assessments officially commenced. 3 arenas had participants leaping onto them simultaneously, their breaths tense and battle intent rising. The eyes of all the students were fixed on the 3 arenas, and the air was suddenly filled with a strong atmosphere of impending combat. Start. With the command of the instructors presiding over the 3 arenas, the 3 duels officially began. In an instant, true energy surged on the arena's fists, howled through the air, palm shadows interwove, and flew. True energy overflowed, resulting in fierce clashes. Below the arenas, the students focused intently, holding their breath as they watched. Some felt their hearts tighten, secretly anxious. Some fixed their gaze closely on the moves on the stage, secretly analyzing the techniques, contemplating weaknesses silently, comparing their own martial skills, and drawing lessons from the strategies of offense and defense. Others quietly assessed the depth of both sides' cultivation, secretly judging the outcome of victory and defeat. Shonen, with his hands behind his back and a calm expression, observed the exchanges on the arena, a hint of amused interest flashing in his eyes. The other students watched with hearts racing, their spirits tense. But in his eyes, the moves of the two on stage were riddled with flaws, their true energy operating awkwardly and stiffly, lacking any rhythm in their offense and defense. Though they possessed the cultivation of the chi condensation realm, they had failed to grasp the essence of martial arts. Indeed, others' cultivation is merely built upon training, superficial and lacking substance. While I have steadily improved step by step using the system, my foundation is solid. The difference is clear. Lu Qingyun, standing to the side, had been secretly watching Chanen, and upon seeing his calm demeanor couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Pretentious. One arena battle after another unfolded, with some winning, some losing, some heavily injured and retreating from the stage, while others narrowly escaped victory and barely advanced. Time slipped by quietly, and in the blink of an eye over an hour had passed. Finally, the 23rd and 24th competitors on the A-class arena had determined the victor. 25 Lu Qingyun. 26 Chunin. Step onto the stage. Wow! As the instructor's voice fell, an uproar erupted among the students below. Whether it was Lu Qingyun or Chunin, both had become well known from the previous martial examination. Lu Qingyun was originally a top student of Class A, possessing the 9th level of Qi Condensation Realm, and his father was a postnatal realm instructor at the County Academy, boasting an impressive background. However, not long ago, he and his father Lu Zhixing were publicly exposed by Shun Qinglan for using their status and cultivation to oppress their classmates, forcing other students to voluntarily give up their martial examination spots, and even attempting to sell them to a merchant as laborers. His father was also suspended, leading to a significant drop in their reputation and facing public scrutiny. Shunin, on the other hand, was merely an inconspicuous student of Class G who had only gained some recognition due to his childhood friendship with the County Academy's top student Shin Qinglan. With only the 2nd level of Qi Condensation Realm, he was unremarkable among the candidates, and initially no one paid him any attention. Unexpectedly, at the first round of cultivation testing in front of the Xianguang Steely Chun, and had concealed his abilities and unexpectedly unleashed the cultivation of the 6th level of Qi Condensation Realm, prompting Lu Qingyun to resentfully question him, which then led to Shin Qinglan's reprimand, bringing their conflict to the forefront. Now in the arena, drawing lots, fate had conspired to place old enemies against each other in the same duel. Seeing this, everyone became excited and discussions arose, their gazes filled with interest as they looked at the two. All the students were eager to see who would ultimately emerge victorious in this clash of grievances. And what a coincidence! On the high platform, the Zhou family patriarch Zhou Tong looked down over Arena A and the throng below, his gaze pinpointing Lu Qingyun and Chunin alike as a teasing smile curved his lips. As an innate realm powerhouse with profound cultivation, even seated dozens of meters away upon the dais, he still caught every movement and murmur within the arena, every action laid bare to his eyes. The past grievances and enmities between Chunin and Lu Qingyun were already plain and unmistakable to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong turned to Fan Siyun, who sat beside him, his tone flavored with mockery. "Brother Fan, I suppose you did not secretly arrange for these two foes to be paired on the same stage, did you?" Brother Zhou jested. "The martial examinations are a matter of the court with strict rules. Besides, with you and the county lord present to oversee, how could we possibly manipulate the outcome?" Smiling lightly at Zhou Tong's teasing, Fan Sui-yun swept his gaze across Arena A below and replied calmly, but with an undertone of meaning, "The draw of the contest falls to fate. The amities meeting here are but a twist of chance." "Huh. Then it seems heaven itself has arranged this." Zhou Tong boomed with laughter, taking the remark in good humor and not meaning to press the matter. His interest alight, he fixed his eyes on the two about to mount the stage and stroked his beard as he mused, "Yet condensing chi at the 6th layer against condensing chi at the 9th, that is a full 3 substages apart. In this fight that youth Chun and is likely to fare poorly," he declared to him, "in a martial contest, cultivation was the very foundation of power. A 3-stage disparity is ordinarily insurmountable." "I do not see it that way," came a sudden voice. Zhang Xuanming, who had been silent beside them, spoke softly, his pupils narrowed as he looked toward the composed Chun, and below, an inscrutable gleam passing through his gaze. "Oh." Zhou Tong's eyes flicked, he laughed. County Lord, do you perhaps favor that youth Chunin more? Martial contests certainly weigh cultivation, Zhang Xianming replied, his eyes shifting, but temperament, foundation techniques, and the ability to adapt in the moment are all pivotal to victory. High cultivation does not guarantee strength, nor does a lower realm ensure defeat. The County Lord speaks. Zhou Tong's eyes glittered for a moment before he said, still, I favor Lu Qingyun. Since that is so, County Lord, would you care to wager with me? How do you propose to wager? Zhang Xianming narrowed his eyes and inclined his head toward Zhou Tong. I recently purchased an Earth Rank breakthrough pill at an auction in the capital. If I lose, that pill shall be yours. And if the County Lord should lose? Zhou Tong's expression shifted slightly as he fixed Zhang Xianming with a look and continued, I hear the County Lord possesses a remnant scroll of a heaven rank martial technique. Might I borrow it for a few days? At those words, the air on the dais tightened. An Earth Rank breakthrough pill could aid a postnatal realm martial artist in breaking through to the innate realm, a treasure worth well over 1 million crystals. As for a heaven rank martial technique, it was a rare supreme art that pointed beyond the master realms toward the grandmaster heights. Even a fragmented scroll of such a technique was of incalculable worth. Fan Suyun, seated nearby, felt his pupils contract. A look of astonishment flashed across his eyes at Zhou Tong's audacity. None had expected Zhou Tong to risk an Earth Rank breakthrough pill as a stake, nor to covet the County Lord's heaven rank martial scroll so brazenly. Zhang Zuanming's gaze hardened. He looked at Zhou Tong, then toward Chun, and who walked calmly toward the arena, and at last he said, agreed. Hearing Zhang Xianming accept the wager, Zhou Tong's mouth spread into a grin as he stroked his beard. In his estimation, Lu Qingjian's victory was a foregone conclusion. His confidence sprang from the gossip of the students below. From their chatter, he had already pieced together the two men's backgrounds, cultivations, and past grievances with perfect clarity. Lu Qingyun stood at the peak of condensing qi at the 9th layer. He hailed from a respectable family, his father an instructor of the county school at the postnatal realm. Blessed with superior martial bones and trained in advanced techniques from childhood, he consistently ranked among the top students of Class A. His foundation solid and his combat experience ample. By contrast, Chunin was but a Jing class student whose cultivation before the county exam had only reached the 2nd layer of condensing qi. Orphaned and of humble origin, he possessed only a sliver of renown from being childhood playmates with Shun Qinglan, the county school's top pupil. Though nobody knew why Chun and had suddenly leapt from the 2nd to the 6th layer of condensing qi, Zhou Tong gave the matter no weight. As one who had reached the innate realm, he had seen countless prodigies and knew that the world held innumerable chance windfalls. It was no unheard-of thing for someone to climb several minor layers in mere days or to break a major realm overnight. So what if Chun and now held the 6th layer of condensing qi? Lu Qingyun stood at the peak of the 9th layer of condensing qi, a full 3 substages beyond. Moreover, Lu Qinjian's father was a postnatal realm instructor. He had trained in advanced techniques from youth, and his arena experience at the county school was far beyond that of an ordinary student. Lu Qingyun did not appear soft-hearted. The murderous intent he harbored toward Chun and burned in Zhou Tong's sight as plainly as a torch in the night. Had Fan Suiyun not warned and restrained him moments earlier, Lu Qingyun would likely have been incapable of holding his hand and might have slain Shinin on the spot. Zhou Tong smirked inwardly. In the face of such disparity, he could not conceive how Lu Qingyun might lose to a mere condensing qi 6th layer Shinin. That heaven rank martial scroll, he intended to have it. At the call of the two names by the instructor serving as referee on the arena, Lu Qingyun first froze, then abruptly turned to look at Chun, and not far off a feral smile lifting one corner of his mouth. He had waited for this moment for far too long. Fate had been kind to him. To meet Chun in the very first match. Watching Chun and walk toward the stage without so much as a glance, his expression calm, Lu Qinjian's eyes swelled. With a palpable killing intent, he too strode resolutely up onto the platform. As Chun took a step toward the arena steps, his gaze flicked to the dais, and a faint surprise crossed his face. There in the hand of County Lord Zhang Xuanming lay a heaven rank martial scroll. It was unexpected that County Lord Zhang, though an innate realm cultivator, should possess such a heaven rank relic. As Chun prepared to ascend, a graceful figure suddenly swept to his side. Chun turned at the sound and met a pair of clear, worried eyes. Shin Qinglan. By the rules of the examination, contestants were not to move about during matches, yet Shin Qinglan, the county school's top pupil, who had reached the postnatal realm at a tender age, stood apart by virtue of her standing. The instructors on duty and the strong figures seated on the dais all understood the situation and chose to turn a blind eye, each allowing the exception without comment. In front of the stone steps of the no. 1 arena, Shun Qinglan, disregarding the order of the exam, hurried to his side and said with a tone filled with urgency and a hint of concern, Chunin, give up. Look at Lu Qinjian's eyes, he will definitely use deadly force. Seeing the worry in Shun Qinglan's eyes, a warmth blossomed in Chen N's heart. and he smiled, slightly confidence radiating from him as he replied, "Trust me." With that, Chun and said no more and stepped onto the arena. Below the arena, watching the resolute figure stepping up, Shin Qinglan instinctively reached out her hand, wanting to grab him and make him stop to forfeit directly. But just as her fingertip lifted, it froze in midair, unable to reach him. At that moment, a memory suddenly surfaced in Shin Qinglan's mind. It was when she was 7 years old, sneaking out with Chun, and who was a year younger, to play in the streets. Because she was carrying quite a bit of silver, she was soon targeted by a street thug and was abducted. In that moment of danger, it was Chun, and despite being younger, who stepped forward, using his frail little body to protect her with all his might, biting the thug, who was about to break her leg with a stick, allowing them to hold on until her father found them. The figure from that time seemed to gradually merge with the one before her. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at Chun, and who was ascending the arena, before turning to look at Lu Qingyun, who was climbing up the other side of the arena steps, her worry instantly turning into a cold, chilling intent. "Lu Qingyun, you'd better not hurt him otherwise," Shin Qinglan murmured to herself, a flash of killing intent flickering in her eyes. Chen climbed step by step onto the arena. Looking up, he saw Lu Qingyun already standing on the other side, arms crossed, a mocking smile on his lips, his eyes filled with derision and a murderous intent, openly sizing him up. "Chen, it seems you have guts." Lu Qingyun sneered, his face revealing blatant disdain. "I thought you would concede right away. But wait, you will definitely regret your decision now. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Because first I will break your hands, then your feet. After that I will ruin your cultivation, and finally, I will smash your bones one by one, making your life worse than death." Facing Lu Qingyun's cruel words, Chun An's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he turned to look at the instructor standing nearby. "Instructor, have you heard enough? It can begin now." Hearing Chun An's words, the instructor, who was overseeing the match, was momentarily taken aback. He originally thought that upon hearing Lu Qingyun's vicious words, even if Chun was not scared, his expression should at least change, or he would retort. Unexpectedly, Chun was so calm and composed, even completely ignoring the other, leaving the instructor secretly astonished. He couldn't understand how a Gung class student with a cultivation of the 6th level of Qi could dare to disregard Lu Qingyun, a class A student at the 9th level of Qi. Good. Chun, you're dead today. If I don't kill you, I, Lu Qingyun, swear I won't be human." Seeing himself ignored again by Chun, and Lu Qingyun's teeth clenched in anger, his eyes turning red, staring intensely at Chun as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Cough. Watching Lu Qingyun's furious aura rise, the instructor overseeing the match finally spoke in a deep voice. He frowned slightly, glancing at the murderous Lu Qingyun, his expression serious as he proclaimed loudly, "I will reiterate the arena rules. Both of you listen carefully. In this martial arts examination, the use of weapons, hidden weapons, poisons, and other underhanded means is strictly prohibited. Besides that, there are no other restrictions. The match will continue until one party concedes voluntarily or is knocked down and unable to retaliate. Do you both understand?" "Understood, instructor. Hurry and start." Lu Qingyun's eyes fixed on Chun, and his true energy surging, ready to strike at any moment. As for Chun, he also nodded lightly and said, "Understood." Seeing that both had heard clearly, the instructor then raised his hand high. Crack! A sharp cracking sound suddenly echoed from under Lu Qingyun's feet. The hard ground of the arena, comparable to fine iron, instantly spread out numerous spiderweb-like cracks under the pressure of his violent true energy. At the same time, a formidable and overwhelming aura erupted from Lu Qingyun's body, his true energy boiling and surging, his clothes billowing and hair lifting without wind. The terrifying oppressive force swept in all directions, causing the numerous students watching from below the arena to suddenly choke on their breath, their hearts shaken, instinctively stepping back several steps. So strong. This aura is too frightening. No wonder he is a top-tier cultivator at the 9th level of Qi, truly living up to his reputation. It's over. Chun is only at the 6th level of Qi, 3 whole realms behind. This time, he is truly in grave danger. The students below the arena were once again in an uproar, feeling Lu Qingyun's suddenly erupting, overwhelming true energy. Almost no one had faith in Chun, believing he would certainly lose this time. Among the crowd, Shin Qinglan's face turned pale, and then she secretly circulated her true energy, her gaze fixed intently on the arena, planning to rush up to save Chun, and even if it meant disrupting the examination order, if he truly couldn't match Lu Qingyun. On the high platform, Zhou Tong also showed a hint of a smile upon seeing this scene. "Begin." The instructor's hand suddenly swung down. Boom. As the instructor's hand fell, a loud explosion sounded from beneath Lu Qingyun's feet. The originally flat arena surface was suddenly pressed down by the true energy Lu Qingyun unleashed, collapsing by an inch, and the ground exploded into dense spiderweb-like cracks. Lu Qingyun's eyes glowed with fierce light, his true energy surging violently, and his figure shot forward, like a sharp arrow carrying an unstoppable momentum charging fiercely towards Chunin. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qingyun crossed several meters and appeared before Chunin. Die! Lu Qingyun's expression was savage as he lowly roared, his right fist enveloped with his whole Buddhist true energy suddenly struck out. The originally ordinary fist instantly shrouded in a layer of dark, deep glow, the thick and domineering true energy consolidating without dispersing, the fist wind howling and ripping through the air, carrying a terrifying might capable of shattering gold and splitting stone, aimed straight at Chunin's face. Faced with the incoming fist seemingly able to shatter gold and stone, Chunin appeared to be stunned, allowing the fist to approach. Not good. Seeing this scene, Shin Qinglin's heart nearly stopped, and with a surge of true energy in her legs, she was about to rush onto the stage to save Chunin. On the high platform, Fan Suyun, witnessing this scene, felt the innate true energy in his body also surge, subtly intending to intervene and protect Chunin's life. Meanwhile, the students below the arena seemed to have already envisioned the scene of Chunin being struck by this punch, his head exploding, and they couldn't help but scream. However, just when the fist was 20 centimeters away from Chunin's face, he moved. With no unnecessary movement, he simply tilted his head slightly to the side, narrowly avoiding Lu Qingyun's fist that seemed capable of shattering gold and stone. Immediately after, his originally hanging right hand moved, striking Lu Qingyun's abdomen with a speed like lightning. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lu Qingyun, who had been grinning menacingly, froze in place, his pupils contracting sharply, and then he flew backward as if hit by a cannonball. In midair, with a spurt, a mouthful of blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground. He then heavily crashed down, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop at the edge of the arena. For a moment, the entire arena fell into silence. Silence. The martial arts arena fell into an instant hush, where even the sound of a falling needle. Everyone gazed at Chunin, who remained calm and composed, standing still as his robes fluttered, not even a bit, his hair untouched, as if he had not moved at all, his figure tall and upright. Next, their eyes fell upon the edge of the arena, where Lu Qingyun lay motionless on the ground like a dead dog, his mind blank, momentarily unable to comprehend. Wasn't Lu Qingyun just shouting that he would kill Chunin? The terrifying pressure of the 9th level of qi condensation still lingered vividly in their memories, the aftershocks not yet dissipated. How could it be that in the blink of an eye he ended up lying on the ground like a dead dog? What just happened? In the crowd, Shin Qinglan, who had just stepped forward, suddenly halted, her icy expression transformed into shock as she stared blankly at the figure on the arena. On the high platform, County School's instructor Yu Fan felt the innate true qi within him suddenly stagnate, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Beside him, County Lord Zhang Xianming narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on Chun, and a hint of appreciation fleetingly passing through his eyes. In the corner of the high platform, Zhou Tong, who had previously sported a mocking smile, suddenly froze, his expression darkening. He stared intently at Lu Qingyun, who lay motionless at the edge of the arena, then shifted his gaze to the calm Chun, in a trace of shadow and anger surfacing in his eyes. What the hell just happened? How did Lu Qingyun suddenly fly out? I didn't even register it with my eyes. He clearly launched the ferocious attack first. How did he end up flying out instead? Is that all? This is insane. Wasn't Chun and only at the 6th level of qi condensation? How did Lu Qingyun end up down instead? At this moment, the students finally came to their senses, looking at the changes on the arena, their faces filled with disbelief, utterly baffled. They had no idea what had transpired in that fleeting moment on the arena. Only those above the innate stage, Shun Qinglan, the instructors, and the martial arts experts on the high platform, could discern what truly happened. What a formidable technique and palm strike. The timing of the evasion was perfectly executed, and the speed of the palm strike was as swift as lightning, with every movement precise. Truly impressive for someone so young. In the corner of the high platform, Elder Wei Linyuan of the palm technique could not help but softly praise as he gazed at Chun, and who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of composure. It was only a day ago that this young man, Chun, and had handed him evidence of Lu Zhixing coercing students to abandon their exams and forcing them to work as guards for a trading house, enabling him to eradicate this long-standing malignancy at the county school. Initially, he regarded Chun and as just an ordinary student with some courage, not paying him much mind. He never expected to have misjudged him. Just based on that split-second evasion and the lightning-fast counterattack, Wei Linyuan was already certain that with Chun Ans displayed true combat strength, even facing a fully realized martial artist at the qi condensation stage would not put him at a disadvantage. What a ruthless kid, to be so merciless against a fellow student. Zhou Tong's murky eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze coldly locking onto Chun, and his expression indifferent, yet laced with a hint of chill as he slowly spoke. That last palm strike had a vicious angle, directly shaking the dantian. That kid Lu Qingyun's dantian must have been shattered. His dantian destroyed means his cultivation is utterly wasted. From now on, he will be a complete martial arts cripple with no possibility of treading the path of cultivation again. Upon hearing Zhou Tong's deliberately targeted remarks, County Lord Zhang Xianming raised an eyebrow slightly and calmly replied, "Elder Zhou, you exaggerate. The county examination is meant to select talents for the empire and identify martial arts prodigies for humanity. Once on the arena, they are merely opponents. Oh, what room is there for camaraderie?" Moreover, Lu Qingyun had been mocking and provoking from the sidelines, and his strikes were ruthless, aimed directly at the vital points. If Chunin had been even a moment slower in evading, it would have been he who faced defeat and injury, or even death. "What you said is indeed true." Fan Suiyun nodded in agreement, interjecting, "According to the rules of the imperial martial examination, life and death on the arena are irrelevant. Even in death, one can only blame their own misfortune with no one else to blame." With Lu Qingyun's murderous intent first, and his strikes so vicious that student named Chun and was merely countering in self-defense, the instructor believed that such actions hardly equate to being ruthless. Upon hearing Zhang Xianming and Fan Suiyun collaborating to exonerate Chun, and Zhou Tong's expression grew even colder, letting out a heavy snort through his nostrils, ultimately refraining from speaking due to his identity and the circumstances. Seeing Zhou Tong fall silent, Zhang Xianming and Fan Suiyun exchanged glances, a hint of subtle amusement passing through their eyes. Zhou Tong had always relied on his age and seniority combined with his profound cultivation in the late innate stage to be arrogant and domineering in Wurong County, often asserting his authority even over the county school instructor and lord, regularly making sarcastic remarks. This time being forced to eat humble pie during the county examination while losing a precious earth-grade breaking pill was a heavy blow, one that would sting his heart for a long time. On the arena, Chunin glanced at Lu Qingyun, who lay on the ground, already unconscious, his expression calm, showing no sign of delight at having defeated someone who had mocked and provoked him. In his heart, Lu Qingyun, who had previously jumped around arrogant and brash, spouting grandiose words, was merely a buzzing, annoying mosquito flying before him. How could one be angered by a mosquito that did not know its own mortality? As long as he could swat it dead, that was enough. "Instructor, shall we continue this duel?" Seeing the referee standing nearby, seemingly still in shock, Chun and frowned slightly. This referee seemed a bit inadequate. The instructor, acting as the referee, finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Chun N's words. In truth, this was not entirely the instructor's fault. After all, what had just happened was far too swift. Originally, in the instructor's mind, this duel would surely be spectacular, whether it was Lu Qingyun's one-sided slaughter of Chun In or not. But who could have imagined that in just the span of a breath the duel would conclude with the one lying on the ground becoming the Lu Qingyun he had favored? Ahem, wait a moment. The instructor's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he quickly walked over to Lu Qingyun's side, glancing at the boy who had fallen into a sleep akin to that of an infant, his eyelids twitching slightly. Then the instructor stood up, facing the crowd below, channeling his true chi to amplify his voice throughout the martial arts arena. "In this assessment, the victor is Chunin." With the announcement from the instructor on the stage, a wave of uproar swept through the entire martial arts arena. Just a quarter of an hour ago, no one would have expected that Chunin, who had been at the bottom of Class G for years, would defeat Lu Qingyun, a talented individual with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of chi condensation, outstanding aptitude, and a noble background. Even more absurd was the fact that it was a one-hit kill. What the hell? A 6th-layer chi condensation crossing borders to defeat a 9th layer. Our county school actually hides such a fierce person. Not just a mere defeat, that was a genuine one-hit kill completed in the blink of an eye. It's simply outrageous. I said, how could Xin Qinglan pay attention to this lowly fellow? It turns out he has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, keeping a low profile all along. A 6th layer defeating a 9th layer and incapacitating the opponent's dantian with a single palm. This level of combat power could probably even surpass a complete chi condensation practitioner, right? Faced with the astonished and amazed gazes of the crowd, Chunin smiled faintly and stepped down from the Chunin Yu. Seeing Chunin walk down, Shen Qinglin's beautiful eyes flashed with shock and suspicion as she scrutinized him from head to toe, then spoke in a tentative tone. "Do you remember when you fell from the tree to pick peaches when you were 7? Is that even a thing?" "I don't remember that at all." Chunin raised an eyebrow and glanced at Shen Qinglan, then smiled. "I clearly remember that it was you who insisted on picking the pears at the corner of the yard, climbed too high, and lost your balance, fell from the tree, and broke your left arm, and in the end, I had to carry you to find a doctor. How did it get twisted into me?" Hearing Chun An's words, Shen Qinglan finally relaxed a little. Recently, Chun An's changes had made her quite uneasy, and she thought he might have been swapped. "You're the one who remembers wrong. I said it was you, so it was you. Do you dare to argue?" Shen Qinglan's ears turned slightly red as she raised her snowy chin, exuding the demeanor of a domineering big sister. Fine, you say it is so it is. Seeing Shen Qinglan acting so unreasonable, Chunin shrugged and chose not to continue the debate. Seeing Chun and acquiesce, a smile appeared on Shen Qinglan's face as she said, "All right, I have to go back and take the assessment. After this martial arts examination, I will settle the score with you properly." After saying that, Shen Qinglan shot him a glance and then returned to the stage amidst a waft of fragrance. The confrontation between Chun Un and Lu Qingyun came to an end. However, the martial arts examination did not end there, but continued in an orderly manner. After one round of assessments, there were still 38 students left on the stage, and the second round commenced. In the second round, Chun Un faced a student at the 8th layer of qi condensation. Although that student had become wary of him due to the battle with Lu Qingyun. However, with his cultivation level and mastery of martial arts, he easily knocked him out within 3 moves. Of course, this was because Chun Un did not want to cause a sensation and held back. In the third round, Chun Un faced a student at the 10th layer of qi condensation, still easily crushing him, breaking 3 of his ribs with a single punch by the 5th move. In the 4th round. In the 5th round. Ultimately, in the last stage match, Chun Un defeated a fully realized qi condensation student in 8 moves, winning the championship of the stage. Meanwhile, the champion of the stage was unsurprisingly Shen Qinglan, while the champion of the stage was a student from Class A at the 11th layer of qi condensation named Zhou Shuyan. Afterwards, the 3 drew lots again. Unfortunately, Chun Un drew the lot to face Zhou Shuyan, while Shen Qinglan was lucky enough to have a bye. Chun Un, be careful. Zhou Shuyan comes from the Zhou family. Although he is only at the 11th layer of qi condensation, he has mastered a top-tier martial skill, the Thunderclap Windbreaker Palm, and has even cultivated it to a minor success. His strength is even stronger than an ordinary fully realized qi condensation practitioner. Just before stepping onto the stage, Shen Qinglan grabbed Chun Un and quietly informed him of everything she knew about Zhou Shuyan. "Okay, I understand." Chun Un nodded, smiled faintly at Shen Qinglan, his expression confident and composed, then turned and stepped onto the stage. Watching Chun Un's back this time, Shen Qinglan was no longer as tense as before. Instead, she felt a hint of anticipation. Through this martial arts examination, she had already realized that Chun Un was no longer the average, ordinary little brother who needed her care. To defeat a fully realized qi condensation opponent in 8 moves, even if Zhou Shuyan came from the Zhou family and mastered a top-tier martial skill, he would not be his match. On the stage, Zhou Shuyan donned a pure white martial attire, standing tall, with a handsome and ethereal face, exuding the calm arrogance unique to the scions of noble families. He stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze lightly falling on Chun, and who was stepping onto the stage, a flicker of unusual interest flashing in his eyes. In fact, although he had just been on that stage, he was already well aware of Chun An's string of victories and his record of crossing levels to defeat opponents. Whether it was the 6th layer qi condensation defeating the 9th layer Lu Qingyun, or the subsequent 10th layer and fully realized qi condensation, all proved that Chun In, the sudden dark horse of Class G, indeed possessed extraordinary combat power. What troubled him the most was that even his classmate from Class A, who had reached the full qi condensation, Xiao Qiyuan, could not withstand more than 10 moves against Chun In. Though he believed he could defeat Xiao Qiyuan even with his strength, he would need at least 200 if not 300 moves to ensure victory. In contrast, Chun Un had defeated Xiao Qiyuan in just 8 moves. The comparison made the disparity glaringly obvious. Originally, Zhou Shuyan had no intention of continuing to contend with Chun Un. For him, as long as he wasn't first, it didn't matter whether he was second or third. In his mind, first place had long been assumed to belong to Shen Qinglan, who had already stepped into the postnatal realm. However, recalling the command he had just received from his ancestor after the draw, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. His ancestor actually instructed him to teach Chun In a good lesson in the upcoming duel. What? Teach Chun In a lesson? Zhou Shuyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, in his heart wishing he could rush to the high platform and directly question his ancestor. "Ancestor, is there some misunderstanding? Where do you see I have the strength to teach Chun In a lesson?" However, that was still his family's ancestor. Regardless of his identity or that of a congenital strong practitioner, he had no room to refuse or resist. Thus, Zhou Shuyan had no choice but to abandon his previous thoughts and step onto the stage with a stiff face, preparing to take on this battle. "Greetings, Brother Chun." On the opposite side of the arena, as Chun In stepped onto the stage, Zhou Shuyan politely clasped his hands in salute, adhering to the customs among students. "Greetings, Brother Zhou." Chun In raised an eyebrow, sensing that the other party harbored no intense hostility, and calmly returned the salute. "All right, it's getting late, let's begin." The instructor, acting as the referee, glanced at the darkening sky as the sun descended towards dusk, scanned the two on the stage, and unwilling to say more, extended his hand, and raised it saying, "Prepare. Start." With the instructor's right hand descending, this duel officially commenced. "Brother Chen, I hope you won't." Zhou Shuyan took a deep breath, his gaze subtly darting towards the direction of the elder on the high platform. Then he focused his mind, his true energy suddenly surging violently, with faint thunderous sounds rumbling from his palms and fierce winds swirling around. It was indeed the high-grade martial art he had already cultivated to a small accomplishment. Thunderclap, wind-splitting palm. Facing Chun, and who had once defeated a perfect realm expert in 8 moves, he dared not hold back in the slightest nor entertain any thoughts of overconfidence. Knowing well that if he underestimated his opponent, he would be defeated even more swiftly and miserably. But the elder's command was as heavy as a mountain, and he had to give it his all. Even though he knew that his opponent was unfathomable and beyond his strength, he still had to exert all his effort to fight. In the next moment, Zhou Shuyan's foot stomped down on the arena's bluestone, and his figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, his palm carrying the might of thunder and wind wrapped in the solid true energy of the 11th layer of Qi, launching straight towards Chunin. Facing the incoming Zhou Shuyan, imbued with the force of thunder and wind, Chen N's brows slightly arched, immediately understanding his intentions. He intended to forcibly suppress him with his cultivation and martial skills. In response, Chen N's expression remained undisturbed. As the palm shadow of lightning approached, he suddenly slid sideways like a cloud drifting in the wind, effortlessly evading this powerful strike. Boom! The palm wind brushed past his garments with a howling rush, striking the arena and instantly sending shattered stones flying, causing the entire stage to tremble slightly. With a missed strike, Zhou Shuyan felt a chill in his heart, but he did not pause for a moment. Taking advantage of the momentum, he shifted his techniques, unleashing a series of palm shadows. The thunderclap, wind-splitting palms moves layered upon one another, with the palm winds enclosing Chun N's escape space, each strike fierce and imposing. Yet Chun N remained calm, not initiating a strong attack, only using his exquisite footwork to evade and dismantle every attack, narrowly avoiding the palm wind's edge, appearing passive, while actually observing Zhou Shuyan's offensive clearly. After several exchanges, Zhou Shuyan's intense assault had yet to touch the hem of Chun N's robe, and the consumption of his true energy grew greater, his heart increasingly anxious. He understood that if this continued, defeat was inevitable, and gritting his teeth, he gathered his strength, channeling all his true energy into his palm. Thunder roared, and he unleashed the killing move of the thunderclap, wind-splitting palm, slamming a palm towards Chun N's chest. This strike condensed his lifetime's worth of foundation, its might terrifying, already the strongest move he could currently execute. Chun N also recognized the essence behind this blow, and just as the palm wind was about to arrive, he finally ceased evading and struck out with a powerful punch. Mountain-crushing force. Bang! With the collision of fist and palm, shockwaves erupted outward. Zhou Shuyan felt an overwhelming force akin to mountains and seas surging back towards him instantly, causing his blood to churn, his arm to go numb, and the true energy in his palm to dissipate on the spot. He staggered backward, retreating 10 steps, nearly falling off the arena. His eyes widened in shock, disbelief flooding his face as he looked up at the composed Chun and standing in place. Suddenly, Zhou Shuyan's expression changed drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, swaying slightly, and truly fell off the stage. Wow! Upon witnessing Zhou Shuyan clash with Chun and not only be pushed back, but also spit out a large mouthful of blood, appearing heavily injured, the entire martial arts arena erupted in an uproar. It was known that prior to this, Chun had mostly relied on his intricate footwork to gracefully evade and maneuver against those students with higher cultivation, rarely confronting anyone heathen. Even in the end, his victories were similarly achieved through clever footwork. This led everyone to believe that he was merely adept at using tricks to win, and that his strength in direct confrontation was not particularly formidable. Yet this moment completely overturned everyone's perceptions. Zhou Shuyan, who was in the 11th layer of Qi and possessed a small accomplishment in high-grade martial skills, had his full-force palm strike met heated by Chun and resulting in severe injury and a fall from the stage. Could it be that Chen An's cultivation was beyond the 6th layer of Qi, and he was hiding his true strength? On the high platform, the Zhou family elder Zhou Tong gazed at the blood-spitting, disheveled Zhou Shuyan falling from the stage, his expression instantly darkening like water, with a chilling aura surging between his brows, exuding a faint pressure. He had initially intended to use Zhou Shuyan to suppress Chen An's brilliance, to quell this suddenly rising dark horse, while also alleviating his own feelings from losing a low-grade, earth-level breaking pill due to this brat. Never did he expect that Zhou Shuyan would be such a disappointment, defeated in just one move. Zhou Tong's gaze fixed on the calm Chun, and on the stage a hint of barely perceptible malice flashed in his eyes. What a powerful punch! Unlike the students below and ordinary instructors, the innate powerhouse Fan Suiyun could see that the punch Chun and had just thrown was extraordinary, at least a high-grade martial skill cultivated to the level of great accomplishment. Only in this way could he withstand the impact with the 6th layer of Qi and even injure a Zhou Shuyan, who was in the 11th layer of Qi and wielding a small accomplishment in high-grade martial skills. Fan Suiyun was also surprised that within the county academy, someone had comprehended a fist technique that was at least a high-grade middle-tier martial skill to the level of great accomplishment in the Qi consolidation realm. It was known that even many postnatal realm powerhouses might not be able to cultivate a high-grade martial skill to the level of great accomplishment. The more this was the case, the more it represented Chun An's exceptional comprehension. It's a pity that it is said this person's talent is merely of middle-tier martial bones. Fan Suiyun suddenly recalled that during Chun An's entrance assessment, he was only tested to have middle-tier martial bones and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Everyone knew that the grade of martial bones determined one's potential for cultivation. Middle-tier martial bones were mediocre, making it difficult to achieve greatness. By common logic, he would likely remain stagnant in the Qi consolidation realm for his entire life. Fan Suiyun had always believed that cultivation was the foundation of martial arts. Even if Chun An's comprehension was extraordinary and his martial skills exquisite, dominating his peers with the shackles of martial bones, his cultivation would ultimately be far surpassed by those with high-tier, earth-tier, or heaven-tier martial bones, making it difficult to become a true top-tier powerhouse. At this moment, standing on the stage, Chun An paid no mind to the astonishment of the students below, nor did he know that Fan Suiyun was lamenting his martial bone talent from the high platform. Instead, he gazed at the spot where Zhou Shuyan had just fallen, a subtle, strange glint flashing in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. On the arena, looking at the place where Zhou Shuyan had just fallen, Chun An couldn't help but twitch the corner, though that punch seemed incredibly powerful, as if it had knocked Zhou Shuyan, who was at the 11th layer of Qi condensation, and the small success of the Benlei Li Feng Palm off the stage. Yet as the party involved, he was very clear that he had suppressed his cultivation to the 6th layer of Qi condensation during that punch. Even with the addition of the perfected Benshan gene, it was impossible to severely injure Zhou Shuyan to the point of spitting blood and falling off the stage. Thus there was only one truth. Just now Zhou Shuyan was acting. Interesting. Chun An's mouth curled into a slight arc as he looked at the place where Zhou Shuyan had fallen. As far as he knew, all the students in the county school were fighting desperately for the martial examination quota, battling with bloodshed. He never expected that there would be such an anomaly as Zhou Shuyan. Most importantly, the other party was from the Zhou family in the county town. If the Bai family could be considered a nouveau riche in Wuron County, then the Zhou family could be called a true martial arts family in Wuron County, a land of tigers. Especially since the Zhou family had a strong ancestor at the innate realm, one of the 3 strongest in the county, who dominated all the families in Wuron County. This assessment. The winner is Chun An. At that moment, the referee of this match stepped onto the arena, his voice loud and crisp as he announced the results. As the words fell, a wave of uproar rose from the audience, countless gazes fixed on the tall figure in dark martial attire on the arena. The referee then turned to Chun An, his expression serious as he spoke. Chun An, you have a stick of incense to wrap. After the incense burns out, you will engage in the final duel with Shen Qinglan for the champion title of this martial examination. Do you have any objections? No need, I concede. Hearing the referee's words, Chun An's gaze fell upon the cool and ethereal figure beneath the arena, and he gently shook his head. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire arena fell silent. No one expected that the Black Horse Chun An, who had fought against the odds and defeated Zhou Shuyan with a single punch, would directly give up the final match and voluntarily concede to Shen Qinglan. On the high platform, Fan Suiyun and others also raised their brows, their eyes filled with surprise. However, soon everyone reacted. In this martial examination, although Chun An had performed extraordinarily, advancing through the ranks and winning consecutively, stunning the audience, who was Shen Qinglan. She was recognized as the #1 among the younger generation in Wuron County, with unparalleled talent, not only possessing earth-grade martial bones, but also having opened 3 extraordinary meridians reaching the mid-stage of the acquired realm. Even if Chun An had shown extraordinary strength, the gap between the Qi condensation realm and the acquired realm was a significant difference. Even the most ordinary acquired realm early-stage martial artist would be like an adult against a child when facing a perfected Qi condensation realm martial artist. The two were simply not on the same level. To everyone, it seemed that Chun An winning against Zhou Shuyan was already his limit, and if he faced Shen Qinglan, the odds of victory were slim, with almost no hope of winning the championship. Rather than facing a crushing defeat in the final battle, losing face and pride, it was better to concede, voluntarily retreat gracefully, preserving his reputation and avoiding humiliation. In an instant, everyone thought they understood Chen An's thoughts, nodding and whispering. So that's how it is. I was wondering why he suddenly conceded. It turns out he knows he can't compare to Xin Qinglan. Indeed, Xin Qinglan is the ceiling of our county's younger generation with earth-grade martial bones and mid-stage acquired realm cultivation. No matter how strong Chen An's fighting ability is, isn't he still in the qi condensation realm? Those who know their place are wise. A hard fight will surely lead to loss. Conceding can still preserve dignity, not a loss at all. If it were me, I would choose the same. No need to go up and be crushed and lose face. On the high platform, after hearing Chen N's choice, fans Suyun Zhang Xuanming and others were not disappointed by his automatic concession. Instead, they smiled and nodded, their admiration growing. In their eyes, Chen An's decisiveness and calmness were far more precious than fighting for a moment's pride or stubbornly pushing through. Knowing that the disparity in foundation was vast, he did not seek reckless glory, understanding the timing and knowing when to advance and retreat. Exhibiting such wisdom at a young age was not something an ordinary brash martial artist could compare to. Moreover, he had emerged from the arena defeating several classmates of lower realms one after another, revealing his astonishing combat power and comprehension. Now calmly conceding it instead gave the impression that he was not seeking false fame, maintaining composure. Chunin. At this moment, Xin Qinglan lightly stepped and leaped onto the arena. Why do you concede? Xin Qinglan's brows furrowed slightly as she looked at Chunin with burning eyes and said, I don't need you to let me win. I want to fight you. Fight what? Seeing Xin Qinglan's serious demeanor, Chunin shook his head and smiled. We've fought before. When have I ever won? Or do you think that I in the qi condensation realm can defeat a powerful opponent in the acquired realm across a major realm? You? However, before Xin Qinglan could say more, Chun and turned to the referee beside him and said, Instructor, please announce it. In this martial examination in Wurong County, the top spot goes to Xin Qinglan. Wow. Indeed, Xin Qinglan is the undisputed #1 talent in our Wurong County. Voluntary concession. In this martial examination in Wurong County, the top spot goes to Xin Qinglan. Wow. Indeed, Xin Qinglan is the undisputed #1 talent in our Wurong County. It's over. Great, I happened to get the 30th place. I got into the academy. Whoa. As the referee's voice rang out announcing the rankings, the entire martial arena erupted. Some were overjoyed, cheering with clenched fists, while others cried tears of joy, having struggled through rounds of intense battles to barely qualify for the academy, moved to tears. There were also many eliminated students hanging their heads in disappointment, their faces filled with dejection as they gazed longingly at the arena, softly crying. Surrounding voices of discussion, cheers, sighs, and sobs intertwined, witnessing the conclusion of this county school martial examination. As the sun set, the clouds in the sky were dyed a magnificent rosy hue by the setting sun, and the dim yellow light fell gently on the martial arena's high platform, as if gilding the entire stone platform with a layer of warm gold enveloped in a faint warm veil. The clamor gradually subsided, and the dust slowly settled. Under the lead of the managing instructor, the 30 outstanding students who stood out in this martial examination walked in an orderly manner to the base of the high platform, standing tall and respectful, yet unable to hide their excitement, all standing before the 3 strong, innate realm experts. This might be the closest they will ever be to an innate realm expert in their lives. On the high platform, County Lord Zhang Xuanming, dressed in official robes, appeared dignified, yet somewhat gentle, stepping forward slowly. His gaze swept over the 30 students from the county school, pausing momentarily on Xin Qinglan and Chun, and before he slowly spoke, I am Zhang Xuanming, the county lord of Wurong. Today I have the honor of witnessing the entire process of this martial examination in person. Seeing the young men spirited and fiercely competing on the stage, battling across tiers with all their might, brings me great comfort. The martial examination selects not only for martial prowess, but also for character and temperament. You 30 are the elites of our county's younger generation, the hope of Wurong County. However, do not think that having secured a place in the provincial school means you can become complacent. This time, the imperial decree states that the Chengtian Prefecture, Qingyuan Prefecture, Hunan Prefecture, Changgung Prefecture, and Zhaoming Prefecture will have a joint examination. 3 days from now, you will set out with me to the prefectural city to participate in the grand meeting of the 5 prefectures. At that time, the talents of the 5 prefectures will gather and strong experts will abound, will be both an opportunity and a trial. I hope you will set aside your pride, focus on your foundations, and bring forth the courage shown in today's competition to shine brightly in the joint examination, bringing glory to Wurong County. Yes, thank you, County Lord. We will remember this. Faced with the encouragement from Zhang Xuanming, who was not only a local official, but also a powerful innate realm expert, the students collectively bowed in respect, their expressions solemn and filled with reverence and excitement. Each person stood tall, their hearts stirred, secretly resolving to give their all in the upcoming joint examination, not to disappoint the county lord's expectations, and to bring fame to Wurong County. Once Zhang Xianming finished speaking, the instructor Fan Suiyun stepped forward. Clad in a simple robe, he appeared even more graceful in the glow of the setting sun. His gaze swept over the bowing students, his voice warm, yet resonant, each word heartfelt, affirming the students' hard-earned results, while also reminding them of the joint examination and expressing his hopes for their future paths in martial arts. Following closely, the aged ancestor of the Zhou family, Zhou Tong, stepped out, his aura of a martial arts expert well contained. His sharp gaze swept over the students, his tone straightforward and powerful. I won't waste words. The path of martial arts has no shortcuts. Only through relentless training and facing challenges head-on can you continually break through your limits. Today you have won the contest and obtained qualifications for the provincial school, which is commendable, but this is not the end, it is merely a new beginning. As Zhou Tong paused, his gaze seemed to pierce through to Chun, and who stood calmly in front, and he said, remember, on the path of martial arts, cultivation is fundamental. Winning for a moment means nothing. As long as you have exceptional martial talent, perseverance, and diligence in honing your foundation, day and night you will eventually break through shackles and reach greater heights in martial arts. Do not become lost in fleeting gains and superficial fame, lest you derail your own path to greatness. Upon hearing Zhou Tong's words, the students were once again inspired. However, these words struck Chen An's ears differently. It seems this old man has quite the opinion of me. Clearly capturing Zhou Tong's meaningful, subtly pointed gaze earlier, Chen N's eyes flickered with understanding as he instantly comprehended. He suddenly realized why Zhou Xian, knowing he was no match and lacking any will to fight, still forced himself to step onto the stage to compete with him, ultimately pretending to be injured and clumsily falling off the stage to concede. If his guess was correct, Zhou Tong must have secretly advised Zhou Shuyan beforehand, which forced Zhou Shuyan to act as he did. It should be that Zhou Shuyan lost a bet with Zhang Xianming after Chun and defeated Lu Qingyun, and thus he vented his anger on Chen. Old man, you have already paved your way to death. A thought suddenly flashed through Chun N's mind. Of course, he was just indulging in wild speculation. Zhou Tong was simply venting his anger, at most scolding him a word or two. He would not actually resort to killing him, relying on his innate realm cultivation. After all, he wasn't a murderous maniac. Once the three had finished their encouraging words, and the atmosphere was thick with emotion, the senior elder Wei Linyuan stepped down from the high platform. Though aged, he stood upright, exuding a calm and extraordinary demeanor. Behind him followed several instructors from the county school, each holding ancient wooden trays. Walking slowly, the students below instinctively focused on the wooden trays, and when they discerned the items placed within, their eyes brightened simultaneously, revealing a glimmer of eagerness and longing, vaguely guessing these were the rewards for the top scholars of the martial examination. Wei Linyuan's murky eyes briefly glanced at the students, a hint of satisfaction flashing within, and then fell upon Shen Qinglan, saying, Shen Qinglan, I have seen Elder Wei. Shen Qinglan respectfully stepped forward and bowed. You have done well. Looking at Shen Qinglan's ethereal and unearthly demeanor, Wei Linyuan's eyes were filled with admiration. You have achieved the top score in the martial examination. This is the reward from the county lord and the county school for you, a top-grade mystical martial technique and a bottle of top-grade blood essence pills. After saying this, he gestured for the instructors behind him to step forward and present the wooden tray. He looked seriously at Shen Qinglan, his tone filled with expectation. I hope you do not waste your talent, delve deeply into martial techniques, and use the pills to solidify your cultivation. With the joint examination of the 5 prefectures approaching, I hope you sharpen your edge and advance further, bringing fame to Wurong County School and forging your own path in martial arts. Yes, thank you for your generosity, County Lord, and thank you, County School and Elder, for your great gifts. Stepping forward with a calm demeanor, Shen Qinglan slightly bent her body in a bow, gracefully extending her jade hand to accept the wooden tray containing the top-grade mystical martial technique manual and a bottle of top-grade blood essence pills. The remaining 20 or so students, who ranked highly, upon hearing of this reward could not help but have their eyes glimmer and their faces show uncontainable envy. Whether it was the top-grade mystical martial technique or the top-grade blood essence pills, both were treasures that ordinary cultivators could hardly obtain. Even a typical martial artist family would not necessarily be able to buy even one of them, even if they exhausted their savings. Now Shen Qinglan had merely secured the top rank in the county school martial examination, yet received 2 items. How could that not provoke envy among everyone? Standing beside Shen Qinglan, Chun and raised his eyebrows upon seeing the rewards Shen Qinglan received. He did not expect that this time the county school would be so generous with the top reward. In the past, it seemed to be merely a low-grade mystical technique and a bottle of qi condensation pills. However, after a moment's thought, Chun and guessed the reason. It was likely because the joint examination of the 5 prefectures was imminent and the Wuhan County government and county school intended to boost the students' cultivation, which led to this special elevation of the reward this time. Moreover, another point was certainly Shun Qinglin's cultivation. Given Shun Qinglin's level, the qi condensation pills were clearly no longer suitable. She had already entered the postnatal realm, and common qi condensation pills had little effect on her and could not assist her cultivation. If the government and county school were to reward her with qi condensation pills again, according to past practices, it would seem perfunctory. Thus, after weighing the circumstances, they decided to award her the top-grade mystical martial technique and blood essence pills, which not only suited Shun Qinglin's current cultivation needs, but also demonstrated their emphasis on her, while providing an example for other ranked students to inspire everyone. Chunin. After Shin Qinglan received her reward, Wei Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Chun and his eyes. He waved his hand, signaling the instructor holding the rewards to step forward, and then said, "These are the rewards from the county magistrate and the county academy for you: 1 profound rank mid-grade martial technique, 1 bottle of profound rank mid-grade Guiyuan Yunqi pill, and 3 bottles of profound rank low-grade Ningqi pills. The 5 prefectures joint examination is imminent. I hope that after receiving this bounty, you will cultivate diligently, solidify your foundation, and temper your martial path, bringing glory to our Wuhan County Academy." Hearing the rewards this time, a flicker of surprise also passed through Chun-An's eyes. Not to mention 1 profound rank mid-grade martial technique and 3 bottles of Ningqi pills, that single bottle of Guiyuan Yunqi pill alone was the best auxiliary cultivation pill for the qi condensation stage, worth around 5,000 yuan crystals on the market. Adding the profound rank mid-grade martial technique, worth roughly 10 to 20,000 yuan crystals, and the 3 bottles of Ningqi pills valued at 3,000 yuan crystals, the total reward this time came to nearly 30,000 yuan crystals. It seemed that the Wuhan County government and academy had indeed spared no expense for the upcoming 5 prefectures joint examination. 30,000 yuan crystals. If he had received this yuan crystals 3 days ago, he might have been too excited to sleep. However, now that he had not only reached the Grandmaster Perfection realm, but also had a balance of 170,000 yuan crystals in his system, he didn't feel much about these rewards. Still, every little bit counts. Chun-An stepped forward, maintaining a respectful demeanor, and accepted the rewards with both hands, saying, "Yes, thank you, Elder. Thank you, County Magistrate and Instructor. This student will definitely cultivate hard and strive to bring honor to our Wuhan County, living up to the expectations of all the elders. Good, this child is teachable." Hearing Chun-An's words, Wei Lin Yuan stroked his long beard under his chin and nodded slightly before turning around to continue distributing rewards to the other listed students in order of rank. Zhou Shiyan, who came in third, received only 1 low-grade martial technique and a bottle of Ningqi pills. After all the rewards were fully distributed, the setting sun dipped in the west, twilight deepened, and a faint dusk haze enveloped the world. Fan Suiyun stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the 30 listed students below, and announced clearly, "All right, this martial examination has concluded successfully. You have a 3-day holiday to return home, rest, and reunite with your families. But remember, do not indulge in idleness or neglect your cultivation. The path of cultivation lies in persistent effort. After 3 days, the county magistrate and I will personally lead you on the journey to the prefectural city. You are all dismissed." "Yes," the students responded in a thunderous chorus, the sound waves reverberating across the Martial Academy square. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and joy. Clutching their freshly received rewards, and with aspirations for the upcoming 5 prefectures joint examination, they turned around in an orderly fashion and strode towards the academy gate with light steps. As twilight fell, the vermilion gate of the county academy slowly swung open. The 30 listed students who had just received their rewards in the square walked out in groups, each with an upright posture and a look of youthful pride on their brows. Outside the gate, a massive crowd had already gathered, packed with ordinary townsfolk who had heard the news, members of various noble families and anxious parents looking forward to seeing their children. The crowd jostled with a cacophony of discussions and praises rising and falling. "They're coming out. The martial exam is over. The listed students are coming out to stand out from the thousands of youths in the entire county and gain admission to the prefectural academy. Their future is boundless. These are truly the favored children of heaven from our Wuhan County. In the future, as they advance on the martial path, their families will benefit too." The townsfolk stood on tiptoe, craning their necks to look. Their gazes fell upon the students, filled with envy and admiration, and they lavished praise continuously. The parents were especially excited, having squeezed their way to the front rows early. The moment they spotted their own child, their faces lit up with joy as they immediately waved and called out. Some parents' eyes reddened, brimming with relief and pride. Some clan members hurried forward to greet their juniors, inquiring about their well-being and offering endless praise. Someone in the crowd recognized Shun Qinglan, and a wave of exclamations arose. That's Shun Qinglan, Miss Shun, the top scorer of this martial exam. Truly extraordinary, bearing peerless elegance. To have reached the midstage of the acquired realm at such a young age, her future achievements are surely immeasurable. Others also noticed Chun, and who was keeping a low profile and following along, and began to murmur among themselves. Is that Shin'en? I heard he's only at the 6th level of Qi condensation, but this time he fought his way up, defeating all Qi condensation students consecutively. Even that genius from the Zhou family who had mastered a profound rank martial technique to the minor achievement stage was no match for him. Sigh. To possess such combat prowess at such a young age is truly terrifying. I heard he and Shin Qinglan are childhood sweethearts. One is the top scorer, the other is second in the martial exam. It's so enviable. Outside the county academy gate, the crowd was like a tide. Amidst the clamor, a refined and elegant middle-aged couple stood at the front of the crowd. They were Shun Qinglan's parents, Shun Zongyue and Lin Shuiyan. Xiao and Xiaolon. Seeing Chun En and Shun Qinglan walk out, Shun Zongyue and Lin Shuiyan greeted them. Lin Shuiyan even reached out to take Chun En's hand, her face full of concern and affection, and asked, Xiaoan, was the martial exam tough? Did you get hurt? Are you tired? Mother, my dear mother, I am your own daughter. Seeing her mother fuss over Chun, and as soon as she arrived, completely ignoring her, Shun Qinglan's pretty face showed a trace of aggrieved and slightly petulant helplessness. She pouted her lips slightly and complained with feigned irritation. A hint of girlish emotion tinged her usually cold and ethereal brows. She had just secured the top spot in the martial exam, the one who should be praised, yet her mother's first concern was Chunin. She felt both amused and exasperated. You child, of course I know I'm your mother. Lin Shuiyan was amused by her daughter's slightly petulant complaint. She gently tapped Shin Qinglan's forehead, her eyes tender and teasing. You're already at the acquired realm and the top scorer of this exam. I don't need to worry about you at all. But Xiaoan is different. He's only at the Qi condensation stage. Then she turned to look at Chun, and her tone still full of affection. Besides, Xiaoan has been coming to our house since he was little. In my heart, he's already no different from my own child. Thank you, Auntie. Feeling Lin Ziyan's sincere affection, a warmth welled up in Chun En's heart. He deliberately turned his head and raised an eyebrow at Shun Qinglan, which made her puff her cheeks in anger. Shun Zongyue watched his daughter pout in frustration, and his wife tease her gently, a faint smile playing on his lips. Then he looked at Chun, and a glint of gratification in his eyes, and said, Xiaoan, I heard about your martial exam. Well done. I didn't expect your cultivation to not only break through to the 6th level of Qi condensation, but your martial techniques are also completely integrated and perfected. Among your peers, it's hard to find an opponent. If Brother Chun knew about this, he would be very happy. Chunin knew that the brother Chun Shin Zongyue spoke of was his father in this life, Qin Yan. I owe it all to the Ningqi pills and the collapsing mountain force you gave me, uncle. Chunin. Before Chun and could finish his words, a sudden roar came from afar. Immediately a figure was seen breaking through the crowd, causing chaos everywhere they passed, and charging fiercely towards him. Chunin. A thunderous, furious roar erupted from the rear of the crowd, shaking the very earth and forcibly cutting off Chun N's words. At the sound, every onlooker's heart lurched. Instinctively, they turned their gaze toward its source. A formidable figure burst through the outer throng with brute force, each stride radiating savage, overwhelming momentum. Civilians who failed to dodge in time were hurled aside by violent surges of true Qi, sent sprawling head over heels. His face was ashen, twisted with malevolence. His eyes burned crimson, venomous, and unblinking as they locked onto Chunin, charged with apocalyptic fury. With a sudden explosive leap, he shot forward like a bolt of wrath. This man was none other than Lu Zhixing, the martial instructor of Class Gung and father of Lu Qingyun. Wretched whelp, I will see you dead. Lu Zhixing's visage was grotesquely contorted, thick blue veins bulged across his temples, his bloodshot eyes seething with homicidal rage. Around him, true Qi roiled and howled, unleashing an oppressive, domineering aura that surged outward in an instant. He had just learned that Chun En had shattered Lu Qingyun's dantian with a single palm strike, condemning his son to a life of utter martial impotence. The visceral, soul-deep hatred born of witnessing his son's cultivation path irrevocably severed had shattered his reason. He ignored the teeming crowd before the county academy, flouted both academy statutes and imperial law. His mind consumed solely by venomous vengeance, his sole intent to obliterate Chun En with one fatal blow. Just as Lu Zhixing lunged within striking distance, a cold, deep, and commanding snort tore from Shun Zongyue's lips. In the next breath, an awe-inspiring, mountainous torrent of power erupted from his being, sweeping across the square like a cataclysm. In that instant, the air before the county academy's gate seemed to freeze. Even the atmosphere itself congealed. An invisible pressure crashed down, stilling breath, shattering composure, silencing every clamor until not a whisper remained. Lu Zhixing, still surging forward in blind, maddened fury, froze mid-stride. His turbulent true chi choked and faltered. His rampaging aura was utterly suppressed beneath that overwhelming dominion. He felt as though crushed beneath 10,000 jin of mountainous weight. Limbs stiffened, numbness spread, blood surged chaotically, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His knees buckled. With a dull thud, he collapsed, forced to his knees by Shun Zongyue's sheer unassailable authority. Primordial? No, not even primordial. Kneeling on the ground, Lu Zhixing's pupils contracted violently, all color drained from his face, replaced only by abject terror and disbelief. He shuddered uncontrollably, lifting his gaze to the middle-aged man standing calmly beside Chunin, serene-faced, yet radiating an immovable mountainous dignity, and felt his soul convulse with shock. He had never imagined such staggering strength, far surpassing any ordinary primordial realm cultivator. His own latest mortal realm cultivation proved utterly incapable of bearing even the weight of this man's aura. Such profound, tyrannical, unfathomable pressure could not possibly belong to the primordial realm. Throughout Lu Zhixing's violent assault, Chunin remained utterly unruffled. No trace of panic crossed his features. Only when Shun Zongyue's aura erupted did a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment glint deep within Chunin's eyes. Master Realm, initial stage. He had not anticipated that Shun Qinglan's father, this man who treated him as his own son, was a true Master Realm martial sovereign. With such cultivation, it was no wonder he had secured Chunin's special admission into the prefectural academy. Outrageous! A stern, commanding voice boomed from deep within the county academy. Then a figure clad in dark brocade robes soared forth, swift as wind, his imposing presence preceding him even before his arrival. Who dares draw arms openly before the county academy? But before the sentence could finish, the newcomer abruptly sensed Shun Zongyue's boundless, sweeping aura and froze midair, his voice choking in his throat. His steps halted instinctively, his haughty demeanor solidified into stunned silence. His expression shifted instantly to raw shock as he stared at Shun Zongyue, hesitating, unwilling to advance another inch. Fan Siyun's gaze swept the scene, first lingering upon Shun Zongyue, calm, profound, and terrifyingly authoritative, then glancing at Chunin and Shin Qinglan, standing serenely beside him, and finally settling on Lu Zhixing, kneeling rigid with terror under the Master Realm's crushing aura. His eyes flickered subtly. He grasped the situation instantly. Without delay, he straightened his robes, bowed deeply, and clasped his hands respectfully. This unworthy junior Fan Suiyan, instructor of Wuron County Academy, pays homage to Elder Sir. Shun Zongyue cast a brief, composed glance his way, calm, steady, and impassive, as he gave a slight nod. Instructor Fan, long have I heard your name. I am Shun Zongyue, Shun Qinglan's father. Upon hearing Shun Zongyue declare his identity and relationship to Shun Qinglan, Fan Suiyan, who had already harbored suspicions, nonetheless felt his heart jolt violently. He had secretly investigated beforehand and knew Shun Qinglan was no native of Wuron County, but rather hailed from the martial aristocracy of the prefecture, the Shin family. She was the cherished daughter of Lord Shun, the second patriarch of the Shin family. Rumors held that Lord Shun had long reached the pinnacle of the primordial realm, commanding immense prestige throughout the prefecture. Yet Fan Suiyan could never have fathomed that this seemingly refined, scholarly gentleman before him was no mere primordial realm master, but a genuine Master Realm sovereign. At that moment, two more figures strode forth from the academy: Zhang Xuanming, magistrate of Wuron County, and Zhou Tong, elder patriarch of the Zhou clan. Fan Suiyan had escorted them out earlier. Sensing a breach of order before the academy, he had rushed ahead. Upon seeing Fan Suiyan's deferential posture, and feeling that omnipresent Master Realm aura, they dared not hesitate, hastening forward at once. Zhang Xianming adjusted his official robe, stepped forward, and bowed low with profound respect. Your humble servant Zhang Xuanming pays homage to Elder Shun. Beside him, Zhou Tong also clasped his hands and bent deeply, his manner exquisitely humble. This old man, Zhou Tong of Wuron County, pays homage to Elder Shun. Here stood the county's sovereign magistrate and the venerable patriarch of a local noble house. Yet before Shun Zongyue's Master Realm presence, both lowered themselves, fully offering flawless courtesy and utmost reverence. In the Dalo imperial dynasty, martial supremacy reigned supreme, strength dictated status. Worldly offices and clan legacies dissolved like mist before true martial sovereigns. Even ordinary primordial realm masters commanded regional reverence, while Master Realm sovereigns occupied an exalted, untouchable tier, compelling deference even from magistrates and minor clans who dared not overstep so much as a hair's breadth. And Shun Zongyue hailed from the Shun family of the prefecture, a top-tier martial house rumored to harbor a Grandmaster Realm sovereign. Even the Dalo imperial dynasty itself had been forged through alliance between human cultivators and mighty sects. Before such an elite martial house, a mere county magistrate was utterly insignificant. The surrounding civilians and students watched dumbfounded, hearts pounding with seismic awe. None had imagined Shen Qinglan's father wielded such terrifying prestige that even the county magistrate and clan patriarch would bow before him. No need for such formalities, Shen Ziyue waved dismissively, glancing briefly at the two men before fixing his gaze upon Lu Zhixing, pale, trembling, and paralyzed with fear. Magistrate Zhang, you arrive most opportune. This man has flagrantly violated the Academy's statutes and defied imperial law, daring to commit violence openly before its gates. As magistrate of Wurong County, tell me, how shall he be dealt with? Outside the county school gate. Upon hearing Shen Zongyue's words, Zhang Zuanming's expression stiffened. He glanced at Lu Zhixing, who was kneeling on the ground with a deathly pale face, furrowing his brows slightly, and said in a deep voice, Senior Shen, please rest assured. This person dared to commit violence in public on the day of the county examination, showing contempt for the laws of the dynasty. I will definitely report this matter for public handling. Shen Zongyue listened without expressing any opinion, merely nodding lightly, neither pressuring Zhang Xianming for his official tone, nor adding anything further. Lu Zhixing. At this moment, the county school instructor Fan Suiyun stepped forward with a cold expression, staring sternly at Lu Zhixing, who was prostrate on the ground, and said sharply, in the past, as an instructor of the Gung class, you coerced your students to voluntarily withdraw from the county examination for your own political gains, even attempting to sell students to the commercial houses in the city for benefits. Your misdeeds are notorious. Now you have further committed violence in public at the county school gate, intentionally injuring others, disregarding the rules of the academy, and showing contempt for the laws of the dynasty. As the instructor, I have decided. Fan Suiyun's voice suddenly grew heavy. To immediately revoke your position as an instructor at the county school, expel you from the student registry, and never employ you again. Upon hearing Fan Suiyun's decision, Lu Zhixing's body shook violently. His already pale face instantly lost the last trace of color. His eyes widened in disbelief and despair. His lips trembled as he tried to argue, but his throat felt blocked, unable to produce even a sound. The veins that had bulged in anger earlier collapsed, and he slumped to the ground, unable to maintain even a shred of his posture. Losing his position as an instructor and being permanently expelled from the academy meant the end of his martial arts future for the latter half of his life. Moreover, he had also offended Shen Qinglan's father, a master-level powerhouse. Without the protection of his instructor status, all that awaited him was utter despair. All right, Xiao and Xiao Lan, let's go. Shen Zongyue nodded slightly, not casting another glance at the collapsed Lu Zhixing. He simply looked at Zhang Xianming and the others, then took Lin Zuyin's hand, beckoning Chen En and Shen Qinglan to turn and leave. As they passed, the people who had originally blocked the road instinctively retreated automatically, making way for a broad path. No one dared to make a sound, nor did anyone dare to look directly at their backs, all standing with bowed heads respectfully, watching the three depart. Zhang Xianming and the others also stood quietly in place, not daring to step forward to send them off, let alone try to keep them staring at the gradually receding figures of Shen Zongyue and his group, filled with awe. In an elegant courtyard, less than a mile from the county school, the main hall was brightly lit and filled with warmth. Chen En sat alongside Shen Qinglan and the Shen family around a large solid wood dining table, which was laden with exquisite dishes, including several plates of richly colored beast meat exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Come, Xiao, and eat this. Lin Shuiyin smiled gently, her demeanor warm and approachable. She picked up the serving chopsticks and carefully placed a piece of tender, flavorful second-tier beast meat in front of Chen and softly saying, "This is the leg meat of the Qingyan beast, rich in vital essence, perfect for young martial artists like you to nourish your qi and blood. Eat more. It will greatly benefit your cultivation." "Thank you, Auntie." He picked up his bowl and chopsticks, taking a tender bite of the beast meat. The meat was succulent and rich, and as it slid down his throat, a warm stream of spiritual energy gradually spread through his limbs and meridians, nurturing him, indeed a delicacy far beyond ordinary wild game. Beside him, Shen Qinglan watched him and couldn't help but smile faintly. Shen Zongyue took a sip of soup leisurely, then looked at Chen En and said, "Xiaoan, we will be returning to the capital tomorrow. Would you like to come with us?" "Yes, Xiaoan, if you have nothing else, it would be better to return with us in advance. I will make you your favorite Yuzhen cake." Lin Shuiyin chimed in softly. Chen En's eyes flickered slightly as he raised his head and said, "Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, but I have a few matters to attend to. I will visit you in the capital 3 days later." "What matters do you have to deal with? Do you want this girl to help?" Shen Qinglan asked with curiosity and straightforwardness. "No need, it's just a small matter. You should return to the capital with Uncle and Auntie first. I will come over in 3 days." Chen En smiled slightly and shook his head. Seeing his firm tone, Shen Qinglan knew he didn't want to trouble anyone more, so she pursed her lips, and Shen Zongyue also nodded slightly, his expression steady. That's fine. Since you have plans, we won't force you. If you encounter anything that cannot be resolved, you can send a message to the Shen family. Yes, Xiao, and you must pay attention to your safety. Lin Shuyan thought of the earlier incident with Lu Zhixing and said, if anything happens, don't hesitate to let us know. Okay, thank you, uncle and auntie. I will be careful. Chunin felt warmth in his heart and nodded. Ah, you child, always so polite. Come eat more, have some more meat. After half an hour of dining, Chun and chatted a bit more with Shun Zongyue and his wife Shen Qinglan before standing up to bow and take his leave from the Shun family courtyard. The night was slightly cool with a gentle breeze. Chunin walked slowly through the quiet night wind back to his small courtyard. Upon returning home, he first fetched some clean water to wash up, simply changed into loose clothing, then closed the door and took out the rewards he had received from the martial arts examination. A mid-tier mystic martial art, Jinhua Palm, a bottle of returning essence nourishing pill, and 3 bottles of condensing chi pill. Looking at these 3 rewards, Chun N's eyes flickered slightly before he put them away. He had a system and did not need to take pills. As for martial arts, he already had the Song Hai Fan Lang Palm, which he had mastered completely, and even developed the understanding of the palm technique into 9 overlapping waves, so there was no need to waste any more spirit crystals. His plan was to sell these items. Although they were worth almost 30,000 spirit crystals, which was just a drop in the bucket for him at the moment, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. However, these items were just awarded to him by the government and the county school. If he sold them right after receiving them, some people might start to suspect him. What a hassle! Chunin scratched his head and sighed lightly. His original intention was to keep a low profile so as not to raise suspicion. But while being low-key without money, he had no way to continue investing in becoming stronger. System. With a thought, he opened the system. Host Chun, an age 17 qualification, mid-tier, martial bone cultivation, master realm perfection, current balance, 176000. Looking at the balance on the system panel, Chun An's eyes flickered slightly. Although this balance looked considerable, he had previously spent 50,000 spirit crystals without breaking through to the master realm, which left him feeling a bit frustrated and somewhat unwilling. Since the county examination is over, then let's go all in. I refuse to believe that with 176,000 I can't break through a mere master realm. Gritting his teeth, a resolute look flashed in Chen An's eyes. He no longer hesitated and shouted in his heart, system, convert all the balance into cultivation time and dedicate all efforts to cultivating the Tsang, Xian Ning Gang Ju. Boom. System, convert all remaining balance into training time and devote myself entirely to cultivating the Tsang Xian condensing chi technique. With the words just spoken, Chun and felt a tremor in his mind. In the next moment, the Tsang Xian condensing chi technique within him automatically operated to its utmost limit, effortlessly absorbing the surrounding natural chi, continuously refining it into dense true chi that flowed through his meridians. His consciousness instantly detached from his physical body, stepping into a vast and chaotic void space where nothing surrounded him, only the resonance of the great Tao lingered. Within that space, his ethereal form replicated the technique's operation path, repeatedly, tirelessly refining the true chi, compressing, settling, and tempering the turbulent chi within him towards the core of his dantian. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Finally, after a simulated arduous training of 157,368 years, the innate true chi within him could no longer maintain its original form after countless extreme compressions and purifications. Boom! A deep muffled sound suddenly resonated from deep within the dantian, and layers of shackles shattered in response. The innate true chi that originally roamed through his meridians and permeated his body suddenly converged, gathering, collapsing, and refining to the center of the dantian, ultimately transforming into a strand of energy, radiating a faint golden glow. This faint golden energy appeared unremarkable, yet it bore the might of supreme refinement and the essence of the Tao. Compared to the previous innate true chi, if the earlier true chi weighed over 1,000 pounds, then this strand of faint golden energy weighed as much as a mountain. True chi. This strand of energy radiating a faint golden glow was the true chi possessed by Grandmaster level experts. A single strand of true chi was equivalent to 100 times the power of ordinary innate true chi. The qualitative transformation is far beyond what can be achieved by mere accumulation of quantity. With the birth of the first faint golden true chi in the dantian, the once vast innate true chi within him was instantly pulled tightly, resembling rivers converging into the sea, surging madly towards the center of the dantian. Strands of innate true chi were continuously assimilated, melted, compressed, and purified by the newly born true qi layer by layer, shedding their outer shells, ultimately transforming into pure and clear, faint golden true qi. Time flowed steadily, consuming nearly 500 years before finally condensing the 10,000 strands of innate true qi in the dantian into 1,000 strands of pure true qi. Time turned again, and in the blink of an eye another 18,132 years passed. The faint golden true qi in the dantian gradually grew and stabilized, ultimately settling at 1,181 strands. Ding! The limit of 17,700 years of training simulation has been exhausted, ending this session of cultivation. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in Chun In's mind, bringing him back from this mysterious training. Chun In slowly opened his eyes, and two piercing golden beams suddenly erupted from his pupils, shooting in all directions, causing the originally dark and quiet room to instantly radiate a layer of faint golden glow, dazzling and brilliant, before quickly vanishing. Once the golden light retracted completely, Chun In slowly stretched his muscles and bones, and a series of crisp sounds like popping beans echoed within him as his meridians and flesh underwent a thorough cleansing and transformation. A mighty aura, as heavy as a mountain and vast as the ocean, gradually surged forth. The corners of his lips involuntarily curled into a smile, his eyes filled with excitement and joy. Grandmaster Realm. After expending over 100,000 years of arduous training, he finally broke through the barrier and ascended to the Grandmaster level. What is a Grandmaster? Grandmasters transcend the shackles of ordinary martial arts, capable of stepping into the void and flying through the air, their movement far surpassing that of masters soaring above the clouds, able to traverse 10 miles in an instant, and can use refined true qi to suppress the void, manipulating the forces of heaven and earth, governing the rise and fall of all beings and calming countless lives. Although the difference between a master and a grandmaster seems to be just one realm, it was only after stepping into the grandmaster realm that Chen truly experienced the vast chasm separating the two, a difference akin to that between heaven and earth. Even though he was merely at the initial stage of the grandmaster realm with his foundation not yet solid, he could already clearly perceive that even if 10 of his former perfected selves were to join forces, they would not withstand a single strike from his current self. As the faint golden true qi flowed within him, an overwhelming pressure naturally enveloped his entire being. It was a suppression stemming from the essence of the realm, an absolute gap in martial levels that could not be compensated by mere quantity. It was worth it for me to go all in. Feeling the 1,181 strands of innate true qi radiating faint golden light within him, sensing the power that could shatter a mountain with a single punch, Chun, and who had previously felt some regret, suddenly felt somewhat compensated. Alas, but now I'm out of money again. 50,000 yuan crystals. In just 2 days he had completely exhausted them. He had previously thought that with so many yuan crystals, it might even be enough for him to cultivate to the martial emperor level. But now, having barely broken through to the grandmaster realm, his balance was already zeroed out. I need to find a way to make some money. Money is a man's courage. Without sufficient yuan crystals at hand, Chun felt a lingering sense of unease. This is perhaps the chronic condition engraved in his previous life's country. Fear of insufficient firepower. Moreover, he had already tasted the sweetness of shortcuts. In just a few days, he had leaped from a bottom-tier waste in the second layer of qi gathering to a grandmaster capable of flying and traversing the earth, with the system who would still bury themselves in hard training every day. But where to get money? Sell techniques. His previous idea was to sell the techniques he had devised. Those techniques were all derived from fragmented techniques he bought from the black market, and at least they were mid-grade profound techniques, with each one worth several thousand yuan crystals. If he sold them all, he should be able to fetch several tens of thousands of yuan crystals without issue. However, even several tens of thousands of yuan crystals were just a drop in the bucket for him now. Currently, he was at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm with a total of 1,181 strands of innate true qi in his dantian. According to the records of the low-grade heavenly technique he had devised to break through to the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm, he needed to accumulate 10,000 strands of innate true qi. Even subtracting the current number of true qi in his dantian, he still lacked 8,819 strands of innate true qi. And even with the help of the system, he would need 100 years to condense a single strand of innate true qi. That means he still needed to spend 881,900 yuan crystals to push his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm. Not to mention the late stage of the Grandmaster realm requires 40,000 strands of innate true qi, and completion requires 90,000 strands of innate true qi. Altogether, it adds up to a staggering total of 90,000 strands of innate true qi, which translates to an astronomical figure of 9 million yuan crystals. This enormous resource could only be gathered if he was willing to sell the newly devised low-grade heavenly tech. Got it. Suddenly a figure rose in Chun in his mind, and his eyes couldn't help but brighten. In the northern part of Reborn County, a colossal manor spanning over 1,000 acres lay quietly nestled. As the dark night shrouded the surroundings, the entire estate was brilliantly illuminated. Warm yellow lights spilled over pavilions, winding corridors, and meandering waters. Figures hurried to and fro within the garden, their footsteps brisk, while a faint clamor lingered in the air, betraying no hint of the night's usual stillness. This manor was the ancestral home of the Zhou family. The Zhou clan was one of the foremost martial dynasties in Reborn County, having thrived on this land for centuries, with an unfathomable depth of heritage. Generation after generation, the family's legacy continued unbroken, with each era boasting a Xiantian realm powerhouse. Their foundation was so solid that even the authorities dared not provoke them lightly. At that moment, within a courtyard of the manor, Zhou Tong, the patriarch of the Zhou family, sat in the seat of honor. His expression was cold and disappointed as he gazed at Zhou Shuyan before him. "Forgive me, Grand Ancestor. I have let you down." Even with his head bowed, Zhou Shuyan could feel Zhou Tong's indifferent, icy stare, like countless needles pricking his skin. He hurriedly spoke to admit his fault. Zhou Tong let out a cold snort. "Indeed, you have disappointed me. With your cultivation at the 11th level of qi condensation, you were defeated in a single blow by a mere 6th level qi condensation brat. The prestige our Zhou family has amassed over centuries has been squandered by you. I am incompetent, Grand Ancestor. Please punish me." Zhou Shuyan's face changed, his body trembling slightly as he knelt hastily. "Punish. You deserve punishment." Zhou Tong cast a cold glance at Zhou Shuyan, recalling the Earth-grade breakthrough pill they had lost. A flicker of pain and anger flashed in his eyes. "However, considering your upcoming Prefecture Academy martial examination in 3 days, I will record this punishment for now." "Thank you, Grand Ancestor." Hearing this, Zhou Shuyan's eyes gleamed with a sly smile as he respectfully kowtowed in gratitude. "Don't celebrate too soon." Zhou Tong glanced at Zhou Shuyan with irritation. With his Xiantian realm cultivation, how could Zhou Shuyan's little tricks escape his notice? "You have 3 days. I have prepared a bottle of returning yuan nourishing pills and a top-grade Xian rank breakthrough pill for you. I want you to break through to the Hotian realm before the next prefecture city martial examination. If you encounter that boy named Chun and in the exam, I want you to defeat him with your own hands, publicly avenging today's defeat and reclaiming the face our Zhou family has lost. If you fail, don't blame me for settling old and new scores together, punishing you for all your offenses without mercy." "Yes, Grand Ancestor." Zhou Shuyan's heart stirred at these words, a bitter smile crossing his face, but he said resolutely, "Rest assured, Grand Ancestor. This grandson will give his all and live up to your high expectations. Good, you may go." Seeing Zhou Shuyan's attitude, Zhou Tong's expression softened slightly as he said flatly, "I have already sent the pills to your courtyard. Cultivate well." "Yes, Grand Ancestor." This grandson takes his leave. Zhou Shuyan quickly bowed respectfully, stepped back a few paces, then turned and walked out of the courtyard. Watching Zhou Shuyan's retreating figure, Zhou Tong's somewhat murky eyes flickered, and he let out a faint sigh. Outsiders saw the Zhou family as flourishing with a Xiantian realm powerhouse in every generation. But only he knew that the family was not as glorious as it appeared. Now he alone held up the entire Zhou family. Though there were a few elderly Hotian realm martial artists in the clan, their potential was exhausted, and they would likely never reach Xiantian. Among the younger generation, few could shoulder the family's burden. The most talented and insightful was Zhou Shuyan, on whom Zhou Tong had pinned his greatest hopes. Yet unexpectedly, with his current cultivation, he had been defeated by a mere 6th level qi condensation student from the county academy, leaving Zhou Tong deeply worried about the family's future. He was now over 140 years old. The maximum lifespan for a Xiantian realm martial artist was at most 180 years. If the family could not produce a successor capable of upholding its prestige, once his life force was exhausted, the Zhou family would likely fall into complete decline. Just as Zhou Tong was lost in melancholy, fretting over the family's future, a sudden burst of applause rang out not far before him. Zhou Tong snapped back to reality, a sharp, piercing glint flashing in his eyes as his mind instantly. He then noticed that on a wooden chair nearby, a middle-aged stranger had silently appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The man had materialized as if from thin air without a sound. As a Xiantian realm powerhouse, Zhou Tong had been completely unaware of anyone approaching. Zhou Tong's aura instantly turned icy and restrained. His aged frame straightened slightly as the formidable pressure of the Xiantian realm quietly spread. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, locked onto the suddenly appearing middle-aged man. However, he did not act rashly. For someone to infiltrate the Zhou ancestral home silently and appear without his detection, their cultivation must far surpass his own. "Who are you? What business do you have trespassing into my Zhou residence? Feeling the oppressive aura that would make ordinary people tremble, and Neil the middle-aged man merely smiled calmly, then suddenly raised his brows. The next moment, an even more terrifying and vast pressure erupted from him, bearing down directly on Zhou Tong's face, changed drastically. He felt as if an invisible mountain were crushing his chest, stifling his breath. His once proud Xiantian cultivation seemed like a firefly compared to the moon, utterly insignificant before this presence. A grandmaster, or perhaps even stronger than a grandmaster. Zhou Tong dared not speculate further. Even a grandmaster alone was not someone a mere Xiantian realm martial artist could provoke or contend with. And if this mysterious figure were truly a supreme powerhouse beyond the grandmaster realm, it would be a catastrophic disaster for him and even the entire Zhou family. Just as Zhou Tong's terror reached its peak, the dreadful pressure was released, and then withdrawn in an instant, vanishing without a trace. The air around them returned to calm, and the invisible mountain pressing on Zhou Tong's chest lifted abruptly. He let out a long, silent sigh of relief. Suppressing the fear churning within him, Zhou Tong quickly rose, his expression reverent, yet tinged with unease. He cupped his hands cautiously toward the mysterious middle-aged man. Junior, Zhou Tong greets Senior. Senior's late-night visit to our Zhou ancestral home. May I ask what instructions you have? This Junior will comply. Watching Zhou Tong, now so humble and deferential, Chun in disguised, as the middle-aged stranger raised an eyebrow slightly. Such skill in shifting from arrogance to humility and assessing the situation was precisely why he had held the position of Zhou family patriarch for so long, steering the clan's fortunes through the years. With a faint shift in his gaze, Chun and looked at Zhou Tong with indifferent eyes and said flatly, "Zhou Tong, you schemed against my disciple without cause. Do you know your crime? Zhou Tong, do you realize your crime for plotting against my disciple out of thin air?" In the Zhou family courtyard, upon hearing the words of the suddenly arrived mysterious powerhouse, Zhou Tong was first taken aback, a look of confusion and astonishment flashing across his face. Then, with a hint of cautious doubt, he clasped his hands and said, "Senior, please forgive me. The younger generation is dull-witted and truly does not know who your disciple is. I have always been law-abiding and have never plotted against others, so I ask you to clarify." Chun suddenly smiled faintly, looking at Zhou Tong, and said, "It seems you really won't give up until you hit the Yellow River. Fine, I will give you a hint, the wager." "A wager?" Hearing these two words from the mysterious powerhouse, Zhou Tong's expression suddenly changed, and his heart jolted. He immediately recalled the wager he made earlier today at the county exam arena with County Lord Zhang Xuanming regarding the duel between two students. Could it be that this mysterious powerhouse is a relative of Zhang Xianming? Did he come specifically to seek retribution for coveting the scroll of heavenly martial skills that Zhang Xianming possessed? But as soon as this thought arose, Zhou Tong quickly dismissed it in his heart. His bet with Zhang Xianming ultimately resulted in not only failing to obtain the scroll of heavenly martial skills, but also losing a low-grade earth realm breaking pill, and he himself was the one who suffered defeat. There was no reason for the other party to come looking for trouble. Following that, the figures of two young students flashed in his mind, Lu Qingyun and Chunin. However, he quickly ruled Lu Qingyun out. If Lu Qingyun were truly a disciple of this seemingly transcendent powerhouse, he wouldn't have been defeated by Chunin. Even if he did lose, he would never allow his own disciple to be crippled by a single strike, ruining his entire cultivation, and would not come so calmly to settle the score. In an instant, an unbelievable thought exploded in Zhou Tong's mind. So it is him, Chunin, that student from the county academy rumored to possess only a middle-grade martial bone and a mere cultivation of the 6th level of qi condensation, appearing unremarkable and hailing from a humble background, could actually be the disciple of this unfathomably powerful, seemingly transcendent master right in front of him. Zhou Tong trembled all over, his pupils suddenly constricting, his face filled with disbelief as he cautiously glanced at the mysterious powerhouse before him and bowed, saying, "Could it be that your disciple is Chunin from the county academy?" Chunin did not answer, only looking at Zhou Tong with a hint of a teasing smile. Hiss. After confirming that Chunin was indeed the disciple of this mysterious powerhouse, Zhou Tong couldn't help but take a sharp breath. At the same time, a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his back and forehead. He had never expected that a student from the county academy, appearing mediocre and unremarkable, with only a 6th level qi condensation cultivation, had a mysterious master backing him. Thinking about how he not only placed a wager on the duel between Chunin and Lu Qingyun, but also after losing, spread rumors to Zhou Shuyan to teach Chun in a lesson, Zhou Tong felt a wave of panic wash over him, his scalp tingling. This powerful figure before him must have learned about his message to Zhou Shuyan to teach Chun in a lesson, which is why he came to find him. "Senior, please forgive me." Taking a deep breath, Zhou Tong forced himself to suppress the panic in his heart, bowed deeply to Chunin, and said, I am blind and did not realize that young friend Chun and is actually your disciple. I was foolish and ignorant earlier, rashly placing a wager and privately instructing the younger generation of my clan to target young friend Chun, and which is indeed a grave offense. I am willing to personally visit young friend Chun and tomorrow to apologize and make amends. Please, senior, be magnanimous and forgive me this time for my mistake. Hehe, do you think a mere apology can resolve this matter? Listening to Zhou Tong's plea, Chun and looked at him with a then. What does senior wish for? I am willing to do everything I can to make amends. As long as you speak, the Zhou family will never refuse. Zhou Tong's heart tightened, his back straightening, his tone becoming increasingly humble and fearful. He understood that this powerful figure could with a thought crush the Zhou family and plunge them into an irreversible abyss. He had no qualifications to bargain. Chun tilted his head to glance at Zhou Tong and then said nonchalantly, I will not make things difficult for you. Since you troubled my disciple over that wager, I will penalize you with double the wager's worth in spirit crystals. Do you accept this penalty? Hearing these words from the mysterious powerhouse in front of him, Zhou Tong's heart jumped slightly. Previously, he had lost a low-grade Earth Realm breaking pill to Zhang Xuanming worth over 100,000 spirit crystals in the market. Double the wager means a total of 200,000 spirit crystals. Even though the Zhou family has been established for hundreds of years in Reborn County and has a solid foundation, such an amount would still be enough to severely wound the Zhou family. Moreover, he had already spent over 100,000 spirit crystals to buy that Earth Realm breaking pill. Altogether, he would be losing a total of 300,000 spirit crystals. Zhou Tong felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if he were being cut. Yet he knew that no matter how unwilling he was, he had no room to negotiate. The powerful figure before him had unfathomable cultivation, seemingly transcendent, capable of overturning the Zhou family's legacy, built over hundreds of years with a mere gesture. Now the penalty was only financial. He had not obliterated the clan, which was already a great mercy. If he dared to even utter a word of refusal or dissatisfaction provoking this supreme powerhouse, the Zhou family would face instant annihilation. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Tong could only suppress the pain and reluctance in his heart, bending deeply and speaking with utmost respect and fear, not daring to oppose in the slightest. Thank you for your generosity, senior. I accept the penalty. However, my family cannot produce such a large sum of spirit crystals at once. I ask senior to give me a little time to gather them. Before tomorrow night, I will surely have the double the wager's spirit crystals ready and delivered to young friend Chun N's residence. But Chun looked at Zhou Tong, who was both pained and reluctant, yet also determined, and a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. This old fellow, if it weren't for the Zhou family's reputation in Reborn County not being too bad this time, it wouldn't just be about extracting a sum of money from him. 200,000 spirit crystals would certainly harm the Zhou family, but it wouldn't completely deplete their resources. Moreover, with Zhou Tong, an innate realm warrior, present, it would be enough to protect the foundation of the Zhou family from declining. However, there's no need to send it to Chun An's home. Tomorrow night, I will come again. You can just hand it to me then. Chun paused briefly and added, Yes, senior. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed, and he respectfully clasped his hands, saying, Then I will prepare everything tomorrow and await your arrival tomorrow night, senior. Chun said nothing more, merely nodded slightly, then stood up, glanced at Zhou Tong, and in a flash disappeared into the night wind. In Reborn County, behind the county office, the night was as dark as ink, shrouding the entire county office in a heavy gloom, with only a refined guest room illuminated brightly, the warm yellow candlelight filtering through the paper window, casting a slender shadow of a tall and lean figure inside. County Magistrate Zhang Xianming sat behind an ancient and heavy pear-wood writing desk, dressed in a simple and elegant light blue robe, the hem neat and tidy, exuding a warm and reserved temperament along with the dignified authority of a local official. He lowered his eyelids, holding a wolf hair brush, its tip dipped in thick black ink, completely absorbed in his gaze fixed on the yellowed rice paper. He meticulously reviewed the recent household registration records, tax documents for grain fields, and martial examination papers of Reborn County. Looking at the list of the martial examination papers before him, a flicker of light flashed in Zhang Xuanming's eyes as a figure from the arena today surfaced in his mind. Chun. He gently set down the brush in his hand, his gaze piercing through the window toward the pitch-black night, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk as he murmured to himself. Could it be that he is a disciple of the second master of the Shen family? Whether it was his keen intuition honed from years in the officialdom or the innate sensitivity of a congenital martial artist to the aura of the strong, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease lingering in his heart. The county scholar registered as possessing only a medium-grade martial bone and a sixth layer of qi condensation seemed unremarkable, but was far from simple. From the moment he first stepped onto the arena, he had struck decisively and ruthlessly, shattering his classmate's dantian with a single palm, ruining the opponent's lifelong martial foundation. Or perhaps as he rose against the odds, continuously defeating opponents several minor realms above him, every action he took revealed an air of the extraordinary. His exquisite martial skills, the calm demeanor surpassing that of his peers, and his decisive combat style. Only a disciple of a master-level expert could explain everything about him. What a pity. Zhang Xianming sighed, softly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. As a congenital martial artist and the head of martial education in the county, he had always cherished talent and was most willing to cultivate promising martial seedlings. Chun An's calm disposition, exceptional combat power, and extraordinary comprehension made him a rare gem. If he could bring him under his wing for careful training, even with only a medium-grade martial bone, he might still cultivate a capable assistant. Yet unfortunately, the person behind him was a master-level, unparalleled expert with an identity and background too profound for him to recruit or nurture. Dong dong dong. At that moment, a series of measured knocks sounded from outside the door. Hearing the knocking, Zhang Xianming came back to his senses, but before he could speak, he saw the slightly closed door being pushed open on its own. Seeing this, Zhang Xuanming's expression darkened slightly, a faint aura of authority rising around him. As the county magistrate responsible for the livelihood and martial affairs of the county, with a high position and great power combined with the majesty of a congenital expert, the officials and aides within the county office were always respectful and cautious. No one dared to intrude uninvited in the dead of night, let alone push open the door so recklessly. However, upon seeing the figure that entered through the door, Zhang Xuanming's gaze involuntarily sharpened. Who are you? Seeing that the newcomer was a stranger, a middle-aged man, Zhang Xuanming's brows furrowed slightly, and he looked sharply at the visitor. The middle-aged man was dressed in a simple black long robe, his figure tall and straight, with an ordinary appearance that would blend into any crowd without notice. Yet his footsteps were slow, making not a sound on the ground, and his aura was as calm as water, resembling an ordinary commoner. However, seeing this, Zhang Xuanming's heart immediately sounded alarm bells, and his innate true energy quietly circulated. As a congenital martial artist, he understood that the more ordinary someone appeared, the more dangerous they could be. Moreover, this was the backyard of the county office, a place where he conducted his affairs and was heavily guarded. Ordinary people could not approach, let alone intrude silently and push open the door to enter. The fact that this person could enter without alarming any guards or sentries, silently infiltrate this place, and calmly appear by pushing open the door already proved he was no ordinary person. The middle-aged man slowly stepped into the room, his dark eyes scanning over the writing desk and candlelight, finally settling on Zhang Xuanming. Then he smiled lightly, saying, "There is no need for you to be on guard, County Magistrate Zhang. I come here with no malicious intent. I have heard that you possess a fragment of a heavenly tier martial skill, and I am quite curious, which is why I came to see it tonight. I hope you will not take offense." Upon hearing the stranger's intent, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Xuanming's eyes. The heavenly tier martial skill fragment was a treasured possession he kept hidden, rarely shown to anyone. Even his most trusted subordinates in the county office were unaware. How did this person know about it? Zhou Tong. At that moment, Zhou Tong's figure suddenly emerged in Zhang Xuanming's mind. Could it be that after losing today, Zhou Tong, unwilling to accept defeat, spread this news? Or perhaps this person was actually the one behind Zhou Tong, the one who truly knew about the heavenly tier fragment in his possession, who had made Zhou Tong gamble against him, and upon losing, came personally. Who exactly are you? Zhang Xuanming's tone turned cold as he stared directly at the middle-aged man, his innate true energy erupting fiercely, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure instantly sweeping across the study, causing the candlelight to flicker violently. Heavenly tier martial skill fragments are extremely precious. Your sudden intrusion into the county office's backyard at night and requesting to observe it is rather demanding, isn't it? However, facing Zhang Xuanming's sudden release of innate pressure, the middle-aged man's expression remained calm and unperturbed. He suddenly smiled lightly, and an immense, profound aura spread from him like a vast ocean. There is no need for you to be angry, County Magistrate Zhang. The innate pressure that Zhang Xianming had unleashed suddenly melted away like snow under the blazing sun. Zhang Xuanming's heart jolted, his pupils constricting suddenly, as his entire body was frozen in place under the weight of this immense aura. He could clearly feel that the opponent's cultivation realm far surpassed his own. As a congenital martial artist, they were not on the same level at all. I know my visit is a bit presumptuous, but heavenly tier martial skills are hard to come by. Upon hearing about it, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If County Magistrate Zhang is willing to oblige, I assure you that I will not let you suffer a loss. As he spoke, the middle-aged man reached into his robe and drew out a book of techniques, saying, "This is a low-grade earth tier technique. If you are willing to lend me a look at that heavenly tier fragment, I will gift you this earth tier technique as a token of thanks. How does that sound? A dim light flickered like a bean. Inside the simple room, the yellowish glow danced uncertainly, casting mottled shadows on the walls. Shunin sat cross-legged on the bed, his fingertips gently brushing over the yellowed pages, intently flipping through the incomplete scroll of heavenly martial arts in his hands, a faint smile gradually appearing at the corners of his lips. An entire low-grade, earth-level martial arts manual traded for an incomplete heavenly martial arts scroll seemed somewhat unfavorable for him. However, whether it was a loss or not, only he knew in his heart. With the system in hand, he had every opportunity to deduce this incomplete heavenly martial art, which was only about 30% complete. I wonder how much is a complete heavenly martial art really worth? Shunin silently pondered. Heavenly martial arts are utilized by martial artists at the Grandmaster level and above, and a Grandmaster level martial artist stands above countless others possessing the power to annihilate a city with a single palm. Naturally, the value of martial arts used by such beings far exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. Shunin speculated that a complete heavenly martial art would be worth at least over 1,000,000 spirit stones. I need to find an opportunity to ask at the Tianbao Pavilion. His gaze flickered as he focused on the incomplete heavenly martial arts scroll before him. This heavenly martial art was an exceedingly vigorous and yang fist technique named Thunder Tyrant Fist, which was said to be the signature technique of a sect called the Tyrant Emperor sect. The complete Thunder Tyrant Fist is rumored to be a top-tier heavenly martial art. However, the Tyrant Emperor sect was destroyed in the cataclysm of the ancient demon clan's invasion of the human realm thousands of years ago, leaving only this incomplete signature fist technique to drift in the world, which eventually landed in the hands of Zhang Xianming. So when it comes to heavenly martial arts, not only is it necessary to master the corresponding attributes, but one must also comprehend the realm contained within. Looking at the technique on the scroll of Thunder Tyrant Fist, Shunin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, feeling as if his horizons had been greatly broadened. In the past, the yellow and mysterious martial arts he practiced only required memorization of the techniques and the circulation of true essence to execute freely. The only difference was the level of proficiency in cultivation. But at the heavenly level, it has long surpassed the constraints of ordinary martial arts. In addition to the different attributes in the techniques, one must also comprehend the realm contained within the fist techniques to unleash the true might of these martial arts. For instance, to cultivate the Thunder Tyrant Fist before him, one must first master the attribute of thunder, and then further comprehend the imposing might and thunderous realm encapsulated within the fist technique in order to seamlessly integrate and unleash its true power. Moreover, each complete heavenly martial art has a corresponding realm diagram. Ordinary martial artists can more easily master the corresponding heavenly martial arts only by comprehending the realm diagram. Attributes realms. Shunin murmured softly to himself as images of the several martial arts realms he had already comprehended flashed through his mind. With a sudden thought, a bold idea arose in his heart. If this is the case, then could the realms of the techniques he currently mastered elevate ordinary martial arts to the heavenly level through this foundation? However, a moment later, he immediately shook his head in denial. No. The threshold for heavenly martial arts is extremely high. Besides comprehending the realm, one must also possess the corresponding attributes of martial arts. Both are indispensable. Unless he could reconstruct and refine the essence of mysterious martial arts like mountain breaking force and turbulent sea palm, adding the foundational attributes, and then integrate his own realm, only then would there be a slight possibility of transforming them into heavenly martial arts. However, transforming mysterious martial arts into heavenly martial arts is clearly not that simple. Just the aspect of reshaping the martial arts attributes leaves him at a loss. Forget it, there's no need to trouble myself unnecessarily. He shook his head, discarding this unrealistic thought, and then put away the Thunder Tyrant Fist. Right now, he didn't have a single spirit stone in his system, so it was useless no matter how much he read. He was self-aware. Without the system, he couldn't deduce the complete Thunder Tyrant Fist. They'll talk about it when the spirit stones arrive tomorrow. For now, sleep. With a wave of his right hand, the light on the table extinguished, and Shunin lay down, quickly falling into a deep sleep. The next day, Shunin first went to the Shun family to bid farewell to Shin Qinglan and her family as they set off for the capital before he slowly returned home alone. However, as he approached his home, he couldn't help but pause slightly. He saw that many students from the county school had gathered at his doorstep, standing in groups in various parts of the street, all eyes focused on the entrance, whispering to each other with expressions varying. Seeing through their intentions, Shunin felt bored and had no interest in mingling, so he simply chose to sneak back through the backyard to avoid this crowd. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Dusk settled in, and the night quietly enveloped everything. Inside the room, Shunin slowly opened his eyes, his flesh slightly writhing and twisting. His appearance and figure changing in an instant, transforming into that of a middle-aged man from the previous night, his aura subsiding and condensing, no longer retaining the slightest trace of youthful naivety. In the next instant, his figure suddenly swayed and vanished into thin air from the room. The night wind was biting and the cold moon hid behind the clouds. A silent figure had already stood above the Zhou family estate, blending perfectly with the heavy night, as if he were part of the darkness. His gaze was indifferent, looking down from above, quietly observing the Zhou family's ancestral home below. Although with his current strength he had no fear of Zhou Tong daring to play tricks on him, his cautious nature compelled him to inspect first. After surveying the surroundings and sensing for ambushes, Chun and finally flashed his figure and landed within the courtyard where Zhou Tong resided. At this moment, Zhou Tong's courtyard was brightly lit, but only Zhou Tong sat quietly in the hall. His eyes slightly closed. In front of him was an ancient wooden box nearly as tall as a person, his expression calm, seemingly waiting for someone. Just then a soft footstep outside the hall broke the silence. Zhou Tong, who had been sitting quietly with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharpening. Upon seeing the figure slowly walking into the hall, he dared not show any negligence, quickly rising to bow, his expression filled with utmost respect. Junior, Zhou Tong pays his respects to the esteemed senior. Are you prepared? Chen glanced at Zhou Tong indifferently, his tone calm, with no intention of beating around the bush, directly asking. Zhou Tong hurriedly bowed and raised his hand, his expression respectful, yet somewhat cautious. Everything is prepared. 200 million spirit stones are all here. I hope the esteemed senior will take a look. As he spoke, Zhou Tong personally opened the box and a rich, dazzling purple light burst forth from within the ancestral residence of the Zhou family. The bright lights illuminated the hall where an ancient wooden box suddenly opened, releasing a rich and dazzling purple glow that soared into the sky, filling the entire hall with a layer of hazy and luxurious purple light. A multitude of purple spirit crystals were neatly arranged, each one crystal clear, surrounded by a faint purple radiance, with the energies of heaven and earth rushing towards them. Looking at the 200,000 spirit crystals before him, even Chun couldn't help but narrow his pupils slightly, his breath quickening a bit. However, on the surface, he still maintained a calm expression, his demeanor as tranquil as a deep, while showing no signs of losing composure. He stood quietly, casting a casual glance before nodding slightly at Zhou Tong, saying, "Well done. You flatter me, senior. This was merely a blunder on my part, having offended young friend Chen. I hope senior and young friend Chen will not hold it against me." Zhou Tong bowed his head and spoke. Seeing Zhou Tong's respectful demeanor, Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, as he replied lightly, "If that's the case, let this matter end here. Thank you for your generosity, senior. I am eternally grateful." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong felt a heavy weight lift from his heart, hurriedly bowing again, secretly letting out a sigh of relief, and a smile of relief appeared on his face. Chen, however, said no more. With a wave of his right hand, the box was lifted and flew into his grasp. "You take care of yourself?" Chen cast a casual glance at Zhou Tong, his figure slowly rising into the air, his feet leaving the ground as he hovered. Leaving behind this piece of advice, he transformed into a shadowy figure, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the night, leaving Zhou Tong dazed in the hall, gazing at the empty night sky, filled with mixed emotions. At home indoors, Chen sat on a chair, casually opening the box before him, looking at the translucent and vividly purple spirit crystals inside, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. 200,000 spirit crystals. Spirit crystals are said to be treasures formed from the pure essence of heaven and earth, containing rich and concentrated energies, with spiritual energy that is both restrained and rich. Once a martial artist reaches the chi condensation stage, they can refine and absorb them to nourish their meridians, temper their bodies, and accelerate their cultivation progress, breaking through bottlenecks. Even if not used for cultivation, they can serve as high-grade currency for purchasing techniques, weapons, pills, and rare cultivation resources, holding immense value. These 200,000 spirit crystals piled together gathered energies as mighty as the sea, enough to support a martial artist from the chi condensation stage all the way to the postnatal stage, potentially even breaking through to the innate realm, representing a fortune that would make any ordinary family envious and frantic. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, Chun did not immediately summon the system to deposit all the spirit crystals, but instead reached out and closed the wooden box. Although 200,000 spirit crystals seemed like a lot to him now, it was merely a drop in the bucket. With his current early Grandmaster realm, he would need nearly 80 to 90,000 spirit crystals to break through from early to mid Grandmaster. Not to mention, transitioning from mid to late Grandmaster would require another 300,000 spirit crystals. Right now, these 200,000 spirit crystals could only allow him to break through to mid Grandmaster. Given his current situation, the slight gap between early and mid-grandmaster realms held no essential difference. However, he vaguely remembered reading many martial arts biographies and tales of adventures in the county academy, often encountering predecessors with continuous fortuitous encounters. These predecessors were mostly of mediocre talent and inferior martial bones destined to be lifeless fish in their lifetime. Yet due to serendipitous opportunities, they consumed extraordinary heavenly materials and treasures using spiritual herbs to refine their tendons and bones, altering their innate qualities and reshaping their martial bones. After a transformation, their shackles shattered, and their cultivation paths faced no more bottlenecks, allowing them to soar ahead, eventually standing tall among their peers, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts and defying fate. Although these were merely martial biographies and tales, often some truths were hidden within these records and stories. Moreover, he indeed heard in his memory that there were indeed some elixirs in this world that could enhance martial bones. However, these elixirs that could enhance one's qualities and martial bones were typically exceedingly rare, each valued at tens to hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals, and often rare in the market, completely unattainable for his former self. But now with these 200,000 spirit crystals in hand, he could attempt to see if he could buy some elixirs to enhance his martial bones. The main reason it took him 100 years to refine a strand of innate essence was still due to the inadequacy of his martial bones. If he could enhance his martial bones, it would increase the speed and efficiency of his innate essence refinement. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Rather than spending large amounts of spirit crystals on superficial gains, it would be better to first enhance his qualities and martial bones to see if it could improve the speed and efficiency of his innate essence refinement. After safely storing the spirit crystals, Chun and then sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes gently closed, beginning to rest. A night without incident. The morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting soft golden rays into the room, dispelling the lingering chill of the night, and gently brushing against Chun, and who had been sitting quietly all night. Chun opened his eyes, got up, and walked outside to wash up. After freshening up, he changed into a clean plain white robe, and only then did he open the courtyard door and step outside. Walking along the street at a leisurely pace, Chun sought out a secluded alley, quietly changing his appearance and concealing his true identity before arriving at the entrance of the Tianbao Pavilion. Perhaps due to the early hour, there were no vehicles outside the Tianbao Pavilion, so Chun stepped in directly. As soon as he entered the pavilion, a hall attendant dressed in uniform blue attire approached, respectfully, slightly bowing, and spoke in a polite tone, "Welcome to Tianbao Pavilion. May I ask what you require today, esteemed guest? I wish to purchase some elixirs that can enhance martial bones. I wonder if Tianbao Pavilion has any." Chun did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. Upon hearing this, the hall attendant was momentarily taken aback, his face flashing with a look of astonishment. Elixirs to enhance martial bones. That was a significant business. It is well known that martial bones determine a martial artist's potential. Ordinary pills can only supplement vitality and assist in cultivation, at most tempering the body, but they cannot touch the essence of martial bones. Only the exceedingly rare heavenly materials and treasures in the world can achieve the washing of marrow and reshaping of bones. How precious and hard to come by. Such treasures have always been rare in the market, and ordinary martial artists wouldn't even dare to dream of them. The fact that this guest directly requested to purchase them indicates that his identity is definitely extraordinary. At the Tianbao Pavilion, after confirming that Chun was not joking, the attendant who received him did not dare to be negligent. He quickly invited him to a private room in the inner hall, served him a cup of fragrant tea, and after bowing in apology, hurried off to find the manager who could make decisions at the Tianbao Pavilion. Before long, an elderly man dressed in a bright yellow brocade robe with an elegant demeanor and a spirited appearance was respectfully led in by the attendant. "I am Sun Wendy, the manager of Tianbao Pavilion, honored guest." The old man stepped into the private room, his slightly murky eyes discreetly assessing Chun. Noticing that although he was dressed plainly, he stood tall and exuded an extraordinary calmness, radiating a remarkable demeanor of stability and reserve. Most importantly, he could not perceive any martial aura from the other party, as if the person was merely an ordinary individual. This realization instantly caused a flicker of intrigue in Sun Wendy's eyes. "Greetings, manager Sun." Chun glanced at the old man, sensing that this person possessed latest acquired cultivation. Raising an eyebrow, he also stood up and cupped his hands in salute. "No need for formalities, please take a seat." Seeing that Chun did not introduce himself, the old man did not press the issue, saying, "I heard from the attendant that you wish to purchase treasures or techniques to enhance your root bones." "Indeed." Chun sat down, nodding slightly. "I have heard that Tianbao Pavilion offers treasures and techniques to enhance foundational roots for sale. I have come today to verify this information. What is the price?" "It is indeed true." Upon hearing this, Sun Wendy's expression became serious, and he looked at Chun with a solemn and confident tone, Tianbao Pavilion is one of the top commercial establishments of the Daluo dynasty, possessing all kinds of rare treasures, spiritual pills, martial techniques, and secret arts. We certainly do not lack in extraordinary items. Moreover, we naturally have treasures and techniques to enhance root bones in our collection. However, you should know that such treasures are involved with the fundamental aspects of martial arts and are exceedingly rare, not something an ordinary martial artist can afford. Additionally, this pavilion is merely a branch in a county, so we currently only have one type of treasure to enhance root bones, and it can only enhance roots below the upper grade level at most. What kind of treasure is it? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chun An's eyes. It is the Shisue Tsu. Sun Wendy gently turned his right hand, and a jade bottle, glossy and warm, appeared in his palm. He gently placed it on the table and slowly said, "Please have a look, honored guest. This bottle contains the exquisite Shisue Tsuegu Dan of the mysterious grade. When consumed and refined, it can wash muscles and marrow temper bones, and has a considerable chance of elevating inferior root bones to intermediate level, while intermediate root bones can also strive to reach upper grade." Chun An's gaze lightly swept over Sun Wendy's hand. With his discerning eye, he clearly observed that this jade bottle was not taken from the sleeve, but rather appeared to have been retrieved from an ancient bag. Could it be the legendary Shumi bag? Chunin recalled that before his awakening, someone had mentioned a storage bag similar to the Shumi bag in the county academy. However, the price of such a Shumi bag is not cheap. It is rumored that one would cost over 100,000 crystal coins, and even those from martial families would not have it. His gaze subtly shifted and a trace of surprise passed through Chin N's mind, but he quickly regained his composure and turned his attention back to the jade bottle on the table, pondering before asking, "Manager Sun, what do you mean by the probability you mentioned?" Sun Wendy did not expect Chin An's thoughts to be so meticulous, instantly grasping the key point in his words. A spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes before he smiled and said, "You should understand that such treasures are ultimately external aids and cannot guarantee absolute results. However, you can rest assured that if you have inferior root bones, refining this Shisue Tsugudan gives a solid 70% chance of breaking through the shackles and advancing to intermediate root bones. Even for intermediate root bones striving for upper grade, there is still over a 30% success rate. Among pills of the same rank, this is already considered top-notch. 30%. Upon hearing the probability mentioned by Sun Wendy, Chun and couldn't help but frown. Can this pill be refined multiple times? Would that affect the efficacy? This pill can be refined a maximum of 2 times, but the second refinement only has about a 10% chance. Sun Wendy stated honestly without exaggeration. Does Tianbao Pavilion have stronger pills available? Chunin exhaled, asking. Sun Wendy shook his head with a smile, saying, "Please forgive me, honored guest. I mentioned earlier that we are merely a branch pavilion and the level of treasures is limited. However, if you are determined to acquire such items, I can request a transfer from the Tianbao Pavilion in the capital city, or you may personally purchase them from there." The capital city. Chun N's eyes flickered slightly, noting it down in his heart. He then collected his thoughts and looked at Sun Wendy, calmly asking, "Manager Sun, how much is one Shisei Tsugudan?" Honored guest, this is an exquisite, mysterious grade treasure pill with exceptional quality and rich efficacy. The price is higher than ordinary pills of the same grade, set at 230,000 crystal coins for one. Sun Wendy looked at Chun and with a smile. 230,000. Hearing this price, Chun and could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He recalled that a top-grade mysterious technique on the market was priced at only around 160,000 crystal coins. A mere pill unexpectedly more expensive than a top-notch mysterious technique was rather absurd. How about 200,000 crystal coins? Chunin took a deep breath and attempted to negotiate. "I'm very sorry, honored guest, but this price is set by the main pavilion, and I have no authority to change it. Please forgive me." Sun Wendy shook his head with a bitter smile, cupping his hands in apology. Hearing this, Chun and did not argue further. His eyes flickered, then he asked, "By the way, do you have Shumi bags for sale?" "Yes, we have yellow grade and mysterious grade Shumi bags for sale. The yellow grade bag has a cubic meter of space priced at 12,000 crystal coins, while the mysterious grade bag has 5 cubic meters of space priced at 30,000 crystal coins. Which one does the honored guest need?" Sun Wendy introduced with a smile. "Indeed, they are outrageously expensive." After hearing the quote, Chin N's eyes twitched slightly, and he took a deep breath to suppress the turmoil in his heart. He then calmly said, "Then please, Manager Sun, fetch me 2 Shisue Tsugudan and a mysterious grade Shumi bag." "All right." Upon hearing that Chunin had made the purchase decision, Sun Wendy's face instantly burst into a rich smile, his eyes filled with delight and eagerness, and he hurriedly clasped his hands, saying, "Please wait a moment, honored guest. I will prepare them for you immediately. Spending money is easy, but earning it is hard." Under Sun Wendy's warm personal escort, Chin and stepped out of the Tianbao Pavilion. Standing by the street, he gazed at the bustling crowd and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. The 2 million yuan crystals still warm in his pocket had already dwindled by nearly half after just one visit to the Tianbao Pavilion. 2 marrow cleansing and bone forge pills, each priced at 23,000 yuan crystals, and 1 Xiangrade Sumeru pouch for 30,000 yuan crystals, a total expenditure of 76,000 yuan crystals. These yuan crystals would almost be enough to elevate him by one minor cultivation realm. However, Chen also knew that some expenses were unavoidable. Although the probability of the marrow cleansing and bone forge pills enhancing his bone structure was low, a 30% chance on the first try was sufficient for him to take the gamble. Even if it were only a 10% chance, Chen would not hesitate for a moment. Martial bones are the foundation of the martial path. The higher the grade of one's martial bones, the greater the potential for future cultivation, and for someone with his system, the resource consumption would also be significantly reduced. Taking a deep breath, Chen strode purposefully toward his home. Before long, Chen returned home, closed the door, and entered his room. Reaching into his bosom, he retrieved a warm blue, plum-patterned jade bottle. Pulling out the stopper and tilting the bottle gently, 2 round, lustrously white pills with a faint sheen rolled out, releasing a refreshing, fragrant medicinal aroma into the air. Glancing at the 2 marrow cleansing and bone forge pills, Chen took a deep breath, then reached out to take one and set the other aside. He then opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, flowing into his stomach, where it transformed into a warm, rich torrent of medicinal power that surged through his throat and flooded his limbs and bones. Chen immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and activated his martial arts technique to guide the flow of medicinal power. The vast medicinal energy surged like a warm current, scouring his meridians and soaking into every inch of his bones. Martial bones do not refer to a single bone, but encompass all the bones from head to toe, the entire skeletal structure, the fundamental root of a martial artist's cultivation. At first, there was only a faint tingling numbness that spread slowly along the bone's texture. Then the medicinal power erupted abruptly, transforming into fine threads of spiritual energy that burrowed into the gaps between his bones. A wave of sour, swelling, burning pain washed over his entire body, as if countless needles were carving and reshaping his bones. Chen took a deep breath, steadied his mind against the searing agony, and allowed the power of the marrow cleansing and bone forge pill to continuously scour, temper, and refine his martial bones. The impurities clinging to his bones were gradually forced out of his body by the medicinal power, emerging through his pores as faint black stains on his skin. His originally rough bones, under the continuous nourishment and reshaping of the medicine, began to take on a glossy jade-like sheen. Time passed slowly. After half an hour, the remaining medicinal power was completely exhausted. With a subtle crackling sound from within his body, Chen's aura suddenly transformed as if he had been reborn. Under the effect of the marrow cleansing and bone forge pill, his mid-grade martial bones had completely evolved, advancing to high-grade martial bones. A surge of cultivation insights far surpassing his previous experience flooded his mind. The speed at which his body absorbed the world's spiritual energy skyrocketed, causing even his once immovable aura to tremble. The next moment, a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. The fierce aura swept in all directions, howling with gale-force winds. The tables, chairs, wooden shelves, and utensils in the room could not withstand this overwhelming pressure. Without the slightest resistance, they shattered and burst, instantly turning into a shower of fine dust that scattered across the floor. Fortunately, his martial bones had successfully advanced to the high grade. Chen's mind snapped to attention. He quickly regained his composure, dared not let the rampant energy leak unchecked, and immediately focused his mind, circulating his technique to forcibly restrain the surging innate true essence within his body. The wild, overflowing aura was forcibly suppressed back into his meridians and dantian like a receding tide. The terrifying pressure that had filled the entire room vanished without a trace. Holy crap! Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the room. He was completely stunned. The chairs, wooden cabinets, and tables that had once filled the room had all turned to dust, vanishing completely. The space was now empty, with only the wooden bed he sat on remaining intact. A perfectly good room had been utterly destroyed by the energy released during his breakthrough. It was so bare that even a mouse would struggle to find a place to hide. Oh well, consider it the price for advancing to high-grade martial bones. Chen shook his head, a wry smile spreading across his face. There was no help for it. He had brought this upon himself. Besides, they were just some old furniture, destroyed or not, he didn't really care. He had originally planned to find a better house after the martial examination, preferably one with a sturdy cult. But thinking that he would leave Wuron County tomorrow with the road ahead unknown, he decided not to waste the money. His gaze shifted slightly, and Chen soon stopped dwelling on the chaotic state of the room. The pungent stench of impurities expelled during the marrow cleansing and bone forging filled his nostrils. Frowning slightly, he quickly rose and went outside to draw clean water, meticulously washing and bathing. After washing, the odor was completely cleansed from his body. Feeling refreshed and invigorated, a smile finally appeared on his face. He hadn't expected that a single marrow cleansing and bone forge pill with only a 30% chance would actually succeed in elevating his mid-grade martial bones to high grade. After the bone enhancement, he indeed found that his rate of refining spiritual energy had increased tenfold. This meant that with his previous mid-grade bones, it would have taken him 100 years to refine a single strand of innate true essence. But now with his bones upgraded to high grade, he only needed 10 years to refine a strand of innate truth. This also meant that the 89,000 yuan crystals he would have needed to break through to the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm now required less than 9,000 yuan crystals. Haha, it seems my luck is good. Saving such a huge amount of yuan crystals made Chunin laugh. Although spending tens of thousands of yuan crystals on the marrow cleansing and bone forge pill had seemed wasteful at first, now that his mid-grade bones had advanced to high grade, the expense was not only not a loss, but had earned him a fortune. First, let's raise my cultivation level. Taking a deep breath, Chun and calmed his mind. With a thought, he summoned the system and directly deposited the remaining 120,000 yuan crystals into it. System, consume 90,000 yuan crystals to exchange for 900,000 years of cultivation time. Begin cultivation. Boom, boom. The moment the words fell, a vast and boundless surge of heavenly essence suddenly gathered from all directions, rushing into his limbs like a river breaking its banks. 1 year, 100 years, 10,000 years, 900,000 years. In the blink of an eye, time flowed away. Chun's consciousness plunged into the undefined void of the system. While only an instant passed in the outside world, their 900,000 years of time had already crossed. Chunin seemed completely unaware of this long passage of time. His mind remained calm and stable, letting the superior martial bones operate at full speed, madly absorbing and refining the endless heavenly essence. The innate vital essence within him surged and circulated, endlessly cycling, as his cultivation foundation steadily rose with the accumulation of infinite time. 20,000 strands, 50,000 strands, 90,000 strands. Once the innate vital essence in his dantian reached 90,000 strands, the entire dantian space was filled to capacity, leaving no room to spare. This also indicated that he had reached the perfection stage of the Grandmaster realm, touching the ceiling of the Grandmaster level. Only by breaking this bottleneck could his cultivation level advance further. Ding! The 900,000 years of cultivation time has been exhausted. The training has concluded. The system's prompt suddenly rang in his mind, pulling Chun's consciousness back from that undefined void. Chunin slowly opened his eyes, a sense of endless vicissitudes flashing through them only to vanish in an instant. Grandmaster perfection. Although a Grandmaster may not be the pinnacle of martial arts in this world, he has undoubtedly entered the ranks of the top powers of the Deluo dynasty. The martial arts realm progresses in layers. Above the Grandmaster are the Martial King and Martial Emperor realms, towering above all beings and overlooking the myriad domains of the dynasty. In the Yuan continent, 99.9% of martial artists go their whole life without even touching the threshold of the Grandmaster, let alone reaching the legendary levels of Martial King and Martial Emperor. In the entire Deluo dynasty, with a population of hundreds of billions, there may not even be 100 martial kings, each holding the power to govern a state, and even the heads of the 4 sacred martial arts grounds are merely martial kings. As for the Martial Emperor, they are even more elusive, having long transcended the constraints of the dynasty and standing at the very top of the martial arts pyramid on the Yuan continent, a supreme figure guarding the entire human race. In other words, with his Grandmaster perfection cultivation, as long as he does not deliberately provoke top powers at the Martial King level or above, he has enough strength to walk unopposed throughout the entire Deluo dynasty, fearless of the vast majority of forces and people. However, Chun's thoughts turned, and he quickly calmed down, not indulging in the joy of his sudden rise in cultivation. Having cultivation alone is not enough. I also need corresponding martial skills. He thought, his eyes glinting. No matter how solid his foundation, without superior martial skills to support it, he would merely possess brute strength, unable to unleash the true battle power of Grandmaster perfection. System. With a thought, Chun's gaze fell upon the system panel before him. Host Chun, an age 17 qualification, superior martial bones cultivation, Grandmaster realm perfection, current balance 300,000. 300,000. That should be enough to fully deduce the Thunder Tyrant fist, right? Looking at the balance on the system panel, Chun's eyes flashed for a moment as he decided to use the system to fully deduce the Thunder Tyrant fist. This was the only heavenly martial skill in his possession that matched his cultivation. To unleash the battle power of Grandmaster perfection, no martial skill would be more suitable than a heavenly rank skill. System spend 10,000 balance to deduce the Thunder Tyrant Fist. Chunin took a deep breath and then issued the order. Ding. System activated. 10,000 years of Thunder Tyrant Fist deduction experience is beginning to be distributed. Buzz. Chunin felt a jolt in his mind, followed by a flood of memories regarding the Thunder Tyrant Fist pouring into his consciousness. After a moment, Chunin opened his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. After 10,000 years of deduction, he had only completed 2/10 of the vital essence operation methods and fist principles of the Thunder Tyrant Fist, while the thunderous insights and deeper mysteries remained vague and elusive. 10,000 years isn't enough, make it 100,000 years, 200,000 years. Chun's eyes widened, taking a deep breath, his expression resolute, as he declared, System, spend 200,000 balance to deduce the Thunder Tyrant Fist. Ding. System activated. 200,000 years of Thunder Tyrant Fist deduction experience is beginning to be distributed. Buzz. A deep tremor exploded in his sea of consciousness, the impact far more powerful than the last time. Endless truths of the fist path, thunderous insights, and the profound mysteries of the Tyrant Emperor martial arts surged into Chun's mind like a torrent of stars, fierce yet orderly. The routes of chi circulation, the rises and falls of fist momentum, the fusion methods of thunder and innate vital essence, and the countless obscure mysteries were instantly dismantled and perfected, transforming into the most intuitive martial insights imprinted in his soul. After several breaths, Chunin suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant purple glow igniting in his gaze, as if countless fragments of thunder were lurking and roaming deep within his pupils, faintly rumbling. Ziz, ziz. A faint purple lightning aura wrapped around him, the air trembling slightly under the overwhelming and fierce thunderous presence. A sense of dominance over the heavens and a disdain for all emerged quietly from him. So this is the essence of the Thunder Tyrant Fist. Chunin slowly lowered his head, gazing at the brilliant lightning flickering in his palm, the arcs of thunder dancing and crackling at his fingertips. The innate vital essence perfectly merged with the thunder attribute, and the principles of the fist insights and chi methods were all harmoniously integrated. It was worth the 20,000 crystal coins he spent finally deducing this heavenly martial skill completely. As the Thunder Tyrant Fist was fully deduced, he naturally mastered this heavenly martial skill, internalizing it, allowing him to invoke the thunderous essence, with every gesture unleashing the supreme power of the Thunder Tyrant Fist. Grandmaster Realm Perfection. Heavenly rank, top-tier martial skill, the Thunder Tyrant Fist. Plus the domain. With this I can finally feel at ease to step out of Reborn County, this beginner village. Thinking of his current perfection in cultivation martial skills and foundation, a faint smile curved on Chun's lips. Starting tomorrow with 3 chapters as a guarantee, if this book receives more than 10 ratings each day, an additional chapter will be added. I hope my brothers and sisters can spare a few seconds to click a rating. Thank you. Also thanks to Love You Old Self, and that's everyone's enemy brothers for their rewards. In the early morning, golden sunlight streamed through the window panes, casting scattered light spots on the floor, dispelling the darkness in the room and illuminating the entire space. With a slight flutter of his eyelashes, Chunin slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light fleetingly flashing in his gaze. After exhaling a long breath, Chunin finally regained his senses, turning to glance outside the window at the sky before getting up to wash up. After freshening up, Chunin changed into a clean white long shirt and carefully stored some useful personal items into his shumi bag. A moment later, he had packed all the useful items and gazed complexly at the simple courtyard before him, a flicker of intricate emotions crossing his eyes. In this lifetime, he had grown up in this courtyard. Unfortunately, after leaving today, he did not know if he would return here again. Taking a deep breath and casting one last glance at the facilities in the house, Chunin resolutely turned and walked out. Reborn County Academy Martial Arts Square. At this moment, the martial arts square was already surrounded by a continuous stream of younger students. All eyes turned towards the center of the square, where the older students, shouldering their bags and standing tall, emanated an air of confidence, their expressions brimming with ambition. The onlookers, the younger students, gazed at this scene with deep envy and longing, their hearts filled with aspirations, secretly hoping to achieve success in their training and one day walk out of the academy to explore the broader world of martial arts like these seniors. Chunin walked into the martial arts square steadily, his demeanor calm and composed. As soon as he appeared, countless gazes instantly converged upon him. The surrounding chatter momentarily halted, and numerous younger students and departing older students instinctively turned their heads, their eyes landing on him. After all, he was the second place in this Reborn County martial arts examination. Although he only had a cultivation level of the 6th stage of chi condensation on the surface, he had created a shocking record that astonished many. Not only did he defeat the fully accomplished Xiao Qiyuan in a direct confrontation, But even the exceptionally talented Zhou Shuyan from the Zhou family was also thrown off the stage by him with a single punch. "Good morning, Brother Chun." To everyone's astonishment, as soon as Chunin approached, Zhou Shuyan took the lead in greeting him with a smile, bowing politely, with an exceptionally humble attitude, even with a hint of flattery in his smile. "Good morning, Brother Zhou." Seeing Zhou Shuyan take the initiative to be friendly, Chun and raised an eyebrow and returned the greeting with a calm gesture. The surrounding students were left dumbfounded. Everyone remembered the scene of their confrontation on the martial arts stage, where Zhou Shuyan had suffered a significant loss at Chen An's hands. Everyone had expected the two to be like strangers with barriers between them, but unexpectedly Zhou Shuyan could actually put aside past grievances and take the initiative to engage in conversation, which was truly surprising. "I've met you, Brother Chun." At this moment, another person stepped forward from behind Zhou Shuyan. To everyone's astonishment, it was Xiao Qiyuan. Like Zhou Shuyan, Xiao Qiyuan had also been defeated by Chun 3 days ago. No one expected that not only had Zhou Shuyan put aside his pride to be friendly, but even the generally arrogant Xiao Qiyuan was willing to set aside his lost dignity and approach Chun to greet him. "I've met you, Brother Xiao." Looking at Xiao Qiyuan, Chun and also remained humble, returning the greeting with a calm expression. With Zhou Shuyan and Xiao Qiyuan leading the way, the other older students slightly shifted their gazes. They also gradually set aside their previous prejudices and contempt for Chun, and no longer holding any barriers, and stepped forward to bow and greet him, aiming to take the opportunity to befriend the second place of the martial arts examination. In an instant, the originally solitary Chun became the center of attention in the crowd, the focal point of everyone vying to engage with him. As the students gathered around, eager to befriend and converse with Chun, in this lively and extraordinary scene caught the eyes of the people on the distant high platform. County Lord Zhang Xuanming, teaching officer Fan Suyun, as well as Zhou Tongwei, Lin Yuan, and other senior figures of the county academy, stood above, looking down at the martial arts square, taking in the sight of Chun and being surrounded and adored by everyone. This young man not only possesses outstanding strength and composure, but also can attract former rivals and peers to befriend him. Given time, his future is limitless. Zhang Xuanming, with his hands clasped behind his back, observed Chun and calmly handling the younger students below, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. What the county lord says is indeed true. Teaching officer Fan Suiyun nodded, a subtle smile appearing on his face, then sighed with a hint of regret, saying, "Not only does this young man possess exceptional comprehension, but his temperament is also stable and reserved, unperturbed by honor or disgrace. If he dedicates himself to cultivation, he will surely accomplish great things in the future. It's a pity that he is naturally endowed with only mediocre martial bones, which limits his innate foundation. Otherwise, with his comprehension and intellect, his future achievements would be far beyond this, possibly even ranking among the top talents in the prefectural city." "Brother Fan, your words are mistaken." Zhou Tong, however, shook his head, looking at Chun and the figure of a towering mountain appearing in his mind, a look of awe flashing in his eyes. Though martial bones are innate, as we both know, they are not unchangeable. The path of martial arts is inherently against the heavens. There are countless rare treasures and opportunities in the world. Given Chen N's fate and fortune, he might indeed break free from shackles and undergo a transformation in the future. As Zhou Tong's words fell, Zhang Xianming and the others couldn't help but turn their heads, looking at him with a strange. Fan Suiyun and others did not forget that 3 days ago at the martial examination, Zhou Tong had belittled Chen N's cultivation and qualifications, asserting that he was unlikely to achieve greatness. Now, just a few days later, Zhou Tong's attitude had completely reversed. He not only no longer looked down on Chen, but even highly praised him. Such a stark contrast inevitably left Fan Suiyun and others feeling perplexed. It seems that Elder Zhou has placed much more importance on Chun today. Zhang Xuanming, with keen insight, noticed the way Zhou Tong referred to Chun, in his eyes flickering slightly, his tone laced with amusement and probing. He, as the saying goes, a scholar should be viewed differently after 3 days. Zhou Tong, of course, would not bring up that incident, instead wearing a thick face and pretending to be profound, saying, "Before I was narrow-minded and underestimated Brother Chen. These past few days I have subtly improved my cultivation and experienced the realm of communion between heaven and man. In the midst of it all, I can feel the flow of fate. From my observation, Brother Chun is enveloped in fortune, and his foundation is hidden. In the future, he will surely not be an ordinary person." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianming and Fan Suiyun couldn't help but twitch their brows slightly. All present were seasoned individuals who had lived for a long time. How could they truly believe his nonsense? It was clearly fabricated, using the concept of communion between heaven and man to feign profundity and deceive others. "All right, it's about time. We should also set off." Zhang Xianming timely spoke, breaking this subtle atmosphere. Everyone understood that Zhou Tong, the old fox, was always astute and would never reveal the truth. Hence they no longer dwelled on the matter, each of them calming their minds, their eyes turning towards the younger students below, who were preparing to set off, ready to lead the way to the prefectural city. Under the blazing sun, the red sun hung like a scorching furnace in the sky, scorching the earth below. On the wide official road, dozens of blue-scaled horned horses galloped past, kicking up clouds of dust, sprinting several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Though the blue-scaled horned horse is only a first-tier fierce beast, it has been carefully tamed over generations, and its temperament has long become gentle and docile, making it easy to train. Its running speed is as swift as the wind, covering 300 to 400 miles in just 1 hour, making it the most commonly used mount for ordinary martial artists on long journeys. The students of the county academy and their accompanying elders were all mounted on horseback, the procession grand and imposing, rushing towards the capital city. Though the Deluo dynasty is the legitimate human dynasty with vast territories, countless fierce beasts still roam within its borders. It is said that in ancient times the entire Yuan continent was dominated by fierce beasts, with countless creatures running rampant, and the human race, weak and vulnerable, could only struggle to survive in a small corner. It was not until later that the human race discovered the methods of martial arts cultivation, and with generation after generation of powerful warriors rising, the strength of humans gradually grew, eventually establishing a firm foothold. Later, the overwhelmingly powerful ancient demon clan invaded across realms, and the human race, mustering all their strength, fought back fiercely, eventually establishing the Tianyan mountain range as the boundary dividing the territories. To stabilize the dynasty's borders and protect the people within, the top martial artists of the human race united to carry out extensive purges, slaughtering or expelling the vast majority of fifth-tier and higher fierce beasts from the territory of the Deluo dynasty, leaving only the lower-tier beasts scattered in the wild mountains and deep forests. This arrangement allows young martial artists to gain practical experience and hone their foundational martial arts. Additionally, the blood, bones, cores, and flesh from the hunted beasts are excellent cultivation resources, enabling martial artists to refine pills and forge weapons, achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. Leading the group were 3 innate realm experts, as everyone rode swiftly along the wide official road, galloping for nearly 2 hours, and at last a magnificent towering wall appeared at the end of their line of sight. From afar, the city walls of the capital rose majestically, built entirely from dark iron and ancient rocks, standing at least 10 zhang high, solid and formidable and seemingly indestructible. The wall was covered with weathered scars of time, standing tall and straight like an ancient dragon lying across the land, stretching endlessly from east to west, its imposing presence overwhelming. Upon the wall were continuous arrow towers and guard posts, flags fluttering in the wind, while armored guards stood tall, wielding long spears as they patrolled, their expressions stern and vigilant. This was the capital city of the Chengtian Prefecture, Chengtian City. The procession slowly approached the city gates along the official road, where the crowd suddenly thickened with a constant flow of pedestrians, showcasing a scene of bustling prosperity. Along the way, various martial artists could be seen, their attire and styles differing from one another. Some wore fitted short shirts and tied their hair back, appearing capable and efficient, clearly seasoned martial artists accustomed to life on the road. Others were heirs of noble families, dressed in luxurious garments adorned with jade, swords exuding an air of nobility, accompanied by their attendants, and many scattered cultivators wore simple clothing, carrying long knives and heavy swords, moving steadily with a repressed aura. The mounts of the crowd were equally diverse. In addition to the commonly seen blue-scaled horned horses, there were also fiery red steeds that ran swiftly, robust rock-armored bulls with great endurance, and those from affluent backgrounds riding cloud-winged spirit birds capable of short flights, catching the eye. When they reached the city gate, everyone dismounted and proceeded on foot as per the rules. The guards stood tall and solemn, carefully verifying identities and meticulously inspecting the passers-by, the process orderly and efficient. After a round of checks, everyone passed through without obstruction, smoothly entering the boundaries of Chengtian City. As soon as they stepped inside, the lively and bustling atmosphere hit them. Inside the city, the streets were wide and well-paved, the clean stone surface uniform, with shops lining both sides, taverns, tea houses, alchemy shops, and weapon shops, all competing in splendor, their colorful signs fluttering in the breeze, while street vendors shouted loudly, their calls mingling in a lively chorus. On the long street, the crowd flowed like a river, with people of all kinds coming and going. Some hurriedly scurried through the alleys, carrying bamboo medicine baskets, while groups of merchants escorted carts laden with fierce beast blood, flesh, and materials slowly forward. Many martial artists traveled in small groups, entering and exiting taverns, tea houses, pharmacies, and shops. With the constant flow of carts and horses and the thronging pedestrians, the bustling atmosphere of the market was palpable, and combined with the pervasive aura of martial arts, the prosperity of the capital city was on full display, a stark contrast to Warong County. Amidst the crowd, Chun gazed in surprise and shock at the grandeur of Qingtian City. Though the two worlds are civilizations apart to him, the bustling prosperity and vibrant market scene of Qingtian City were already comparable to the first-tier cities of his past life. Led by Zhang Xianming and Fan Xiyun, the group of students made their way through the streets, walking slowly along the spacious avenues, and after about a stick of incense's time, they finally arrived at their destination, the Qingtian Prefectural Academy. Compared to the ordinary and plain entrance of Wuron County Academy, the main entrance of Qingtian Prefectural Academy was imposing and grand, a stark contrast. The main entrance was constructed from massive white jade stones towering high with eaves that pointed towards the sky, and in front stood two imposing beasts over 3 zhang tall, their demeanor severe, exuding an air of solemnity. Above the main entrance hung an ancient plaque with vigorous and powerful calligraphy, prominently inscribed with the 4 characters Qingtian Prefectural Academy. However, looking at these seemingly ordinary characters, it was as if someone had wielded a brush to manifest an entire set of unparalleled sword techniques, with every stroke filled with a chilling sword intent. A moment's gaze brought forth a bone-chillingly fierce edge from the words, pressing down upon the spirit, immersing one in contemplation of the supreme sword intent contained within. Haha, where did this country bumpkin come from, daring to stare intently at the Academy's plaque? Truly unaware of their own insignificance, oh, how dare a mere group of greenhorns in the Foundation establishment stage gaze upon the characters pinned by Lin Shui, the Academy's principal. These 4 characters conceal the essence of an unparalleled sword path. Those lacking sufficient cultivation, who gaze recklessly, are easily disturbed by the sword's edge. Don't they understand this simple rule? The new generation really is getting worse. As the students from Wuron County Academy all stopped intently gazing at the 4 characters on the plaque, entranced in their attempts to comprehend the sword intent, many students in uniform from the Prefectural Academy, along with other candidates from various counties, paused to observe them, arms crossed and expressions filled with mockery and disdain, taking great interest in their fascination. Qingtian Academy. As the students of Wuron County paused to ponder the plaque of the Academy, some others passing by both from the Academy and other county schools stopped with mocking and disdainful expressions. These individuals were well aware of the plaque's origin, inscribed by Lin Chengyuan, the current head of the Qingzhou Prefectural Academy. Lin Chengyuan was no ordinary individual. Not only was he in a high position as the Academy head, but he was also erudite, overseeing the education and martial arts of the region, having already attained the pinnacle of grandmaster level in his cultivation. Moreover, he was widely known for his lifelong dedication to the art of swordsmanship, where he was unmatched in Qingzhou, and it was said that he had slain several demon clan grandmasters at the border, escaping unscathed from the pursuit of a king-level demon lord. When he wrote the 4 characters of Qingtian Academy, he poured forth the essence of his lifelong mastery of the sword, each character exuding the might of his blade, concealing the supreme sword intent within. It is said that if one could comprehend the sword intent within this plaque, they could grasp the heavenly tier martial skill, annihilation of 7 demons sword that Lin Chengyuan mastered. However, despite the plaque hanging at Qingtian Academy for over a century, no one had ever managed to decipher the supreme sword intent contained within, let alone comprehend the heavenly tier skill annihilation of 7 demons sword. Zhang Xuanming, Fan Xiyun, and Zhou Tong stood aside, casting a casual glance at the smirking students, their expressions calm as they gazed at their own county's students, silently waiting in mutual understanding. The 3 were well aware that this group of young individuals just emerging from the county had shallow cultivation and unstable foundations, and they did not expect anyone to truly comprehend the profound sword intent concealed within the plaque. Even so, they were still willing to give everyone a moment to pause and observe. They did not seek enlightenment of the profound mysteries or the supreme sword intent, but merely wished for these juniors to personally experience the essence and power of a grandmaster, thereby broadening their horizons and sharpening their spirits, making them aware of the vastness beyond. What a demonic sword! What a sword intent that annihilates heaven and earth, extinguishing gods and demons. In the crowd, Chun raised his head to gaze at the 4 characters of the plaque, his eyes focused as he stared intently, and in a moment of distraction the scenery before him abruptly shifted. In the depths of his pupils a majestic figure seemed to emerge, wielding a demonic sword, exuding the intent of annihilation, sweeping across with ferocity. Countless sword lights flashed fiercely, intertwining in overwhelming patterns. A vast and ferocious aura capable of severing the heavens and annihilating all things surged forth, powerful and imposing, instilling terror in the heart. If the sword intent he previously comprehended from Skyslaying Sword of God was sharp and unparalleled, then the sword intent contained within this plaque was one of dominance, extinction, and solitude. Originally, there was no distinction between sword intents. But at this moment Chun and clearly sensed that the void-splitting sword intent he previously understood paled in comparison to the sword intent emanating from this demonic sword. The void-splitting sword intent was merely what he had grasped from the mysterious dear martial art sky-slaying sword of God, whereas the sword intent in front of him was not only the culmination of a grandmaster's lifelong mastery, but also possibly derived from a heavenly tier martial skill. This sword intent was not only domineering, but also contained the essence of annihilation and the suppression of gods and demons far beyond what he had previously comprehended with the void-splitting sword intent. Shin An's gaze was firmly locked onto the ancient plaque. Within his sea of consciousness, the void-splitting sword intent he cultivated surged restlessly, and he subconsciously urged his spirit, trying to touch and merge with this majestic sword intent of annihilation, wishing to extract its essence and comprehend this higher-level annihilation sword intent. Just as Chun was immersed in the contemplation of this sword intent, it wasn't long before some of the students around him, who were also focused on understanding the sword intent of the plaque, suddenly turned pale, their brows furrowing with unbearable pain, unable to suppress a groan, blood faintly oozing from the corners of their mouths, clearly suffering backlash from the overwhelming and fierce sword intent within the plaque. The students from the academy who had initially watched with amusement saw this scene and could not help but snicker, their eyes filled with mockery and disdain. In their eyes, this group of students from the remote county was incredibly overconfident, their meager cultivation at the chi gathering stage and unstable foundations, yet they dared to recklessly probe the supreme sword intent of a grandmaster only to end up injured by the backlash, a purely self-inflicted humiliation. Zhang Xianming and the others witnessing this scene, though they had been prepared, could not help but shake their heads, and as time passed, more and more students, unable to hold their focus, were forced to retreat from their contemplation, each pale and unsteady. Let's go, Zhang brother, let's go drink. There's nothing to see here. Haha, we were just here for a bit of fun, oh weren't we all, just like that back in the day. They are just inexperienced kids from a small place who, once they truly enter the academy, they will understand the vastness of the world. They are simply overestimating themselves. Such a wide gap in realms is not easily crossed. The surrounding students, seeing most of the Wuron County students retreat, could not help but reveal expressions of mockery. One by one, they turned away, shaking their heads and laughing, dispersing in pairs, convinced that none of these individuals could comprehend even the slightest bit of sword intent. About an incense stick's worth of time later, Chun frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. It seems I truly am not a genius. He sighed softly in his heart. He originally thought that with his cultivated sword intent, the void-splitting sword, even if his realm was far inferior to the sword intent of the plaque, he could at least absorb some essence and perhaps allow his sword intent to evolve. However, after truly immersing himself in the experience, he realized that the gap between the two was far greater than he had anticipated. This demonic sword intent annihilating heaven and earth was utterly domineering, and it likely reached the third realm of intent, form transformation. His void-splitting sword intent, whether in its profound meaning or level of intent, could not possibly. Shunin speculated that with his current sword path cultivation and shallow intent, wanting to completely unravel this domineering and extinguishing demonic sword intent was certainly not an overnight endeavor, and it would be difficult to accomplish in a short time. Not to mention following this trace of remaining sword intent to reverse engineer the complete sword technique behind what seemed to be a heavenly tier martial skill. He was truly reluctant to give up on such a heavenly tier sword technique. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for using some tricks. System. Consume 1,000 credits to exchange for 1,000 years of cultivation time, fully deducing the demonic sword intent before me. Buzz. Sister Pei, congratulations. Yes, Sister Pei. Professor Jiang said that as long as you can rank in the top 10 in this provincial exam, he will accept you as an inner disciple. Sister Pei, don't forget the friends from humble beginnings. Several young ladies dressed in orange skirts surrounded a graceful figure, stepping out slowly from the depths of the academy. The girl in the center, surrounded by everyone, possessed a stunning beauty that was ethereal with delicate features like a painting. Yet she exuded an aura that kept others at bay, her figure tall and graceful, listening quietly to the teasing and congratulations of those beside her. Although her expression was cold, a hint of a smile could not be suppressed at the corners of her mouth. In the academy, a professor holds a highly esteemed title. Those who earn this title are all genuine innate realm powerhouses, not only possessing profound cultivation, but also deeply invested in the path of teaching with extensive experience and top-tier knowledge in martial arts. Ordinary students in the academy can at most receive guidance from regular teachers, while receiving personal instruction from a professor is a rare honor. For someone like her to be favored by the professor and considered for acceptance as an inner disciple is an incredible opportunity that countless ordinary martial artists can only dream of. Moreover, Professor Jiang Hong is no ordinary professor. His cultivation has long reached the master realm, making him one of the few top powerhouses within the academy. For such a person to willingly pass on his teachings and nurture her even as the direct descendant of the Pei family, with an extraordinary background, her heart is still filled with joy and appreciation. Once she becomes his disciple, her future path in martial arts will surely be smooth, with resources for cultivation and connections leading to a qualitative leap, making her future achievements limitless. While they were joking, someone suddenly questioned, "Hey, what happened over there? It looks like someone is trying to comprehend the intent of the sword on the plaque. Look at the expressions of this crowd. They must be students from various county academies here to take the exam." A bunch of children from small places daring to try to comprehend the sword intent left by Lin Shui. It's truly beyond their capabilities. As the group of girls approached the main gate of the academy, they immediately spotted the students from Reborn County Academy, standing in front of the gate, stopping to glance at them, their words filled with disdain and mockery. Is that him? Pei Yunshu, who was leading the group of girls initially, did not pay attention to the commotion at the gate. Such scenes are already commonplace in the academy, as students from various places taking the exam often find themselves drawn to the sword intent contained in the plaque at the main gate, unable to help but stop and focus, trying to gain insights into the realm of swordsmanship. However, this plaque has hung at the academy's main gate for over 100 years, attracting countless talents and prodigies who have come to seek its wisdom, with numerous seekers trying to comprehend it. Yet no one has ever truly penetrated its essence or gleaned even the slightest understanding of the sword. She initially thought it was just another group of ignorant county students indulging in momentary curiosity, casually scanning the crowd, when her gaze suddenly fixed on a tall figure, a flicker of surprise passing through her cold eyes. Chinen. For this boy with whom she had crossed paths only a few days ago at Reborn County Academy, and who was also her close friend Shin Qinglin's childhood companion, Pei Yunshu naturally had some impression of him. In her impression, Shin Qinglan was exceptionally gifted and strikingly beautiful. She should have long since left the remote small county to enter a higher academy for focused cultivation, yet she willingly stayed in Reborn County Academy for years because of Chun, and which always left her with some resentment towards him, and her impression of him was never favorable. Moreover, she had long learned from Shin Qinglan that Shin only had medium-grade martial bones and a cultivation level of merely the second layer of qi condensation. Such mediocre and nearly inferior talent, not to mention in the talent-filled Chengtian Academy, even in the remote Reborn County Academy, could only be considered at the bottom tier. He was not worthy of her attention. This made her feel even more that this person was unworthy of Shin Qinglin's affection and her contempt for him. However, at this moment, seeing Chun standing in front of the academy, gate his eyes slightly closed, immersed in comprehension, a trace of surprise flashed in Pei Yunshu's cold eyes. From the looks of it, this Chun should be one of the new students who came to the academy with other Reborn County students. But isn't Chin An's cultivation at the second layer of qi condensation? With such cultivation, he actually managed to get into the academy. Has the quality of martial artists from Reborn County Academy dropped this low? Furthermore, glancing around, most of the students from Reborn County Academy had already been injured by the backlash from the sword intent on the plaque, retreating to the side. Yet Chun still stood there calmly. Is he just trying to show off, pretending to be exceptionally gifted in front of everyone, or does he really have some level of comprehension? One should know that let alone ordinary new students, even students from the academy generally, can only withstand the sword intent on the plaque for a moment before being shaken and injured in mind. Sister Pei, do you know him? A girl beside her, seeing Pei Yunshu's gaze land on an apparently unremarkable boy, couldn't help but curiously ask. Pei Yunshu, however, did not respond. She merely withdrew her gaze from Chun and shook her head faintly, and then continued to walk forward. Clang! Just as she had just lifted her foot to step forward, the air suddenly trembled, and a cold, desolate sword intent erupted from the plaque in front of the academy gates. At the same time, a clear and resonant sword cry soared into the sky. System. In front of the academy gate, a glint of sharp light flashed in Chun N's eyes as he silently shouted in his heart. In the next moment, a panel that only he could see appeared before him. Host Chun, an age 17 talent, high-grade, martial bones, cultivation, grandmaster realm, full current balance, 0. After glancing at the balance on the system panel, Chun shouted again in his heart, consume 1,000 balance to exchange for 1,000 years of cultivation time, and fully deduce the sword intent of the demon blade before me. Ding. System activated. 1,000 years exchange successful. Detected residual sword realm. Full effort to deduce the top-tier martial skill, absolute demon 7 blades, sword intent. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Chun felt a resonance in his sea of consciousness. The fragmented insights he had been struggling to comprehend were suddenly swept away. A vast and boundless, cruel and bloody sword intent surged into his soul, like a flood breaching a dam. The desolate and tyrannical sword intent from the plaque was no longer a force of oppressive backlash, but transformed into the purest nourishment, completely absorbed and refined along the trajectory of the system's deduction. Countless profound and unfathomable sword techniques, starting methods, operating circuits, and killing intent realms unfolded vividly in his sea of consciousness. The originally obscure and unattainable top-tier sword techniques now seemed to have shed layers of mist, revealing everything from the fundamentals to the essence before his eyes. A chilling and unmatched world-destroying domineering sword intent quietly spread from within him, actually connecting with the unparalleled sword intent from the Academy's plaque. Clang! In the next moment, the air trembled. Accompanied by the sweeping sword intent, a clear and high-pitched resounding sword cry shot into the sky, echoing throughout the entire Academy. Although there were only 8 brothers helping to score yesterday, I still very much appreciate it, and will add an extra chapter as thanks. Today it's still 10 scores for an extra chapter. Just as Pei Yunshu and the other women were about to take their leave, the entire world suddenly trembled slightly, and a chilling, bone-piercing, overwhelming sword intent burst forth explosively from the plaque above the main entrance of the Academy. Accompanied by the sweeping sword intent, a clear, high-pitched clang of the sword echoed through the skies, resonating throughout the entire Academy. In an instant, a wild wind arose. The surrounding air seemed to freeze under the supreme sword intent, filled with a chilling aura of slaughter and annihilation. In the Chengtian Academy, those who were just chatting in low voices suddenly changed their expressions, instinctively stopping in their tracks, their faces filled with shock as they turned to look towards the Academy. The once silent ancient plaque, which had remained quiet for 100 years, now erupted with such earth-shattering might, shocking the world. At that moment, within a radius of several miles in front of the Academy's gate, whether passers-by, exam candidates, or the already advanced Academy instructors, were all enveloped by this earth-shattering, annihilating sword intent. A supreme pressure originating from the highest realm of martial arts crashed down, penetrating into every limb and bone, diving into the sea of their spirits. Everyone felt their blood and energy stagnate, their bones numb, their bodies uncontrollably trembling violently, their legs giving way, and they fell heavily to their knees. It was not that they wished to submit and kneel. It was simply that this sword intent was too overbearing and majestic, containing the supreme sword intent cultivated over a lifetime by a grand master, a terrifying force akin to the momentum of the heavens and the earth, completely suppressing both body and mind, rendering them unable to straighten up, compelled to bow down. Only one person remained standing. He wore a plain white long robe, his posture as upright as a pine tree, unaffected by the surrounding waves of slaughtering sword energy. His robes gently fluttered, and he stood firm in place, never bending his knees, never swaying an inch. The overwhelming, annihilating sword force that enveloped the area around him seemed to dissipate silently, as if a cow had sunk into the sea, barely moving his figure. With eyes closed, his face was calm and indifferent, as if the surrounding void was distorting, and a hint of sword intent slowly rose, resonating faintly with the supreme sword intent on the plaque. It's him. It's him. It's him. How could it be him? Who is he? At this moment, all the kneeling individuals in front of the Academy had their pupils suddenly constrict, their minds shaking, staring incredulously at the solitary figure. Wuzhong County's Magistrate Zhang Xueming, the county school's teacher Yu Fan, the patriarch of the Zhou family Zhou Tong, and the Academy students Xiao Qiyu and Zhou Shuyan, and others who had come with Chun and were all kneeling on the ground, their eyes wide open as they looked at Chunin. On their faces and their eyes was disbelief. And Pei Yunshu, who had just turned to leave, was also kneeling on the ground, trembling all over, staring at Chun, and with a face full of confusion and shock, her heart surging with tumultuous waves, unable to believe what she was witnessing. How could it be him? How could it possibly be him? In her heart, Chun was merely an ordinary youth with mid-tier martial bones and low cultivation, with an unremarkable future, unlikely to achieve greatness. Yet now the entire world was suppressed by the sword intent of a grand master, and everyone was bowing their heads, while this person stood tall, even resonating with the supreme sword intent. How could this not shock her? How could this not terrify her? At the moment, the supreme sword intent was aroused, shocking the world. Deep within the Chengtian Academy, this aura is the annihilating sword intent. Who has awakened the long-silent, annihilating sword intent? This overwhelming and murderous pressure truly signifies the complete awakening of that lingering sword intent. In an instant, many masters, and even grand masters who were meditating within the Academy, opened their eyes wide. Some were filled with shock, some were astonished, and some of the older generation's strong practitioners showed joy, their gazes piercing through layers of buildings and mountains, locking onto the location of the Academy's main gate. The next moment, figures with incredibly rich auras broke through the stillness, stepping into the void. Their robes rustled as they all quickly flew towards the Academy's main gate, eager to witness firsthand and uncover who had triggered this long-sealed supreme sword intent. Ding! The millennium-long deduction of the magic sword intent has ended. In front of the academy gate, a cold voice echoed in Chun In's mind, pulling him back from the overwhelming sword intent. Chun opened his eyes, and two sharp cold glints suddenly flashed through his pitch-black pupils, fierce and sharp, transforming into two substantial brilliant sword lights that burst forth from the depths of his gaze. Swish! The two sword lights directly struck the ground in front of the academy, which was originally smooth and flat, paved with black iron stones, and incredibly hard now bore two sword marks several meters long and inches deep. Hiss! The surrounding individuals who were kneeling on the ground upon witnessing this scene all involuntarily gasped, their faces filled with terror. Just by opening and closing his eyes, the glances turned into blades, leaving deep marks on the incredibly hard black ironstone pavement. Such divine power was simply astounding. Chun exhaled a long breath, and the overwhelming sword intent slowly receded. As he severed the resonance between his sword intent and the ancient plaque's sword intent, the previously tumultuous, annihilating sword intent on the plaque instantly fell silent, gradually retreating. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped several miles, rendering all beings motionless, also dissipated into thin air. The crowd, who had been kneeling for a long time, finally found relief, struggling to rise from the ground, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, their minds still trembling, their gazes towards Chun completely transformed. Wow, it seems I might have gone a bit too far. Coming back to his senses, he noticed everyone around him was looking at him with eyes filled with awe, shock, and disbelief, heavy gazes pressing down on him, making even his strong heart and temperament flinch slightly. He had not anticipated that he had become so immersed in deducing the sword technique that he lost control of his strength, triggering the ancient plaque's sealed Grandmaster sword intent, causing such a tremendous commotion that shocked the entire scene. Of course, Chun felt no panic or fear about this. His perfect Grandmaster cultivation was his greatest confidence. Chun Yu. The first to regain his senses was Yu Fan, who stepped forward, astonishment, joy, and disbelief written all over his face, looking at Chun as if he were a priceless treasure. Boom. But before he could finish his words, the void suddenly stirred, and the sound of breaking air rang out. Soon after, the crowd in front of the academy saw several figures stepping out from within the academy. Walking through the void, mastering the air with ease, a Master Realm powerhouse. The crowd in front of the academy was shaken, their faces filled with awe as they gazed at the four figures appearing in the sky. A Master Realm powerhouse is a martial artist capable of establishing a sect in a region. Such a figure is rarely seen, even in the academy during ordinary times. Today, four of them appeared at once. The crowd instinctively shifted their gaze to the seemingly ordinary young man in the center, their hearts already understanding. This commotion, which shook the entire city, was entirely triggered by him, as the four masters had all appeared together. Their gazes fell upon Chun. Foundation Establishment Realm. One middle-aged man with a bronze complexion furrowed his brow slightly as he sensed Chun's aura. The four descended, landing in front of Chun. Did you awaken the supreme knife intent? A plump middle-aged woman scrutinized Chun from head to toe, her eyes sparkling with a hint of curiosity. Chun observed the four masters before him, a hint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. In the small county of Wurong, innate realm practitioners were already top-tier masters enough to intimidate a region. But now in front of this academy, four masters were casually hovering in the air. It was evident that the academy was indeed the martial arts core of the region, with a profound foundation far beyond that of a mere county. However, he couldn't help but wonder if there were supreme experts beyond the Master Realm, those who had reached the Martial King realm within this academy. Yet after a moment of thought, Chun dismissed this notion. What kind of existence is a Martial King? They are top-tier giants capable of governing a territory, and there could be no more than 100 throughout the entirety of humanity. Moreover, such powerful figures usually bore the heavy responsibility of guardianship, commonly stationed on the front lines of the Tianyan Mountains, repelling the invasions of the ancient demon race to safeguard the borders of humanity. They would not easily settle in a county academy. I am Fan Sui-yun from Wurong County Academy, and I greet you, esteemed seniors. Seeing Chun remain silent, Fan Sui-yun assumed he was intimidated by the presence, and quickly stepped forward, cupping his fists respectfully. This young man is named Chun and a student of our Wurong County Academy, and he is the one who awakened the supreme knife intent just now. A Wurong County Academy. Upon hearing Fan Sui-yun's words, an elderly man with a youthful appearance inquired with a gleam in his eyes, fixing his gaze on Chun. So you are this year's new student? Yes, esteemed senior. Chun is indeed this year's top scorer in the Wurong County Martial Examination. Fan Sui-yun again bowed respectfully in response. Top scorer in the county examination? The youthful-looking elder raised an eyebrow, suddenly grasping Chun in his wrist and sensing his aura. Foundation Establishment 9th Layer. He frowned slightly upon realizing Chun An's cultivation level, a top scorer from a county examination, yet only at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Has the teaching quality of Wuron County deteriorated to this extent? However, the elder's gaze shifted to the nearby ground, where 2 knife marks seemed to have been carved by a long knife, as well as the plaque on the gate, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Foundation Establishment 9th layer is already commendable. With such comprehension, being able to grasp the knife intent of the absolute annihilation 7 demons knife, what does it matter if your cultivation level is slightly lower? This is the knife intent of the absolute annihilation 7 demons knife. It has been over 100 years, a full 100 years, and finally someone has comprehended the knife intent of the absolute annihilation 7 demons knife, even resonating with the knife intent left by Lin Xuejing. This young man's comprehension must be unparalleled. Even if his aptitude is slightly lacking, with such understanding, I can use rare materials to forcibly elevate his cultivation level. As he thought of this, a gentle and amiable smile, even carrying a hint of flattery, appeared on the youthful-looking elder's face as he looked at Chunin. Young friend Chen, and I am Mo Xuanqing, the head of the Sword Dao department at the academy. Late Master Realm Cultivation. As long as you are willing to join my Sword Dao department, I will provide you with the highest level of training resources. Earth-tier techniques and Earth-tier martial skills, choose as you wish, accompanied by a superior Earth-tier divine weapon at no cost to you. In addition, I will gift you 1 million spirit stones for your training. He stepped forward, his gaze fiery and his tone extremely serious. Furthermore, I am willing to make an exception to take you as my personal disciple, dedicating my lifelong knowledge to teach you the supreme secrets of the Sword Dao, nurturing you hand in hand. Mo Xuanqing fixed his gaze on Chun, and his desire unmistakable. The other 3 masters beside him immediately darkened their expressions, silently cursing the old fox for being so fast and shameless. Just as his words fell, the plump middle-aged woman immediately raised an eyebrow and quickly stepped forward to push through the crowd, her blazing gaze fixed on Chun-un as she spoke in a melodious voice. Old Mo, you are too impatient. This way of snatching someone is beneath your dignity as a master. Pausing for a moment, she continued to address Chun, and I am Su Qingyi, the head of the Sword Dao department, also possessing late Master Realm Cultivation. Young friend Chen, and joining my Sword Dao department means better treatment. Not only Earth-tier, but even Heaven-tier sword classics. As long as you can cultivate, I will not hold back. Also, I possess a high-quality Earth-tier divine sword. If you join my Sword Dao department, I will bestow it upon you directly. Additionally, I can provide you with 150,000 spirit stones each year. My Sword Dao's foundation far exceeds that of the Knife Dao. The path of the sword reaches the heavens, and the future is broader. I am also willing to take you as my closed-door disciple, nurturing you diligently, and you will surely become a sword sovereign in the future. Mo Xuanqing's face immediately darkened as he rebutted, Miss Su, this young man has a natural aptitude for the knife Dao, able to awaken the knife intent of the absolute annihilation 7 demons knife, who joining the Sword Dao would only delay his future. The path of martial arts leads to the same destination. With such comprehension, one can succeed in anything. Su Qingyi stood her ground. At this moment, a robust man with an imposing presence stepped forward, his voice booming like a thunderclap, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Do not argue, both of you. I am Chu Tsungyue, the chief elder of the Fist and Palm department. Young friend, your comprehension is astonishing. If you join my Fist and Palm department, I will gift you top-tier body refinement elixirs and impart all my heaven-tier body refinement techniques along with 200,000 spirit stones. As a man, one should refine the body, refining to the point of invincible flesh, pushing through the same realm. How magnificent! The last figure, an old man clad in black with a killing intent, slowly raised his eyes and coldly stated, Stop arguing. I am Li Qianfeng, the head of the Battle Academy stationed at the border to eliminate ancient demons. Young friend possessing the unparalleled knife intent, you are precisely the kind of talent needed on the front lines. Joining my Battle Academy means you can directly go to the border with me, slaying monsters to accumulate military merit, easily exchanging achievements for rare resources and top-notch techniques. With enough military merit, you can even obtain heaven-tier treasures. The 4 Academy bigwigs employed various means, all throwing out exorbitant benefits, vying for Chun and with fervor and not yielding to one another, creating an extraordinarily lively scene. The surrounding students watched in astonishment, their hearts stirred by the waves. Who would have thought that a newly emerged Foundation Establishment student could provoke 5 Master Realm figures to lower themselves and compete? This scene was simply unprecedented. Before the gate of the academy, the gathered students, including Zhang Xianming and others, were utterly astounded to see 4 esteemed masters of the academy fiercely competing for a new student. They've gone mad, completely mad, exclaimed one. 4 esteemed masters. To fight over a new student at the chi condensation stage, they're practically flushed with excitement. Offering Earth Tier and Sky Tier cultivation techniques and divine weapons so easily along with millions of yuan crystals as support, even wanting to accept him as a personal disciple. Such treatment has never been afforded even to past top scholars of the academy. The students of the academy, as well as those from other county academies attending the entrance examination, were all stunned, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. Many were previously mocking Chunin for his plain attire and mediocre cultivation, but now they felt their cheeks burning, as if they had been slapped repeatedly. In the team from Wurong County, Zhang Xianming and Zhou Tong exchanged glances, both seeing joy and shock reflected in each other's eyes. They had long known Chun and was extraordinary, but they never expected him to be remarkable to such a degree that all the masters of the academy were vying for him. Fan Suiyun and the other students from Wurong County stood tall and proud, their chins raised, looking at the surrounding students with an unmistakable sense of pride. Not far away, Pei Shuyun watched Chun and who sat calmly among the crowd, unaffected by the fierce competition of the masters, her beautiful eyes flickering with an unspeakable bitterness. Just half an hour ago, she had been feeling elated at Professor Zhang's words, "As long as you make it into the top 10 of this entrance exam, I will accept you as my disciple." But now, the personal disciple quota she was so proud of was not even fit to be mentioned in front of Chun. Professor Zhang was merely an ordinary academy instructor, while standing before Chun and were four esteemed masters with real power. What she had to fight tooth and nail for was being offered freely to Chun, and as if they feared he would refuse. Among the crowd, a young man in luxurious robes with a sullen expression glared at the scene, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Why should this be?" A country bumpkin from Wurong County, merely lucky enough to gain the favor of so many masters. "Shut up." Before he could finish, a middle-aged man beside him shot him a fierce glare and scolded Jiang Xiaoyu, "This is the Academy City, not your Jiang family. If you had even 1/10th of his talent, I would have been smiling in my dreams. If you speak nonsense again, it will bring disaster upon you, and no one will be able to save you." Jiang Xiaoyu was left speechless by the middle-aged man's scolding and dared not retort, his gaze fixated on Chun and filled with resentment, as if he wanted to devour him. Su Qingyi raised her eyebrows, unceremoniously retorting, "Indeed, though the young friend has a strong intent with the blade, his talent is truly rare." Su Qingyi raised her eyebrows, unceremoniously retorting, "Indeed, though the young friend has a strong intent with the blade, his talent is truly rare. Joining my battle academy is the right path. The battlefield is the true place to hone one's skills. Only by slaying ancient demons on the battlefield can one achieve supreme martial arts." Li Qianfeng's voice was cold, yet carried undeniable power. Mo Xuanqing, anxious, pounded his chest and declared, "Chun, and as long as you become my disciple, I will give you my Earth-tier middle-grade treasure blade, Cold Moon, which has accompanied me for 30 years. Moreover, I will grant you exclusive access to the third floor of the Blade Technique Pavilion, where all Earth-tier martial arts and blade techniques are at your disposal." At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. An Earth-tier divine weapon. That was a treasure even esteemed masters would envy. Even the faces of the other three masters changed. All eyes once again focused on Chunin. He raised his gaze to scan the four esteemed masters before him, his expression calm, as if the fierce competition among the four powerful masters had nothing to do with him. Chunin surveyed the five eager masters before him, his demeanor unruffled, as if the one being fought over by the top figures of the entire academy was not him at all. He first bowed sincerely to everyone, his tone earnest. "Thank you for your generous offers, esteemed seniors." After a pause, his eyes flickered, and he suddenly changed the subject. "However, I have one question. The Earth-tier techniques, Sky-tier martial arts, high-grade divine weapon, and the million yuan crystal support you promised." He paused, and in the sudden silence of the crowd, clearly asked, "Is it possible to convert all of these into yuan crystals for me?" PFF. Chu Tsungyue, who was closest, nearly choked on his breath from the shock. Su Qingyi, who had originally been smiling, suddenly froze, her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief, as if she was seeing this young man for the first time. Even the usually cold Li Qianfeng's lips twitched uncontrollably, and for the first time his eyes showed obvious astonishment. The first to react was Mo Xuanqing. His ecstatic smile was still on his face, but it became frozen, the ends of his mustache twitching, his voice shaking. "You, what did you just say?" "Convert to yuan crystals." He looked as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world, pointing at Chun and with a trembling finger. "Kid, do you know what you're saying? An Earth-tier divine weapon. That is a treasure to pass down through generations. How many esteemed masters have begged for one without success? You actually want to convert it to yuan crystals? And a personal disciple quota. I've lived over 130 years and have never accepted a personal How many people have begged me on their knees and I still wouldn't accept them? Yet you actually." Mo Xuanqing was so furious he almost choked. In front of the academy, there was a deathly silence. After a full 3 breaths, an uproar erupted like a tsunami. I must have misheard. He wants to convert an earth-tier divine weapon into yuan crystals? Madness. This is absolute madness. Yuan crystals can be earned again, but an earth-tier divine weapon once missed cannot be regained. And the personal disciple quota from Master Mo. That is an opportunity many dream of. He actually doesn't want it. This Chinen, is he not a fool? To pass on such a great opportunity and only want yuan crystals. The students were in an uproar, disbelief etched on their faces as they looked at Chun and as if he were a madman. In the team from Wuron County, Zhang Xianming and Fan Suiyun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood moments ago. They were thrilled that Chun might be accepted as a personal disciple by Mo Xuanqing, only for Chun to turn around and want to convert this monumental opportunity into yuan crystals. Only Zhou Tong thought of the mysterious grandmaster who had claimed to be Chun An's master, and a knowing look flashed in his eyes. Why do this master and disciple both seem to have such a fondness for yuan crystals? Outside the arena, Pei Yunshu was utterly stunned. She had originally thought that Chun would carefully choose the most suitable path among the four masters. But she never expected that Chun would make such an outrageous request. Yuanjing. Does he really lack Yuanjing that much? Pei Yunshu murmured, her confusion deepening. She couldn't understand how Yuanjing could matter in front of a heavenly-grade divine weapon and the personal disciples of masters. Jiang Xiaoyu was first taken aback, then burst into wild laughter. Huh? I told you he was a country bumpkin. He has never seen the world. He actually disregards the heavenly-grade divine weapon just for Yuanjing. It's just ridiculous. The middle-aged man beside him did not scold him this time, but merely shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Such great talent, yet he's a fool. In the arena, Chun remained calm in the face of the crowd's uproar and Mo Xuanqing's exasperation. He looked at Mo Xuanqing and said calmly, Senior Mo, what I lack the most right now is Yuanjing. As for martial arts techniques and heavenly-grade divine weapons, I don't need them for the time being. Don't need them. Mo Xuanqing was furious. How can a kid in the chi condensation stage not need the earth-grade and heavenly-grade martial arts techniques? How could he not need a heavenly-grade divine weapon? Do you know that with these you could avoid 100 years of detours at the very least? Chun slightly shook his head, not offering an explanation. He couldn't possibly tell Mo Xuanqing that he couldn't use them because his system only recognized Yuanjing, could he? Who told him his system was one that was desperate for money? He was just as desperate, alright. However, as long as he had Yuanjing with this so-called strongest Peidoan system, he might be able to break through to martial emperor directly. If that were the case with the cultivation of a martial emperor standing at the pinnacle of the martial arts hierarchy in the Tsungyuan continent, who would say he couldn't have as many heavenly-grade martial arts techniques and divine weapons as he wanted? Seeing Chun An's indifference, Mo Xuanqing was furious and stamped his feet, yet he felt helpless. He simply couldn't bear to let such a once-in-a-century swordsmanship genius slip away. Alright. Mo Xuanqing took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, I agree. All the benefits will be converted into Yuanjing for you. 500,000 Yuanjing. As long as you are willing to join my sword system, I will give you 500,000 Yuanjing a year. However, he changed his tone and fixed his gaze on Chun. Yuanjing can be given to you, but you must become my personal disciple. This condition is non-negotiable. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile finally appeared on Chun's face. He cupped his hands towards Mo Xuanqing and said, In that case, thank you. Wait. Before Chun could finish, a voice as grand as thunder suddenly erupted in the air, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and a white figure appeared in the arena like a ghost, its aura repressed, yet carrying a heart-stopping pressure as if an invisible mountain weighed upon everyone's hearts. Upon seeing this person, Mo Xuanqing and the others' expressions changed. They all recognized the identity of this person. It was the ancestor of the Pei family, a master-level martial artist. Pei Wentao. I have met Master Pei. Mo Xuanqing and the others all had serious expressions, bowing deeply in respect. A master. These two words exploded in the crowd like thunder, causing all the students to fall silent, afraid to even breathe. That was an unparalleled powerhouse at the master level. In the entire Qingtian prefecture, those who could reach this level could be counted on one hand. The Pei family could become one of the two great martial families in Qingtian prefecture because of this Pei Wentao, who had been in power for 100 years. Elder ancestor. Not far away, Pei Yunshu's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected that the reclusive family ancestor would personally appear for a new student. Pei Wentao merely cast a light glance at her before his gaze returned to Chun, and his tone, leaving no room for argument. 10 million. I will give you 1 million Yuanjing every year as long as you become my disciple and the closed-door disciple of the Pei family. After a pause, Pei Wentao threw out an offer that drove the entire venue into madness. In addition, I will betroth my great-granddaughter Pei Yunshu to you as your wife. Once your cultivation is accomplished, you shall marry. As soon as these words fell, the area in front of the academy went deathly silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. 10 million yuanjing a year. This was double the price offered by Mo Xuanqing. Moreover, to marry Pei Yunshu, one of the top 10 beauties of Qingtian Prefecture. This was not merely accepting a disciple, this was practically binding the entire future of the Pei family to Chunin. Crazy. Master Pei has gone insane. For a new student in the qi condensation stage, he would even offer up the family's legitimate daughter. What kind of luck has Chunin stumbled upon? First 4 masters competed for him, and now even a master-level expert has personally stepped in. The students were completely numb, their gazes towards Chun and filled with jealousy that was about to overflow. Jiang Xiaoyu's face turned as pale as paper. His once proud family background was nothing in front of the Pei family. Pei Yunshu's face flushed red with embarrassment and anger, her eyes glistening. She bit her lip hard, looking at the young man in the arena, her heart a mix of emotions. She had once looked down on him so much, yet now she had become the gift used by the ancestor to win him over. Mo Xuanqing was anxious, stamping his feet, but dared not confront Pei Wentao. He was merely a late-stage master, utterly powerless before a master-level expert. He could only watch Chun and with anxious eyes, praying that Chun and would not agree. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Chunin. In everyone's eyes, faced with such a grand opportunity, no one would refuse. However, Chunin frowned, looking at Pei Wentao, who spoke calmly, yet had an air of dominance. Just as he was about to speak, another voice rang out. "Pei brother, you're here to steal people from my academy. You've gone too far." A cold and steady voice suddenly emerged from deep within the academy's gate, slow, yet carrying an imposing authority that shocked everyone. Before the voice faded, an old man with white hair, dressed in a black scholar's robe, stepped out of the academy. His demeanor was calm, and his aura was deeply repressed, revealing that he was another genuine master-level powerhouse. Headmaster Mo Xuanqing and the other masters quickly restrained their expressions and bowed deeply, showing the utmost respect. Pei Wentao's expression slightly darkened as he gazed at the approaching elder, letting out a faint, cold laugh. "Beigong, brother, you have arrived, quite timely." Beigong Mo smiled lightly, looking peacefully at Pei Wentao, and said lightly, "Hee, if I had been any later, the unparalleled genius my academy had painstakingly found would have been directly kidnapped by you, and our disciples would be forced into a marriage alliance, right?" This chapter is still an edition for brothers who rate this book. Although today's number is still less than 10, there are 2 that didn't even watch for 30 minutes with negative reviews. Writing a novel is really hard. Continuing to ask for ratings, thank you to all the brothers. As Bei Gong Mo's voice fell, the entire place fell into a sudden silence. All eyes fixed upon the white-haired elder filled with awe. The head of the Qingtian Academy, Bei Gong Mo. The universally recognized #1 in the Qingtian martial arts world, a renowned grandmaster who has been famous for over 100 years. It is said that he entered the realm of perfected grandmaster 30 years ago, just a step away from the legendary martial king realm. Usually this academy head lives a secluded life, often retreating to the back mountain of the academy for closed-door cultivation, rarely concerning himself with the academy's daily affairs. No one expected that today he would personally step out of the academy for a boy who had just arrived from the county town. Bei Gong, the academy head, has actually emerged from his seclusion. My heavens! I have been in the academy for 3 years, and this is my first time seeing the head in person. Who exactly is this Chunin? Not only has he provoked Professor Mo's deadly blade intent, but he has also managed to make the academy head come out personally to seize him. The ancestor of the Pei family is a grandmaster. Is it worth it for the academy head to confront him for a new student? The onlooking disciples whispered in excitement. Those who had previously mocked Chun-un as a country bumpkin and said he was unworthy to enter the academy all turned pale, lowering their heads and daring not to speak, afraid of being noticed. Pei Wenda's face was as dark as water. He fixed his gaze on Bei Gong Mo, and a terrifying aura began to rise around him, like dark clouds covering the sky, pressing down on everyone, causing their faces to pale and their breaths to halt, as if a heavy burden had descended upon them. Brother Bei Gong, this young friend Chun and has not yet entered your academy. He shouldn't be considered one of your students, right? Pei Wenda looked at Bei Gong Mo, speaking in a deep voice. Moreover, everyone has the freedom to choose. Brother Bei Gong, isn't this a bit too domineering? So what if I am domineering? Bei Gong Mo smiled faintly, taking a gentle step forward. There was no earth-shattering momentum, nor any violent chi leaking out. Yet this simple step seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. The terrifying pressure released by Pei Wenda instantly melted away like snow under the blazing sun. Pei Wenda, this is Qingtian Academy, not your Pei family's backyard. Bei Gong Mo's voice remained calm, but it carried an undeniable authority and dominance. You run wild before my academy's gate, and still wish to forcibly take away my student. Do you truly think I, Bei Gong Mo, am a dead man? Boom. Before the words fell, an even more magnificent, and profound pressure surged forth from Bei Gongmo's body like a tsunami. Pei Wenda's expression changed drastically, and he involuntarily took half a step back. He was horrified, clearly sensing that Bei Gongmo's cultivation had advanced significantly since 30 years ago. He was probably truly just a step away from the martial king realm. You? Pei Wenda looked at Bei Gongmo trembling with anger, but unable to utter a single word. He knew that with Bei Gongmo here today, it was absolutely impossible for him to forcibly take away Chinen. If it came to blows, he was no match for Bei Gongmo at all. Oomph. Pei Wenda snorted coldly, forcibly, suppressing the anger in his heart, turning his gaze to Chun and his tone much softer. Young friend Chun, and you have seen the sincerity of my Pei family. As long as you are willing to come with me, all the conditions I mentioned earlier will count. Moreover, I can personally guide your cultivation, ensuring that you enter the master realm before you turn 30. These words caused an uproar in the crowd once again. The master realm. How many martial artists could never reach that height in their lifetime? Pei Wenda actually dared to guarantee that Chunin would achieve it before 30. This was an enormous temptation. Even the likes of Mo Xianchan and other masters showed signs of being moved. Although they were optimistic about Chun and they did not dare to make such guarantees. However, Chun merely shook his head lightly, remaining silent. 30 years old. Sorry. Thanks for the invitation, but I am 17 and a perfected grandmaster. For others, Pei Wenda's guarantee was indeed shocking, but to him, it was like a joke. Moreover, it was just a guarantee. Who could ensure Pei Wenda wouldn't regret it later? Furthermore, the reason he participated in the martial examination this time was for the Imperial Martial Arts Academy for the 4 great holy lands of martial arts. Compared to these, what was a mere Pei family? Pei Wenda's expression froze when he saw Chun and shaking his head. He never expected that after offering such generous conditions, Chun would still refuse. Young friend Chen, and you must think this through. Pei Wenda said stubbornly, although the academy's good resources are limited and must be shared among thousands of students. If you come to my Pei family, the resources I can provide you will be 10-fold, 100-fold. The superiority is clear at a glance. Brother Pei, you are mistaken. Bei Gongmo smiled slightly and spoke. Chengtian Academy is the highest martial arts academy of the Imperial Chengtian Academy, backed by the entire Deluo dynasty. Within the academy, there are countless martial arts manuals left by past sages, along with massive cultivation resources allocated by the dynasty every year. Heavenly stage techniques, martial skills, divine weapons, everything is available. These cannot be compared to a small Pei family. Moreover, Bei Gongmo paused, his gaze landing on Chun and filled with admiration. For a true prodigy, my academy has always been generous with resources. Young friend Chun, and as long as you are willing to stay at the academy, I can make an exception and take you as my personal disciple, teaching you all my lifelong knowledge. Moreover, the academy's library will be fully open to you at no charge, without limits. What a... The academy head wants to take Chun as his personal disciple. My heavens, this is a tremendous honor. The academy head hasn't accepted a disciple in 50 years. The library is open for free. As soon as Bei Gongmo's words fell, the front of the academy erupted once more. Everyone looked at Chun with eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Being Bei Gongmo's personal disciple means that Chun will not only inherit Bei Gongmo's supreme skills, but also become the most valued disciple of the entire Chengtian Academy, with an unlimited future ahead. Mo Xianchan was also taken aback for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. Although he couldn't take Chinen in, at least he would remain in the academy. The resources wouldn't flow to outsiders. I didn't expect that old Pei and brother Bei Gong would both be here. It's truly lively. Before Chen could make a choice, a hearty laugh echoed through the air, once more followed by the sight of a silver-haired elder and a middle-aged man stepping down from the void. Shaoan. In the void, 2 figures strode through the air. As the onlookers caught sight of them, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, with exclamations rising one after another. Every face was filled with awe as they tiptoed and craned their necks to look upward. Among the crowd, many disciples from the city's noble families instantly recognized the pair and gasped in shock. That's the second master of the Shun family. My word, even the Shin family has come. And that one, he seems to be the Shun family's ancestor, Shin Kanglin. So that's the Shun family ancestor, Shun Kanglin. I've heard he's also a grandmaster. Incredible, truly incredible. The scene is getting livelier by the moment. First, the Pei family ancestor Pei Wendao, then the prefect Bei Gongmo, and now even the Shun family ancestor has personally arrived. All of them are here for that person. The crowd's discussions were unending. Shun Kanglin and Shun Zongyue landed on the ground. With silver hair like snow and clad in a plain brocade robe, Shun Kanglin's aura was steady and restrained. Not a trace of sharp energy emanated from him, yet merely standing still in the void, he exuded an overwhelming pressure of one long accustomed to authority, causing the very air around him to seem to thicken. Brother Shin, I didn't expect you to be stirred as well, Beigong Imo said with a faint smile as he looked at Shin Kanglin. You old fiend Shin, I never thought you'd come too. Pei Wendao gazed at Shin Kanglin with a slightly solemn expression, his tone tinged with unease. Haha, with such a commotion at the academy, I had nothing better to do, so I came to enjoy the excitement. Shin Kanglin laughed heartily. Shaoan. Meanwhile, Shin Zongyue, who had arrived with Shin Kanglin, had already noticed Chun and standing among the crowd, and spoke with a hint of hesitation. Uncle Shun. Chun turned and respectfully bowed to Shin Zongyue when he saw him among the arrivals. Shaoan, what are you? A flicker of confusion crossed Shin Zongyue's face as he confirmed he hadn't mistaken the person. Shin Kanglin's seasoned and shrewd glanced between Chun and Shin Zongyue. His murky eyes glimmered, and he then smiled, saying, Zongyue, who is this young friend? Grandfather, this is Chun and my nephew and a close friend of Qinglan. Shin Zongyue quickly turned and reported respectfully. Haha, so you're the Chun and that little Qinglan never stops talking about. Your name has been ringing in my ears so much I'm almost tired of it. Shin Kanglin said with a kindly smile at Chunin. Junior Chunin pays respects to great-grandfather. Hearing this, Chunin stepped forward with a humble and courteous demeanor, bowing deeply to Shin Kanglin in a warm and natural tone. As a close friend of Shin Qinglan, addressing him as great-grandfather in line with her generational standing was entirely appropriate. Shin Kanglin's face broke into a delighted smile, his eyes crinkling with joy. He quickly raised his hand in a gesture to help Chunin up, saying with immense pleasure, Good. No need for such formalities. Truly a remarkable young man, no wonder Qinglan keeps mentioning you day and night. A smile spread across Shin Zongyu's face as he watched. You flatter me. Chunin rose and replied with a modest smile. A glint of admiration flashed in Shin Kanglin's eyes as he looked at Chunin again and asked gently, By the way, young friend Chun, and what happened here just now? Great-grandfather, it's nothing. I was fortunate enough to comprehend a trace of the blade intent from the Academy's plaque, which stirred the annihilation blade intent within it, causing this commotion and disturbing your peace. Chunin explained. You comprehended the annihilation blade intent. At Chinan's words, Shin Kanglin's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint flashing within them. Just luck. Chunin remained modest. Haha. Shin Kanglin suddenly burst into laughter, reached out, and patted Chunin on the shoulder. What luck you speak of? But there's no need to be so self-effacing before me. Remember, youth without recklessness is wasted. Comprehending the annihilation blade intent is no mere stroke of luck. He gazed at the Academy's ancient plaque, his tone filled with emotion. As far as I know, this plaque, inscribed by Academy head Lin himself, has hung here for over a century. For 100 years, the Academy has seen a succession of geniuses. Countless talented disciples have observed and pondered it daily, yet not a single one besides you has managed to glean even a shred of blade intent from it. Brother Shin speaks truly. Beigong Imo stepped forward at this moment, looking at Chun and with even deeper admiration in his eyes. This plaque embodies the essence of former Academy head Lin's lifelong mastery of the blade, containing the annihilation blade intent, whose fierce and killing aura pierces the very soul. Over 100 years, countless prodigies from the Academy and powerful beings from all corners have come to seek enlightenment. Some devoted years, others a lifetime of painstaking effort, yet in the end, all found nothing, unable to even touch the surface of the blade intent. Young friend Chun, and upon arriving at the Academy for the first time, and pausing only briefly, has grasped something and successfully stirred the blade intent hidden deep within the plaque. Such talent is truly rare. Would young friend Chun and be willing to become my disciple? Beigong Imo paused, then added, I heard your words. Beyond the conditions I mentioned before, I will also grant you 8 million yuan crystals annually for cultivation resources. What do you think? Brother Beigong is quite generous. Hearing Beigong Mo's promise, Shin Kanglin couldn't help but tease with a smile. Brother Shin flatters me. Beigong Imo replied with a faint smile. Our great Luo dynasty is founded on martial prowess with the protection of humanity as its mission, promoting martial arts for all. We have never been stingy with resources for top-tier geniuses. At this, Shin Kanglin stroked his long snow-white beard, his eyes glimmering as he looked at Chun and with a kindly smile. Chun, what do you think? Are you willing to become Brother Beigong's disciple? Hearing Shin Kanglin's question, a flicker of thought passed through Chun's eyes. He had initially assumed that Shin Kanglin might also try to recruit him. Unexpectedly, Shin Kanglin not only refrained from competing, but seemed to be urging him to accept. Noticing Chun's gaze, Shin Kanglin smiled and winked at him. Brother Beigong has presided over the Chengfu Academy for decades, with disciples spread far and wide. In terms of nurturing talent, no one in the entire Chengfu prefecture can match him. If you become his disciple, you'll receive the most systematic guidance, and your future prospects will be boundless. Beigong Mo, hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. He too had initially thought Shin Kanglin had come to vie for the student. To his surprise, Shin Kanglin not only stepped back, but also helped persuade Shin'en. Had the sun risen from the west? Shin'en, seeing Shin Kanglin's expression, twitched the corner of his mouth, already beginning to grasp the old man's intent. Nevertheless, even without Shin Kanglin's advice, he had already decided to take Beigong Mo as his master. In fact, if it meant calling him foster father, he would have gladly done so. To hesitate even a second would be an insult to the 8 million yuan crystals a year. Without further delay, Shin'en turned and solemnly bowed to Beigong Mo. Disciple Shin'en pays respects to master. The bow was clean and decisive, without a hint of hesitation, his voice clear and resonant, echoing across the entire academy entrance. Beigong Mo paused for a moment, then a radiant smile instantly bloomed across his face, his beard trembling slightly with excitement. He hurried forward, grasping Shin'en's arms to lift him upright, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Good, good, good. Rise, rise. Having lived for over 2 centuries, he had taken in dozens of disciples over his lifetime, many of whom possessed remarkable talent. But a disciple with the heaven-defying comprehension to awaken the annihilation blade intent at 17. Such a one he had never encountered before. Congratulations, Brother Beigong, on acquiring such an exceptional disciple. Shin Kanglin stroked his long beard, laughing heartily, his eyes gleaming with sly amusement. The meaning behind his earlier wink was now unmistakably clear. He stepped forward, patted Shin'en on the shoulder, and said to Beigong Mo with a smile, Brother Beigong, this child is now in your hands. However, I must lay down the law beforehand. You must not mistreat him. Deliver his 8 million spirit crystals annually on time. Beyond that, Shin Kanglin shifted his gaze to Chun, and his expression warm and kind. Since you call me great-grandfather, I cannot let that title go unrewarded. Hey, race the deal. I will give you 7 million spirit crystals each year. Combined with what Brother Beigong provides, that makes 15 million spirit crystals annually. Furthermore, the Shun family's scripture depository, armory, and alchemy hall will be open to you at all hours. Take whatever you need. Additionally, from now on, I will not interfere in fair competition or sparring among your peers at the academy. But if anyone dares to bully the young by relying on seniority or status without needing Brother Beigong to act, I will be the first to hold them accountable. As his words fell, a thunderous uproar erupted throughout the crowd. 15 million. 15 million spirit crystals a year. By the heavens. What does that even mean? I've cultivated for 10 years and saved less than 100,000 spirit crystals. Junior brother Chun gets 15 million in a single year. Old ancestor Shin isn't holding back at all. He's practically treating Chun and as his own great-grandson. The onlookers were utterly stunned, their eyes wide with envy and disbelief. They had never seen so much wealth in their entire lives, let alone 15 million spirit crystals a year. Beside him, Beigong Mo's brow twitched slightly upon hearing Shin Kanglin's words. He had initially thought the old eccentric Shun had changed his nature, never expecting to be outmaneuvered like this. From the earlier exchange between Shun-en and the second master of the Shun family, he had already discerned that Shun-en's relationship with the Shun clan was far from ordinary. The reason Shin Kanglin hadn't fought to keep Chun-en was because he knew Chun-en already shared an exceptional bond with the Shin family. By having Chun-en pledge allegiance to him as a master, it served 2 purposes. First, since Chun-en was already close to the Shin family, there was no need for redundant gestures. Second, he likely intended for Chun-en to gain additional cultivation resources and a protector through this arrangement. That old fox certainly knows how to calculate his gains. After piecing it together, a wry smile crept across Beigong Mo's face. Yet despite feeling outmaneuvered by the old Shin schemer, looking at Chun-en, he felt not a trace of regret. A cultivator at the Qi condensation realm who could comprehend a sword intent, and not just any but the annihilation blade intent left by Lin Xuezhing, possessed a level of insight so rare that in the entire century-long history of Chengfu Prefecture, one would be hard-pressed to find another. To accept such a disciple, even if it meant being outwitted, Beigong Mo would never rue the decision. Beside him, Pei Wendao watched the unfolding scene, his gaze fixed heavily on Chun and his expression growing darker and more grim. Among the 3 supreme grandmasters present, Beigong Mo had successfully taken a prodigy under his wing, while Shin Kanglin, through deep bonds of affection, had firmly secured Chen-en's protection. Both sides were overjoyed. Only Pei Wendao, who had earlier gone out of his way to curry favor and make lavish promises, was met with Chen-en's resolute refusal, leaving him empty-handed. The more he dwelled on it, the more aggrieved he felt, simmering with silent resentment. After all, he had explicitly promised 10 million spirit crystals annually, along with the influence of a noble clan and connections in the martial arts world. Terms that far surpassed Beigong Mo's initial offer of 8 million, with numerous additional benefits thrown in. Yet Chunin remained utterly unmoved, choosing instead to pledge loyalty to Beigong Mo, who offered only 8 million spirit crystals and rejecting him outright. This stark contrast dealt a severe blow to Pei Wendao's pride, causing him to lose all face. Pei Wendao let out a cold snort, then flicked his sleeves. Without even a word of farewell to Beigong Mo or Shun Kanglin, and leaving behind even his own granddaughter Pei Yunshu, he vanished from the spot. Brother Beigong, it seems old ghost Pei is truly furious this time. Watching Pei Wendao depart, without a word, Shun Kanglin and Beigong Mo exchanged glances, both catching the amusement in each other's eyes. Shun Kanglin remarked with a faint smile. No matter. Beigong Mo waved his hand dismissively. The Pei family may hold great power, but I am not made of clay either. If he dares to bully the weak, I won't hesitate to personally cut him down. As he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in Beigong Mo's eyes. Bold words, Brother Beigong. Shun Kanglin smiled, faintly, a trace of amusement flickering in his gaze. He knew well that the head of Chengfu Prefecture's academy was famously protective of his own. Years ago, when a disciple of his was injured due to a conflict among juniors that escalated to involve seniors, Beigong Mo personally stepped in and eradicated the entire martial clan responsible. All right, young friend Chen, and once you've settled in, be sure to visit the Shun residence. He'll share a proper drink with you then. With matters resolved, Shun Kanglin chose not to linger at the academy. Turning to Chun, and he spoke warmly. I will remember, great-grandfather. Please take care. Chunin nodded with a smile. Xiao and your aunt has already prepared your favorite jade pearl cakes. She's waiting for you. Shun Zongyue, standing nearby, looked at Chun and with immense satisfaction. I am grateful for your and aunt's kindness. Once I am settled at the academy, I will surely come to pay my respects. Chunin replied with sincere earnestness. Shun Kanglin nodded approvingly, then bid farewell to Beigong Mo before soaring into the air, with Shun Zongyue riding the spiritual energy as they departed. Watching them leave, Beigong Mo turned to Chun and his expression gentle. Disciple, follow me into the academy. I will first have someone arrange your lodging and familiarize you with the grounds before we discuss cultivation. Yes, master. Chunin nodded, then glanced at the nearby county magistrate Zhang, Xianming, and the others. By the way, master, this is instructor Fan from the Wuron County Academy. Beside him is county magistrate Zhang Xuanming and ancestor Zhou of the Zhou family. The rest are fellow students who, like me, successfully passed the assessment and gained admission to the academy. Hearing this, the group felt a jolt of nervousness. They quickly stepped forward in unison, bowing with the utmost reverence. To have the chance to witness a grandmaster of Beigong Mo's stature in person and to be introduced through Chun An's connections filled them with both excitement and trepidation. Beigong Mo did not put on airs. He addressed them, kindly exchanging a few words before assigning academy staff to assist them with their enrollment procedures. As Beigong Mo spoke, Mo Xian Chun, the blade department head of the academy, watched Chun, and from the side, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He quietly approached Chun and pulled a mustard seed bag from his robe, and without a word pressed it into Chun N's hands. With a hearty laugh, he said, Young friend Chun, and congratulations on becoming the academy head's personal disciple. I have nothing grand to offer, but inside this bag are 2 million spirit crystals. Consider it a small congratulatory gift from me. As Chunin looked at the shumi bag handed to him by Mo Xuanqing, his heart skipped a beat. 200 million spirit stones. Previously, he had extorted a mere 200 spirit stones from Zhou Tong under the pretense of being oppressed. He still remembered how Zhou Tong had been painfully reluctant back then. Little did he expect that now Mo Xuanqing would casually smile and present him with 200 million spirit stones. Is the head of the academy really this wealthy? Mo, you are too generous, this is not right. Chunin said, all the while not showing a hint of hesitation as he tucked the shumi bag into his embrace, appearing quite ungrateful. Seeing Chun An's actions, Mo Xuanqing raised an eyebrow, but still chuckled heartily. Haha, it's just a small token of my appreciation. By the way, little brother, after you settle in, remember to come find me in the sword path department if you have some free time. As long as you come to learn swordsmanship, I will gift you a lower grade earth tier sword. How does that sound? Mo Xuanqing coaxed. Oomph. Mo, you are too stingy. At this moment, Su Qingyi gracefully approached and handed Chun a green shumi bag, saying, Here, little brother Chun, and this is a welcome gift from your sister. Inside are 500 million spirit stones and a superior grade earth tier sword. Sister is also looking forward to your visit to the sword path department. Su Qingyi's eyes sparkled with a sweet smile, purposely glancing at the dark-faced Mo Xuanqing, her smile growing even sweeter. As long as you are willing to learn swordsmanship, I will pass on my treasured flowing clouds 13 swords to you and set up a dedicated sword pavilion for you with the concentration of heavenly and earthly energy 5 times that of a normal training room. Mo Xuanqing immediately became anxious, his beard bristling as he protested. Su Qingyi, you are going too far. Chun clearly comprehends the ultimate blade intent. He is naturally suited for practicing blades. Why are you trying to snatch him away? What's wrong with the blade intent? Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, confidently asserting, the martial paths may be different, but ultimately lead to the same goal. Little brother Chun and has such good comprehension, can't he practice both swords and blades? Moreover, how can you even bring out that shabby lower-grade earth-tier sword? My Qing Shuang is a peak superior-grade earth-tier sword capable of cutting through iron like mud and severing hair with a single blow. 500 million spirit stones. A superior-grade earth-tier sword. The onlooking disciples were utterly numb, their faces devoid of expression and their eyes vacant. They now understood that the gap between people was even greater than that between humans and beasts. While others were being eagerly accepted as disciples by grand masters upon entering school, receiving gifts worth millions or even tens of millions, they were grateful to get a few dozen spirit stones upon enrollment. Feeling the weight of the two shumi bags in his embrace and observing the tense standoff between the two, Chin's lips twitched slightly. He realized that these two heads were not here to offer gifts, but rather to compete for him. However, he was quite pleased with this situation. As the saying goes, those with thin skin get nothing, those with thick skin gain much. The more they fought, the more he would benefit. Beigong Mo laughed heartily from the side, patting Mo Xuanqing's shoulder, saying, all right, you two stop quarreling. Let Chunin decide what he wants to learn for himself. But on another note, Su girl, you really went all out this time. 500 million spirit stones, that's almost more generous than what I as a master would offer. Su Qingyi huffed, glancing at Mo Xuanqing as she replied, of course, little brother Chun and is so outstanding, he deserves the best. Unlike some people who are stingy, only willing to bring out a mere 100 million spirit stones. Mo Xuanqing fumed, his beard bristling, yet he felt helpless. In terms of family background, he truly couldn't compete with Su Qingyi from a swordsmanship family. Chun hurriedly mediated, clasping his hands towards Su Qingyi, saying, thank you, Sister Qingyi, for your kindness. I am deeply grateful. In the future, if I have any doubts in swordsmanship, I will certainly seek your guidance, sister. That's more like it. Su Qingyi nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to ruffle Chin's hair in a naturally affectionate manner. Good little brother, if anyone bullies you in the academy, just report my name, and I will take care of them for you. Mo Xuanqing added sourly from the side, and me. Whoever dares to bully you, I will cleave him in two with a single strike. Beigong Mo shook his head with a smile, saying, all right, enough of the antics. It's getting late, I will take Chunin to settle in first. If you two want to compete for him, wait until he is settled in. Mo Xuanqing and Su Qingyi replied in unison, then shot each other a glare. Thus, with Mo Xuanqing on one side and Su Qingyi on the other, Chun and followed Beigong Mo towards the core disciple residential area deep within the academy. Behind them, Zhang Xuanming, Fan Xian, Zhou Tong, and other students from Wurong County watched as Chun and under the escort of one academy head and two heads gradually walked farther away, all of them stopping in their tracks, lost in thought. In the distance, Pei Yunshu observed this scene, her eyes swirling with complex and unutterable emotions, a mix of bitterness and loneliness intertwined. Days ago, when they first met in Wurong County, she was the daughter of the prestigious Pei family in the martial arts world, not only of noble birth, but also possessing a lower-grade martial bone and a cultivation level of the 5th layer of the postnatal stage. As for him, he was merely an ordinary person from a remote county, possessing a middle-grade martial bone and a 2nd layer of condensed qi, looking rather unremarkable. She had even confidently asserted in front of Shun Qinglan that Chun would struggle at the bottom for the rest of his life, unable to achieve anything. Yet no one had expected that within just a few days the boy she had once looked down upon would soar like a dragon. Not only had he become a direct disciple of the academy head, but he also garnered the full support of the Shun family's ancestor, with even several heads of the academy scrambling to offer gifts and win him over, basking in glory. She once thought that there was an insurmountable chasm between her and Chun, but little did she know that in just a few days the world had flipped, and now the one separated by an insurmountable chasm was herself. In the depths of the academy, in the Listening Waves courtyard. This was the residence arranged for him by the academy head Beigong Mo, an independent courtyard surrounded by straight green pines with a specially designed meditation room made from blue gold stone 10 times harder than fine iron. Even a warrior below the innate level would struggle to leave a single stone chip if they tried to chop it with a blade. All right, take a good rest, come find me tomorrow. In front of the courtyard gate, Beigong Mo waved at Chun and turned to leave quickly. Master, take care. Chun stood at the courtyard gate, his face filled with respect as he reluctantly watched the figure of his new master disappear before finally calming down. He lowered his head and took out the purple shumi bag he had just received, a broad smile spreading across his face. 800 million spirit stones safely in hand. Taking a deep breath, Chun turned and walked inside, closing the courtyard door. Huff. In the meditation chamber, Chun sat down heavily on the stone bed and let out a long breath, the tense nerves in his heart finally relaxing. For him today was truly exhilarating. He initially thought he was merely going to the academy to register, but unexpectedly he stumbled upon a trace of sword intent hanging at the academy's entrance. What surprised him even more was that this seemingly trivial sword intent ignited like a spark in a powder keg, directly triggering the unparalleled sword intent left behind by Lin Xuezhen 100 years ago. The head of the 4 major academies arrived first, followed closely by the ancestor of the Pei family Pei Wen Tao and the ancestor of the Shun family Shin Kanglin. The head of the 4 major academies arrived first, followed closely by the ancestor of the Pei family Pei Wen Tao and the ancestor of the Shun family Shin Kanglin. Finally, even the Grandmaster and head of the academy, Bei Gongma, personally appeared. In an instant, a complete Grandmaster, 2 Grandmasters, and 4 of the most prominent figures in Chengtian Prefecture all gathered in front of the academy for a newly enrolled youth, vying to offer exorbitant conditions to win him over. That scene even now felt somewhat unreal to Chunin. In the end, I became a disciple of Bei Gongma, which is the best outcome for me. Chunin murmured to himself. As the head of the Chengtian Prefecture Academy, Bei Gongma held the authority of the academy and could provide him with the most orthodox martial arts guidance and the broadest platform. Although the Shin family did not insist on a master-disciple relationship, they offered him the most solid backing and a continuous flow of resources. Moreover, with the goodwill shown by the 2 heads Mo Xuanqing and Su Qingyi, he now had formidable support in the Chengtian Academy. However, whether or not he had support did not matter much to Chunin. After all, he firmly believed that one must rely on oneself. With his current complete Grandmaster cultivation, he could easily walk through Chengtian Prefecture without any issues, needing no support at all. What he cared about was today's gains. Taking a deep breath, Chun and pulled out 3 shumi bags, 1 black, 1 blue, and 1 purple. The black bag was given by the Sword Path head Mo Xuanqing, the blue bag by the Sword Path head Su Qingyi, and the purple bag by his master Bei Gongma. Chunin first picked up the shumi bag from Mo Xuanqing, opened it, and found a mystic grade bag with a capacity of only 5 cubic meters. Inside, as Mo Xuanqing had said, were 200 million crystal stones. Then he took out the shumi bag from Su Qingyi, which was also a mystic grade bag containing 500 million crystal stones and a top-quality earth-grade sword named Qingshuang. Lastly, there was the purple shumi bag from Bei Gongma. Upon opening this purple bag, he was astonished to find its space was as large as 100 cubic meters. A Grandmaster is indeed generous. Oh, just this shumi bag alone must be worth at least 100 million crystal stones. Looking at the space of the purple shumi bag, Chun and couldn't help but feel that calling him master was truly worth it. After a moment of admiration, Chun and dumped the contents of the shumi bag. To his surprise, in addition to the 800 million crystal stones that Bei Gongma had promised, there was also a top-quality earth-grade treasure sword. Chunin grasped the sword, feeling its solid heft. The blade shimmered with a faint cold light, sharp and intimidating, exuding a steady domineering aura of killing intent, clearly crafted by a master. He swung it lightly a couple of times, the sound slicing through the air sharply and harshly, causing him to nod in satisfaction. On the market, earth-grade divine weapons are notoriously hard to come by, let alone top-quality earth-grade ones. Every top-quality earth-grade divine weapon that appears at martial arts auctions or black markets can fetch hundreds of millions of crystal stones, often being snatched up by major families and top forces upon their debut. Ordinary martial artists might spend their entire life savings and still be unable to acquire one. Now he possessed 2 top-quality divine weapons. In the future, if needed, he could exchange them for crystal stone. As for why not do it now? Well, first, he didn't currently lack crystal stones, and second, it was given to him, so turning around and selling it immediately would surely disappoint the giver. After all, the martial world is not just about fighting, it also involves human emotions and social etiquette. He was clear about this point. With his gaze shifting, Chun and first stored the 2 earth-grade divine weapons in the purple shumi bag, then his gaze fell upon the pile of crystal stones that had formed a small mountain in front of him. 1,500 million crystal stones. A full 1,500 million crystal stones. This amount was the largest he had obtained since awakening his memories, several times more than what he had previously collected. 1,500 million crystal stones, if calculated by the system's exchange ratio, could buy him a whopping 1,005 million years of cultivation time. As the old saying goes, just like a pig living for 10,000 years, it could also become immortal. If he invested all this 1,500 million crystal stones into cultivation, could he not become an immortal ancestor? No need to become an immortal ancestor. After all, this is a martial world, and there is no concept of immortality here. In this world, the peak of martial arts is merely the martial emperor. However, it is said that a martial emperor's lifespan can reach as long as 1,000 years. 1,000 years. That's sufficient. Thinking of a lifespan of 1,000 years, Chun and felt a surge of excitement, his breath quickening. System. Recharge. With a thought, Chun summoned the system and brushed his hand over the pile of purple crystal stones. In the next moment, that 1,500 million crystal stones vanished into thin air. Immediately after, a panel appeared in front of him. Host Chen, an age 17 qualification, superior, martial bone cultivation, grandmaster realm, complete current balance, 150,89000 all in. Martial Emperor. Looking at the balance on the panel, Chun's eyes flickered, and a strong impulse to go all in with all his balance surged in his mind. After all, that was the realm of the martial emperor at the pinnacle of martial arts, which promised a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, another thought in his mind stopped him from doing so. The reasoning was crystal clear, like a bucket of cold water dousing the heat in his heart. A realm built on vast amounts of crystal stones is as fragile as a house of cards collapsing at the slightest touch. Martial cultivation has never been a simple accumulation of numbers. The realm is merely a facade. What truly determines a martial artist's strength is their matching mindset, martial insights, practical experience, and absolute mastery of their own power. He recalled those young heirs from noble families he had seen at the county academy who relied on family resources to reach the chi condensation stage, only to find they couldn't even defeat a commoner martial artist of the same rank, having all that cultivation, yet unable to unleash even a tenth of their power. Moreover, how easy is it to achieve the realm of the martial emperor? Wait, no. At that moment, Chun directly cut off this thought. My realm is not merely from crystal stones, but is achieved step by step through the system's investment. It was not something others could merely improve through daily rigorous training, shallow and flimsy by comparison. Therefore, all in system. A glint of brilliance erupted in Chun's eyes as he declared in his heart, convert all my balance of 1,005 million into cultivation, time cultivate. Ding. Successfully exchanged 15 million for 15 million years of cultivation time. Cultivation begins. The cold system prompt echoed, and Chun felt his mind explode as his consciousness sank into an endless void. The flow of time in this space was completely different. In an instant, outside this place had undergone tremendous changes. Time flowed like a raging torrent. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Endless time sped away. Immersed in this consciousness, Chun clearly saw another version of himself tirelessly cultivating, pouring all his energy into breaking through the pinnacle of Grandmaster to reach a higher realm. That bottleneck in the realm resembled a colossal gate, forged from eternal, celestial gold, heavy and unbreakable. No matter how hard he tried, it remained unmoved. One failed attempt, two failed attempts, thousands and thousands of collisions against the wall. In the scene, he witnessed himself crashing against the barrier countless times, each time ending in brutal defeat. Countless times he died from the explosive backlash of his own energy. Countless times he forced his way through only to suffer shattered meridians. Countless times. Through the long years, failure had become the norm, yet in this mysterious space, he was like an unkillable cockroach. He had no fear of death, no shadow of shattered meridians. Again and again he tirelessly charged towards that bottleneck, unafraid of the horrors ahead. What the hell? Is it really this harsh? In the past, while using the system to cultivate, he felt like a thoughtless robot, only able to watch himself train in the system space. Moreover, time often passed so quickly that he had no chance to think. However, perhaps because this time the exchange for cultivation lasted too long, Chun discovered he could actually ponder his thoughts. But because of this, he helplessly watched his counterpart in the secret realm repeatedly charging against the shackles, each time exhausting all his strength only to suffer a horrific defeat. Countless times his energy spiraling out of control, his body exploding, flesh torn apart, meridians severed. The heart-wrenching scenes flashed before his eyes. Even as a mere observer, he felt a chilling sensation creeping over him. Wait, it's been over 300,000 years. Why hasn't there been a breakthrough? Is this right? Feeling that over 300,000 years had passed in the system space, but his breakthrough still failed, Chin couldn't help but doubt whether his choice was correct. Wait, how does a Grandmaster break through to Martial King? What is the realm of Martial King? At that moment, Chin suddenly recalled another question. It seemed that he didn't really understand the realm of Martial King. He only knew that the realm following Grandmaster was Martial King, but his knowledge of Martial King was limited to that title. As for how a Grandmaster breaks through to Martial King, what characteristics it had, and what mysteries were involved, he knew nothing. This is bad. Chun slapped his forehead, feeling that he had been too reckless. He hadn't even bothered to understand how Martial King breaks through, yet he had gone all in with his resources, looking like a fool. Of course, this couldn't solely be blamed on Chun. The blame lay in his excessive trust in the system. After all, the previous system had been so effective. Previously, he had broken through from the second level of chi condensation to the acquired realm, then from the acquired realm to the innate realm, and then to the master realm and grandmaster realm. All this way through, he hadn't bothered to understand what the acquired realm was, or how to break through from the acquired realm to the innate realm. All he needed to do was invest resources, leaving all cultivation to the system. As long as the system helped him cultivate and break through, he would naturally understand the mysteries of the acquired realm, innate realm, master realm, and grandmaster realm. But this time the system unexpectedly malfunctioned. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000,000 years flowed by like in the system space, he was still futilely attempting to break through that indestructible barrier, exploding, being reborn, then exploding again, an endless cycle. Yet any trace of the mysteries of the martial king realm did not flow into his mind as it had before. He was like a soldier with infinite ammunition madly shooting at a steel door as thick as a city wall, yet the bullets could be recreated, but the door remained utterly unmoved. What the hell? Chunin was frantically scratching his head in frustration. It wasn't like this before, was it? System, why are you failing at such a critical moment? This is bad. Will this 15 million spirit stones go to waste? A hint of annoyance flashed across Chunin's face, and he desperately pondered how he could break the deadlock. This was 15 million spirit stones. If it really went to waste like this, and he couldn't even break through to Grandmaster, he might just die from anger. Calm down. In his consciousness, Chunin instinctively took a deep breath to compose himself, and his brain cells began to move rapidly. The innate realm requires breaking through the bridge of heaven and man, connecting to the world's spiritual energy. The master realm compresses innate true energy into innate chi, allowing true energy to undergo further transformation. And the grandmaster realm also compresses innate chi into chi essence, allowing the energy in the dantian to undergo another transformation. However, the martial king realm is obviously not just about compressing the energy in the dantian. At the very least, simply compressing the energy in the dantian is no longer feasible. Looking at the system space, over 200 million years had passed, yet he still tried to compress the energy in his dantian, without success, each time exploding and dying. Chunin couldn't help but shake his head. So how exactly should it be done? What exactly is the realm of martial king? Chunin furrowed his brow, frantically recalling all his breakthrough experiences to find any clues leading to the martial king realm. The chi condensation realm involves absorbing the world's spiritual energy into one's body for personal use. The acquired realm involves refining the body with spiritual energy, toughening the muscles and bones. The innate realm involves opening the bridge of heaven and man, allowing one's spiritual energy to resonate with the world, sustaining life indefinitely. The master realm involves compressing and refining innate true energy into an invincible innate chi that can be used offensively. The grandmaster realm involves compressing the chi 1,000-fold, turning it into liquid chi essence, forming a sea of chi essence in the dantian, allowing for immense strength with every gesture. From chi condensation to grandmaster, the essence of all realms is essentially an upgrade of the container. Continuously widening the meridians, strengthening the dantian, and refining the body is all to hold more and purer power. But now my container has already been polished to perfection. A thought flashed like lightning, instantly clearing all the fog in his mind. I understand. Within the system space, consciousness gazed at the self who had perished explosively after millions of years of relentless breakthroughs, and Chunin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It seems this system is not without its flaws. Spending money isn't a cure-all. He finally saw the essence of his golden finger. It was an extremely powerful executor, yet far from a qualified creator. It was indeed proficient in deduction, whether it was martial arts techniques or secret arts. As long as it was given a direction, it could tirelessly deduce for millions of years, honing it to perfection. However, all its actions had to be based on his explicit commands. If he instructed it to practice basic sword techniques, it could elevate those techniques to an unparalleled level. If he asked it to deduce the essence of the annihilation sword intent, it could gradually peel away the essence of the sword intent over endless years. If he told it to compress the chi to enhance its cultivation, it could refine the chi to the pinnacle of a great master. But once this path reached its end with no ready-made path ahead, it would be utterly lost. It wouldn't think, why is this road impassable? It wouldn't ponder, are there other paths to take? It wouldn't explore new martial arts directions on its own. It would mechanically repeat past successful experiences, stubbornly crashing against an insurmountable barrier with the most brute force. Even if it shattered into pieces, it wouldn't show an ounce of flexibility. In the past, the journey from condensing chi to becoming a great master was smooth, not because the system was particularly clever, but because there were standard answers for the cultivation paths of these realms. The system merely followed the standard answers to help me solve the problems. But when it comes to the martial king realm, there are no answers to refer to. Chunin's eyes flickered, and he suddenly realized, then turned his gaze back to the self in the system space that had perished again. Since there are no answers to refer to, then I will create the answers myself. Now my cultivation has reached the perfection of a great master. Moreover, my cultivation was entirely raised step by step by the system with an incredibly solid foundation. Thus, whether it is the dantian, the meridians, or the physical body, they have all reached the pinnacle of the current realm. Now, even if I try to compress the qi, it will be like pouring water into a bucket that is already full. The result will either be overflowing water or a broken bucket. This is the reason why I have continuously suffered meridian ruptures and explosive deaths in the system space. Therefore, the breakthrough to the martial king realm is not simply about containing more power. Rather, it is about transforming the container itself into power. A brilliant light flashed in Chun An. A great master is nurtured by humans where power exists in dependence on humans. The martial king, however, is the power becoming one with the person, where the person and power merge as one inseparable. It is no longer just the dantian storing the qi, but the qi condensing into a core, becoming a part of my body, the very essence of my life. Just as he comprehended this, the figure in the system space that had been repeating the cycle of compression, explosive death, rebirth suddenly came to a halt. Chun An's consciousness merged completely with that figure. He no longer attempted to compress the vast ocean of qi within his dantian, but slowly closed his eyes, sinking his mind deep into the dantian. With a thought, Chun An activated the ocean of qi within his body, letting it rotate slowly around its center as a singular point. Initially, it was barely perceptible, but as he continually infused his spirit, the rotation of the vortex grew faster and more intense. The once calm ocean of qi suddenly surged, creating towering waves as countless pure liquid qi was drawn into the vortex's center, compressed, torn apart, and then recondensed by that terrifying centrifugal force. Oomph. Even in this moment, as just a consciousness, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Each drop of qi, when compressed to its utmost, would unleash astounding energy like countless tiny bombs exploding in the dantian. The meridians swelled and bulged as if they would burst apart at any moment. Waves of tearing pain rippled through the walls of the dantian, as if countless sharp blades were wildly stirring within. Boom! With a loud bang, Chun An exploded again, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Damn! How did it explode again? Know that feeling just now. My idea was correct. But there's still something missing. What could it be? Qi as the foundation, spirit as the guide. What else is missing? The realm. Yes, exactly, the realm. Chun An's consciousness returned once more, gazing at the reborn self in the system space, and his consciousness once again attached itself. This time he did not hasten to activate the qi, but sat cross-legged, quietly savoring the sensation from that fleeting moment. The rotation speed cannot be too fast, it needs to be gradual, like grinding ink, refining the qi bit by bit to make it finer and purer. The power of the spirit cannot be poured in all at once, it should wrap around the qi particles like a thread, allowing them to fuse slowly. In the realm, I have the domain of shattering mountains, which should envelop the entire vortex like a thin membrane to prevent energy leakage. After summarizing his experience, he opened his eyes again, his gaze incredibly resolute. Let's do it again. With a thought, the ocean of qi began to rotate slowly around the dantian once more. This time he reduced the rotation speed to an incredibly slow pace, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Let's do it again. With a thought, the ocean of qi began to rotate slowly around the dantian once more. This time he reduced the rotation speed to an incredibly slow pace, almost imperceptible to the naked. Time passed second by second, and in the system space millions of years went by once more. At the center of the dantian, a black dot the size of a grain of rice finally coalesced. But just as the dot was about to stabilize, a minute energy imbalance triggered another earth-shattering explosion. Once again he exploded. It's okay, this time I lasted 100,000 years, much better than last time. Chun An's consciousness calmly observed his reborn self and attached once more. Let's do it again. Once, twice, 100 times, 1,000 times. With each explosion, he would summarize a bit of experience. With each rebirth, he would adjust a detail. He adjusted the shape of the vortex, changing it from a perfect circle to a spiral. He altered the angle of the domain's injection from vertical to tangential. He even tried condensing at different times and with different states of mind. Failure had long become a part of daily life, and the pain of exploding had become numb. The passage of time in the system space could no longer be quantified by numbers. He lost count of how many 100,000 years had passed, nor how many times he had been shattered into pieces. On this day, as Chun An once again guided the ocean of qi to rotate slowly, infusing 1,800,000 strands of spirit into it, the walnut-sized black sphere at the center of the dantian finally stopped trembling. It floated there quietly, its surface swirling with profound, earthy yellow patterns resembling a miniature of an ancient divine mountain birthed by the natural order, each rotation exuding an imposing sense of pressure that felt as immovable as a mountain. Booming. So this is the golden core of martial arts. Within the system space, Chun An slowly opened his eyes, appearing to have glimpsed through countless years of vicissitudes. It seemed as though an ancient divine mountain was slowly rotating within his pupils, deep and heavy, as if one look could draw in a person's soul into the eternal mountain. There was no longer a hint of brilliance radiating from him. All his power was reined in to the utmost extent. Standing there, he resembled an ancient divine mountain emerging from chaos, silent, yet exuding a majestic pressure that could suppress heaven and earth. In the past, his power was outwardly expressed and tumultuous. Without the concealing spirit technique, one could easily discern its depth. But now his power had merged with the essence of life itself. Even without the concealing spirit technique, as long as he did not take action or channel his power, no one could perceive his cultivation level. If he did not act, it would be fine, but once he did, it would be like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami sweeping through, unstoppable. Chunin lowered his gaze to his palm, his fingertips moving gently. There was no fluctuation of energy, yet the void ground of the system space suddenly split open into a bottomless chasm. So that's how it is. He finally comprehended the fundamental difference between the golden core of martial arts and all previous realms. To condense chi to the grandmaster level is to cultivate techniques, the method of wielding power, whereas the martial king golden core cultivates Tao, thoroughly merging one's martial intent, spirit, and power into a unique Tao fruit. This martial arts golden core was the crystallization of his arduous cultivation over millions of years, the embodiment of his martial will that is still as a mountain, but when moved causes the heavens to collapse. It was no longer a mere container for power, but rather an extension of himself. When the golden core rotates, so does the vitality. When the golden core moves, the mountains and rivers tremble. With a thought, the earthy martial arts golden core in his dantian slowly spun, and a heavy power akin to a mountain instantly spread throughout his body. Chunin could distinctly feel that every inch of his bones, every muscle, and every cell was tempered by this mountain-like power, rendering them indestructible. He gently clenched his fist, and the air emitted an unbearable explosive sound. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated within his consciousness. At the same time, a piece of information surged into his awareness, causing a change in his expression. What the hell? Heavenly tribulation. After reading this information, Chunin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He truly did not expect that upon breaking through to the martial king realm, this world would require him to face a tribulation. No, this is not a cultivation world. Isn't this a martial world? Why must one face a tribulation to break through a realm? Is that correct? Is this normal? However, looking at the martial arts golden core within him, he felt that it might not be impossible. In the cultivation novels he read in his past life, wasn't it said that one must face a tribulation upon reaching the golden core stage? Now he too has a golden core. Although this golden core is a martial arts golden core and not an immortal Tao golden core, isn't the end result the same? Ordinary martial artists merely absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transform it into true chi and vitality, whereas upon reaching the martial king realm, the martial arts golden core not only becomes the martial artist's essence, but also resonates with heaven and earth. It seems that precisely because of this, the trial of the heavenly tribulation exists. The heavenly tribulation will take another quarter of an hour to condense, and I have about 327 million years left for my cultivation. However, time flows in the system space at a rate that is more than 10,000 times faster than the outside. 327 million years outside, it might not even be a minute. I will continue to cultivate. There is still time. 327 million years should be enough to deepen my cultivation. With a thought, Chunin quickly withdrew his consciousness from the body in the system space, allowing the body within the system space to continue its cultivation. Time rushed by in the river of years. In the blink of an eye, 327 million years had passed. Under the relentless passage of time, the martial arts golden core in his dantian had long transformed, growing from the initial size of a walnut to a round and hefty form akin to a fist. The runes of the earth's domain inscribed on the surface of the golden core became increasingly deep and intricate, intertwining and radiating a heavy and vast divine might of the earth, with the earth's Tao rhythm enveloping him, a heavy and majestic aura striking his face. Ding! A cold voice echoed in his ears. 15 million years of cultivation time is over. Following this, Chunin felt his consciousness sway and return to his body. He suddenly opened his eyes, and two brilliant golden divine lights erupted from his gaze, solid as substance, and rushed directly toward the incredibly hard lapis lazuli wall several feet away. Swish! A sharp sound rang out, and where the golden light struck, the hard rock was scorched, leaving two deep, glaring grooves with stone shards flying everywhere. Initial stage of the martial king realm. Chunin's mind shook violently as he truly felt the surging and terrifying power within him. A supreme might capable of tearing apart the heavens with a wave of his hand and suppressing mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. But before he could revel in his joy for long, an overwhelming and chilling pressure suddenly descended from the heavens, firmly locking him down with no escape. What the hell? I almost forgot about the heavenly tribulation. The chilling pressure permeated his soul, causing Chun-In's heart to shudder as he recalled the matter of the heavenly tribulation. He had been so immersed in the joy of his cultivation surge that he almost overlooked this crucial issue. No, I can't face the tribulation here. The heavenly tribulation is terrifying. If he were to face it here, the entire academy and even the whole of Qingtian City might suffer. Most importantly, if he faced the tribulation in the academy, he wouldn't be able to conceal his cultivation level. While the martial king could be considered one of the top martial artists in the Deluo Empire's pyramid, he was still far from being above scrutiny. A 17-year-old martial king, if word got out, not only ordinary martial artists would be interested, but even those martial kings and even martial emperors would be shaken, attracting endless scrutiny. With this thought, Chun-In dared not hesitate any longer. He stood up from the stone bed, waved his hand to open the door of the quiet room, and then the martial arts golden core within him began to operate, emanating a unique Tao aura of the earth. He took a light step, and his body instantly broke free from the shackles of space, disappearing from the quiet room. He had shrunk the distance. This was a supreme divine ability only attainable after entering the martial king realm, achieved through the resonance of domain-level intent and the might of heaven and earth. It is not a divine ability, yet surpasses one. In an instant, one could traverse thousands of mountains and rivers, moving across vast distances, no longer bound by mundane paths. This is a transcendent means unique to true masters, as well as an essential skill for travel, looting, and fleeing. Today I will still increase the update based on ratings. Yesterday there were over 10 ratings, although some viewers watched for less than 30 minutes and left 1 or 2-star reviews. I still thank everyone for their support. I see many negative reviews saying the protagonist is too cautious, but usually the protagonists in novels are either cautious or invincible. The tags for my book should have made this clear, cautious path. Moreover, I feel that while the protagonist is cautious, he is also decisive in killing. He is not the type to act saintly just to be cautious. Writing a book is like cooking, with some like it bland, some like it salty, and some even like it sweet. I hope everyone can find the type they enjoy on this platform. Qingtian Academy. As the setting sun dipped low in the west, the sky was bathed in a golden glow, slowly casting its warm light upon the pavilions and halls of the academy, dyeing the blue bricks and dark tiles. The evening breeze gently rustled the leaves in the forest, and the dusk enveloped the scattered courtyards, yet it could not silence the discussions of the students. Even after half a day had passed, the academy was still abuzz with talk about the scene that unfolded earlier at the main gate, with groups of people gathering in the corridors and under the shade of trees, their voices filled with shock and disbelief. Tisk, who would have thought that a student from a backwater county academy could comprehend the blade intent left by Lin Xuezheng? I really wonder what kind of luck he stumbled upon. If that's luck, I want to try it too. Exactly. That's Lin Xuezheng. He is a once in 1,000 years talent in the art of the blade at Qingtian Academy, and the steel of blade intent he left has stood for over 100 years. How many geniuses have sat before it for years without gaining anything? Yet this country boy who just arrived at the academy comprehended it at a glance. Who would believe that? What's the use of high comprehension? Cultivation is still the foundation of martial arts. I heard that person only has a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi condensation and is merely of average martial bones. Even if he comprehended Lin Xuezheng's blade intent, I'm not sure if he could defeat me in a real fight. A student dressed in a brocade robe, obviously a child of a noble family, said with evident envy. Just Yue, do you even know what blade intent is? That's a supreme realm that only a master can touch. Moreover, he has already been accepted as a direct disciple by the academy head. Do you think you can outsmart the academy head? Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap tore through the sky as if thousands of divine drums were sounding in unison from the heavens. A fierce wind howled, sweeping up leaves and dust in a wild frenzy. The originally calm and golden-hued dusk darkened completely in just a few breaths. Centered around Qingtian Academy, the sky within 100 miles was entirely consumed by dark clouds. The layers of clouds roiled and raged. Above the firmament, a massive black vortex formed, slowly rotating as if it were a world-destroying grinding wheel intent on turning the entire land to dust. At the same time, an overwhelming cold and ruthless terror descended from the heavens like a river pouring down from the 9th heaven. The entire populace of Qingtian Academy froze regardless of what they were doing. It felt as if an invisible mountain pressed down upon their shoulders. Their legs turned to jelly, and they knelt on the ground, unable to muster the courage to look up. The instinctual fear from the depths of their souls made them tremble, their teeth chattered, and they could not utter a complete sentence. Within the academy, the students who had been chattering just moments ago fell into an eerie silence. Everyone turned pale, drenched in cold sweat, especially the previously talkative noble students in brocade robes who now looked ghastly, their legs giving way as they slumped in the corridor. The folding fan in their hand fell to the ground with a thud, yet they remained oblivious. What? What is this? Such terrifying pressure. No, this is heavenly might. The exclamations rose and fell, all tinged with unmistakable tremors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several powerful figures shot up from the depths of the academy. Bei Gong Mo, clad in a dark robe, his hair and beard tousled, his face a mask of incredulity. What on earth happened? The head of the Dao Control Department, Chu Tsungyue, gazed at the enormous black vortex in the sky, his face filled with horror. Academy head, this is. The head of the Blade Dao Department, Mo Xuanqing, looked at Bei Gong Mo with astonishment. This is the Martial King tribulation. This is the tribulation for martial kings. Bei Gong Mo's voice was hoarse as he fixed his gaze on the slowly rotating black vortex in the sky, his fingertips trembling slightly. With his cultivation level, he naturally recognized it at a glance. This was the ultimate barrier that stood before all grandmasters, the Martial King tribulation. Only by overcoming this tribulation, receiving the personal acknowledgement of the laws of heaven and earth, could one shed their mortal shell, refine the martial Dao golden core, and become a true powerhouse capable of dominating a region. He had been trapped at the peak of the Grandmaster realm for a full 57 years. 57 years. How many days and nights he had spent in arduous cultivation, how many times he had faced life and death. He had exhausted countless rare materials, tried every conceivable method, yet he still could not take that final step, watching helplessly as his vital energy withered away, drifting further from the Martial King realm. He had imagined countless times what it would be like to invoke the heavenly tribulation, yet he never thought that the first time he would witness the Martial King tribulation would be under such circumstances in the skies above Qingtian Academy. Who is it? Who in Qingtian Academy could invoke the Martial King tribulation at this time? Bei Gong Mo looked up at the void, at the world-destroying heavenly tribulation, his murky gaze flickering. Pei Wenda, Shen Kanglin. Among all of Qingtian Academy, the only ones he knew who had the cultivation level of a grandmaster were Pei Wenda and Shen Kanglin. Aside from himself, no, whether it's Pei Wenda or Shen Kanglin, neither of them are qualified. Pei Wenda is merely at the mid-stage of grandmaster, and Shen Kanglin is only at the late stage. They are simply not qualified to invoke the tribulation. Could it be some hidden old monster passing by? Bei Gong Mo's face grew serious as he thought to himself. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, two figures soared through the air, appearing like lightning above the academy. Bei Gong brother. Shen Kanglin, dressed in a black brocade robe, his hair white, bore a look of uncertain astonishment. Beside him, Pei Wenda also had a furrowed brow, both of them staring at Bei Gong Mo with shock in their eyes. Initially, when they sensed the heavenly might, they assumed it was Bei Gong Mo, this grandmaster, finally ready to take that last step and invoke the tribulation to break through to Martial King. After all, only he had the qualification and foundation in the entire Qingtian Academy. But now, seeing Bei Gong Mo's demeanor, there was no sign of preparation for crossing the tribulation. His aura was stable. Although he too was shocked, he clearly appeared to be an observer. Not you. No, it is not me. Bei Gong Mo shook his head, a bitter expression flashing across his face. It must be some passing elder who suddenly felt something and just happened to break through here. Hearing Bei Gong Mo's words, Shen Kanglin and Pei Wenda exchanged glances. Whoever it is, they absolutely cannot cross the tribulation in the city, otherwise the millions of citizens in the entire Academy city will likely be turned to dust. Bei Gong Mo looked gravely at Shen Kanglin and Pei Wenda, wanting to have them assist in finding the person crossing the tribulation, when he suddenly sensed that the massive tribulation cloud in the void was rapidly racing westward away from the city. The black tribulation clouds loomed like a world-destroying, grinding wheel moving with the force of thunder. Wherever the clouds passed, the world fell into darkness, fierce winds howled, and the sound of thunder roared. Both warriors and creatures along the way prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear. What? What is happening? In the city of Qingtian, Pei Wenda looked at the black tribulation clouds resembling a world-destroying, grinding wheel in the distance, unable to hide his shock as he exclaimed, "Why are the tribulation clouds moving on their own?" It is the tribulation bearer who has actively drawn the clouds away from the city. A flicker of astonishment passed through Bei Gong Mo's eyes, and he immediately relaxed, saying, "This person possesses a measure of compassion and does not wish to harm the innocent." The tribulation clouds seem to be heading towards the Black Wind Gobi. That place is desolate and uninhabited, making it a perfect location for the tribulation. I shall go and take a look. Bei Gong Mo's gaze flickered, and before he finished speaking, he transformed into a stream of mysterious light and rushed toward the tribulation clouds. "Shen Laoguei, are you coming or not?" Watching Beigong Mo chase after the tribulation clouds, Pei Wenda's eyes shifted to the side, looking at Shen Kanglin. Haha, the martial king tribulation, such an opportunity. How could I possibly miss it? Pei Lao Gui, if you are too afraid to go, then just stay here and enjoy the coolness. I shall go first. Shen Kanglin laughed heartily and also stepped into the air, chasing after the direction of the tribulation clouds. Watching Beigong Mo and Shen Kanglin dash toward the tribulation clouds, Pei Wenda bit his lip and resolutely followed suit. For these warriors who had been stuck at the Grandmaster level for decades, the martial king tribulation was not merely a phenomenon of heaven and earth, but also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for enlightenment. Witnessing the operation of the tribulation and experiencing the baptism of the laws of heaven and earth might just help them break the shackles in their hearts and take that long-desired final step. We should go too. The various heads of the academy within the government also rose into the air, shooting toward the outside of the city. Not only them, but increasingly more streams of light gathered from all directions. There were ancestors from major families of Chengtian who had been in seclusion for many years, as well as masters serving various clans, and even some powerful martial artists who happened to be near Chengtian. Everyone was drawn by this rare martial king tribulation, rushing toward the Black Wind Gobi with a mindset of seizing the opportunity. Chunin operated the domain of Earth, shrinking the distance to inches, taking a step equivalent to 100. The ominous black tribulation clouds above him followed closely, like a relentless curse darkening the sun and moon, while a heavy celestial might locked onto his aura, refusing to let go. Thunder rumbled within the clouds, and violet golden lightning flickered and danced, carrying a destructive pressure that followed him closely. Wherever the clouds passed, the essence of heaven and earth grew chaotic. Even the space rippled subtly, and the overwhelming pressure of heaven shadowed him, causing low-flying birds to plummet to the ground, while fierce beasts in the forests cowered in their caves, trembling. Rushing forward, hundreds of miles and thousands of miles passed in an instant. Soon he had completely left the territory of Chengtian and stepped into a vast, desolate Gobi. This place is quite good. Looking at the desolate Gobi around him, Chunin finally halted his steps, standing atop the swirling yellow sand. At the same time, he subtly focused his thoughts, and the flesh and bones of his face began to shift and change. In just a few breaths, the originally handsome youth vanished, replaced by a sharp, resolute face with defined features. His brow held a steady demeanor that conveyed authority without anger, and even his height increased by half a head. His aura became thick and restrained, making him seem like a different person. When venturing outside, one must remember to wear a disguise. This time the tribulation was making such a commotion, I wonder what kind of strong opponents it might attract. As Chunin stopped, the ominous tribulation clouds above him immediately descended, pressing down upon him from a height of 10,000 feet. The heavy layers of dark clouds piled upon one another, resembling solidified black skies, enveloping the entire world in shadow. Within the depths of the clouds, countless violet golden thunder serpents surged wildly, the crackling thunderclaps echoing incessantly as waves of terrifying celestial might rampaged freely. In addition, a more tyrannical and chilling force of the heavenly Tao, like invisible chains, firmly locked onto his soul. This is the rule of the tribulation. Once locked by the tribulation, unless one dies or their Tao disappears, there is no chance of escape. One can only withstand it and transcend the tribulation. Boom! The tribulation clouds surged, and the lightning flickered. Long bolts of lightning measuring dozens to hundreds of feet surged through the tribulation clouds like raging thunder dragons, causing the vast Gobi to tremble slightly. Even the yellow sand beneath his feet crackled with fine sparks. This tribulation has some substance. Observing the slowly rotating tribulation clouds that resembled a world-destroying grinding wheel, and the lightning resembling thunder dragons, Chunin felt a shiver down his spine. Although his cultivation had already reached the peak of the early martial king realm, and his realm was stable facing those bolts of lightning that were at least several feet thick and over 100 feet long, he still felt a twinge of instinctive dread. There was no way around it. This fear of lightning is etched deeply in the genes of humanity. Moreover, this was his first time facing a tribulation. Damn it, had I known that breaking through to the martial king realm would bring about a lightning tribulation, I wouldn't have been so reckless. At the very least, I should have prepared a Faraday cage or something, he thought. Now I don't even have a decent weapon of facing the tribulation. Empty-handed feels a bit reckless. While Chunin was frantically complaining in his heart, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a long knife from his shumi bag. This knife was the Earth-grade higher-quality treasure given to him by his newly appointed master Beigong Mo. I have a knife now, but it seems my martial skills are still lacking. Chunin looked up at the tribulation above him that was still gathering power, his gaze flickering slightly as he inwardly cursed system. Consume 10,000 credits to exchange for 10,000 hours of training time. help me fully comprehend the intent of the absolute destruction 7 demon blade. It wasn't that he had run out of money, he just didn't dare to spend too much. After all, there was a tribulation above him that could strike down at any moment. If he spent too much and wasted too much time, the tribulation would commence, and that would be disastrous. However, thinking about spending money under the tribulation felt quite thrilling. Ding. Exchange for 20,000 years of training time successful. Beginning to comprehend the intent of the absolute destruction 7 demon blade. In the next moment, Chun and felt a blur before his eyes and found himself back in the system space, facing another version of himself. In this space, as soon as the other self appeared, he began to practice the absolute destruction 7 demon blade, executing the first move absolute blade, swallowing the sky with fierce determination. As the blade light emerged, countless blade shadows appeared, engulfing the heavens. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. In 1,000 years, he perfected this heavenly grade supreme absolute destruction 7 demon blade. Following that, he began to comprehend the intent of the absolute destruction 7 demon blade. In the system space, Chunin sat cross-legged, a long knife resting across his knees, his mind fully immersed in the path of the blade. Countless knife techniques rapidly circulated, dissected, and fused in his mind. The originally nascent notion of the destruction blade intent, after being honed through endless time, became as refined and terrifying as a steel forged through 1,000 strikes. 2,000 years, 3,000 years. As time passed, the once singular intent of annihilation gradually evolved into 7 distinct, yet converging blade intents: demon, kill, absolute, extermination, slaughter, destruction, and collapse. The 7 intents merged into one, ultimately condensing into the true essence of the destruction 7 demon blade. However, what he had comprehended was merely the entry-level destruction blade intent. But this was just the beginning. Another 1,000 years passed, and his destruction blade intent advanced further, stepping into the subtle realm. After another 10,000 years, his destruction blade intent reached the shaping realm. At the moment his blade intent comprehended the shaping realm, Chin's thoughts stirred gradually, infusing this terrifying power capable of slaughtering gods and demons into the golden core of his martial arts within his dantian. Buzz! The fist-sized golden core suddenly trembled, revealing countless mysterious black blade patterns on its surface. The originally pure earth attribute martial arts golden core now shimmered with a chilling demonic luster. In the next moment, the size of the golden core quietly expanded, its emitted pressure soaring several times. What was once the pinnacle of the early martial king stage now faintly showed signs of breaking into the mid-stage. Ding! The 2,000 years of cultivation time has ended. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Chunin slowly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of blade light shot from his eyes, slicing into the sandy ground, creating 2 ravines hundreds of feet long. Truly worthy of a heavenly grade supreme martial skill, the intent of this destruction 7 demon blade is indeed powerful. With a glint in his eyes, Chun and couldn't help but smile slightly at the recently comprehended destruction blade intent. Boom! Just as he was feeling pleased, he saw the tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly contract inward, followed by a terrifying lightning tribulation crashing down towards Chunin. It was a lightning dragon, entirely purple gold in color, with a girth of 10 feet and a length of 100 feet, bearing its fangs and claws, roaring down with a terrifying destructive force towards Chunin. Everywhere it passed, the void was torn apart by the lightning power, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. Come on. It's perfect to test the destruction 7 demon blade I just comprehended. Blade that pierces the heavens. Facing the lightning tribulation descending upon him, Chin and his heart tightened, but he did not feel fear. Instead, he roared and advanced forward. Leaping into the air, he directly slashed at the lightning dragon. There was no dazzling blade light, no earth-shattering momentum, only an extremely plain blade light that contained boundless intent of annihilation, slowly slicing forth along the rusty blade. As the blade light passed, everything in the heavens and earth seemed to freeze. The wild wind ceased, the yellow sand fell, even the roaring lightning dragon momentarily paused. In the next moment, sizzle! The blade light collided violently with the lightning dragon. There was no earth-shattering sound, only the soft sound of fabric being torn. That imposing purple-gold lightning dragon was unexpectedly cleaved in half by this unremarkable. The violent lightning force spread out in all directions, the raging power scattering everywhere, turning the ground into countless charred craters, while the yellow sand transformed into glazed scorched earth, and Chun and landed on the ground unscathed. Huff! Truly worthy of a heavenly tribulation so strong. Chun and landed and exhaled a long breath, looking up at the lightning tribulation in the sky with a serious expression. That last strike, although it appeared effortless and easy, had actually consumed 50% of his Danshin's essence, and the just comprehended destruction blade intent had been unleashed without reservation. A slight tingling sensation traveled through his fingertips, and the martial arts golden core in his dantian trembled slightly, with nearly 1% of the previously abundant power dissipating into thin air. From the information transmitted to him by the heavenly Tao, it seemed that this lightning tribulation was called the Sanjiu lightning tribulation. From the name, it indicated that he might need to endure 27 lightning strikes in order to pass this tribulation. It was obvious that each subsequent lightning strike would be stronger than the last. The first lightning strike had already consumed nearly 1% of his essence, so he had to be cautious moving forward. Otherwise, he could very well perish under this heavenly tribulation. Hiss! A single blade shattered the lightning tribulation. When did the Chengtian mansion produce such a powerful being? That blade, I feel like I've seen it before. It seems to be the Destruction 7 Demon Blade of the State Academy's Lin Xuezheng. Could it be that Lin Xuezheng is undergoing tribulation? Absolutely impossible. I have had the fortune of seeing Lin Xuezheng's true form. This person's appearance and stature are completely inconsistent. It cannot be him. Meanwhile, outside the tribulation, those martial artists who had followed the tribulation clouds stopped dozens of miles away. When they saw the person undergoing tribulation cleave through a lightning strike with a single blade, they couldn't help but gasp. To shatter a lightning tribulation with just one blade, this was something they couldn't even dare to imagine, let alone achieve. Bei Gong Mo stood at the front of the crowd, his gaze fixed on the figure beneath the lightning tribulation, an expression of shock flashing in his eyes. Familiar. So familiar. That last strike was undoubtedly the intent of Lin Qingyuan's Destruction 7 Demon Blade. In the past, he had teamed up with Lin Qingyuan to guard the northern border, fighting bloodily side by side, jointly slaying an ancient demon clan general. Over the years, they had lived and died together, and he was extremely familiar with the essence of this blade technique. Even after many years, he could not possibly mistake it. However, the person undergoing tribulation before him was not Lin Qingyuan. Who could it be? The Destruction 7 Demon Blade is Lin Qingyuan's unique martial skill. Besides him, who else could wield it? Suddenly, a seemingly ordinary young figure floated into Bei Gongmo's mind. His newly accepted disciple, Chen. However, Bei Gongmo quickly shook his head, dispelling this thought. Although Chen was exceptionally gifted, the only one in 100 years to see that plaque and comprehend the Destruction Blade intent, drawing out its essence. But the problem was that Chen was merely in the Qi condensation realm. The person before him, however, was a formidable martial king expert, even more powerful than himself. What a pity I came too hastily. If I had brought Chen along to witness this senior's tribulation, it would undoubtedly benefit his future comprehension of the Destruction 7 Demon Blade greatly. Thinking of Chen and Bei Gongmo couldn't help but feel regret. However, Bei Gongmo looked at the mysterious martial artist's hand beneath the tribulation clouds. That knife, why does it look somewhat familiar? Boom. As the crowd outside discussed, the tribulation clouds in the sky roared, and the second lightning tribulation thundered down once again towards Chen. Booming thunder rolled across the heavens as the tribulation lightning surged violently. Countless purple lightning dragons, each hundreds of feet in length, cascaded down from the ominous clouds, their dragon heads ferocious and whiskers crackling with electricity, carrying the devastating power to incinerate mountains and boil seas as they ruthlessly struck Chen. The yellow sands of the black wind Gobi were instantly vaporized by the thunder's aftershocks, the earth cracking into spiderweb-like chasms. The few low-ranked spirit beasts that had survived lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, lacking even the courage to lift their heads. Kill. Chen stood at the center of the Gobi, his black hair wildly dancing in the wind. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, a blazing battle intent burned fiercely within them. He abruptly tightened his grip on the profound iron longblade in his hand, unleashing the full power of his nascent martial essence at the early peak of the martial king realm without reservation. An inky black blade light soared into the sky, colliding fiercely with the overwhelming purple thunder. Clang! A deafening metallic roar shook the heavens and earth. The 18th tribulation lightning was forcibly shattered by the blade light, and the scattered lightning poured down like a waterfall, blasting several scorched 100-foot-deep craters into the yellow sands for miles around Chen. Chen descended from the void, panting heavily, his face flushed and his hands trembling slightly. Even with his cultivation at the early peak of the martial king realm, forcibly withstanding 17 tribulation lightnings had drained him immensely. At this moment, his nascent martial essence had been depleted by nearly half, leaving him with less than 60% of his full strength. Yet there were still 9 more tribulation lightnings to come. If he wasn't careful, he might suffer severe injuries or even perish. Crack! Suddenly a crisp sound came from the blade in his hand. Then, to Chen's stunned disbelief, the treasured blade of high-grade earth rank shattered into dust in his hands. Damn it! No way, it broke. Staring at the bare hilt in his hand, the corner of Chun In's mouth twitched involuntarily. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. Whoosh. Dozens of miles away, numerous martial arts powerhouses who had been watching gasped in astonishment as they saw the shattered blade in Chun In's hand. Oh no, that senior's blade is broken. It's over, it's over. The blade has shattered, and the remaining tribulation lightnings will only grow fiercer. Without a divine weapon to defend himself, he can't possibly withstand them. What a pity. This senior's talent is unparalleled. Judging by how he was handling the tribulation before, I thought he might have a chance. But now, without his weapon, his chances are bleak. Having endured 18 tribulation lightnings in a row, his nascent martial essence must be nearly depleted. Now that even his protective battle blade is gone, he's truly caught between a rock and a hard place. In my opinion, he most likely won't survive the remaining tribulation lightnings. At best, he'll be severely injured, and his cultivation will plummet. At worst, he'll be struck down directly by the tribulation. The assembled martial artists watched this scene, their faces filled with regret. Although none of them knew the person undergoing the tribulation, the human race still faced a great enemy, like the ancient demon race from beyond. If the human race could gain another martial king realm powerhouse, it would strengthen their ability to guard their territory. For all of humanity, this would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon, both stabilizing the border defenses and intimidating the various foreign races. But now, seeing such a formidable senior on the verge of falling, everyone's hearts were filled with profound regret and sorrow. Alright, I thought I could rely on the 7 demon annihilation blades to get through this tribulation. It seems I was overthinking it. Staring at the bare hilt in his hand, Chun and let out a soft sigh. Then he looked up at the sky, where the tribulation clouds churned even more violently, and the lightning dragons grew larger and more imposing. The oppressive aura of destruction pressed down from all directions. The 19th terrifying tribulation lightning was already brewing, ready to strike at any moment. A look of solemnity flashed in his eyes. In that case, I'll have to get serious. But first, let me recover a bit. Chun took a deep breath, shifted his gaze, and then focused his mind to open the system. Host Chun, age 17, aptitude, high-grade, martial bone cultivation, martial king realm, early stage, current balance, 69,000. Enough. Looking at the balance in the system, Chun's eyes flickered, and he commanded in his mind, system consumed 0 balance to exchange for 2 years of cultivation time. Ding. Exchange successful, beginning cultivation. The next moment, Chun found himself in the system space once more. A mysterious, profound power descended upon him, and an endless torrent of nascent martial essence surged into his martial golden core, frantically replenishing the essence he had consumed. 5 seconds later, Chun abruptly opened his eyes. A sharp glint of light flashed and vanished in his gaze. An overwhelming aura exploded around him, fierce energy sweeping in all directions, stirring up howling gales, and sending sand flying for miles around. The long-depleted nascent martial essence within him was now completely full and vibrant. His martial golden core hummed steadily, and a vast mighty power flowed through his entire body. The majority of the essence he had lost during the tribulation was fully restored, returning him to his absolute peak state. Feeling the renewed and completely restored essence, a thrilled smile spread across Chun's face. Earlier, he had speculated that the 10,000 years of cultivation time exchanged from the system passed in the blink of an eye in the outside world. If it could be used to break through cultivation realms, it should also be able to rapidly repair his own consumption. Now that he had tried it, it truly worked. Taking a deep breath to forcibly suppress the surging excitement within, Chun slowly closed his eyes. Beneath his skin, faint, delicate threads of purple lightning began to coil and weave. Zzzt. The piercing sound of electric currents rang out incessantly. Vast streams of purple lightning surged and roamed freely, entwining his limbs and bones, wrapping around the meridians throughout his body, the lightning light dazzling and brilliant. In an instant, his entire body blazed with lightning radiance. His robes fluttered without wind, and his aura was awe-inspiring and commanding. He resembled the thunder god descending to the mortal world, wielding the divine punishment of the 9 heavens, his might vast and overwhelming, shaking the souls of all who beheld him. The thunder tyrant, Overlord Fist. This martial technique was the legendary supreme art of the ancient Overlord sect from thousands of years ago. The versions that had circulated in the world were long incomplete, and no one had been able to cultivate it to perfection. Now, however, Chun had used the power of the system to deduce and perfect it, filling in all the missing profound truths and completely mastering the complete version. Through this, he had also firmly grasped this heaven-grade top-tier martial technique. The Thunder Tyrant Overlord Fist was a pure supreme thunder tribute technique, exceedingly fierce and domineering. When activated with lightning force, its power was overwhelming, and its lethality far surpassed the 7 demon annihilation blades he had practiced in the past. What's more, the fist art harmonized perfectly with lightning force. Within the tribulation lightning's domain, it was like a fish in water borrowing the heaven and earth's thunderous might to amplify its power, allowing his combat strength to surge even further. Chun had originally not planned to use the Thunder Tyrant Overlord Fist during this heavenly tribulation, as there were too many onlookers watching him undergo the ordeal, and he did not wish to reveal this trump card rashly. However, after his long blade was shattered by the tribulation lightning, he could no longer afford to be so cautious. Rumble. The tribulation clouds erupted violently. After a few seconds, the 19th tribulation lightning finally finished forming. Then a colossal lightning dragon over 200 feet long and more than 10 feet wide roared as it lunged fiercely toward Chun and on the ground. Ha ha ha, come on. Break for me. Facing the roaring massive lightning dragon, there was no fear in Chun's eyes. Instead, he laughed heartily as his figure shot up into the sky, his entire body erupting with dazzling lightning radiance as he charged to meet the dragon. Boom. Dozens of miles away. Upon witnessing the venerable ancestor undergoing tribulation after the divine weapon in his hand was shattered by the lightning tribulation, not only did he not retrieve a new divine weapon, but instead soared defiantly into the sky, striking at the tribulation lightning with his fists. They were all utterly bewildered. Madness, utter madness. No, ancestor. It's over. This ancestor dares to confront the tribulation lightning with bare fists. This. Reckless, too reckless, he's doomed. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically, filled with shock and incomprehension. Some martial artists even closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing what was to come. In their minds, they could already envision the scene of that ancestor being consumed by the tribulation lightning, unable to bear the sight of a powerful human perishing before them. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded across the sky. Immediately after, a blinding white light that obscured the heavens blocked everyone's vision. The white light receded like a tide, and the world fell into a sudden, profound silence. All the martial artists who had just closed their eyes, unable to look now, stiffly and slowly opened their eyelids, their hearts pounding wildly, already prepared to see a charred remnant. Yet the sight that met their eyes left everyone petrified, their minds blank, forgetting even to breathe. In midair, that demonic figure still stood proudly erect, his form as straight as a spear. His right fist was clenched tightly, purple lightning wreathing his knuckles, strands of thunderous power surging into his body, along his arm frantically devoured and refined by his martial golden core. The terrifying tribulation lightning, which had just shattered a divine weapon and could slay a martial king, had been forcibly blasted by his fist into countless fine sparks of lightning, dissipating slowly around him like fireworks. Not only was he not dead, but not even a corner of his robe was damaged. His aura, far from weakening, had grown even more vigorous and domineering. Gulp! Someone swallowed, the sound unusually clear in the deathly silent world. The next second, the observation area, dozens of miles away, erupted in chaos. How is this possible? One punch. He shattered the tribulation lightning with one punch. Am I seeing things? That was the 3-9 tribulation. The tribulation lightning that even a heaven-grade divine weapon couldn't withstand. He destroyed it with his fists. Who was it that said the ancestor was reckless and doomed? Step forward. I promise I won't kill you. This martial art is the Thunder Overlord Fist. Yes, this ancestor is using the Thunder Overlord Fist. Suddenly, a grandmaster with white hair and beard exclaimed in shock. What? The Thunder Overlord Fist? Senior Gene, is this ancestor really using the Thunder Overlord Fist, reputed to be the #1 martial art for tribulation transcendence? The white-haired grandmaster named Gene trembled all over, his cloudy old eyes wide as saucers, staring fixedly at the figure wreathed in purple lightning in midair, his voice choked with tears. No mistake. Absolutely no mistake. When I was young, I saw a fragment of a manual in an ancient ruin. The posture of lightning-wreathed fists and drawing thunder into the body is exactly as recorded in that manual. This is the supreme heritage art of the ancient Overlord sect. Legend has it that the Overlord sect swept the world with this fist. When their successive sect masters underwent tribulation, they used the tribulation lightning as a furnace, punching the heavenly thunder, borrowing its power to temper their bodies and refine their cores, making tribulation transcendence as easy as eating or drinking. But after the Overlord sect's fall, this fist art was completely lost. Even fragments are rare, let alone the complete version. At these words, the entire crowd fell into an even deeper silence than before. Everyone was stunned. They only knew the great reputation of the Thunder Overlord Fist, but had never imagined its origins were so terrifying. The supreme divine fist for tribulation transcendence, using the tribulation lightning as a furnace. No wonder the ancestor dared to confront the tribulation lightning with bare fists. It turns out he wasn't seeking death, he was having a meal. My God, I was just cursing the ancestor for being reckless in my heart, but now I realize I'm the fool. Legend says that those who master the Thunder Overlord Fist not only remain unharmed by the tribulation lightning, but find it a great tonic. So it's all true. The crowd erupted completely, their gazes towards Chun and shifting from initial worry to utter awe and fervor. This was an ancient divine skill lost for millennia. To witness it today was enough for them to boast about. Many Grandmaster-level experts stared intently at the figure beneath the tribulation lightning, a glint of greed flashing in their eyes. The complete Thunder Overlord Fist was not merely a top-tier heaven-grade martial art. It was also a peerless technique to aid martial artists in surviving tribulation lightning. According to ancient legends, even reaching the initial stage of the Thunder Overlord Fist could increase one's chance of surviving the tribulation lightning by 20%. If mastered to perfection, it could grant over a 70% chance of surviving the Martial King Tribulation. Even for the Martial Emperor Tribulation, it could increase the odds by over 20%. Thousands of years ago, relying on this unparalleled art, the Overlord sect produced a continuous stream of experts, their path of tribulation transcendence unimpeded, advancing with unstoppable momentum, gradually becoming the foremost sect of the Yuan continent, a martial arts holy land, its prestige shaking the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Had it not been for the later invasion of the ancient demon race, the Overlord sect resisted with all its might, not a single disciple retreating half a step, the entire sect fighting to the death, with dozens of martial kings and a full 5 martial emperor-level experts falling. Only then did the mighty Overlord sect meet its end, causing this breathtaking heaven-grade martial art to be lost, lying dormant in the world for thousands of years. Haha, excellent, exhilarating. Beneath the tribulation lightning, Chun's body was wreathed in lightning. He felt that the punch had not only caused no loss, but had vaguely given him a sensation of breaking through to the mid-martial king stage. At this moment, he actually felt a surge of hot-blooded excitement. He laughed heartily, and under the stunned, horrified gazes of all the martial artists, his figure suddenly soared into the air, actively charging upwards, heading straight for the thick tribulation clouds in the firmament. Rumble. The 9-layered tribulation clouds suddenly churned and raged as if thoroughly enraged by Chun's blatant provocation. Thunderclaps shook the entire world. In an instant, roars erupted from within the clouds. Dozens of ferocious thunder dragons, hundreds of zhang long, coiled and swam, their scales and claws complete electric light, dancing wildly, carrying overwhelming destructive might as they burst from the depths of the tribulation clouds, pressing down towards Chun in a sky-covering onslaught. Protected by purple lightning, Chun remained calm and composed amidst the violent sea of thunder, his form agile and free as he moved and dodged. Every punch he threw carried immense force, every step he took brought a domineering gale. The Thunder Overlord Fist was unleashed with full power, its fist momentum overbearing and unmatched. Facing the incoming thunder dragons, he neither dodged nor avoided, smashing them with relentless heavy blows. Layers of fist shadows exploded violently. With nothing but his bare fleshy fists, he shattered one imposing thunder dragon after another, sending fragments of lightning scattering in all directions. Finally, the last tribulation lightning descended. That thunder dragon was nearly 500 zhang long and dozens of zhang thick, terrifying beyond measure. Had it struck, even a city would have been reduced to powder. Yet Chun neither dodged nor avoided. His inner elixir surged wildly, and he threw a punch. In the void, a giant fist hundreds of zhang in size appeared, smashing into the thunder dragon. Boom! A colossal sound shook heaven and earth, and a violent wave of energy swept across 1,000 miles. But in the end, that bolt of lightning also shattered, dissolving into countless fine sparks and dissipating. The thick, oppressive tribulation clouds slowly receded, and the suffocating pressure that had shrouded the world vanished. The clear, cold moonlight poured down through the clouds. The calamity clouds dissipated. A beam of brilliant and cool moonlight cascaded from the heavens, bringing peace back to the world. Chun Anling stood in the void, the purple thunder swirling around him, gradually receding, ultimately transforming into a fine light that entered his brow. His garments, fluttered black hair, danced wildly in the wind. The violent aura from the earlier battle suppressed, yet it emanated an even more unfathomable pressure, like a dormant volcano that appeared calm, but harbored the power to annihilate the world. He slowly opened his right hand, feeling the surging essence within his body, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Midstage of the Martial King realm. The Martial Dao Golden Core had already transformed from the size of a fist to that of a small watermelon, its volume having expanded significantly, and the richness of the essence had increased more than threefold. Moreover, thanks to the final world-destroying Purple Thunder's refinement, his physical strength had also increased tremendously, surpassing 10 times its previous might. It succeeded. This senior truly transcended the heavenly tribulation. From now on, our human race gains another martial king powerhouse. With fists that strike thunder and a body tempered by tribulation, such flair is indeed unparalleled in this world. I wonder who this senior is. Could they be a hidden powerhouse from one of the four great sects? All the martial artists gazed at the figure in the void, trembling with excitement, their eyes filled with fervor and admiration. This heavenly tribulation would surely spread throughout the entire Qingtian prefecture, even across the entire Deluo Empire. Among the crowd, some martial artists who had initially displayed greed in their eyes upon witnessing this senior's successful transcendence of the tribulation not only remained unscathed, but seemed to grow even stronger. They lowered their heads, suppressing their thoughts for fear of being noticed by this mysterious new martial king. I am Beigong Mo from the Chengtian Prefecture Academy, congratulating the senior on transcending the heavenly tribulation and achieving the rank of martial king. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the crowd, quickly approaching with utmost respect, bowing deeply to the newly minted martial king. In an instant, over 100 martial artists, all at least at the master realm, bowed in reverence, creating a grand spectacle that resonated throughout the desert, and seized the opportunity. It must be noted that this individual is a martial king powerhouse who practiced the long-lost Thunder Overlord Fist, capable of withstanding the heavenly tribulation with sheer physicality, easily overcoming the ninefold Thunder Tribulation. I am Shun Kanglin from the Chengtian Prefecture, congratulating the senior on achieving the rank of martial king. I am Pei Wendao from the Chengtian Prefecture, congratulating the senior on achieving the rank of martial king. I am Luo Tianxin, the prefectural master of Qingtian, congratulating the senior on achieving the rank of martial king. In an instant, over 100 martial artists, all at least at the master realm, bowed in reverence, creating a grand spectacle that resonated throughout the desert. In the void, Chun and stood with his hands behind his back, casting a glance at the respectful and excited Beigong Mo Shin Kanglin, and others, a hint of peculiarity flashing in his eyes. If his master and Shun Kinglin's grandfather were to know that the individuals they were bowing to were actually his newly accepted disciples, and that someone even called him great-grandpa, he wondered what expressions they would wear. No need for such formalities, please rise. Despite feeling somewhat awed inside, Chun maintained a calm demeanor, speaking in a light and unhurried manner. Though his voice was soft, it reached everyone's ears clearly. Thank you, senior. Upon hearing this, the crowd stood up, and then Beigong Mo took the initiative to speak. Senior's demeanor is unparalleled today. To witness you transcend the tribulation with our own eyes is indeed a great fortune for us. I wonder if the senior has time. The banquet has been prepared for you at the Qingtian Academy. We hope you will grace us with your presence. Everyone in the academy looks forward to admiring your grandeur and hearing even a word of guidance from you. Beigong Mo gazed at Chun, and with respect, his face filled with anticipation. A newly ascended martial king, if he could receive even a word of advice, perhaps he could break through decades of stagnation and step into the martial king realm. No need. Chun glanced at Beigong Mo and said dismissively. Hearing Chun's words, Beigong Mo's smile faltered, his eyes flashing with astonishment and disappointment. However, Beigong Mo dared not harbor even a hint of dissatisfaction, because the will of a martial king cannot be questioned. I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun did not linger, his figure flickering out of existence in the void. Only the faint residual thunderous aura remained in the air, and the charred glazed pits left on the ground from the thunder tribulation served as proof that the unparalleled powerhouse had indeed transcended the tribulation here. Until that aura completely dissipated, the crowd finally dared to exhale deeply, their taut nerves suddenly relaxing, only to be followed by overwhelming disappointment. Sigh. Just like that, he left. I was hoping to seize the chance to ask a question about cultivation. Even being scolded by the senior would have been fine. Be content. To have witnessed the martial king transcend the tribulation is already a great fortune. How many people live their lives without ever seeing a martial king? The crowd murmured among themselves as some sighed in regret, others secretly rejoiced, while many gazed in the direction Chun departed, their eyes brimming with fervor and longing. With a single step, Chun traversed 100 miles. In less than 10 breaths, he crossed over 1,000 miles, returning to the Tingtao courtyard of the Qingtian Academy. Sitting at the table, he poured himself a glass of water and took a sip, finally exhaling a long breath of turbid air, the corners of his mouth slightly curling into a smile. Although this time he spent 1,500 million spirit stones and did not achieve his goal of ascending to the pinnacle of the martial Dao, the martial emperor realm, he had nevertheless broken the shackles of the grandmaster completion and reached the martial king realm. Moreover, after transcending the tribulation, he had advanced from the initial stage of the martial king realm to the midstage thanks to the thunder tribulation. As long as he did not act recklessly, this level of cultivation was sufficient for now. If he were not afraid of exposing his strength and attracting the attention of martial emperor realm powerhouses, which could be detrimental to him, he could already stride confidently across the entire Qingzhou. Unfortunately, he did not dare. After all, it had only been 7 days since he awakened his memories. 7 days ago, he was merely a waste martial artist at the second layer of qi condensation at 17 years old. 7 days later, he had become a martial king powerhouse capable of annihilating a city with a single palm. If such news were to spread, the entire Deluo Empire would surely go mad. Not to mention ordinary martial artists, even powerhouses of the martial emperor realm would want to uncover the secret behind his rapid rise in strength. However, compared to someone who broke through 7 parallel universes in 7 days, my level of cultivation seems insignificant, right? Shaking his head, Chun and decided to continue steadfastly on the path of survival, then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Forget it, I will take it step by step. After all, a martial king has at least 500 years of lifespan. I have plenty of time, no need to rush for immediate gains. The next day, Chunin opened his eyes from the stone bed, stretched lazily, and then walked out of the quiet chamber to begin his morning routine. In fact, at his level, he was already free of any dust and had no need for such rituals. However, habit can sometimes be a terrifying thing. He couldn't help but feel the urge to wash up, otherwise he felt uncomfortable all over. After freshening up, he donned a brand new blue and white student uniform, looking considerably refreshed. He pushed open the courtyard door, and the morning sunlight spilled over him, carrying a faint fragrance of grass and trees. The Tingtao courtyard was located at the deepest part of the academy, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, with a serene environment, making it the best residence for the most outstanding disciples of the Qingtian Academy. Those who lived here were all exceptionally gifted core disciples with remarkable prospects or prominent family. The courtyard was paved with bluestone, overlooking the rippling Tingtao Lake, where the concentration of natural energy was more than 3 times that of the outer academy. Historically, only disciples at the 5th level or above of the acquired realm were qualified to reside here, symbolizing both status and strength within the Qingtian Academy. However, just as he stepped out, Chunin saw several young men in core disciple uniforms standing boldly at the courtyard entrance. Leading them was a tall, robust young man, his bronze skin glimmering in the morning light, with bulging veins on his bare arms and a massive mountain axe slung over his back. His eyes were as fierce as a hungry wolf, blocking the only exit, with 3 henchmen clearly having waited a long time for him. "Brother Shan, this is Chunin." A sharp-featured boy behind the burly youth immediately pointed at Chun, and his tone filled with indignation. "This is the lucky bastard who has taken the Tingtao courtyard that rightfully belongs to Brother Shan. I don't know what the academy head was thinking yesterday. He actually took this kid who just passed the martial arts exam as a personal disciple and even allocated the Tingtao courtyard to him." Zhao Taizhan snorted coldly, taking a step forward, his heavy footsteps resonating on the bluestone with a dull thud. An overwhelming pressure from the peak of the 4th level of the acquired realm pressed toward Chun, and without reservation. He had been holding his breath for this opportunity. He had trained hard for 8 months for this spot in the Tingtao courtyard, on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of the acquired realm and moving in legitimately, only for the spot to suddenly fall to a new student he had never even heard of overnight. What infuriated him even more was that yesterday this Chun and had actually invoked the blade intent from the plaque hanging at the academy's main entrance, inscribed by the legendary knife King Lin, shaking the entire academy. Yet someone had found out about Chun An's background and cultivation level. He came from a remote county of Wurong, possessed only a mediocre martial bone, and was merely at the 6th level of the Qi-gathering realm. How could he possibly invoke the supreme blade intent left behind by Lin Xuezhen, which had eluded countless students for over a century? He must have used some underhanded means or a shady trick to provoke that unparalleled blade intent. And he had borrowed this to gain the academy head's favor, which was why he had been exceptionally accepted as a personal disciple. "So you are Chunin." Zhao Taizhan's voice was as rough as thunder, shaking the surrounding leaves. "I don't care what methods you used to deceive the academy head, nor do I care what tricks you played yesterday. Now pack your things and get out of the Tingtao courtyard immediately." In the distance, some students who had intended to go out halted upon seeing Zhao Taizhan and his group seemingly causing trouble for the newcomer. They crossed their arms and looked over their faces, betraying undisguised glee and anticipation for the spectacle. As expected, here they come. I told you Zhao Taizhan would not be able to swallow this anger. Who could endure this? Zhao Taizhan has been waiting for almost a year for the Tingtao courtyard, only to have it snatched away by a new student. The academy head must have misjudged. How could he accept a new student at the 6th level of the Qi-gathering realm as a personal disciple? Blade intent. It must be a coincidence. I heard he has only the 6th level of cultivation and a mediocre martial bone. Do you really think he can comprehend Lin Xuezhen's unparalleled blade intent? Of course not. I stood at that gate for 3 months and couldn't grasp a hint, and he thinks he can. The surrounding core disciples of the academy nodded in agreement, each wearing a look of disdain and directing their scornful gazes at Chun, and their words dripping with ridicule and contempt. The incident yesterday where the plaque's blade intent shook the entire academy had already spread to every corner of the Qingtian Academy, known by all. As the rumors spread, Chen An's background, cultivation, and qualifications were all thoroughly investigated, and within a single night news circulated among all the students. Looking at Zhao Taizhan before him and the many students watching from a distance, Chen and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was this how it was on his very first morning? Someone blocking his door? The students of the academy were indeed quite rude. After sizing up Zhao Tieshan, Chen and quickly discerned that he was merely a peak 4th level disciple of the acquired realm, and said lightly, "On what basis?" On what basis? Zhao Taizhan laughed heartily as if he had heard the biggest joke. According to the Academy's rules, this is the residence of core disciples, only accepting disciples of the 5th level and above of the acquired realm. You who are not even in the acquired realm, what qualifications do you have to reside here? Chen replied calmly, "Just because I am the personal disciple of the Academy head." Zhao Taizhan's arrogant smile froze instantly, his face shifting from green to pale, momentarily speechless. At that moment, the sharp-featured young man beside Zhao Taizhan jumped out, pointing at Chun, and the academy head was just momentarily deceived by you. Don't think that relying on some shady methods to gain a false reputation allows you to recklessly undermine the ironclad rules set by the academy. The incident with the blade intent from the plaque yesterday is full of doubts. What ability does a mere 6th level Qi gathering realm waste like you have to comprehend that unparalleled blade intent? Exactly who knows what underhand it means you used? A mere waste with a mediocre martial bone, how could you possibly comprehend Lin Zuezin's blade intent? Zhao Taizhan's other 2 henchmen also jumped in, spewing nonsense at Chenin. I am the personal disciple of the academy head. Chenin glanced at them, still maintaining a calm demeanor. You? Hearing Chenin mention being the personal disciple of the academy head again, a shadow passed over Zhao Taizhan's face. The sharp-featured henchman rolled his eyes and said to Chenin, "So what if you are a personal disciple? In this academy, in the end, strength speaks louder. Brother Sean, let's challenge him." Gambling duel. Upon hearing the words of the young man with a sharp mouth and monkey-like features, Chun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The Deluo dynasty was built on martial prowess, with a national culture that revered martial skills, and the practice of gambling duels had been deeply ingrained in the blood of warriors for 100 years. The academy explicitly stated that as long as both parties willingly established a wager without causing harm to life or crippling one's cultivation, any personal grievances could be resolved through competitions in the martial arena, and teachers were not to intervene. Once a wager was established, it was as solid as iron. If the loser were to backtrack, not only would they be ridiculed by the entire academy, but they would also be expelled immediately and never readmitted. Zhao Taizhan's eyes lit up at these words as if he had grasped a lifeline. He stepped forward, looking sternly at Chunin, and said, "That's right. If you have the ability, let's have a duel. 3 days from now, in the center of the martial arena, you and I shall fight fairly. If you win, I, Zhao Tieshan, will never mention the Tingtao courtyard again and will avoid you like the plague. If you lose, you must pack your things and get out of the Tingtao courtyard immediately and publicly admit that your display of knife intent yesterday was a sham, deceiving the head of the academy." As soon as Zhao Taizhan finished speaking, his 3 lackeys immediately began to cheer. "Good. This is how it should be. Let's see if you are a horse or a mule. Chenin, do you dare to accept? If not, admit you are a fraud. Don't hide under the wings of the head of the academy. Speak with your strength." Everyone believed Chenin would undoubtedly lose. One was at the 6th level of Qi condensation, while the other was at the peak of the 4th level of postnatal realm, a full major realm difference. This was nothing but a crushing defeat without suspense. In their view, if Chun had any sense, he would absolutely not dare to accept this duel. Watching Zhao Taizhan's confident demeanor, a barely perceptible cold smile crept across Chen An's lips. A mere postnatal realm minor trying to challenge a martial king. Chenin couldn't fathom where Zhao Taizhan found his courage. Was it given by Liang Jingru? A sharp tch suddenly rang out from outside the crowd. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a tall and strikingly beautiful young girl. She wore a simple yet elegant academy uniform that not only avoided looking dull, but instead accentuated her exquisite curves. Her figure was lithe and alluring, with delicate features like a painting and a hint of cool arrogance in her demeanor. Even clad in standardized robes, her outstanding temperament and beauty were undeniable. Leaning lazily against the courtyard wall, she cast a faintly disdainful glance at Zhao Taizhan and spoke with a tone of straightforward sarcasm. "Zhao Tieshan, you are really too shameless." The venue fell instantly silent as all the students recognized the girl's identity and gasped in surprise. "It's senior sister Suning Yin. Is it her?" Is she stepping in for this new student? Su Ningyin was among the top core students of the academy, having already reached the 7th level of postnatal realm. With outstanding talent and an illustrious background, it was unexpected for her to speak up against Zhao Taizhan on behalf of a new student. Zhao Taizhan's expression stiffened slightly upon seeing her, and his tone weakened. Senior sister Su, what do you mean? My duel with Chun and was conducted according to the academy's rules. How can you say I'm shameless? Rules. Su Ningyin raised her delicate brow, and with a cold gaze sweeping over him said lightly, the dispute over residences in the Tingtao courtyard was personally arranged by the head of the academy. You dare to defy the head's arrangements, Zhao Taizhan. I did not know you had grown so bold. Moreover, you are already at the peak of the 4th level of postnatal realm, while Chun is merely at the 6th level of qi condensation, a significant disparity in realms. You are leveraging your superior cultivation to force a junior into a duel. Winning holds no glory, and losing is just a laughingstock. Does this not count as shamelessness? Her words were clear and precise, hitting the nail on the head, leaving Zhao Taizhan's face darkened, unable. The surrounding students, hearing Su Ningyian's words, had their eyes flicker, each calculating in their minds. The previous mocking remarks were swallowed back, and no one dared to speak out against her. Just as the silence lingered, a somewhat gloomy voice suddenly rang out. Junior sister, Su, I believe Zhao Taizhan's actions are not inappropriate. Everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw a handsome young man with triangular eyes and a hint of malice in his expression stepping forward. He cast a dismissive glance at Chun, and his demeanor carrying a trace of arrogance as he stepped into the arena and spoke. The academy has always had clear rules, and for superior residences like the Tingtao courtyard, the minimum requirement is a cultivation of the 5th level of postnatal realm. This Chun only possesses the cultivation of the 6th level of qi condensation. To occupy this place rashly is already against the rules set by the academy. In front of the rules, everyone is equal. How can we make exceptions at will? Su Ningyin couldn't help but laugh lightly at his words, her eyes filled with cold mockery as she stared at him. Shun Qinghua, your reasoning is truly ridiculous. Shun An's residence in the Tingtao courtyard was personally approved by the head of the Beigong Academy and is a direct disciple accepted by the head himself. You, a mere ordinary core student, dare to use rigid rules to counter the head's arrangements. What authority do you have to debate the correctness of the rules with the head? If you truly believe this act is inappropriate and have the courage, you can personally go before the head of the Beigong Academy and clarify your statements. Why hide in the crowd and stir up trouble? Shun Qinghua's expression darkened instantly, and a trace of anger flickered in his triangular eyes. He was rendered speechless by her rebuttal, and his face grew increasingly sullen. Knowing he could not out-argue Su Ningyin, he simply shifted his focus, glaring at Chun and with blatant provocation in his tone. Junior brother Chun, as a direct disciple of the head, will you continue to hide behind a woman? Upon hearing this, the nearby students nodded, murmuring among themselves. Yeah, if there's something to say, just say it yourself. What kind of ability is it to have a girl speak up for you? Even if you can't defeat Zhao Tieshan, at least you should have some backbone. How shameful for a direct disciple of the head to be so cowardly. You're really embarrassing the head. Shen Qinghua, seeing that everyone was on his side, revealed a smug expression and pressed on. What? Are you afraid to speak now? Weren't you quite confident just a moment ago? You keep calling yourself a direct disciple of the head. Why do you now lack the courage to even speak up? Su Ningyian's brows furrowed just as she was about to retort back. Chun stepped forward slowly, raising his gaze to Shen Qinghua. His expression was devoid of any fluctuations, only a sense of indifference as he calmly said, Who are you? You come early in the morning with a pack of dogs blocking my courtyard. Do I know you? Thank you all for your ratings. In front of the listening to the waves courtyard, as Chen An's words fell, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. All the students were taken aback, never expecting Chun to be so confrontational, speaking with such sharpness and venom, leaving no room for mercy. Those who had just mocked him for hiding behind a woman now fell silent, their gazes complex as they looked at this suddenly sharp newcomer. Beside her, Su Ningyin was momentarily taken aback, her bright eyes blinking lightly, and then she couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Her clear and melodious laughter rang out like wind chimes, breaking the dead silence of the scene. She never expected that this newly accepted disciple, who had not yet officially enrolled, would be so decisive and straightforward when confronting others without the slightest hesitation. Looking at Shun Qinghua's ashen face that seemed ready to drip water, and Zhao Taizhan's neck turning red from holding back, her smile grew wider, and even her shoulders couldn't help but tremble slightly. Seeing this, Shen Qinghua's expression instantly darkened further. He had already lost face due to Chen An's retort, and now being ridiculed publicly by Su Ningyin, he felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped several times. His slanted eyes narrowed sharply, exuding a chilling aura as he fixed his gaze on Chun, and his teeth grinding audibly. Sharp-tongued brat. Shen Qinghua spoke ominously, his voice filled with malice. I see you only have a sharp tongue. If you have the guts, don't just rely on your words. Just now Zhao Taizhan said he wanted to duel with you. Do you dare to accept? He stepped forward, the pressure of his early stage of the 5th level of postnatal cultivation blatantly released towards Chunin. If you dare not, then admit that you are just a worthless coward hiding behind a woman and roll out of the listening to the waves courtyard. I can spare you this once. Zhao Taizhan was also furious, glaring. Exactly. If you have the guts, then duel with us. If you lose, roll out of the listening to the waves courtyard and admit publicly that your knife intent yesterday was a sham. The surrounding students were immediately stirred, all looking towards Chun and waiting to see how he would respond. In their view, Chun and had merely been boasting with words. If it came to a real fight, he would definitely not be a match for Zhao Tieshan, not to mention that Xin Qinghua was also eyeing him closely. Su Ningyin also put away her smile, slightly furrowing her brow as she looked at Chun and with some concern. Although she found him interesting, she knew well the gap in cultivation levels between the 6th level of qi condensation and the peak of the 4th level of postnatal cultivation. That was a chasm. However, in the face of their aggressive demeanor, Chun remained calm, the corner of his mouth curling up as he looked at the two and said, "All right, I accept your challenge." What a... The crowd erupted again. Everyone thought they had misheard. Chun actually wanted to take on both Zhao Taizhan and Xin Qinghua alone. One at the peak of the 4th level of postnatal cultivation and one at the initial stage of the 5th level. This was simply madness. But the stakes in the duel must be equal, right? If I lose, I'll move out of the listening to the waves courtyard. What about you? You wouldn't just walk away empty-handed, would you? Chun looked at the two with a playful expression. Xin Qinghua was momentarily taken aback, then he laughed out of anger. Good. Very good. This is the first time I've seen someone so unaware of their own mortality. How do you want to wager? Just say it. Very simple. Chun replied casually, since you are so eager to drive me out of here, you must be willing to show some sincerity, right? From the looks of you, your family background should be decent, right? How about this? Your wager can be a casual 100,000 spirit crystals. How about it? Do you dare to wager? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding students were in an uproar. Has he gone mad? 100,000 spirit crystals. This newcomer is asking for a lion's share. Does he even know how much 100,000 spirit crystals is? I think he is doing it on purpose. If he doesn't set a high stake, how could he scare off Xin Qinghua and Zhao Taizhan? Even a professor at the academy only earns a few tens of thousands of spirit crystals a year. An ordinary student couldn't possibly save enough for 100,000 in 100 years without eating or drinking. I said he's doing it on purpose. If he didn't set such a high wager, how could he scare off Xin Qinghua and Zhao Taizhan? It's clear he knows he can't win and is trying to force them to back off with the stakes. Wow, this move is brilliant. Even if Xin Qinghua is wealthy, it's impossible for him to wager 100,000 spirit crystals. Zhao Taizhan's face instantly paled, and he instinctively took half a step back. The Zhao family is somewhat well off in the Chengtian prefecture, but their total assets only amount to a few 100,000 spirit crystals. And that is family property, not his. Asking him to take out 100,000 to gamble with others is simply impossible. Xin Qinghua, hearing this, also turned pale, his face shifting colors dramatically. The Xin family is indeed one of the two great clans in the prefectural city, but like Zhao Tieshan, that wealth belongs to the family. Although he is the eldest son of the main branch of the Xin family, he only receives around 10 to 20,000 spirit crystals a year for cultivation resources. 100,000 spirit crystals he simply cannot produce. Xin An's move hit directly at his weak spot. But if he were to back down now, news of this incident would spread and Xin Qinghua would never be able to hold his head high again at the Chengtian Academy. A core student at the 5th level of postnatal cultivation scared off by a newcomer at the 6th level of qi condensation. Would he still have a place at the academy or in all of Chengtian prefecture? Shingu, don't be fooled by this brat. At this moment, a sharp-faced student leaned in and said, Shingu, don't forget you asked me to investigate his background earlier. Hearing this sycophant's words, Xin Qinghua felt as if he had been enlightened, a glimmer of light flashing in his slanted eyes. Earlier, he had someone investigate Chun N's background and learned that Chun N was merely an orphan whose father was a herb gatherer before he went missing. Over these years, if it weren't for that girl Xin Qinglan, this brat wouldn't even be able to afford a bottle of body refinement pills and would have been expelled from Wuron County Academy long ago. This brat is trying to con us. Realizing this, his previously ashen face instantly eased, and his gaze towards Chun N was filled with contempt and mockery, as if he had seen through the other's tricks. Ha! Xin Qinghua threw his head back and laughed, his laughter laced with mockery. Chun N, I thought you really had some backbone, but it turns out you are just posturing. You, an orphan who can barely afford a meal, dare to wager 100,000. Can you even afford it? I see you are just trying to pull a fast one on us with this wager. Zhao Taizhan also caught on, feeling emboldened as he shouted, Exactly. If you really have 100,000, then show it to us now. If you can't, it proves you are lying. Kneel down and apologize to us, then roll out of the listening to the waves courtyard. Watching Shun Qinghua, Zhao Tieshan, and the others who wore smug expressions believing they had exposed him, Chen N's brow twitched involuntarily. Well, they had actually guessed correctly. Right now, he really couldn't come up with 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Last night, in a moment of impulsiveness, he had contributed all the 15 million spirit crystals he had just obtained to the system. He had originally intended to splurge all the way to the martial emperor realm, whereupon he could declare, "I don't eat beef." But things didn't go his way. He only broke through a single realm, infuriating him to the point where he wanted to smash this damn system. Giggle, giggle. However, before Chun and could reply, Su Ningyan burst into laughter, covering her mouth, her body shaking with mirth. She looked at Shun Qinghua with undisguised contempt, as if she were watching an enormous joke. "Shun Qinghua, have you lost your mind? How could you possibly think that Junior Chen can't produce 1,000,000 spirit crystals? Don't you know that the prefect promised to give him 8 million spirit crystals annually for his cultivation yesterday? Not only that, but the library, the alchemy hall, and the weapon depot are all unconditionally open to him. He just needs to report any resources he wants." Su Ningyan's eyes shifted, full of teasing intent, as she stared at Shun Qinghua, whose face was stiffening. She deliberately drawled her words, mocking him. "Could it be that you're the one who's short on cash and can't come up with this 1,000,000 spirit crystals? No way, no way. You're at least the legitimate eldest son of the Shun family, a man of status and dignity. Surely you can produce 1,000,000 spirit crystals." She paused, then added fuel to the fire, feigning surprise. "I've even heard that your Shun family's ancestor intends to give Junior Chen 7 million spirit crystals annually to curry favor. Could it be that your Shun family ancestor treats outsiders generously while neglecting his own great-grandson?" A wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd, for Su Ningyan's voice was far from quiet. "My God, the Shun family ancestor is giving Chun and money. The Shun family ancestor is a grandmaster-level powerhouse. Everyone in the entire Chengfu prefecture bows to his will. He's actually going to give Chun and 7 million spirit crystals every year. What kind of treatment is that? Even better than his own great-grandson. Shun Qinghua, as the eldest great-grandson of the Shun family, probably gets only a few 100,000 spirit crystals a year, and Chunin comes in and gets 7 million. No wonder Shun Qinghua's face turned green. Who wouldn't be angry? Their own ancestor's favor is leaning outward and leaning hard. Even the Shun family ancestor wants to win over this Chunin. Could it be that he has truly comprehended the saber intent of Chun Xuejing? Definitely. Otherwise, why would the prefect and the Shun ancestor both take him as a disciple and give him so many spirit crystals? Everyone's gaze toward Chunin shifted from suspicion and contempt to envy, jealousy, and hatred. 15 million spirit crystals. What did that mean? An average second-rate martial family in a prefectural city probably couldn't earn that many spirit crystals in a year. And Chunin, without doing anything, could obtain wealth in a single year, just from the prefect and the Shun ancestors' gifts that others couldn't earn in a lifetime. Shun Qinghua stood rooted to the spot, his body trembling violently. His face turned from pale to livid, then from livid to purple, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He never imagined that Su Ningyan would reveal this in public. Although it was the absolute truth, was this the kind of thing that should be aired in front of everyone, shaming his own family? If Su Ningyan weren't Su Qingjia's daughter and slightly higher in cultivation than him, he would have charged at her and fought her to the death right now. In truth, only he knew in his heart why he had come here today, inciting Zhao Taizhan to cause trouble for Chunin. It had nothing to do with some damn Tingtao courtyard or upholding academy rules. It was because last night he had learned from his father a piece of news that struck him like a thunderbolt. His great-grandfather Shun Kanglin, the ancestor of the Shen family, was actually going to give 7 million spirit crystals free of charge to a new student from Reborn County. Why? He, as the legitimate eldest grandson of the Shun family's main branch, only received about 200,000 spirit crystals annually for cultivation resources. That wasn't even a fraction of Chen An's share. This news was like a poisonous thorn stabbing deep into his heart, driving him mad with jealousy. He couldn't understand what was so special about Chunin. An orphan without parents, a waste with only mid-grade martial bones, and at the 6th level of chi condensation. Why did he deserve the dual favor of the prefect and the Shun family ancestor? Could it be that he was his second uncle's illegitimate son? This thought arose because he had discovered that over the years his cousin Shin Qinglan had refused to return to the prefectural city and insisted on staying in the remote Reborn County to study. Furthermore, he had found out that not only did his cousin look upon this kid favorably, but even his second uncle's family, who had become a grandmaster powerhouse, also showed him great regard. Piece by piece, these things came together, fueling Shun Qinghua's jealousy and anxiety. A youth with no support, an ordinary family background, and low talent and cultivation. How could he charm his cousin and earn the deep respect of his grandmaster's second uncle's family? And now even the ancestor had taken a fancy to him, wanting to give him 7 million spirit crystals for free. There could only be one truth. That kid was his second uncle's illegitimate son. The ancestor, seeing how much the kid had suffered outside all these years, was probably compensating him with this large sum of money. But why? Why should this wild kid upon returning gain the ancestor's attention and snatch away everything that rightfully belonged to him? So he had sought out Zhao Taizhan overnight, goading him into believing that Chun En had taken his Tingtao courtyard and provoking him to come and pick a fight. He had originally planned to use Zhao Taizhan's hand to teach Chun En a good lesson. He wanted the ancestor to know that this wild kid who had appeared out of nowhere was nothing but a fraud. But he never expected Su Ningyan to suddenly intervene and publicly reveal that the Shun family ancestor was going to give Chen En money. Su Ningyan, don't go too far. Shen Xinghua gritted his teeth and spoke word by word, the venom in his eyes almost spilling over. Too far. Su Ningyan raised an eyebrow, looking innocent. I'm just stating the facts. Did I say, fine, fine, fine? He cast a venomous glance at Su Ningyan, then turned to Chun En, panting heavily, and said in a low voice, Chun En, you want to bet, don't you? He'll bet with you. It's just 1 million spirit crystals. I Shen Xinghua can afford to lose. Tomorrow morning at the Chen hour at the No. 3 training ground. If you lose, you not only have to move out of Tingtao courtyard, but also kowtow to me 3 times and loudly proclaim that you are a fraud. If you win, he'll present you with 1 million spirit crystals with both hands, and from then on I Shen Xinghua will avoid you at all costs. Do you dare to accept? Shen Xinghua had completely lost his reason. He no longer cared about anything, he only wanted to win, to trample Chun En underfoot in front of everyone. If he could defeat Chun En, he would prove that he was stronger, that the ancestor was wrong, that he had misjudged, and that he Shen Xinghua was 100, 1,000, 10,000 times better than this country bumpkin. Fine. Chun En looked at his frantic demeanor, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and since someone was determined to give him money, he had no reason to refuse, did he? In front of the listening tide courtyard, as Shen Xinghua and his few lackeys departed, the surrounding students, seeing that the excitement had dissipated, also began to scatter. You really dare to agree? Su Ningyan crossed her arms, sizing Chun En up with a teasing smile on her face, and said, although Shen Xinghua's cultivation isn't impressive, he is indeed at the 5th level of the postnatal realm. Are you so confident that you can defeat him? Why not? Chun En shrugged, displaying a nonchalant smile. I don't have the time to waste with him. Moreover, 100,000 spirit stones delivered to my door. I can't pass that up. Seeing Chun An's self-assured demeanor, Su Ningyan's eyes sparkled as she smiled, and said, then tomorrow senior sister will see how you at the 6th level of Qi condensation defeat someone at the 5th level of the postnatal realm. By the way, junior brother, I am called Su Ningyan, and my mother is Su Qingyi. Since I helped you so much today, if you really win tomorrow, how about you give me half of that 100,000 spirit stones? Hearing this, the corner of Chun En's mouth twitched slightly, and then without saying another word, he turned and left. How ridiculous. Even if your mother is the head of the Sword Dao department, you can't expect to take my money. Seeing Chun En leave so decisively, Su Ningyan was momentarily taken aback, but did not chase after him. Instead, she stood there watching his retreating figure and laughed happily. It's him. That's him. He is Chun En. I heard he's going to duel Shen Xinghua tomorrow. Just him. A Qi condensation realm against a postnatal realm. Along the way, Chun En noticed many students stopping to point at him. Seeing this, Chun An's brows twitched, and a helpless expression flashed in his eyes. It really is true that good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. He had barely agreed to the duel with Shen Xinghua for less than a quarter of an hour, and how did so many people know about it already? Shaking his head, Chun En chose to ignore it, and continued walking towards Beigong Mo's courtyard. Before long, Chun En arrived at a spacious and ancient courtyard located in the southeastern part of the academy. This courtyard was not large and appeared somewhat old. It contained only a pavilion and some flowers and plants. At this time of early summer, the various flowers were in full bloom, and a gentle breeze carried a faint fragrance. Unlike the noise outside, it was so quiet here that even the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves was distinctly audible. Chun En stood at the entrance, not entering immediately, but slightly bowing and calling out, Disciple Chun En seeking an audience with my master. Come in. A calm voice came from inside the courtyard. Though it was not loud, it was clear enough to reach his ear. Chun En pushed the door open and entered, only to see an elderly man with white hair and beard dressed in a dark Confucian robe seriously watering the flowers with a watering can. Who would have thought that this seemingly retired old gentleman was actually Beigong Mo, the head of the Academy of Chung Tian, a grandmaster at the peak of martial arts? Master has quite the refined interest. Chun En stepped forward and, not feeling formal, smiled as he watched Beigong Mo tending to the flowers. He is one age as one finds joy in tending to flowers and plants. It's much more peaceful than fighting After a while, Beigong Mo put down the watering can, wiped his hands with his sleeve, and then turned to lead Chun into the nearby pavilion. I've heard about your duel with Shin Xinghua. Beigong Mo walked slowly to sit in the pavilion, picking up a purple clay teapot from the stone table to pour himself a cup of tea, then poured one for Chun and as well. The steam wafted up, carrying a light tea fragrance. Master, you are quite well informed. Chun sat down opposite him, lifted the teacup, and took a sip. The tea was sweet, and a pure spiritual energy flowed down his throat into his dantian, invigorating him. This matter has only passed for less than a quarter of an hour, and you already know in the courtyard. Do you really think this old man is fake? Beigong Mo shot him a glance, and then said, This matter I will not interfere with. Since you agreed to it yourself, you must resolve it on your own. Be careful, if you lose I will expel you from my door. No way, master, are you really that heartless? Chun raised an eyebrow and laughed. But Shin Xinghua is at the 5th level of the postnatal realm, and am only at the qi condensation realm. Do you really think I can defeat him? How about this, master? Do you have any miraculous pills or extraordinary weapons to help your disciple? Otherwise, if I really lose tomorrow, wouldn't that be embarrassing for you? You little brat, stop trying to play this game with me. Looking at Chun's somewhat helpless expression, Beigong Mo was not angry, but instead shot him an annoyed glance and said, Do you really think I run a bank? Did I not just give you 800,000 spirit stones yesterday? And that sword Zhan Yuan is a top-grade weapon worth at least 300,000 spirit stones. Hearing Beigong Mo's words, Chun couldn't help but awkwardly scratch his nose. Not only that 800,000 spirit stones, but even the top-grade sword was destroyed during the tribulation. If Beigong Mo found out about this, would he immediately kick him out? Master, you are a grandmaster-level martial arts expert. This small amount of spirit stones is just a drop in the bucket for you. Chun hurriedly forced a smile. Enough with the flattery. Beigong Mo glared at him, saying, Do you really think spirit stones are easy to earn? Now killing a medium-level demon general at the border only nets you 100,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Chun's eyes lit up. Killing a demon general gives a reward of 100,000 spirit stones. A demon general is a commanding level powerhouse of the ancient demon clan. The ancient demon clan is divided into 4 ranks: demon soldiers, demon generals, demon kings, and demon emperors. Among them, demon soldiers are further categorized into lower, middle, and upper ranks corresponding to the physical realm, qi condensation realm, and postnatal realm of human warriors. As for demon generals, they are also divided into lower, middle, and upper ranks corresponding to the innate realm, grandmaster realm, and grandmaster level warriors of humans. The final demon kings and emperors correspond to the martial king and martial emperor levels of human warriors. To think that killing a medium-level demon general would reward 100,000 spirit stones. What about upper-level demon generals, or even demon kings? Master, killing a medium-level demon general really gives a reward of 100,000 spirit stones. What about upper-level demon generals? Chun blinked, looking at Beigong Mo with eager anticipation as he pressed for an answer. Bang! Ouch! Just as the words left his mouth, Chun felt a pain on his forehead and couldn't help but grimace in pain. Bang! Ouch! Beigong Mo flicked his finger, and Chun felt a sharp pain in his forehead, involuntarily crying out in pain. You really are motivated by money, aren't you? With your cultivation level, how dare you covet the ancient demons? Beigong Mo shot an annoyed glance at his newly accepted disciple, a hint of helpless amusement flashing in his murky eyes. Master, I was just asking, no need to react so strongly, right? Chun pretended to rub his forehead and smiled shamelessly. You. Beigong Mo shook his head, pondered for a moment, and then said, The ancient demons are still too early for you. Don't waste your thoughts on this. Although your talent is average, your comprehension is extraordinary. If you can fully grasp Lin Zuzhang's sword intent, then you will qualify to venture to the border and slay the ancient demons. He shifted his tone slightly, his expression becoming serious. Last night, there was a disturbance in the heavens. The overwhelming aura that shot into the sky, you must have felt it too, right? Chun's eyes flickered with an unusual light as he nodded, saying, Of course I sensed it. Last night, the celestial phenomena changed dramatically, with thunder rolling across the sky, its momentum extremely formidable. Indeed, that was a top-tier, unparalleled powerhouse undergoing tribulation. Beigong Mo spoke slowly, his gaze drifting towards the vast sky outside the courtyard, filled with emotion. And I can assure you I won't be mistaken. The sword techniques displayed during that person's tribulation were precisely the ultimate skills cultivated by Lin Xuezheng, the Annihilation 7 Demons sword. This individual has already mastered this set of martial arts to the peak. With just the Annihilation sword intent, they could withstand a staggering 18 terrifying thunder tribulations, their divine might unmatched. As he spoke, Beigong Mo sighed, deeply filled with regret. It's a shame it happened so suddenly. You were not present at the time. If you had been able to witness the scene of sword intent shaking the thunder, you would have instantly gained insights and furthered your understanding of the annihilation 7 demons, sword saving countless years of hard cultivation. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared at the corners of Chun In's mouth as he secretly chuckled. His master likely could never have imagined that the top-tier, unparalleled powerhouse he spoke of was actually his newly accepted disciple from yesterday. Suppressing the smile on his lips, Chun feigned regret and nodded. What master says is true. It is truly a great pity. I never expected to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No worries, opportunities are destined by the heavens. Seeing Chun An's expression, Beigong Mo thought he genuinely felt regret and gently comforted him. With your comprehension, as long as you calm down and immerse yourself in contemplation, you may very well be able to match that tribulation powerhouse. Thank you for your guidance, master. Chun replied, feigning humility. All right, I don't have much to teach you. Here are a few books on sword techniques I have collected over the years, along with some notes from my own cultivation insights. Take them back and study them carefully. Beigong Mo spoke no further, lightly waving his right hand, and several ancient-looking books of martial arts techniques instantly appeared on the stone table, the pages shimmering with a faint spiritual light, clearly not ordinary items. He looked calmly at Chun and slowly reminded him, in 5 days the examination for your batch of newly admitted disciples will officially commence. You must seize the time to immerse yourself in hard cultivation. Absolutely, do not become lax. Do not let me down. Yes, thank you, master. I will cultivate diligently and will not disappoint you. Chun quickly stood up and bowed in gratitude. By the way, I heard that your talent is of medium-grade martial bone. Beigong Mo asked again. Yes, master. Chun nodded. Beigong Mo slightly nodded his face, showing no signs of disappointment, and said calmly, you need not worry about this. Although martial bones are determined by nature, they can also be reshaped and improved later on. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand again, and 2 smooth green jade bottles landed steadily on the stone table, a faint spiritual light lingering around them. This bottle contains the bone cleansing pills, which are specifically used to reshape one's foundation and elevate the grade of martial bones. One can only consume 2 at most in a lifetime. The first pill has a 30% chance of upgrading medium-grade martial bones to high-grade, while the second pill's efficacy sharply decreases to only 10%. Whether or not you can break through depends entirely on your own opportunity and fortune. If luck is on your side, you can undergo a transformation and possess high-grade martial bones, making your cultivation path much smoother. As he spoke, he pointed to another jade bottle, a hint of teasing in his voice. This pill is called the Golden Marrow Return Pill, most suited for practitioners at the condensation stage to stabilize their foundations and break through bottlenecks. I sense your aura is not what the outside world describes as the 6th level of condensation, but rather the 9th level of condensation. It seems you have concealed your cultivation. Master, your eyesight is sharp. I have indeed concealed a bit of my cultivation. Chun replied with a all right, take advantage of these days before the examination to use this Golden Marrow Return Pill to cultivate, and try to elevate your cultivation a little more. Beigong Mo did not mind Chun An's concealed level of cultivation and waved his hand dismissively. Seeing the 2 jade bottles in front of him, Chun felt a warm surge in his heart. He never expected that his new master would not only give him 800,000 spirit crystals and a top-grade Earth-level divine weapon, but also remember his martial bones and cultivation level. Thank you for your generous gift, master. Chun respectfully bowed to Beigong Mo, then added, however, master, I have already consumed the bone cleansing pill, and now I possess high-grade martial bones. Oh. Beigong Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise at his words, and after a moment nodded slowly, a look of relief appearing on his face. I see, then it seems I was negligent. Since you have already attained high-grade martial bones, then this bone cleansing pill is of no use to you. He raised his hand to take back the jade bottle containing the bone cleansing pills, only to push forward the one containing the Golden Marrow Return Pills towards Chun. You should keep this Golden Marrow Return Pill. You are currently at the peak of the 9th level of condensation, and this pill will help you stabilize your cultivation and break through your realm. The upcoming examination is crucial, and every bit of strength counts. Yes, master. Chun nodded, accepting the Golden Marrow Return Pill. All right, you can go back now. Beigong Mo said, no more, waving his hand. Yes, then, master, I will take my leave. Chun bowed deeply once more before leaving Beigong Mo's courtyard. After exiting Beigong Mo's yard, Chun pondered for a moment before heading towards the entrance of the academy. He had promised to visit the Shun family after coming to the academy. It was understandable that he hadn't gone yesterday since he had just arrived, but if he didn't go today, given Shun Kinglin's temperament, she would likely come to the academy to block his way. In addition, he planned to go out and get some spirit crystals for protection. Money is a man's courage. Last night, in a moment of impulse, he put all 15 million spirit crystals into the system, leaving him with only a few thousand spirit crystals as pocket money on him. P.S. Just to clarify, so that brothers won't ask where the protagonist got his money. Previously, Zhou Tong compensated him 200,000, spent 760,000 on purchases, and recharged 1,200,000, leaving him with 40,000. Without spirit crystals on him, he felt a bit uneasy. Just right there was something he had wanted to do for a long time, and this time out he could finally try it. Thank you all for your ratings, and if possible please click on the wish modification button in the lower right corner. Thank you. Chengtian Academy is located on the eastern side of Chengtian City. Stepping out of the grand vermilion gate of the academy, one finds a broad and accessible long street with a pavement at least 7 to 8 zhang wide, flat and spacious, exuding great grandeur. The long street is bustling with a continuous flow of people, lively and vibrant. The passers-by are a mix of various types, including ordinary townsfolk rushing along the street, calm and steady martial artists striding confidently, fellow students in the academy's various uniform attire, and city defense soldiers clad in standardized martial clothing, wearing swords at their waists and exuding a stern demeanor. On both sides of the street, shops are lined up in an orderly fashion. From the pill pavilion, weapon shops, spiritual material workshops, to bustling taverns and tea houses, vendors are calling out their wares, permeating the air with the unique vibrancy of a martial arts city. Chenin stepped out of the academy and entered the bustling long street, quickly blending into the crowd. After walking a short distance, he found a secluded alleyway with no one around, swiftly changed out of his academy disciple's attire, and activated a secret method to alter his appearance and form. In an instant, he transformed into a composed, middle-aged martial artist with a restrained aura that revealed not a hint of youthful exuberance. Once ready, he casually stopped a passing martial artist and quietly inquired about the whereabouts of Tianbao Pavilion, then walked steadily towards his destination. Before long, the grand Tianbao Pavilion came into view. Compared to the former branch in Reborn County, this branch in Chengtian City is magnificent, rising 9 stories high, with flying eaves and intricately carved beams adorned with gold and jade. Spiritual light faintly flickers on the pavilion, truly deserving its status as one of the 5 major commercial establishments of the Deluo Empire. Outside the pavilion, it is bustling with activity, filled with powerful figures and noble heirs. Stalwart guards stand on either side of the entrance, maintaining an orderly environment that showcases the grandeur of a major sect. Stepping inside, Chunin glanced at the layout of the pavilion and saw that this floor was filled with yellow-tier martial arts techniques and ordinary weapons, all basic training items, which instantly dampened his interest. Welcome to Tianbao Pavilion, how may I assist you? At that moment, a hall servant who had just seen off a guest noticed the solitary Chunin entering. He scrutinized his attire and distinguished demeanor, and a glint of recognition flashed in his eyes as he hurried forward, adopting an extremely respectful and enthusiastic attitude. Chunin cast a faint glance at him, pondered for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "I have matters to discuss with your pavilion's manager. Please convey my request to him." "This? May I inquire what matter the esteemed guest wishes to discuss with the manager, so I can report it in advance?" Before the hall servant could finish speaking, a formidable pressure descended upon him like a mountain, instantly enveloping him. The hall servant, only at the chi condensation stage, felt his blood and chi stagnate. His limbs stiffened, and unable to move, breathing became incredibly difficult, his legs trembling slightly, and the composure and warmth on his face vanished, leaving only fear and reverence. However, just when the chi condensation hall servant thought he was about to perish, the terrifying pressure vanished as swiftly as it had come, as if it had never existed. The hall servant took a long gasp, his back already soaked in cold sweat, hurriedly bowing deeply, his voice trembling, an exceedingly respectful elder. "Please do not be angry, I will go inform the manager immediately." He dared not hesitate further, knowing the middle-aged man before him possessed unfathomable strength. The pressure he just experienced felt even more terrifying than facing the innate level manager. This was definitely a formidable expert, perhaps even stronger than an innate level being, someone far too powerful for a mere hall servant like him to offend. After speaking, the hall servant did not dare utter another word, staggering as he rushed towards the back hall to urgently report to the manager of Tianbao Pavilion. Watching the hall servant leave in a fluster, Chun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, gently shaking his head in his heart. Poor service. The service attitude of the hall servants in this city is lacking. The hall servants in Reborn County's Tianbao Pavilion at least knew to invite guests to a private room, while this one just left himself here. With a flicker of his gaze, Chun did not say anything further, placing his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely on the first floor, passing the time as he waited. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in a purple brocade robe, portly in figure and with an extraordinary demeanor, hurriedly approached alongside the previously shaken hall servant. "I am Luo Feng, the manager of Tianbao Pavilion in Chengtian City. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder." The man approached discreetly, sizing up Chunin. His eyes flickered momentarily before he clasped his hands in greeting. Although he had not personally experienced it, Luo Feng chose to trust his subordinate and sensed that the person before him was likely not an ordinary martial artist. Thus, he lowered his stance right from the start. Manager Luo, there's no need for such formalities. Chunin turned to look at Luo Feng and nodded slightly, saying, I apologize for the lack of proper reception for your esteemed presence today, and I hope you can forgive us. This place is noisy and crowded. I truly neglected your esteemed presence. Please allow me to escort you to the elegant room on the 3rd floor, where I will prepare fragrant tea and discuss matters with you in detail. Luo Feng showed no signs of displeasure at Chen N's indifferent attitude. Instead, his smile grew even warmer. He had been in Tianbao Pavilion for decades, encountering all sorts of people. The more profound a person's cultivation, the more eccentric and unpredictable their temperament. This individual before him, capable of intimidating his qi condensation level hall servant with mere pressure, must be a figure above the master realm, someone he could not afford to offend. Chunin slightly nodded as if in agreement. Seeing this, Luo Feng quickly gestured with a pleased motion, personally leading the way, while the shaken hall servant walked behind with his head lowered, not daring to breathe too loudly. The two ascended the intricately carved wooden staircase, and the 3rd floor was considerably quieter than the first. Here the low-tier, yellow-tier techniques and ordinary iron weapons were no longer displayed. Instead, exquisite glass display cases showcased at least medium-grade spiritual weapons, pills, and martial arts techniques. The guests here were also fewer, mostly consisting of well-dressed scions of illustrious families and calm, innate-level martial artists. Luo Feng led Chun into the end of the corridor and pushed open a wooden door with a plaque reading Ting. The private room was decorated exquisitely with bamboo tables and chairs, spotless, and a pot of lush bamboo placed by the window. The air was filled with a faint tea fragrance, setting it apart from the clamor below. Please, esteemed elder, take a seat. Luo Feng respectfully invited Chun in to sit at the head of the table, then clapped his hands. A maid in a light green dress entered skillfully with a tea set, pouring hot tea for the two before bowing and exiting, gently closing the door behind her. Esteemed elder, please try this cloud mist spiritual tea harvested this year. It has calming effects. Luo Feng presented the teacup with both hands, adopting a humble tone, and asked, I wonder what instructions the esteemed elder has for visiting today. Anything Tianbao Pavilion can assist with, I will comply without hesitation. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Chunin. The middle-aged man before him had an ordinary appearance, but carried an undeniable, imposing aura, particularly his deep-set eyes that seemed capable of seeing through one's heart, causing Luo Feng to feel inexplicably uneasy. A strong individual, at the very least a master-level expert. He racked his brain, but could not recall when such an unknown top-tier powerhouse appeared around Qingtian Academy. Could he be an outsider martial artist? Chunin picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. The tea was slightly bitter at first, but then a wave of sweetness unfolded on his tongue, indeed a rare good tea. He set down the teacup and looked at Luo Feng, speaking nonchalantly. I have come today to sell some items to your Tianbao Pavilion. In the Tianbao Pavilion on the 3rd floor's elegant chamber. Hearing Chunin's words, Luo Feng's spirit was uplifted, and he quickly straightened his posture, a more eager smile spreading across his face. Rest assured, senior. Our Tianbao Pavilion is honest to all, and our prices are absolutely fair. We will not let you suffer any loss, senior. May I ask what item you wish to sell? Luo Feng was astute, knowing that something brought forth by at least a grandmaster-level expert could not be an ordinary item. Perhaps it was some rare treasure. If he could finalize this deal, his performance for the month would surely be sufficient. Chunin did not waste words. With a flick of his right hand, a volume of martial arts scripture appeared before him and Luo Feng. A top-tier earth-grade martial technique. Take a look and assess its value. Chunin said casually. Earth-grade top-tier martial technique. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's pupils constricted sharply, the smile on his face instantly frozen as he stared intensely at the still pristine martial arts scripture before him, his breath suddenly catching in his throat. He instinctively reached out to touch it, but as if encountering an overwhelming sharpness, he quickly withdrew his hand, filled with awe. Even within the vast Tianbao Pavilion in the city of Qingtian, a top-tier earth-grade martial technique is undoubtedly a treasure kept under lock and key. One must understand that the threshold for earth-grade top-tier techniques already aligns with the comprehension of peak grandmaster-level practitioners. And such top-tier combat power is rare to find in the entire Qingtian city. Aside from the two leading families in the city and the deeply rooted Qingtian Academy, it is incredibly difficult to find even a few individuals of such caliber among ordinary factions, illustrating just how precious this martial technique is. Ordinary martial artists throughout their lives would consider it a tremendous fortune to acquire a superior Xian-grade martial technique, let alone the highest-grade Earth-grade top-tier martial arts, which typically circulate only among the upper echelons. It is exceedingly difficult for common folk to even catch a glimpse of it. Shan-N's expression remained calm as he gently pushed the scripture towards the center of the table, speaking in a serene tone. Luo, you may browse and ascertain its authenticity, and assess a fair price. Luo Feng quickly steadied his racing heart, suppressing the turbulent waves within, and cautiously picked up the scripture with both hands, focusing intently. As he slowly turned the pages, his movements delicate, as if holding fragile glass. The moment his fingertips brushed the cover, an unmatched aura of blade intent burst forth, piercing his soul, causing his hair to stand on end and a chill of sweat to break out on his back. He hurriedly circulated all his true qi to resist, barely stabilizing his mind as he cautiously opened the first page. The 7 Blades of the Overturning Sea. For powerful characters leaped into view, the writing appearing as if carved by knife and chisel, with a shadow of surging rivers and seas hidden within the depths of the ink. Luo Feng turned the pages, growing more astonished with each leaf, his hands trembling increasingly. Not only was this a complete Earth-grade top-tier blade technique, but its moves were also extraordinarily exquisite without a hint of flaw. The last page even contained insights from the original author, making its value far exceed that of ordinary Earth-grade top-tier techniques. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart, and then looked up at Chun and respectfully stating, "Senior, from my perspective, this technique should indeed be authentic. However, this matter is of great importance. Oh, I must ask another elder in the pavilion to take a look. Please forgive me, Senior." "All right." Chun glanced at Luo Feng, then nodded lightly, picking up the tea beside him and sipping slowly. "Thank you for your understanding, Senior." Luo Feng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, then called to the maid standing at the door, "Quickly summon Elder Wu. You must hurry." "Yes, master." The maid promptly turned and hurried away. Throughout the process, Chun-An's expression remained extremely calm. The 7 Blades of the Overturning Sea was actually a blade technique he had created from his insights into the annihilation of 7 demonic blades. Annihilation of 7 demonic blades is a heavenly grade top-tier technique, and he had not only perfected it, but had also comprehended the annihilation blade intent to the stage of manifestation. Thus, creating an Earth-grade top-tier technique was more than sufficient. Of course, to quickly develop this martial art, he had also expended 100 spirit crystals, which allowed him to complete the derivation in just a few breaths. Before a cup of tea had cooled, a steady sound of footsteps could be heard approaching from outside the door. The door was gently pushed open, revealing an elderly man clad in a blue long robe with a gaunt face and sharp eagle-like eyes. "Elder Wu, you have arrived." Upon seeing the entering elder, Luo Feng quickly stood up and introduced, "Elder Wu, this is Senior Xiao Feng, who has come to sell a top-tier Earth-grade blade technique. I asked you to come to confirm its authenticity." While waiting for Elder Wu, Luo Feng finally learned the name of this mysterious warrior, Xiao Feng. However, no matter how Luo Feng thought about it, he could not recall any Grandmaster-level expert around Chengtian Prefecture by that name. "Senior Xiao, let me introduce you. This is Elder Wu Qianshan, our appraiser in the Tianbao Pavilion. Moreover, Elder Wu is also a mid-level Grandmaster martial artist. I am Wu Qianshan. Greetings, Brother Xiao." While he could not discern the true cultivation level of the man claiming to be Xiao Feng, Wu Qianshan could still sense the profound and unfathomable aura emanating from Xiao Feng, which made him cautious. Thus he clasped his hands and greeted politely. "Greetings, Elder Wu." Chenin also stood up respectfully, saying, "I apologize for troubling you, Elder. Not at all of this is my duty. Elder Wu, please." Luo Feng reverently presented the 7 Blades of the Overturning Sea to Wu Qianshan, his breathing becoming even lighter. Wu Qianshan nodded, extending his hand to take the scripture. The moment his fingertips touched the scripture, a vast and overwhelming blade intent surged forth as if it could swallow rivers rushing through his meridians. He trembled all over, his eyes bursting with brilliance, and his previously calm aura instantly turned fierce. Such powerful blade intent! Wu Qianshan exclaimed, quickly circulating his inner true qi to stabilize his mind, cautiously flipping to the first page. The 7 Blades of the Overturning Sea. For characters written with iron and silver strokes leapt into view, the brushwork sharp as a blade, as if they could cut through the paper. Wu Qianshan held his breath, reading every word carefully, his fingers unconsciously caressing the pages as he murmured the words. The elegant chamber was filled with silence, the only sound being the rustling of the turning pages. Luo Feng stood to the side, not daring to breathe, watching as Wu Qianshan's expression shifted from initial seriousness to growing astonishment, and then to later disbelief. Even his hand, holding the scripture, began to tremble slightly. After about a stick of incense, Wu Qianshan finally lifted his head looking at the awaiting Luo Feng, and upon receiving Wu Qianshan's answer, Luo Feng let out a long breath, then turned to Chun and saying, "Senior, Shao, thank you for your patience. Elder Wu has verified the technique as authentic. Thank you for choosing our Tianbao Pavilion, Senior Shao." Generally speaking, a top-tier Earth-grade technique has a market value between 5 to 6 million spirit. As Luo Feng's words fell, the elegant room instantly fell silent. 7 million spirit stones. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Chun and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. He never expected that a blade technique he casually derived from 100 spirit stones could sell for such a high price. He had previously understood that the market price for Earth-grade supreme martial arts was generally around 5 to 600 million spirit stones, quite similar to what Luo Feng had mentioned. However, considering that this martial art was derived from the 7 absolute demon-slaying blade, and that the 7 absolute demon-slaying blade itself was an Earth-grade supreme martial art, this technique was in a sense indeed superior in concept to other martial arts of the same rank. He just didn't expect that Luo Feng would directly quote the high price of 7 million spirit stones. Indeed, the Tianbao Pavilion is extraordinarily wealthy. However, Chen An's expression remained calm, merely lifting his teacup to take a gentle sip before lightly saying, "Manager Luo is quite straightforward. Thank you for the praise, Senior." Hearing Chun and say this, Luo Feng's face immediately lit up with joy, knowing that the deal was secured. He hurriedly added, "Please wait a moment, I will arrange for someone to deliver the spirit stones right away." "Hold on." Just as Luo Feng was about to turn around to make arrangements, Chun and suddenly called out, stopping his actions. Hearing this, Luo Feng paused slightly, then turned back looking at Chun and with suspicion, "Senior, do you have any further instructions?" Without saying much, Chun and waved his right hand, and another book appeared on the table, saying, "No rush, I also have an Earth-grade supreme secret technique for you to take a look at." Another one. Earth-grade supreme secret technique. Looking at the technique that the Senior Shao Feng had taken out again, Luo Feng couldn't help but swallow hard, turning to look at Wu Qianshan, who also displayed a look of shock. "Elder Wu, what do you think?" "Then Brother Shao, should I take another look?" Wu Qianshan took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves of surprise in his heart, his voice trembling slightly. An Earth-grade supreme secret technique. This is 100 times more precious than the 7-blade of overturning sea from earlier. Ordinary martial arts merely enhance combat power, while secret techniques often involve special abilities such as spirit concealment and teleportation. Once mastered, they become a life-saving trump card, even making great masters go crazy. "Please proceed." Chunin casually raised his hand, indicating for him to take his time. Wu Qianshan eagerly picked up the plain-covered spirit convergence technique, and as soon as his fingertips touched the pages, he felt a gentle and peaceful aura emanating from it, completely different from the fierce blade intent of the 7-blade of overturning sea. He held his breath, slowly turning to the first page, becoming increasingly astonished, his eyes widening. This is actually a soul-type secret technique for spirit convergence." Wu Qianshan exclaimed in shock, almost dropping the book. Not only can it conceal the aura of cultivation, but it can also completely mask soul fluctuations. Once cultivated to perfection, even peak great masters wouldn't be able to discern its depth. Luo Feng beside him couldn't help but gasp in cold air upon hearing this. He understood all too well the value of such secret techniques. How many powerful individuals roamed the world, fearing their enemies, tracking their movements. With this spirit convergence technique, it was equivalent to adding a life-saving talisman. Especially for those top-tier experts who preferred to conceal their identities, this was simply a priceless treasure. Perfect. Too perfect. Wu Qianshan finished flipping through the pages, his excitement causing his beard to tremble. There is not a single flaw. The cultivation key points are clearly marked, and even the techniques for dealing with soul-type investigations are detailed. Brother Shao, this spirit convergence technique is definitely among the top tier of Earth-grade supreme secret techniques. He looked up at Chun and his gaze filled with even deeper awe. To casually produce 2 Earth-grade supreme techniques, one being an Earth-grade supreme blade technique, and the other an Earth-grade supreme soul convergence secret technique, the stature of this Shao Feng is likely far greater than he imagined. Luo Feng hurriedly leaned and lowering his voice to ask Elder Wu, "How much is this secret technique worth?" Wu Qianshan pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "The market price for ordinary Earth-grade supreme secret techniques is over 8 million spirit stones. This spirit convergence technique is extremely practical and is even more valuable than its price. I suggest offering 10 million spirit stones." 10 million. Luo Feng's pupils constricted sharply, then he nodded. Although this price was high, it was absolutely as long as this secret technique is delivered to the main pavilion, those reclusive old monsters would definitely fight over it, and a bid of 15 million would not be a problem. He took a deep breath, looked at Chun and respectfully said, "Senior, Shao our Tianbao Pavilion is willing to offer 10 million spirit stones to acquire this spirit convergence technique. In addition to the previous 7 million for the 7-blade of overturning sea, that totals 17 million spirit stones. Furthermore, to thank you for your trust, our Tianbao Pavilion will also provide you with a specially made Supreme Gold card valid in all branches of the Daluo Empire with a 10 discount on all purchases and the highest level of priority reservation rights. For any rare items, as long as you request, our main pavilion will prioritize your requisition. At this point, he quickly added, additionally, I will prepare 20 high-grade healing pills, 10 high-grade detoxification pills, and 50 pounds of 100-year refining liquid as a token of my appreciation. I hope the senior will accept. 10 million spirit stones. Hearing Luo Feng's offer, even Chun and couldn't help but be taken aback. He had not expected that the Earth-grade Supreme Spirit Convergence technique would be so valuable, and the Tianbao Pavilion was actually willing to offer 10 million spirit stones for it. It should be noted that when he bought the Xian Turtle Spirit Convergence technique, it only cost him 50 spirit stones, and later with various derivations, it totaled less than 10,000 spirit stones. And now the Tianbao Pavilion offered a sky-high price of 10 million. Indeed, his idea of selling techniques was correct. Previously, he had put in considerable effort for just a few 100,000 spirit stones. If he had known earlier, he would have come to the capital to sell techniques sooner. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself down and nodded, all right. Thank you, senior. Hearing Chun and agree, Luo Feng was overjoyed. However, based on the previous experience, Luo Feng did not immediately say to prepare the money this time, but looked at Chinen and asked, Senior, do you have any further instructions for me? Looking at Luo Feng and Wu Qianshan's eager expressions, Chun-N's mouth twitched slightly, his gaze flickering for a moment before he ultimately suppressed the thought of continuing to sell techniques. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. A master or great master presenting 2 Earth-grade supreme techniques and secret arts is already attention-grabbing. If he were to present a heavenly-grade martial art, it might attract the Tianbao Pavilion's scrutiny. Although with his current martial king cultivation, he wasn't afraid of the Tianbao Pavilion's investigation. The Tianbao Pavilion was backed by the Daluo royalty. At this moment, he only wanted to steadily break through to martial emperor and didn't want to be exposed so soon. 17 million spirit stones were sufficient for now. After the last breakthrough, he had realized that compared to spirit stones, there were things he needed even more. I also want to buy something from here. Do you have any elixirs that can upgrade superior martial bones to Earth-grade martial? Do you have any king-grade techniques or martial arts? Do you have any emperor-grade techniques? Inside the elegant room of the Tianbao Pavilion, Chun-N's series of 3 questions left Luo Feng and Wu Qianshan momentarily stunned as they exchanged glances, both seeing the astonishment on each other's faces. What does this senior want? First, he presents 2 top-tier Earth-grade martial art secrets, and now he openly demands a king-grade martial art, even daring to ask for an emperor-grade technique. This is beyond the confidence of an ordinary master or even a grand master. Even a typical warrior king would not dare to so brazenly seek an emperor-grade technique. Senior, did you just mention a treasure that can elevate a top-grade martial bone to an Earth-grade one, and a king-grade martial technique that allows one to break through to the warrior-emperor realm? After being stunned for a full 2 breaths, Luo Feng finally regained his senses, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he looked at Chunin and asked with a trembling voice. Did Luo Feng miss here? A treasure that can elevate a top-grade martial bone to an Earth-grade one. That's something even grandmasters might fight over desperately. A king-grade martial technique. That's the foundational technique of the top sects and families, and it is virtually impossible for such a thing to appear in the world. Even if it did appear, it would surely cause a bloody storm. As for the techniques to break through to the warrior emperor realm, the warrior emperor is the true pinnacle of martial prowess in the Yuan continent, a towering pillar of humanity standing at the very apex of the imperial battle power pyramid. The emperor-grade techniques that support a martial artist's breakthrough to the warrior emperor realm are treasures that cannot be measured by spirit crystals. They are divine objects that could drive the entire continent mad. Once an emperor-grade technique appears, not only will the major sects and families emerge in droves, even the royal family would personally intervene to seize it, causing rivers of blood to flow. Such an existence corresponding to the emperor-grade techniques is naturally the most precious treasure in the world. Even though Tianbao Pavilion is one of the 5 major businesses of the Daluo Empire supported by the royal family, it is impossible for them to produce such techniques. What no? Is it that there is none at all, or is it just one type that is missing? Looking at the expressions of Luo Feng and Wu Qianshan, Chen-N's eyes narrowed slightly, but on the surface he remained as calm as water, lifting the teacup in front of him and taking a sip before saying lightly, "This." Seeing Chen-N's tranquil expression as if he had merely asked about a yellow-grade technique, instead of those above king-grade, Luo Feng felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of person can face king-grade techniques, or even warrior emperor techniques, with such composure? Luo Feng prided himself on his keen eyes. He could tell that the mysterious powerhouse named Xiao Feng was not merely pretending to be calm, but truly had nothing to fear. A warrior king, or even a powerhouse above the warrior king realm. It can't be right. How noble are the warrior kings? Even when arriving at the Deluo imperial palace, they would be treated with great respect. How could they lower themselves to come to the remote Chengtian prefecture and personally sell techniques at Tianbao Pavilion? However, at that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Luo Feng's mind. He suddenly remembered a piece of news he received last night. A mysterious powerhouse succeeded in transcending tribulation in the Black Wind Gobi, advancing to the warrior king realm. Could it be that the senior before him, Xiao Feng, is the mysterious powerhouse who succeeded in transcending tribulation in the Black Wind Gobi? Thinking of this, Luo Feng felt as if his heart was grasped by an invisible hand, making it difficult to breathe. Xiao Senior, forgive me. Seeing Luo Feng momentarily speechless, Wu Qianshan gritted his teeth and stepped forward, no longer daring to call him Brother Xiao, but instead referring to him as Senior. Luo Feng could imagine that if Wu Qianshan wasn't foolish, he would naturally understand that this person before them was likely not merely a master. Although our pavilion is a branch of Chengtian Prefecture, we are not qualified to sell king-grade techniques or techniques of the warrior emperor realm. In fact, not only our pavilion, even the main building in the capital cannot produce king-grade techniques for sale, as such techniques belong to the treasures of martial arts. Even if they occasionally appear, they are usually sold at sky-high prices, often inciting terrifying battles, something our pavilion cannot engage with. As for the treasure you need to elevate a top-grade martial bone to an earth-grade martial bone, we do not have that here either. However, I have heard that at the auction in the main pavilion of Qinyan Prefecture a month from now, a white jade blood dragon lotus will be featured. This white jade blood dragon lotus is a top-tier earth-grade treasure and the main material for the white jade blood dragon pill. If it can be refined into the pill, there is a 40 chance to elevate a top-grade martial bone to an earth-grade martial bone. Even if it cannot be refined, merely consuming it has a 15 chance. If the senior is interested in competing for this item, our pavilion just happens to have a VIP invitation for the auction, and we will cordially invite you to attend in Qinyan Prefecture. The White Jade Blood Dragon Lotus. The White Jade Blood Dragon Pill. Upon hearing Wu Qianshan's response, Chen An's gaze flickered slightly. He did not expect that even a top trading house like Tianbao Pavilion of the Deluo Empire did not have the treasure to elevate a top-grade bone to an earth-grade one. Moreover, regarding the top-tier earth-grade treasure, it seems, as Wu Qianshan mentioned, this medicine would not come cheap. Chunin lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, pondering for a moment before looking at Wu Qianshan and asking, "What is the price? How much does a typical top-tier earth-grade treasure cost?" In response, Senior, the starting price for a top-tier earth-grade treasure is generally around 3 million spirit crystals. Wu Qianshan thought for a moment and said, "However, since the White Jade Blood Dragon Lotus is the main material for the White Jade Blood Dragon Pill, it might be a bit more expensive. Because if one can refine the White Jade Blood Dragon Pill, a single pill can be sold for 2 to 3 million spirit crystals, and a furnace of the White Jade Blood Dragon Pill might yield 8 to 12 pills, so the transaction price could be between 8 million and 10 million spirit crystals. 8 million to 10 million spirit crystals." Hearing this, Chun and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He has 1 million spirit crystals. However, he doubted whether spending 1 million spirit crystals on a top-tier earth-grade treasure with only a 15 success rate and a 40 rate for refining was worth it. With 1 million spirit crystals and the system at play, even if he cannot break through to the warrior emperor realm, pushing his cultivation to the peak of the warrior king realm should be more than sufficient, right? With a flicker in his gaze, Chun and looked at Wu Qianshan and said, "Then please have old Wu bring me that invitation." Regardless of whether he would attend the auction or not, it was better to secure the invitation first. "All right, then please wait a moment, Senior." Wu Qianshan breathed a sigh of relief and then personally turned to retrieve the invitation for Chunin. Under the respectful send-off of Luo Feng and Wu Qianshan, Chunin walked out of the grand gate of Tianbao Pavilion with a stoic expression, leisurely stepping onto the street. The marketplace was bustling with voices, carriages flowing in and out, while Chunin walked forward with a calm demeanor, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. "This is troublesome. How can I break through the martial emperor realm without royal-grade techniques?" As he walked through the crowd, Chunin sighed softly in his heart. Initially, he thought that even if Tianbao Pavilion lacked royal-grade techniques, there would at least be those suitable for the martial king realm. To his surprise, not only were there no king-grade or royal-grade techniques, but even the precious medicines for enhancing martial bones were absent. King-level techniques and martial arts would be manageable. Now that he was already at the martial king level, with a bit more expenditure of spirit crystals, he should be able to deduce techniques and martial arts for this realm. However, without royal-level techniques, he didn't even know the principles behind how a martial king could break through to the martial emperor realm. How was he supposed to progress? Perhaps I could find an opportunity to ask Master. After all, Master is a grandmaster of the great perfection phase, having lived for over 200 years. He must have heard some news, right? Chunin continued walking, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the golden embossed supreme card hidden in his sleeve. The fleeting gloom in his heart was forcefully suppressed. He was never one to sit idly by. Although royal-grade techniques were hard to come by, they were not entirely impossible. Beigong Mo was one path, while the Qingyun Mansion auction was another. If all else failed, he could reveal a bit of his strength to secure a spot in the top 10 of the upcoming 5-mansion joint examination, after which he could head to the Royal Martial Academy or the 4 Great Martial Holy Lands. Whether it be the royal family or the Martial Holy Lands, they were both top forces with martial emperors presiding over them. Joining them should lead him to clues about royal-grade techniques. After a moment's pause, taking a deep breath to suppress his worries, Chunin found a secluded spot to regain his composure. He then changed back into the attire of a student of the mansion's academy and strode towards Shun Zongyu's residence. As one of the 2 top martial families of the Chengtian mansion, the Shun clan had a prosperous lineage and did not reside in one place. The main clan was divided into 2 branches, one belonging to the eldest descendant of the clan's founder Shin Kanglin and the other to his second son. Shun Zongyue belonged to the second branch of the Shin family. Before his memories awakened, he had visited the Shun family twice, and even Shin Zongyue and his wife had wanted to take him into their home and arrange for him to study in the mansion city. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to youthful stubbornness, pride, or insecurities, he did not accept the kindness of Shun Zongyue and his wife. Before long, Chunin arrived at the front of Shun Zongyu's residence. It was unclear whether the previous owner was simply obstinate in his youth, driven by pride, or harbored a sense of inferiority from living under someone else's roof, but he ultimately did not accept this rare sincere care. Before long, Chunin stood before the gates of Shun Zongyu's residence. The red lacquered doors swung open, and the doorkeeper, upon seeing him, brightened with joy and hurried over with lively steps, a genuine smile on his face, as he respectfully said, "Young Master Qin, you have finally arrived. Madam specifically instructed yesterday that if you came, there was no need for an announcement. She would directly lead you to the main hall." Throughout the process, there was no hint of disdain or neglect, nor any cliched dog-like behavior. The servant guided Chunin through the flower-laden gate, walking inside, as the passing servants paused to bow in greeting, clearly having received instructions from the entire household. Before long, they arrived at the main door, where a middle-aged woman in a moon-white long dress emerged from the hall. "Xiaowen, you have finally come." Seeing Chunin, Lin Ziyuan's face broke into a warm smile as she approached him, studying him from head to toe. Noticing his rosy complexion and upright posture, she finally sighed in relief, reaching out to pat his arm, saying, "I thought you weren't coming." "Greetings, Aunt." Chunin smiled, slightly bowing to Lin Ziyuan. "I just arrived at the academy yesterday and ran into a bit of trouble which delayed me. Now that I have some free time, I came to pay my respects to you. By the way, Aunt, this is the beauty-nourishing pill I bought at Tianbao Pavilion. I heard that taking this pill can enhance beauty. You should give it a try." Pausing for a moment, Chunin handed over a small white jade vial with both hands. "You child, you come bearing gifts when you visit." Lin Ziyuan was both surprised and delighted, quickly reaching out to take the small white jade vial. As her fingers touched the vial, she felt a wave of gentle spiritual energy wash over her. She uncorked the vial, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air, invigorating her senses. "This is a mid-grade mystic tier nourishing pill." Lin Ziyuan's face showed astonishment. Although her cultivation was not high, after many years with Shun Zongyue, she had gained some knowledge. Such pills were extremely sought after in Chengtian Mansion, with a single vial costing around 30,000 spirit crystals, which ordinary families could hardly afford. "Xiaowen, this is too precious. Aunt cannot accept it." Lin Ziyuan hurriedly pushed the jade vial back into Chunin's hands, saying, "Keep it for yourself or use it for cultivating. That would be better. And it's just a small gift. Please accept it." Chunin persistently pushed the vial back, his tone sincere. "You have been thinking of me for all these years, and I have nothing to repay you with. This little pill is nothing. You child." Lin Ziyuan looked into Chunin's clear eyes, feeling warmth in her heart, her eyes slightly reddening. "Mother, just accept it this time. Chunin has truly struck it rich." At that moment, a melodious voice like silver bells rang out from the hall, and then Shun Qinglan, dressed in a pale yellow long dress, walked in with a cheeky grin, addressing Chunin. "Isn't that right, Chunin? I thought you weren't coming. Did you bring any gifts for me? Here, take this." Chunin smiled, pulling out another green jade vial from his pocket and tossing it to Shin. "Wow, really?" Shin Qinglan quickly reached out to catch the green jade vial, uncorking it, and a rich medicinal fragrance immediately wafted out. "Qingyuan pill." Shin Qinglin's voice suddenly rose by 8 octaves, her hand trembling, nearly dropping the green jade vial. She hurriedly cradled it in her hands, bringing it closer to her eyes to examine, finding 10 round jade-like pills lying quietly inside, shimmering with a faint spiritual light, their fragrance so rich it nearly solidified. Just inhaling it caused the spiritual energy in her dantian to stir. Wait, Shin, are you crazy? You bought such expensive pills for me. Are you going to starve yourself in the future? Shin Qinglin's expression shifted slightly. The Qingyuan pill is a top-grade mystic tier pill with a single vial costing at least 100,000 spirit crystals. She immediately corked the vial and with a stern face shoved it back into Chun N's hands, glaring at him as she scolded, "Hurry, take it back and return it. How many spirit crystals do you have to start showing off like this?" In the Shun family's living room, seeing Shun Qinglin's little face, tightly drawn, displaying a look of, "If you spend recklessly again, I'll be angry," Chun and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He reached out and gently pushed the jade bottle back into Shun Qinglin's soft little hand, teasingly saying, "What's this? Didn't you say you would take a cut once I got rich? Now that I'm rich and offering it to you, are you reluctant to accept?" Feeling Chun An's warm fingertips inadvertently brush against her palm, Shin Qinglan stole a glance at him, her ears instantly flushed with a faint blush. However, Shin Qinglan still pretended to be angry, puffing her cheeks and saying, "Who said I wouldn't dare to accept? I'm just afraid you would inflate your ego and end up broke, coming to borrow money from me. Rest assured, I'm truly not short on yuan crystals now." Looking at the girl's feigned arrogance, Chun smiled gently and said, "You might have heard your uncle mention that I have now entered the inner circle of the sect, becoming a direct disciple of the Grandmaster Beigong. The master has already promised to allocate 800,000 yuan crystals to me each year for the purpose of purchasing cultivation resources." 800,000 yuan crystals? Shin Qinglan exclaimed in shock, her bright eyes widening. Previously, she had only known that Chun had taken Beigong Mo as his master, but had never heard her father mention such generous treatment. Lin Shuyan beside her was also greatly shocked, her face filled with disbelief. She lightly pressed her hand against her chest, taking a long moment to regain her composure. "My goodness. The Grandmaster Beigong treats you so well. With such generosity, not to mention the children of the noble families in the Changtian mansion, even some of the royal princes might not receive such treatment. The master indeed treats me well." Chunin smiled faintly, not elaborating further. He certainly couldn't tell them that he had already spent all 800,000 yuan crystals that Beigong Mo had given him, as well as the 1.5 million from Mo Xuanqing and Su Qingyi. However, on the way here, he had sold 2 top-tier Earth-level techniques at the Tianbao Pavilion, earning another 17 million. "No wonder you were so generous." Shun Qinglan finally relaxed, completely cradling the jade bottle like a treasure, patting her chest proudly and playfully tapping Chunin on the shoulder, saying in a big sisterly manner, "Not bad. It's rare that you got rich and still thought of me. It makes all those years I looked out for you worthwhile. You little girl, you have no ambition." Lin Shuyan chided, though her face was filled with a smile of satisfaction. She looked at Chun in her eyes full of affection and said, "Shawan, to be valued so highly by the Grandmaster Beigong is your fortune. You must cultivate diligently and not disappoint the Grandmaster's expectations. Your parents will be at peace in the afterlife, seeing you so accomplished now." "I understand, Auntie." Chunin nodded. At that moment, Shin Zhongyu, dressed in a blue long robe, came out holding an ancient book. Seeing Chun, and he wore a warm and appreciative smile and said, "Shawan, you're here. I've seen Uncle." Chunin greeted Shun Zhongyu again. "Ha, good." Shun Zhongyu walked over, patted his shoulder, and said with appreciation in his eyes, "Shawan, I never expected your comprehension to be so high that you could grasp the sword intent left by Lin Shuezhing. Very good. You flatter me, Uncle." Chunin shook his head with a smile. "You need not be so modest." Shun Zhongyu shook his head and continued, "That plaque from the academy has been hung for over 100 years. Throughout the years, over 1 million students have tried to comprehend the sword intent within it, yet you are the only one who could resonate with it. I believe if Chin Dage knew of this." All right, Zhongyu, Shawan has just arrived. Let's talk about these matters later." Lin Shuyan quickly interjected, chuckling, "Let's not talk about that for now. It's rare for Shawan to come home. You should try the jade pearl cake I specially made." Hearing this, Shin Zhongyu sighed, lightly reining in his emotions, and returned to a warm smile. "Very well, my apologies. Shawan, there's no need to be formal. Just treat this place as your home." "All right, Uncle." Chunin nodded. "Let's go. Chun and my mother guessed you might come today, so she started preparing yesterday, steaming it early this morning." Shin Qinglin's beautiful eyes turned, and she smiled as she pushed Chun and towards the house. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a day had passed. Unknowingly, the sun began to set, painting the sky with a brilliant evening glow. "Uncle Annie Qinglan, I'll take my leave now." In front of the Shin family's gate, Chun and cupped his hands in farewell to the Shun Zhongyu family. "Ah, you boy, you wouldn't stay for a night, and now you're leaving so soon." Lin Shuyan looked at Chun and sighed. "Thank you, Annie. I have matters to attend to back home." I'll come to see you again when I have some free time in a couple of days. Chunin shook his head and smiled. All right, Yinner, now that Shaoan has grown up and is also a disciple of Grandmaster Beigong, the sect exam is in a couple of days, so you must focus on cultivation. Shen Zongyue shook his head, stopping his wife's attempts to keep him, and then said, let me see you off, shall I? No need, uncle, it's not far from the academy, and master also provided me with protective items. Chunin waved his hand to decline. After hearing Chin's words, Shen Zongyue thought for a moment and did not. The Shen family is only a few miles away from the academy, and Shun and has protective items given by Beigong Mo, which would suffice against ordinary martial artists. Even if a real problem arose with the strength of Grandmaster Beigong, he would surely arrive promptly, ensuring Chin's safety. Chinen, remember to cultivate well. The sect exam is in 2 days, so don't embarrass me. Shin Qinglan said from the side. All right. Chunin smiled and said no more, bidding farewell to the three once more before turning to leave the Shin family. The sun was setting and the golden afterglow spilled onto the bluestone road, elongating his silhouette. The incense master, that's him, Chunin. Just as Chunin walked a short distance from the Shun family, a young man on the second floor of a tavern watching the calm, Chunin walked down the street, whispered to a middle-aged man sitting across from him who appeared ordinary but whose eyes were sinister with a hint of dark energy glimmering in his gaze. The setting sun molten gold the sky, filled with billowing clouds that overflowed into the streets and alleys. Chunin bid farewell to the Shin family and walked leisurely on the bluestone path, unhurriedly heading toward the prefectural school. The evening breeze gently brushed his sleeves and the sounds of the bustling marketplace surrounded him, painting a picture of peace. Suddenly Chunin felt 2 gazes laden with deep malice upon him. He raised an eyebrow and looked up. His gaze pierced through the streets and buildings, precisely colliding with the pair of indifferent cold eyes on the second floor of the tavern. Xiangzhu, it seems he has spotted us. In the tavern, the young man's heart skipped a beat as he saw Chun and looking up. They were 100 meters away, and Chun and was merely a waste at the chi condensation stage. How could he possibly have found them? Was it coincidence? Or, how intriguing. Watching Chun and glance over, and then continue on his way as if the look had been casual, the middle-aged man known as Xiangzhu curled his lips into a sinister smile. No wonder he's the genius who understood the blade intent left by Lin Qingyuan. He does have some sharpness. But what use is sharpness for a mere chi condensation waste? No matter how vigilant a rabbit is, can it escape the hunt of a tiger? The middle-aged man sneered, a flash of bloodlust in his eyes, and a faint chilling aura seeped from his body, as if even the surrounding temperature had dropped. Moved? Yes. Hearing the command, the young man immediately stood up and nodded emphatically toward a peddler carrying a load at the street corner. The peddler understood, setting down his load without a sound, his hand stealthily moving to his waist. At the same time, 3 men chatting by the roadside and an old man selling candied hawthorns stopped their activities, their eyes turning icy as they subtly closed in on Chunin. These people were perfectly disguised, blending into the bustling crowd without any hint of abnormality. Chun's peripheral vision took in everything, and a faint, imperceptible sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Instead of quickening his pace, he deliberately slowed down and turned into a quiet, sparsely populated alley. The alley was flanked by mottled high walls with only a strip of sky overhead. The last rays of the setting sun slanted and casting long shadows on the ground. Where is he? Seeing Chunin enter the alley, a cold smile flashed in the assassin's eyes as they quickly followed. But upon entering, they found no trace of their target, and a flicker of surprise crossed their faces. Gentlemen, are you looking for me? An icy voice suddenly came from above, cold and devoid of warmth. The assassins jerked their heads up only to see Chun and standing atop the high wall at the alley's entrance, hands clasped behind his back, robes fluttering in the evening breeze, his expression as indifferent as a deity looking down upon ants. He's up there. Kill him. The leading peddler barked, drawing a short blade from his waist and leaping toward the other 4 also drew their weapons, the blade light glinting coldly in the dying sun, each strike aimed at Chin's vital points. They were clearly seasoned killers. Chin's eye showed no ripple, and he didn't even move a step. He merely raised his right hand slowly and struck out with a palm. The next moment, countless palm shadows appeared in the void, layer upon layer, like surging clouds, carrying an overwhelming force as they descended. The palm wind howled, sucking the air out of the entire alley, twisting and tearing even the sunlight. The leading peddler didn't even have time to scream before the palm force struck him heated. With a dull thud, his body flew backward like a broken kite, smashing violently into the stone wall 3 zhang away. His chest caved into a gruesome pit, and he died on the spot, even the Xinggrade short blade in his hand shattered into pieces. The remaining 4 were terrified out of their wits, hurriedly raising their blades to block. But Chin's palm strike, though seemingly casual, exhibited power no less than the late Hotian stage. Wherever the palm force passed, blade snapped, and the sharp energy pierced through their protective, true chi like a blade. For more muffled explosions rang out in succession. The four assassins were sent flying backward like the peddler before them, blood gushing from their mouths as they crashed heavily into the hard stone walls. After landing, their bones were shattered, limbs twisted and deformed, utterly drained of strength to even struggle. They lay twitching in pools of blood, their breaths growing faint, devoid of any resistance. Watching the four twitching on the ground, Chen-N's gaze remained calm. He moved slightly and landed on the ground. "Talk. Who are you and why did you ambush me?" Chen-En asked, his expression indifferent. You're not at chi condensation." Huffed. The old man stared at Chen-En, his face full of shock and unwillingness before spouting another mouthful of blood. According to the intelligence, this was merely a scholar who had just passed the county exam with a cultivation of only the 6th level of chi condensation. Yet the 5 of them were at least at the 11th level of chi condensation, and he himself was at the 3rd level of Hodian. And yet the 5 of them couldn't even withstand a single move from this man. The old man now wanted nothing more than to drag the intelligence gatherer over and ask, "Is this the chi condensation waste you spoke of? If this is a waste, then what are they? At your age you get so excited so easily. High blood pressure, don't you understand?" Looking at the blood-spitting old man, a mocking smile flickered across Chen-N's face. His tone was light and casual, as if the scene before him wasn't one of blood and dying assassins, but just passers-by chatting on the street. Hearing Chen-N's words, the old man's chest heaved violently. He pointed at Chen-En, his lips trembling as if to say something, but then another gush of dark blood burst out, and his head lolled to the side lifeless. "Seriously, can't take a joke." Chen-N's mouth twitched slightly at the sight of the old man dying from blood loss. He hadn't expected that a single sentence would be enough to anger someone to death. Could his skill now rival that of Zhuge Liang? Shaking his head, he paid no more attention to the deceased old man and turned his gaze to the 3 remaining assassins sprawled on the ground. "Now it's your turn. Who speaks first?" The 3 exchanged glances, their faces hardening as they clenched their jaws, refusing to speak. "No." Chen-En raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. He walked slowly to the bulliest man and lightly placed his foot on the man's broken leg. "Ah!" The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing in agony, cold sweat instantly soaking through his clothes. "I will ask you one more time who sent you here." In the increasingly dim alley, Chen-N's voice remained calm, yet the force he exerted underfoot intensified. "Both." The man spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, glaring fiercely at Chen-En. "Kid, if you want to kill, just do it. Our holy church will not let you go." "Holy church?" Chen-En paused slightly, and then a name surfaced in his mind. Blood Demon Cult. Chen-En did not know much about the Blood Demon Cult. He had only heard in memories that it was a notorious cult deeply rooted in the heart of humanity, a group seduced by the ancient demon race who believed that the ancient demons were the heavenly mandate and obstinately thought that humanity was inferior, destined to become the slaves and blood offerings for the ancient demons. The Blood Demon Cult acted insidiously and secretly, reportedly basing their cultivation on blood sacrifices, devouring essence, and practicing dark arts. Throughout the ages, they specifically targeted the talented individuals of humanity and the rising stars of sex, ambushing and plundering resources, then offering blood and souls to the ancient demons in exchange for the inheritance of dark power. The imperial court and righteous sects attempted to encircle and suppress them many times, but due to the hidden locations of the Blood Demon Cult's strongholds and their adeptness at concealment, they could never be eradicated, instead growing bolder, becoming a thorn in the side of all cultivators within the Daluo dynasty. "So you are targeting me because I comprehended that trace of blade intent on the academy plaque." Chen-N's gaze flickered as he addressed the group. The remaining 3 did not respond to Chen-N's words. Instead, they gritted their teeth, closed their eyes, appearing resolute and prepared to meet their demise. "It seems you are truly unafraid of death." Observing their demeanor, Chen-N's gaze flickered, and he felt a growing wariness towards this so-called Blood Demon Cult. These individuals were willing to die rather than disclose any information about the Blood Demon Cult, clearly akin to death soldiers. No wonder, despite the Daluo dynasty's unceasing efforts, they had been unable to eliminate this malignant tumor. "All right, since you are so eager to die, I shall grant your wish." Seeing the unyielding demeanor of the 3 Blood Demon Cult followers, Chen-En narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand ready to end them. Demonic energy rampant, the Holy Church eternal. However, just as Chen-En was about to strike, a killer with a scarred face suddenly shouted fiercely, and then with a fierce gnash of his teeth, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, his head drooping as he died on the spot. Demonic energy rampant, the Holy Church eternal. X2. The other 2, witnessing this, similarly shouted the slogan, biting through the poison in their teeth, and instantly perished. Seeing this scene, a glint of cold light flashed in Chen-N's eyes. The three cultists had all perished in martyrdom, their fervent slogans echoing through the alley, demonstrating the depth of the blood demon cult's brainwashing. The followers had long regarded their lives as offerings to the cult, making it impossible to pry any confessions from them. Devotedly serving the ancient demons, how pitiful and hateful. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Chun and shook his head. Whooshed. However, just as Chun and seemed to let down his guard, a sharp sound of slicing air suddenly rang out, followed by a figure shooting from the mouth of the alley, like lightning, a blade ruthlessly slashing down towards Chun-N's head. The blade's wind, carrying a thick scent of blood and murderous intent, approached him, with the blade edge reflecting a ghostly green light, carving an eerie arc in the setting sun. This strike was as swift as thunder and struck from an extremely cunning angle, clearly premeditated, aiming precisely at the moment Chun-En relaxed his guard. Yet facing this strike, Chun-En appeared oblivious, his figure remaining completely still, even his eyelids did not flutter. Just as the blade was but 3 inches from the back of his head, he slowly raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, gently pinching. Clang! The sudden clash of metal reverberated, and the piercing sound waves caused the dust on the alley walls to fall like rain. What a... The leader of the blood demon cult widened his eyes, first slightly stunned, then a look of horror surfaced in his gaze. That curved black iron blade, infused with 10 parts of his strength capable of slicing through steel, was actually firmly pinched between 2 fair fingers, unable to advance even a fraction. He could distinctly feel that his full-force strike was like hitting a towering mountain, completely immobile. And those 2 fingers came from the very youth before him, who was said to be merely 17 years old, just having passed the county examination, about to enter the academy, and only at the 6th level of chi condensation. Get off me, open. The leader of the blood demon cult bellowed, his arms' veins bulging as he frantically urged his inner chi, attempting to pull the blade back. But the blade seemed to be embedded in Chun-En's fingers, and no matter how hard he tried, it would not budge an inch. So how do you feel? Surprised? Unexpected? Chun-En turned to look at the middle-aged man, whose eyes were bloodshot and desperately trying to retrieve the long blade, and coldly smiled. Did you think that hiding at the mouth of the alley, I wouldn't notice you? With his voice dropping, Chun-En exerted a slight force with his fingers. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the black iron blade was forcibly crushed in the middle. The broken tip of the blade fell to the ground with a clear sound. The immense recoil transmitted through the hilt caused the leader's hands to explode, blood spurting forth as he staggered back 3 steps, barely regaining his balance. He looked at the half-blade left in his hand, then raised his gaze to Chun-En, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. You are not in the acquired realm. The intel clearly stated that Chun-En was merely a 6th-level chi condensation student who had just passed the county examination, yet that move just now was something even a peak-acquired realm warrior could not achieve. He had been hiding at the alley's mouth, watching Chun-En kill his subordinates, and gauging the aura he emitted, he had estimated him to be in the mid to late acquired realm. Realizing Chun-En's cultivation level, he was shocked in his heart, never expecting Chun-En to possess such depth. A mid to late acquired realm powerhouse had actually disguised himself as a chi condensation student. Precisely because of this, after his subordinates died, Chun-En relaxed his guard, which was why he attempted a surprise attack. Because he was a practitioner of the innate realm. An innate realm practitioner attacking while Chun-En was off guard. Even if he couldn't kill Chun-En with one strike, he should at least be able to severely injure him, right? But who could have imagined that Chun-En was not at the chi condensation realm as indicated in the intel, nor was he at the acquired realm level he sensed, but hidden even deeper. How could there be such a cunning warrior in this world? Chun-En lowered his hand, slowly turned around, and gazed at the blood demon cult leader's face, filled with shock, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and then a vast, overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from within him. Boom! This aura surged like a rushing river, sweeping through the entire alley, pressing against the crumbling walls on both sides, causing them to groan under the unbearable strain, while dust and debris fell like rain, and even the air grew thick and heavy. Now what do you think my realm is, eh? Boom. A mighty and vast aura swept through the entire alley, descending upon the blood demon sect's incense master like a mountain. Innate realm. And certainly not an ordinary innate realm expert. Feeling the terrifying pressure upon him, the blood demon sect's master's pupils shrank suddenly, his face paling to a ghostly white, his legs trembling uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the urge to kneel. Though he was at the initial stage of the innate realm under Chun-En's oppressive aura, he felt as if he had nearly lost the strength to flee. He had faced numerous innate realm experts before. However, never had any of them exerted such horrifying pressure upon him. At the very least, it must be a latest-stage innate realm expert, or even a perfected one. Innate realm. You are actually a perfected innate realm expert. The incense master's voice trembled, filled with regret and despair. He could never have imagined that a youth who appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old had already reached a realm that countless martial artists could only dream of in their lifetimes. This was no mere genius to be hunted. This was clearly an untouchable killing god. Run! As this thought arose in his mind, the incense master immediately turned without hesitation, trying to escape the alley. He knew he could never be Chun An's opponent. Staying here was a path to certain death. But just as he took a step, an even more terrifying pressure descended from above, directly pinning him down. Bang! With a muffled thud, the blood demon's sex master fell to the ground, like a toad prostrate. Now look at me again. What realm am I in? Chunin appeared before him like a god, looking down, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at him as if he were an ant. You. The blood demon's sex master struggled to raise his head, his bones creaking as if in agony, his eyes bloodshot and bulging as he exerted all his strength to look at this godlike figure before him. You are not Chunin. Oh, who exactly are you? The blood demon's sex master was now filled with despair and horror. This pressure was no longer something a mere innate realm expert could possess. It was undoubtedly beyond the innate realm. Only a master realm expert could wield such terrifying pressure. However, the blood demon's sex master could never have imagined that a promising student with a mid-grade martial bone and a cultivation of the 6th layer of chi condensation would suddenly transform into a terrifying master realm expert. It was as if he had intended to hunt a small rabbit, only to find that when he truly struck, the rabbit shed its skin and transformed into a tyrannosaurus. What the hell? How could there be such a monster in the Deluo dynasty? A 17-year-old master realm expert. Most importantly, this master realm expert was disguised as a mere 6th layer chi condensation student. Is there still any law left? Any justice? Any martial virtue? It seems you still do not recognize your... Looking at the blood demon's sex master, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, Chun and cast a cold glance, and the master immediately felt an overwhelming pressure weighing down upon him. The incense master's face changed, and then he violently spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, his aura immediately waning. I ask you, who are you? What position do you hold in the blood demon sect? Besides you, who else is there, and where is your stronghold? Chunin stepped closer, looking down at him. You wish not to say? Even if I die, I will never betray this. The incense master raised his head, glaring at Chun, and with a face full of resentment shouting, the demonic energy surges, the sacred sect is eternal. With that, he tried to bite down on the poison in his teeth to commit suicide. Wanna die? It's not that easy. Chunin flicked his finger, a burst of energy striking precisely at his jaw. Crack! With a sound, the blood demon's sex master's jaw dislocated, his mouth gaping wide open, yet unable to bite down, only able to produce muffled sounds of despair, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Since you refuse to speak, do not blame me. Chunin glanced at him indifferently, then lifted his foot and aimed for his knee. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, the sound of bones breaking, mingling with a piercing scream echoing through the alley. I ask you again, where is the stronghold? Chun An's voice remained calm, as if he had merely crushed a pebble. The blood demon's sex master writhed in pain, cold sweat soaking through his clothes, but he still glared at Chun and fiercely unwilling to speak. Chunin was not in a hurry, shifting his foot to the other leg. Crack! Another sound of bones breaking followed. Another leg snapped. The blood demon's sex master screamed, yet still gritted his teeth. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Chun An's eyes as he focused on the third leg of the master. He raised his foot, aiming to stomp down. Wait. I will speak. Seeing what Chunin was going to do next, the blood demon's sex master's psychological defenses finally crumbled, and he could no longer hold back, crying out incoherently. Chunin waved his hand, and a burst of energy struck his jaw, resetting the dislocated joint. Speak clearly. Chunin took a step back, looking at him indifferently. I am Huang Baichuan, the incense master of the sacred sect in Qingzhou, Chengtianfu. The blood demon's sex master gasped for breath, his face filled with pain and fear. The location of the sacred sect is underground of the abandoned Dragon King's temple, 3 miles west of the city. Besides me, there are over 100 disciples in the stronghold. Looks like you have quite a few people. Hearing Huang Baichuan's words, Chun and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He never expected that there would be over 100 blood demon sect disciples hidden in a place like Chengtianfu, and the highest cultivation among them was still an innate realm warrior. Do you have any last words to say? Chunin asked indifferently. I have said everything. Can you spare my life? Absolutely not. Chunin shook his head calmly. Then please. Before he could finish his sentence, Chun and suddenly flicked his finger, and a ray of cold light pierced through his brow. Huang Baichuan's smile instantly froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never thought Chun and would kill him. Wasn't he supposed to let him say his last words? Looking at Huang Baichuan's lifeless face, a hint of mockery flashed in Chun An's eyes. You really thought I wanted to hear your last words? In the alley. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Chen-N's gaze flickered for a moment, then he walked over to start. He first searched the 5 blood demon sect assassins, but only found less than 1,000 yuan crystals and some miscellaneous low-grade medicinal powders, causing Chen to curse his luck. However, after a moment's thought, it seemed reasonable. After all, these people were merely brainwashed disciples of the blood demon sect willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Moreover, who would carry a bunch of yuan crystals when going out to kill? Finally, his gaze settled on the body of Huang Baichuan, the so-called incense master of the blood demon sect, who died with his eyes wide open. This incense master of the blood demon sect did not disappoint him. He actually carried a shumi bag. Since Huang Baichuan was already dead, Chen-In easily erased the mark on the shumi bag and opened it. Not bad as expected of the incense master of the blood demon sect, much better than those poor fools. Looking at the contents of the shumi bag, he found over 1,000,000 yuan crystals, dozens of weapons of various yellow and mysterious ranks, a pile of yellow and mysterious grade pills, and several books of various yellow, mysterious, and earthly ranks of cultivation techniques. The return to origin true technique, tearing wind, piercing leg, and furious waves, raging sea blade, 1 low-grade, earthly rank technique, 2 low-grade, earthly rank martial arts. Not bad, I can deduce them later and exchange them for some yuan crystals. Nodding slightly, Chun collected the useful items from the shumi bag into his own, tossing all the useless ones onto the ground. After looting, Chun stomped the ground fiercely, and the originally flat ground suddenly cracked open into a bottomless chasm, swallowing the corpses and the bloodstains. Immediately after, he stomped the ground again, and the entire surface surged before returning to its original state. If it weren't for the marks left on the walls from the struggle, no one would have noticed that a battle had just taken place here. Having completed all this, Chen-N's gaze shifted, and the void trembled slightly as the sounds from the outside world returned. Indeed, to avoid alarming others, he had just used his domain to seal off the entire alley. Glancing at the alley that had returned to normal, Chun stepped out. Although night had fallen, the streets were still bustling with people brightly lit. To the west of the city, the abandoned Dragon King Temple. Standing at the alley's entrance, Chun gazed towards the west. Well, you brought this upon yourselves. If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again in spring. Looking at the dark sky to the west, Chun murmured softly before taking a step forward. In the next moment, his figure seemed to dissolve into the void like a bubble. Where did he go? A nearby elder who had just seen Chun vanish was slightly taken aback and rubbed his eyes. 3 miles west of the Chung Tianfu city, the abandoned Dragon King Temple. The remnants of walls in the night looked like a lurking giant beast with weeds up to the knees and a chilling wind blowing. Inside the temple there was no one, only the modeled statue of the Dragon King in the center, its eyes wide open, emanating an eerie coldness. A seemingly ordinary middle-aged man silently appeared outside the temple door. With a thought, an invisible wave spread out, clearly sensing a massive space, dozens of meters underground, filled with a thick atmosphere of dread and blood. Indeed, hidden underground. He did not stop walking straight to the Dragon King's statue, flicking his fingers. Whoosh! A sharp force shot out, precisely hitting the hidden compartment in the center of the Dragon King's forehead. Crack! The sound of mechanisms turning echoed, and the Dragon King's statue slowly shifted aside, revealing a dark and deep tunnel entrance, of foul wind mixed with the smell of blood rushing out. Chen glanced at it expressionlessly and then jumped into the tunnel. The tunnel wound downward with a blood demon sect disciple holding a curved knife stationed every fuzhong. These disciples were at most at the 5th level of the acquired realm and had no chance to react in front of Chen. His figure swept through like a ghost, leaving behind lifeless bodies with blood holes in their foreheads. After a moment, Chen arrived at the hall of the underground stronghold. In the center of the hall, a massive blood pool was bubbling, filled with dozens to hundreds of pale corpses. The rich smell of blood mixed with demonic energy was nauseating. On the high platform directly in front of the blood pool, 2 black-robed men with sinister expressions, one fat and one thin, sat cross-legged, emanating a powerful aura of the innate realm. Just as Chun entered the hall, the two suddenly opened their eyes and 2 beams of blood light flashed past. Seeing the unfamiliar middle-aged man who walked in, they exchanged glances, a hint of suspicion crossing their faces. Someone here to take your lives? Looking for death? Hearing Chen-N's words, a fierce light flashed in their eyes. Without further ado, they drew a sword and a knife, leaping into the air to attack Chen. A futile struggle. Facing the 2 innate martial artists charging at him, Chun did not even glance, making a hand gesture like a knife and waving it casually. In the next moment, 2 blade lights, solidified like substance, shot out instantly, cleaving the 2 men and their weapons in half. They fell from the void, blood and entrails splattering everywhere, plunging the entire hall into dead silence. Thus, in the underground, apart from Chun, there was no longer a living soul. The blood demon sect truly deserves to be exterminated. Looking at the dozens to hundreds of pale corpses in the blood pool and the strange patterns carved around Chun, and could not help but frown, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Oomph! He snorted coldly, stomping the ground, causing the entire hall to shake violently, a terrifying crack appearing that swallowed the blood pool. With another stomp, he buried the fissure, and then Chun and saw the two men on the ground. He extended his right hand towards them, and two shumi bags flew into his hands. Not bad. Looking at the over 3 million yuan crystals in the two storage bags, along with many mysterious and even earthly grade techniques, martial arts pills, and weapons, Chun and nodded slightly before turning and walking step by step upwards. Moments later, Chun An's figure appeared outside the Dragon King Temple. Looking back at the temple with a thought, the entire Dragon King Temple quickly collapsed, turning into a pile of ruins. Raising his head to look at the pitch-black night, Chun sighed slightly, then his figure suddenly vanished into the Fushuet Tingtao courtyard. The night lay deep and silent. Suddenly a figure like an apparition materialized on the bluestone courtyard. It was Chun, and just returned from beyond the city. He pushed open the door and entered without lighting a lamp. At his cultivation level, he could already see in the dark. Inside, he drew clear water from the courtyard well and went to the bath to wash. The icy well water washed over his skin as if cleansing away the metallic stench of blood that had soiled him moments before. He exhaled. After changing into dry clothes and shaking off his damp hair, Chun left the bath, walked back to his meditation chamber, sat cross-legged upon the stone bed, and finally let out a long, heavy sigh. As the saying goes, a tree that stands tallest in the forest is the first to be toppled by the wind. He had not expected to be singled out by the notorious Shui Mo sect. Although he had uprooted the Shui Mo sect's stronghold in Chuntian Fu, slaying every cultist and leaving no trace, the danger was not necessarily over. Although he had uprooted the Shui Mo sect's stronghold in Chuntian Fu, slaying every cultist and leaving no trace, the danger was not necessarily over. Revenge. After all, the Shui Mo sect had run rampant within the Deluo imperial realm for centuries. Its power and depth of infiltration far exceeded ordinary imagination. No one knew what formidable figures lurked within the Shui Mo sect. They might be of the martial king realm, or perhaps even martial emperor realm experts. That he had easily crushed a subalter today was only because its strongest cultivator was merely of the innate realm. If a higher-ranked fiend arrived, trouble would follow. I am still too weak. Feeling the martial golden core floating in his dantian, his eyes flickered. He waved his right hand, and a pile of yuan crystals like a small mountain appeared before him. System. Recharge. At a thought and a flick of his hand, the mountain of yuan crystals dissolved into white light and vanished into the void. A system panel appeared before him. Host Chinen. Age 17. Aptitude Superior Martial Bone. Cultivation Martial King Realm Mid-Stage. Skills Na Yuan Ju Chi Ju Na Yuan Gathering Chi Technique. Complete. Bongshan Jin Mountain Crushing Force. Complete. Xian Gui Lian Shishu Black Tortoise Breath Gathering Art. Complete. Song Xian Rong Zhen Gong Song Xuan True Fusion Art. Complete. Xian Tai Jin Shun Gong Black Iron Golden Body Skill. Complete. Fei Xing Jue Ingbu Flying Star Shadow Chasing Step. Complete. Song Xian Ning Gang Jute Song Xuan Condensing Gang Formula. Complete. Song Hai Fan Lang Zhang Song Si. Wave Reversing Palm. Complete. A Lu Yun Qian Dai Bu Flowing Clouds Thousandfold Step. Complete. U Ling Tianzhan Shun Dao Sky Cutting God Slaying Blade. Complete. Lian Shin Shu Spirit Concealing Art. Complete. O Lei Gang Ba Huang Quan Thunder Gang Tyrant Emperor Fist. Complete. Uju Miechi Mo Dao 7 Demons Annihilation Blade. Complete. Artistic Intent Palm Eye. 20 million. Staring at the balance on the system panel, Chun N's eyes flickered and a satisfied expression passed across his face. It's a pity there is no imperial rank technique. Otherwise, Chun sighed softly. With so many yuan crystals, if he had an imperial rank cultivation method, he could immediately break through to become a martial emperor and contend for supremacy over the Tsungyuan continent. Unfortunately, after his last breakthrough to the martial king realm, he had learned the system's limitations. Without an imperial rank technique, throwing money at training could be as wasteful as his previous 15 million. Perhaps I can take it step by step. First, deduce a king rank technique. His eyes glinted as he considered his current cultivation. Now that he had reached the martial king realm, attempting to deduce a king rank technique from this foundation should yield twice the result with half the effort. System. Consume 1/0 balance to exchange for 1/0 years of cultivation time. Fully deduce Song Xian Ning Gang Ju. Chun ordered the system after a moment's thought. Until now, his Song Xian Ning Gang Ju had remained at the lower heavenly rank. A chime announced that the exchange of 1/0 years was successful. The 1/000 years of Song Xian Ning Gang Ju deduction experience began to be delivered. Chun felt a jolt in his mind as countless arcane formulas surged into his consciousness like a tide. After several breaths, Chun opened his eyes. Yet there was no joy on his face, instead his brow was tightly furrowed. Why? 100,000 years still isn't enough. No, this is very wrong. This cannot be. Within that mysterious system space, he had spent year after year repeatedly deducing that song, Xianning Gangju. With the feedback from his cultivation level in less than 10 years, he had deduced that song, Xianning Gangju, to an earth rank pinnacle. There was nowhere further to advance. Yet thereafter, no matter how he deduced it, he could not further advance that song, Xianning Gangju. It could not break its shackles to ascend to king rank. Even over the subsequent 90,000 years, he dissected and recombined the technique again and again, but still not the slightest breakthrough past the heavenly rank barrier. This situation was clearly abnormal. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Chun and attributes. He realized that when a technique reached the heavenly rank, it would possess specific attributes, traits prepared to aid a subsequent ascent to the martial king. That Song Xianning Gangju had been deduced step by step from a fragment of an Xian rank manual. It was a purely tricky cultivation method and contained no special attributes. That explained why no matter how he used the system to deduce it, it still could not ascend beyond the heavenly rank. So how can attributes be added to a technique? Chunin murmured. A chime rang in his head notifying him that the system had detected the host's predicament and offering an upgrade for 100 million balance. At that moment, the system's cold prompt sounded in his mind. What? There is an upgrade? Surprise flickered in his eyes. But upon seeing the cost required for the upgrade, his initial excitement, 100 million in balance. That was 100 million yuan crystals. System, what functions will you gain after upgrading? Chunin asked, his gaze flickering. After this system upgrade, it will be able to resolve the host's problems with technique deduction. The system, or just that. Chun's mouth twitched. To upgrade simply to solve a technique deduction problem would cost 100 million yuan crystals. Wasn't that excessive? System, are you taking a kickback? Though he thought so, after a moment's consideration, Chun still decided to upgrade. In any case, upgrading the system could never be wrong. Moreover, if the upgrade solved his technique deduction issue, it would not be a loss for him. He could sell a single Earth rank pinnacle technique for 7 million yuan crystals. Or what about heavenly rank, king rank, or even imperial rank techniques? Worried about money. At worst, he could first deduce all his techniques to Earth rank and sell them. If one book was not enough, sell two. If two were not enough, then 5-10. With the system in hand, he would never lack techniques. He took a deep breath and put the upgrade matter aside for the moment, then looked again at the system before him. The upgrade required money he didn't have. It was a pipe dream for now. But he still had a balance of 20 million. Was he to let it sit idle waiting for the upgrade? Chunin was not the sort to hoard yuan crystals like a miser. Money was meant to be spent, otherwise he would not be so fond of going all in. Money is dead until spent and transformed into strength. Only then does it truly belong to him. Besides, with the system, this greatest bug, in his hand, he never lacked techniques that could be turned into cash. System, first exchange 10 million years of cultivation time for me to elevate my cultivation. Ding. The exchange of 10 million years of cultivation time is successful. Begin cultivating. In the next moment, Chun felt a tremor in his sea of consciousness, and his awareness once again appeared in the mysterious system space, starting a cycle of daily cultivation for years on end. The lengthy span of 10 million years was compressed into merely a few moments in the outside world. Chun's cultivation soared at an unreasonable speed, like a rocket breaking free from gravity. Mid-stage of the Warrior King Realm. Latest stage of the Warrior King Realm. Perfected Warrior King Realm. After nearly 9 million years, his cultivation finally broke through from mid-stage to perfected stage. Huff. Chunin opened his eyes, releasing a long sigh of turbid air, causing a gust of wind to whip through the quiet room. That exhaled turbid air contained the formidable remnants of the true essence he had refined over 9 million years, stirring up a howling airflow in the enclosed quiet room. Chunin slowly clenched his fist, a faint crackling sound echoing from his palm. Feeling the pill essence within him that was several times stronger than before, he furrowed his brows slightly. I didn't expect that it would take 9 million years to break through just 2 minor realms, much slower than I had anticipated. Chunin's gaze flickered, and he let out a slight sigh. In fact, he was aware that the reason for this was his own aptitude holding him back. His aptitude was merely of superior quality in martial bones, although this was already considered good among ordinary martial artists. However, in front of true geniuses, it was still insufficient. It was akin to those math problems in his past life where countless mathematicians failed to solve them for 2,000 years, while some managed to solve them in just one morning. P.S. Don't think I'm rambling. Many readers often feel that I have held back the protagonist, but the protagonist's aptitude is just that. It's not just in the world of fantasy. Even in reality, the difference between people can sometimes be greater than that between people and dogs. I clarify this setting here, and I won't mention it again. Aptitude is indeed a natural chasm. Chunin muttered to himself, his gaze flickering slightly. Superior martial bones in an ordinary family of the Chengtian prefecture could perhaps be cultivated as a core disciple. But placed in front of those top sects and families with legacies of hundreds or even thousands of years, he wouldn't even be worthy to fetch their shoes. Those true prodigies, which one of them did not possess earth-grade or heaven-grade martial bones, or even physiques that surpassed heaven-grade. These individuals cultivate 10, 100, even 1,000 times faster than others, sometimes even 10,000 or 100,000 times. How could an ordinary person compare? Even if he had the system as a cheat under the limitations of aptitude, he still couldn't erase that innate gap. Even now, despite having superior martial bones, he still required 10,000 years to refine a single unit of pill essence. If he had medium-quality martial bones, it might even take 100,000 years. Whereas earth-grade martial bones might only take 1,000 years, heaven-grade martial bones only 100 years, and those with special physiques might only need 10 years, a year, a month, or even a day. Indeed, he had exploited the system, but hadn't others also been given advantages by the world? There are always others more talented and skies beyond the skies. I must find a way to enhance my aptitude. Feeling the constraints of his aptitude, a resolute look flashed in Chen-N's eyes. Right, perhaps I can learn alchemy later. Whether it's the flowing bone-cleansing pill or the Baiyu blood dragon pill that Luo Feng mentioned, they are all precious medicines that can enhance aptitude. Moreover, even if I obtain that Baiyu blood dragon lotus a month later, it would be best to refine it into a pill, as that would increase the chances of enhancement. In fact, he had contemplated learning alchemy back in Warong County, and even bought a book titled Introduction to Alchemy in the black market. However, later on, due to the system, his focus shifted solely to realms and martial techniques, neglecting the skill of alchemy. Of course, this was also due to the limitation of time. Even though he was now a perfected warrior king, it had only been about 7 or 8 days since he had awakened his memories. System exchange for 100 years of time and simulate introduction to alchemy. Chen did not hesitate. Since he thought of it at this moment, he directly commanded the system. Ding. 100 years exchange successful. 100 years of introduction to alchemy simulation experience is now being distributed. In the next moment, a flood of alchemy knowledge surged into Chen-N's sea of consciousness like a burst, from the most basic identification of medicinal herbs and their properties to the complex control of fire and the operation of the alchemy furnace, along with the methods for refining 65 basic pill formulas recorded in Introduction to Alchemy, as well as countless summaries of failures and insights from successes. 100 years of simulation time was compressed into but an instant. Chen felt a slight pressure in his head, and the next moment countless pieces of knowledge about alchemy were etched into the depths of his soul, as if he had truly immersed himself in the path of alchemy for an entire 100 years. He could even vividly recollect that he had failed 762 times just to refine the most basic body refining pill. He had guarded the alchemy furnace for 3 whole years to master the technique of slow simmering, and to verify an alternative solution for a particular herb, he had tasted hundreds of toxic herbs living on the edge of death. So that's how it is. Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of realization flashing in his gaze. He had originally thought that Introduction to Alchemy was merely a basic introductory book on alchemy. However, after 100 years of simulation and refinement by the system, he realized that the original author of this book was undoubtedly a grandmaster of alchemy. The seemingly simple records in the book actually contained profound truths of alchemy. Moreover, the system not only allowed him to fully grasp all the content of Introduction to Alchemy, but also corrected 17 errors in the original text that had arisen due to the passage of time. Ordinary alchemy apprentices would need at least 3 years to get started. To become a yellow-grade low-tier alchemist capable of independently refining basic pills, it would take at least 10 years. Yet I only took an instant to become a high-tier alchemist proficient in all basic alchemy techniques, even able to devise new formulas. A smile involuntarily crept onto Chen-N's lips. This was truly an unexpected delight. I need to continue gathering more alchemical texts and enhance my alchemy experience. In a month, I must at least become a heavenly tier alchemist. If others knew of his thoughts at this moment, they would surely think he was insane. After all, in the entire Deluo Empire, the difficulty of advancing as an alchemist is at least 10 times harder than in martial arts. A heavenly tier alchemist would be treated like a VIP by various powers. Even the warrior king realm experts would have to show them respect. Shaking his head, Chen did not waste more time on this matter. The long night was still young, and he had many things. In the early morning, Chen opened his eyes in bed, stretched lazily, and then sat up. Last night, after borrowing the system to simulate a dozen Earth-level supreme techniques, Chen collected the system and returned to his room to sleep. As for cultivation, with the system, what does he need to cultivate? Moreover, not to mention that he is already at the peak of the martial king realm. Given his talent, it would take him 10,000 years to condense a single Dan Yuan. What is there for him to cultivate? That would simply be a waste of life. It is much more comfortable to sleep. He got up, washed up, and then walked towards the courtyard gate. He had not forgotten that he had made an appointment with Shun Qinghua to duel at the No. 3 Martial Arena at the hour of Chun. Although a million yuan crystal was no longer significant to him, as the old saying goes, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. Since the young master of the Shin family is willing to give him money, how could he refuse? However, just as he was about to step outside, Shun and suddenly raised an eyebrow, then walked through the courtyard, opened the gate, and his gaze fell upon a group of people standing at the entrance. Chunin has come out. Shin brother. Upon seeing Chunin walk out from the gate, the students of Reborn County Academy waiting outside immediately brightened up and called out. Even Fan Suiyun, Zhang Xuanming, and Zhou Tong, who were originally standing there with their hands behind their backs chatting casually, couldn't help but stop and turn around. Brother Zhou, brother Xiao, why are you all here so early? Upon seeing these people, Chen An's eyes flashed as he asked. Chunin. At this moment, Zhang Xianming and the others approached. Greetings, County Master Teacher Fan Senior Zhou. Chunin cupped his hands in greeting upon seeing them. No need for formalities. Zhang Xianming waved his hand and then directly said, Chunin, we heard that you were going to duel with Shun Qinghua from the Shun family's main branch today. That's right. Chunin nodded in agreement. Nonsense. Zhang Xuanming's expression darkened as he looked at Chunin and said in a deep voice, do you know that Shun Qinghua is a 5th-year student at the academy with a cultivation level of the 5th layer of the acquired realm? You are only at the 6th layer of qi condensation now. To recklessly challenge him to a duel is no different from seeking death. The county master is right. Fan Suiyun, the teacher at Reborn County Academy, also stepped forward looking at Chun and with concern saying, Chun and I know you are still young, but you must not act impulsively. Moreover, the county examination is tomorrow. If you get injured today, won't that affect your performance in the examination? This county examination is crucial for the Royal Martial Arts Academy and the 4 great martial arts sanctuaries. You must not lose sight of the big picture for a small gain. Indeed, young friend Chunin. Zhou Tong stepped forward at this moment, his face filled with worry and joy, saying, as the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. And Shun Qinghua is not only the young master of the Shun family's main branch, but also has the cultivation of the 5th layer of the acquired realm. Even though young friend Chun and your combat power is astonishing, and you can fight beyond your level, if you make a mistake on the platform, you will jeopardize the county examination. It would be unwise, better to give up now. Yes, Chin brother, endure for a moment of peace, take a step back for a broader view. Wait until you break through the acquired realm before avenging today's grudge. Xiao Qiyuan also chimed in. Chin brother. The students from other county academies also stepped forward one after another to persuade him. Everyone, listening to their words, Chunin smiled slightly and said loudly, I appreciate everyone's goodwill, but I have made up my mind about this matter. Moreover, my master is already aware of this matter, and he has also granted me permission to fight, so there is no need for everyone to worry. The county master actually knows about this. Hearing Chen An's words, Zhang Xianming and the others were slightly taken aback. They had not expected that not only was Bei Gongma aware of this duel, but he had also consented to it. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Chunin nodded lightly, then raised his hand to the crowd, saying, Thank you all, but the time is almost up. I must leave now. After speaking, Chun and no longer said anything more, nodded to the crowd and strode forward. The figure in the blue cloth appeared particularly upright in the morning light, his steps unhurried, showing no sign of the tension of stepping onto the life and death arena. Zhang Xianming watched his back, his lips moved, but in the end he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Who is Bei Gongma? He is a figure of paramount authority in the entire Qingtian prefecture, a grandmaster powerhouse overseeing the rise and fall of martial arts in the prefecture. Moreover, he is Chun An's master. Since he has consented to this duel, what could others possibly say? Forget it. Zhang Xianming let out a long sigh, his gaze firming. Since the county master has spoken, we should not obstruct any further. Go. Everyone head to the No. 3 Martial Arena. Even if it costs us our old bones, we cannot let Chunin encounter any mishaps on the platform. Go. A group of people followed closely behind Chun and heading toward the No. 3 Martial Arena. I don't think he's anything remarkable. He looks quite ordinary. I heard he is going to duel with an older student today. He, a newcomer who hasn't even enrolled yet, is actually going to duel with an older student. Does he really think that just because he has grasped a bit of knife intent, he is invincible? How naive. How could this kind of person deserve to be a disciple of the county master? A country bumpkin from a small county academy, he just got lucky and barely grasped a hint of the knife intent of Lin Xuejing. Along the way, many students saw this group of people and cast contemptuous and gloating looks at Chun, and some believed that Chun was merely lucky to have caught the eye of the county master and been accepted as a disciple. Some were purely envious, their eyes turning red with jealousy. Why could a wild boy from a poor place like Wuron County suddenly become the most esteemed direct disciple in the entire Qingtian prefecture? Others had already received benefits from Shun Qinghua and deliberately spread rumors in a sarcastic tone intending to disturb Chen N's mind and throw him into chaos on the platform. I heard he bet 1,000,000 yuan crystal with young Master Shin yesterday. What a ridiculous joke. Can he even produce 1,000,000 yuan crystal? He probably can't even gather it if he sells himself. Later, when young Master Shin breaks his hands and feet, I wonder if the county master will still want this embarrassing disciple. The county master must have been deceived by him, and after he is defeated by young Master Shin this time, he will surely be expelled from the sect. These slanderous words flew around, causing the students of Wuron County Academy to turn pale, with anger, their fists clenched tightly. Among this group, a young man passing by suddenly changed his expression upon seeing Chun and not far away, on the path to the academy. Chun walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm and composed, seemingly oblivious to the sounds around him as he strolled leisurely towards the third martial arts arena. Is it him? Among the crowd, a young scholar passing nearby overheard the discussions and looked up, his face suddenly changing dramatically. Chunin, how could he be here? Could it be that the incense master and the others? A flicker of fear crossed the young scholar's eyes as he glanced at Chun and then lowered his head and hurriedly turned to squeeze away into the crowd. My! Suddenly Chun felt a strong, malicious gaze directed at him, prompting him to stop and look. However, when he looked over, he saw a large group of academy